Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got another day of Eastern Europe TI-12 qualifier affair. We're going to be kicking things off in the upper bracket. We've got a very, very exciting series to start. Then August series that, with organizations you would expect to be going toe-to-toe. If we look back a couple of years ago, even maybe more years than that, with NAVI up against Virtus.pro.
I was about to say, like, what year is it? We're finally back to the glory days of these two rosters. Well, we'll have to wait and see for the outcome of this match, but these were the two juggernauts that just kept clashing heads over and over again. It's a pretty good thing for the scene, right, that we don't have to rely on these two established names from the Eastern European region to be able to carry the torch. Obviously, you've got Team Spirit, very recent TI winners, and of course, you've also got teams like BetBoom and Nine Pandas coming through. So it's great to see that you're not just relying on the old stalwarts, and you can get a little bit of the new blood coming in. And, well, new blood, ironically, is what this NAVI roster in particular does have. A lot of players that they've stuck fat with them even through some of the trials and tribulations.
Yeah, as we'll take a look at the bracket, then we get to see kind of how NAVI has got into this position. Of course, their opponent as well in Virtus.pro. So they were able to win their first series very convincingly. Honestly, both these two teams, Virtus.pro demolished Matreshka, but really the important one was that NAVI looked super clean and crisp versus Nemiga, the team that, again, we're going to keep saying it, but we were expecting them to have a very good showing. Now, if you look towards the lower bracket, we did see that, Nemiga were able to get a 2-0 victory over SIBE, so they knocked them out. Of course, we had a couple other teams that were eliminated yesterday too, with Matreshka, Team Sexy, along with EEU.
Not Naju, though. Naju keep moving on forward. They're going to keep the journey rolling. And, I mean, for a young roster, some of the players when they got signed were as young as 15, right? For them to be able to have this experience of playing not just one series, but multiple in these TI quals. And I think they could honestly take it to MoneyMakers as well. So what a journey that would be for them if they're able to make it all the way towards round 4, I would say would be probably the furthest that they can go of these qualifiers. And who knows, depending on the outcome of this one, we might even see them going up against NAVI if they move on forward and VP are able to take this this first series of the day. But, well, we said goodbye to 4 teams yesterday, and we're going to say goodbye to 2 in those third and fourth series.
Yes, and of course, with that being said, then means the second series is another upper bracket one with one move versus HYDRA, which we got to see a lot so far throughout the DPC tour as a whole, just in Eastern Europe. So they would be very, very comfortable with each other. I mean, there were some new additions in particular. It's just one move with Hakoda coming in and Panther going to the 4 instead of Gilgear. So we'll see how that kind of changes up that dynamic, which we've seen previously from these teams in particular. But it's another day with 4 best of 3s, but it is starting to get a little bit down to the wire here. I know we still got a couple more days, but we're getting maybe some clearer teams or clearer favorites, and we're able to build some storylines and connect more with the teams now. We've seen them a bit more.
I mean, I think the real thing that's going to be standing out is like how dominant Navi's victories looked over Nemiga in that first round, and then how dominant Nemiga looked versus SIBE in the lower bracket, right? So what does that mean about Navi? Are they just like 2 steps above everyone rather than just the 1? I mean, Virtus.pro is certainly a hard opponent for them to have to face up against. Last time they played each other was all the way back at the start of April of this year, and that was in Tour 2 of the DPC, because Navi, despite all of their relative success in recent times, they got relegated. They were 1-6 in terms of their series count. And, well, something that I found a little bit surprising is that the organization stuck with these guys. The same 5 players are the ones that were on that relegated roster. A lot of the time you see, panic stations, this can't happen, we're NAVI, and then they just go and recruit someone else. But now they've gone for a bit of a different strategy. They said, you know what, these are the guys that we want to be able to build our team around. Let's stick with them. Let's look if we can make it work. And they did. I mean, in that third tour, yes, it's Div 2, but they went essentially flawless throughout that entire run, and they looked real good on day 1 of these qualifiers as well.
Yeah, really, probably you'd say the most experienced person on this team is Denial, and really that is formerly known as XS Vampire, who has had some very good showings in Eastern Europe. Really, those teams in particular, but Gambit. I mean, we saw No Pango as well, with some showings for him, but he probably has, without a doubt, the most LAN experience out of everyone. But then you pull in the likes of Melody, who had a really good showing on the boys on Hellraisers for quite some time. We were seeing they were competing up in, of course, that was the COVID year. I think they looked maybe even a second place in like some of the regional finals that we saw. I mean, you pulled in the likes of Melik, like we said, he's played recently with the boys on, why am I forgetting the name? Quest, thank you very much, over in Riyadh. And then Melojul and Shigetsu, now these are kind of star players. We've seen Melojul a lot so far. He's played in one move in particular, and Shigetsu from Cybercats too. But it's just interesting because these are really just pieces pulled together from everywhere, some young guns. And really, if you take a look at VP, it's kind of the same thing, except maybe led a little bit more with some support with F and G, and also, of course, G being their coach as well. But you're really, as well for them, you've got 4 people who are up-and-coming stars at the moment in Eastern Europe.
You do, but then you have a look over at Navi and you talk about these old names. They've got Artstyle as like their general manager, right? He might not be coaching, but he was the one that was coaching VP during their really successful run, where they got second to the Kiev Major, all these sorts of things. So they've got the support staff there. And what I like best about Navi in particular is that they've been given the confidence to be able to stick this one out. They know that swapping and changing hasn't worked out too well for them in the past few years. So let's just stick with the roster, see what we're able to make work with. And based on what we've seen so far, it's been pretty effective.
You got to say, though, this would be the big test up against Virtus.pro. Like, this is now, Nemiga was a nice stepping stone, but now Virtus.pro, this is the team who have always been that 4th place so far throughout the entirety of the year. You got the boys in Bet Boom, Spirit, along with Pandas, that clear top 3. But every time, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, Virtus.pro, they would always finish with a series count as 4 and 3. So they can deal with everyone else below them. But this is not the tour now. We're getting down, this is do or die. 1 slot on the line here for Eastern Europe. You can't really, maybe you got room to make 1 mistake because they are in the upper bracket. But even then, I mean, a win here will put you upper bracket finals. All you need is 1 more win and you're sitting in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think if you're going to make any sort of mistake, it needs to be in the next round of the upper bracket, right? That'll still take you to top 3, and then you're still just 2 series away of being able to take it, right? But here, it's just so much more that you have to play through. I mean, there's the argument's sake of saying like, well, those teams that played through the last chance qualifiers last year in Secret and Liquid, they finished 2nd and 3rd at TI. So more Dota can be a good thing, especially on a relatively new patch. And I mean, you talk about VP as well being that perennial 4th place team. It's not like their series against Navi, who again, VP were 4-3, Navi were 1-6 in Tour 2 of the DPC this year. It's not like that was an easy series. It went 2-1, and the 3 games went 72, 46, and 58 minutes. So Navi really made them work for it, and I'm looking forward to a similar sort of thing because we have been seeing a lot of stomps so far in these qualifiers.
Yes. How much of the same roster was on that for Navi?
Everyone's the same across both teams. They've stuck.
Oh, really?
Yep.
All right. Yes. Okay. I see. So I look back at I was looking at 2-1 instead of 2-2, and I saw like Vitrium was still there and everything like that. So yeah, well, all right. If they were all stomps, and like you said, they were very long games, but this is a bit of a different showing. And again, how much experience did Melik get over at Riyadh? That's going to be a really big thing because, I mean, you're playing with some, firstly, I mean, that was probably the pinnacle so far that we've gotten of competitive Dota. I mean, at least stakes-wise, because yes, we have the majors and everything, but if you look at money-wise, of course, without a doubt, I think you can't even compare the others. So what he was able to gain from the boys on Quest and everything like that he can now bring over, because sure, Eastern Europe and Western Europe, they're very close to each other, but regardless, there's a lot of different team identities, and this could potentially have given Navi a really big boost and a different idea of how they would like to play Dota, and can just maybe even reinforce some of their current ideas as well.
It could possibly, I see what you're talking about, right? The difference between the East and the West, and obviously Malik getting all the way up to that top 8 bracket with Quest. But that was just Malik. All of Virtus.pro were there in Riyadh as well. Yes, they didn't get quite as far as Quest did, but you still would have had the opportunity to be able to stick around afterwards, scrim against a lot of regions that you would have never had the chance to be able to do it. And again, that is the full roster, not just one member who was standing in for another team at the time. So, you know, maybe they've been able to pull some stuff from China. Maybe they scrimmed Talon a bunch as well, and were able to get a bunch of stuff from the 1C team that's been doing really well so far this year. So it really just comes down to what is more worthwhile, that deeper in the bracket experience, or just having an entire squad there, being able to learn and pick up little things here, there, and everywhere.
I'll say it's been interesting. I know this is a bit of a side topic, but you brought up Talon. I'm seeing them. The boys are still in Europe currently. Actually, Talon. Sorry, I know Boomer,
Bleeder,
and Bleeder as well. From what I heard too. But yeah, I'm seeing like Yopaj is playing pubs over there. I've seen Dubu in pubs as well. So very interesting that even just those boys have jumped over to scrim with European teams, and then of course coming back as well. Which of course, I mean, Europe and Southeast Asia, they're going to be going on at the same time. Usually, like see potentially scrimming Chinese teams. So very interesting. With that kind of dynamic. And I honestly wonder who they've been scrimming in regards to Eastern Europe. Maybe they're scrimming some Western European teams as well. But how have they been able to prepare? We'll find out. We do have our first draft getting underway very, very shortly. It's going to be NAVI on the Radiant side with first pick. We got Virtus.pro on the DICE side with second pick.
Thank you for finally pressing that start game button, Lockie, as we do first bands coming out. And well, I like the fact that they're targeting a little bit of FNG, right? He is the one that is going to be the main shot caller for them, especially in the early game. And if you could just take away a lot of his comfort heroes, the Chen especially, I think that goes a long way towards success. They don't want the same sort of thing to happen to Matreshka as to happen to them, right? Where they just picked up a Lycan, a Chen, and they just went all in on the sort of push.
So we saw from NAVI in their victory over Nemiga, there was a Treant Protector in both those games. In fact, a Lion in both those games as well. But I really want to put the emphasis on the tree. This is a Melody staple. And VP, they've banned it out. So I was going to ask, like, do you first phase the Treant Protector, or how do you feel about that hero? Because again, Melody always played it on Hellraisers, but VP obviously feel like it is warranted of a first phase ban.
Well, you just have to look at what sort of heroes you're looking to play as well on Shigetsu, right? A lot of the heroes that he's been playing, like the Gyrocopter, the Razor, even the Weaver he's been picking up a little bit in recent times, is one that really does have a big advantage of playing with someone who's such a beefy boy like that Treant Protector. So part of it's comfort, part of it is the combination together with your position one. At NAVI, well, they're just going to go for a Nature's Prophet. This is something I believe that they actually picked up very consistently across those series that they were playing up against Virtus.pro in the past few instances. So for them to be able to pick it up first, we know that it's been buffed. We know that it's kind of ridiculously strong right now, regardless of what build you go for. And we've even seen from the Chinese region with CTY playing it, that it's not necessarily reduced to just being this support that's way too overpowered.
And some of the heroes that you just mentioned on Shigetsu makes me feel like there could be a potential for the Nature's Prophet to kind of be in his wheelhouse as a carry hero as well. So like you said, there's been some flex that we've seen so far. What is the response going to be from Virtus.pro though? They are using quite a decent chunk of their reserve time.
Oh. You a believer?
Shut up. Don't know if it's a squad XO spirit just yet.
No, it's Sayush playing it. He is really, really good on this hero. So I value it. Again, against a Nature's Prophet, it feels pretty good too, right? Not needing to necessarily rely on the Quelling Blade. Probably early on, you still want to get it, right? Just because you're going to have that Rolling Boulder being quite long cooldown, but in terms of just being able to catch out the Nature's Prophet when he's going for these sneaky, like, rat-style plays, makes a lot of sense.
And I like the instant Ember ban as well. We've seen so far throughout the qualifiers, Ember and Ursper, it's actually been a really formidable duo where you can put a little bit more levels in your chains, which is just a guaranteed way to set up for the role.
Yeah, more stuff like that. I mean, honestly, even the Nature's Prophet does set up for the ES a little bit, so takes away that combination away from NAVI themselves. Of course, Denial plays a great ES too. Thinking what else
Revenge?
they could look to go for. I mean, Denial plays the Tusk if they're not wanting this to be a 4 Nature's Prophet. I know it's something that Melody is capable of doing. You could potentially go for like a Venge or a Clockwork. If they're going to snap away the Venge. So this feels very like we're targeting some of your stronger heroes, right? Like both sides, these heroes picked up so far. There's a lot of crossover between like what heroes are being contested a lot of the time.
10 seconds remaining.
Now it's just a matter of what heroes are going to be slipping through. I mean, Melojewel as well. We've seen a lot of Pango. Despite all the nerfs, Pango still feels ridiculously strong. And I mean, especially if you're wanting to be able to catch out someone like the Venge on the backlines. Yeah, you got the swap capability, but you're still kept within the role, so it really doesn't harm it all that much. Actually, just going to go a Sven. Okay, there's a pretty early Sven coming through for Shigetsu here. I guess they just want to up the tempo.
I've been quite impressed with a lot of the Sven games we got, but again, we brought up a stat that Sven had a really low win rate at Riyadh, even though I felt like the hero was overall solid. Now, we'll get another line from Denial, so this is now 3 games in a row that Navi put the emphasis on picking up. How do you feel overall about line? Because I've also felt this hero has been a little bit underwhelming, and at least in the games that I watched when, you know, like Kaka was playing it in China.
I'm thinking about it a little bit. I mean, I would have thought we might have seen a bit more like Lion Medusa coming out since that change to just give it inbuilt. You're able to, you know, give mana over to your teammate. But maybe that's going to be the sort of thing where they pick up like a Storm Spirit and they use the Lion as this little bit of a mana battery rather than requiring the level 15 talent for it. So I'm keen to see where Navi looks to go with this one. But I don't know, maybe just against Avenge, they really want, if they find a target, to be able to absolutely burst them down without the potential for a response, whether it be from Avenge or like an Earth Spirit with like Geomagnetic Grip Shard or an Aghanim Scepter as well.
Let us see though, because you do have 2 heroes at least currently with the Nature's Prophet of the line who are very, very position based. So how are you going to be able to close the distance and get on top of them is going to be the big question now.
Yeah, that was really the reasoning behind my Pango suggestion, right? Like you are able to just be playing on those front lines. You might potentially look to go into something like the Storm Spirit as well for the reasons that I just mentioned, with the Lion being able to buff him up. Nice way to be able to have this global presence as well with the Nature's Prophet to consistently go for a lot of these kill attempts. So I could certainly see that working.
Just it's about to have no reserve time. What do we wanted to go for, lads?
Well, they're taking their time. It's clear that FNG is the one doing a lot of the talking along with G for that backline. And, well, it looks like they want to be able to slow down this game. So, like I mentioned, you have a Nature's Prophet, you've got a Sven. These are heroes that can come online relatively early, just with how crazy Sven is at farming. And honestly, TB doesn't feel the worst either. You know, high armor. They do have abilities to be able to deal with the TB illusions with the Lion if he's able to get into the Aghanim Shard. But these are very beefy heroes, so they really need to amp up the early game damage right now on Navi's side.
10 seconds remaining.
Melojewel wouldn't Zeus, would he? He loves the Zeus.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't hate it, dude. That's a lot of global potential. And now with like 2 heroes getting shown in the Underlord Terrorblade, it minimizes your capability to be able to get towards the backline. But they're going to choose a Darkseer route. So, I mean, Darkseer Sven, very potent combo. You've got the Vac into the Earth Spike. And yes, you have it versus the Terrorblade. And really, it's just a Malik here. Like, that could also just be enough said in its own right. We saw them always first pick it for Quest at Riyadh. It didn't even matter like what it was against. So, you know, if he feels like it's going to be a good Darkseer game, then man, give him the Darkseer. Let him go to work.
And it is a pretty damn good Darkseer game as well. I mean, you can potentially look to give it over to, I mean, Ember Spirit's been banned out already, but I honestly wouldn't hate seeing, again, something like the Pango, someone like the Storm that just wants to kind of get in there and have that little bit of an extra damage boost, because you're not going to get too much value out of playing this with a Nature's Prophet. Maybe we see like 1 point in the Nature's Call just so that you have the Treants to be able to play around with for that extra little bit of, you know, damage and chase. But certainly against the TB in lane feels pretty solid. Against the TB in the mid game feels pretty solid. Against TB in the late game feels pretty solid. And it does enable the Sven to pick up the pace a little bit. But Well, we'll see what they feel like the response is going to be here. I still think they can get away with the Zeus, just because you are going to have that chance to just deal with the TP at all stages, whether it be the Lion or the Zeus or the Darkseer. And I mean, if you're taking away the enemy team's win condition, you can feel pretty confident, especially considering VP don't really have a way to be able to pick up the tempo or go for this all-out, like all-in push just yet. It's really relying heavily on the Earth Spirit if that's going to be the case.
If VP do try and flex the Earth Spirit like they kind of think they are at the moment, you see the Rubik currently banned out. Are there any other position 4s that you might be considering to try and draft to play with the Underlord?
For me, it's always going to be like, I think it's... You could even just still be waiting for your position 5 as well, to be honest, right? Like just something that's able to, deal a little bit of extra push coming through. We've seen a mid-Earth Spirit and a 4 Vengeful Spirit, which I think is totally fine against the Sven. So if FNG was to pick up something like, I don't know, a Witch Doctor, I wouldn't feel horrible about that as well. Just to be able to have this last pick overall that you're able to combine together with slow from the TB, root from the Underlord, stuns from the Venge, and stuns and slows from the Earth Spirit. I really think they could up the tempo there.
Can we not just go back to the FNG staple and pick an Enchantress? I feel like he just... Enchantress will actually just win the lane for Terrorblade. You destroy the Lion. We spoke about this yesterday. Lion doesn't deal with the creeps, and same with the Darkseer as well. Like, you can shell the wave, but still, like, I feel like that is just entirely free lane, and then you go flex it elsewhere. You go Venge Underlord, put the Earth Spirit mid, whatever you want to do, but... even nice. I mean, I guess you can get rid of Warcry for some stage of the game as it goes on. So that's another route that maybe you can consider for VP.
Yep, I could see it working for sure. Just thinking, so VP are the ones that have the last pick overall as well. So they might even consider, like, if it's a lane that Squad X really feels like he can absolutely crush with like an Earthshaker, I could see him feeling like that could work. And this is one that, in my opinion, can. Like, you do not have
instant pick.
Yeah.
You may now select your heroes.
Bang.
Instant
They
pick.
knew. I mean, he is damn good in this mid lane on Squad X on the Earthshaker, and Venge, Void Spirit, one of the big weaknesses of him is that he does not have the greatest armor to be able to play with, and well, we'll see what he's able to do, because we saw a Shaker picked up yesterday, didn't have the greatest time against an Ember Spirit. You know, the Ember was still able to get out of the laning stage in a pretty good spot, went for this build that relied a lot more on the magic barrier through the Flame Guard, but unfortunately for poor Melojewel, you've only got one hero that you're going to be able to use the Resonant Pulse onto to be able to provide a little bit of a damage block for himself. And I think Squad X is going to be rubbing his hands together with how happy he is with this pick. Like you mentioned, instantly picked up there. Malik has picked the Ricky himself.
5 seconds.
Not showing in his chair.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, hang on, what am I missing here,
Where's
dude?
the
Where's the Ricky? Someone help me out. But
By detection,
right.
Lucky, come on.
Sorry, my dude. At least I don't play support you. I'm not used to bind detection. But one hero I'm not used to seeing at the moment as well is this Void Spirit. You know, I know it was played a couple times yesterday. Team Sexy played it in game 1 and game 2. They did get a victory off the back of it, but I thought it was a hero that, you know, wasn't really going to be touched a whole lot with the changes that we've seen from the Void Spirit. So, yeah, of course, we'll see how it's going to be able to shape up overall now with the Darkseer pairing. But like you said, if it's into a pretty tricky matchup, this could be a bit of a concern for how much Melojewel is able to do already on a hero that isn't too popular currently.
Again, we have to think of positives, though, right, for Na'Vi. Yes, one-on-one, the lane is Earthshaker favored, but this is Dota. This is not a one-on-one game. This is a team game, and you're going to have Melody there playing his Nature's Prophet. He has the potential, especially with someone like a Sven, where if you shove the lane with the Greater Cleave, you can always just go back, take away a bunch of those small camps underneath the Radiant Tier 1 tower without being in too much danger. And that frees up the opportunity for Melody to TP in on the Nature's Prophet, land the Sprout. Yeah, you might have a Quelling Blade, but guess what else you've also got? You got the Aether Remnant to keep him inside of that Sprout trees, deal even more damage. So it really can look to even things up a little bit, but it's going to require the support's help on Navi's side to be able to get Melojewel out of what I think is a pretty rough lane for him.
Oh, we'll see how Melojewel is going to be able to shape up. We do already have a couple tips out for him as well, so some respect if we do that. There's a lot of tips going back and forth. All right.
There's a lot of feeling in this one, man. They're going for top 3 in the qualifiers, staying in the upper bracket, keeping that double chance available for themselves.
What's Navi up to?
They're just waiting out. They're not wanting to waste the duration of the smoke, maybe expecting that VP would have used theirs a little bit sooner, and they are correct. So they could potentially have this little bit of a vision advantage coming through here. He's holding on to the wards right now. Looks like Denial has one and Melojul has one in his backpack. So maybe they just want to put a ward up here, this sort of area, to be able to scout out any kind of rotations that Sayush might be looking to make from the side lanes.
You brought up how important Navi's... Well, actually, never mind. Hang on. They're coming. Uh-oh.
Is Darkseer coming back, though, is the real question. Oh, they know.
FNG to start. It's a pretty good combo out from the supports. Don't really provide them much. A decent chunk of damage on a Melody. Looks like it will be a 2 for 2 in the bounties. Both sides going to be able to get a D ward. So nothing too crazy. Sayush and FNG, I think the only people nearby to be able to get that experience. So whereas Radiant, I'm pretty sure everyone was kind of nearby just to soak that up.
So the thing I'm a little concerned about here for the bottom lane with Sayush, he's a great Earth Spirit player, don't get me wrong, but prior to him being level 2, I think he's going to be harassed fairly consistently by Melody. You can already see here he's got a bunch of stats. You've obviously a ranged hero going up against Melee, which feels quite nice. Can't be getting this close, though, to the Earth Spirit. But, you know, even with the Quelling Blade, he's actually stuck himself inside of those trees. And he's got the Blightstone to be able to take a hero that doesn't have the highest mana pool out there, already down to 1 armor. So Sayush is just going to be beaten out of this lane. Won't be able to secure the courier kill, but he's still suffering somewhat. And he wasn't even able to place down a sentry ward to be able to block this camp for future pull shenanigans.
Such a cool hero in a 1v1. Squad X is already 4 and 4.
Is he going to blood grenade him? He could potentially get the kill. I mean, he's got Boulder Smash, not Roll. Doesn't look like he feels like he could.
Yeah, but with the pressure Melody's put on, it means that Sayush is going to miss this next creep wave. So Melody honestly might continue to chase and just keep right-clicking him.
Why not?
So...
Creeps given vision.
Yeah.
He might just...
and his...
Melody's just got to be careful that he doesn't get Boulder Smash back underneath a tower, you know? That's the main area of concern. And looks like he's like, you know what? I'm tired of getting chased.
What?
He right-clicked from too close.
So, all right, well, honestly, that's kind of lucky in a way, because Melody did his job, right? Where you put the pressure on the Earth Spirit, you force him to drag the wave under the tower. So then, because we've seen this for a lot of times, you want to drag the wave and deny a full creep wave behind the tier 1 and in between the tier 2 because of Melody's pressure. It prevents that, but it would have been perfect if you didn't have to tank up too much damage from the tower. Nonetheless, that's how our bottom lane is looking. How's our top lane looking at the moment? We've seen... Darkseer so far in the games that we've been covering hasn't been getting off to a good start. We'll see if it's going to be the same thing here. It's already with the meta pot from Kiritich, and there is a lot of kill potential having a support that has a stun.
I mean, it's always going to be much stronger, this level 2 timing for VP, so Kiritich has to get a lot out of this. He's got to put himself far enough away in terms of net worth that by the time Mylek is level 3, and by the time that meta wears off, he's going to be a lot less effective to be able to contest up into the aggression that Navi are going to look to push him. Melody just doing Nature's Prophet things. He's just poke. Feels so annoying to have to go up into already bringing out another set of tangos, a bunch of mangoes, and well, here's that level 2 timing I was talking about, though. Kicks him back underneath the tower, but it's not going to be enough.
Top lane, actually, the action continues even without the meta. Still, they've got a full creep wave advantage at the moment. But Deny, along with Malik, unable to have the resources to continue to stand strong. So it looks like FNG is going to be able to snag the Lotus. And I believe... We got the bottom one. Is it still there? I have no idea. Where is it?
It's gone. They would have used it. Melody was just a little bit too far deep that you had to use it to make sure that you survived. And, well, one lane that we haven't talked about too much just yet is the mid lane, right? Squad X going up against Melojul, although...
Bottom lane.
Okay, looks like he will.
Yeah, Melody. That's going to be our first blood. Taking a fight inside the Firestorm, and with 2 points in the kick, actually in the lane for Sayush. big kill for them to be able to find. And of course, you're going to have the... Gets him closer towards that earn charges. Well, sorry, I should say the earn as a whole for Sayush.
That'd be quite nice for him. It doubles the duration of the slow coming through there from the level 2 boulder smash. So very nice at being able to just keep them inside of that firestorm. And yeah, mid Squad X doing fairly well. You know, he's built up a 300 or so net worth lead over the Void Spirit. Pretty much expected, and he's just going to be looking to continuously use that enchant totem. The real scary point, of course, for Melojul comes when the level 6 gets hit up, and of course he's going to have that just a little bit sooner than the Void Spirit because of how much he's able to bully him out of this lane and all the denies he's been able to pick up. 14 denies already for Squad X. Every flag bearer creep, gone. Every ranged creep, gone. What can you look to do into that?
Yeah, doesn't make it too easy at all when you're playing with low experience and low gold as well. So, wonder what, as a whole, the item build is going to be for Melojul too. What the difference is going to be, if it's still kind of that, you know, Echo, Deso, or even your Manta style is going to be popped in there somewhere. How are you considering about the Scepter now with some recent changes? Is just the magic build a little bit better now too, considering the Astral Step was the cooldown got buffed up top lane? First real big TP out of Melody. Should be able to get the kill on FNG once he's caught out of position. Navi, they're going to be able to strike.
It isn't an int hero anymore, but I can still see value out of this Witchblade. Honestly, just keeping them slowed down so that they're, you know, kept near an ion shell, slowing them down so that they're able to stay near the Sven a little bit, keeping inside the Sprout, and also just something else that's going to give you a little bit of armor going up against a TV and a core Earthshaker.
Well, we are going to see though both supports from Navi going to continue to stick around on this top side. But it's probably going to make sure they bring all the numbers as well. They might be a little bit too late, but like you said, got to be cautious about Squad X. And a spike from downtown makes it a little bit difficult for him to cast his Fissure. They will have now Sayush being able to wrap. They'll kick Melody down to the low ground. Nice, pretty nice positioning out of the Sprout, but yeah, it's not going to matter in the end. So Melody will be killed off. And it's going to be given over to Squad X as well. So very important that he's going to be the one that gets the kill, because of course you want to get that very fast blink timing for him. We know this is a hero, especially as a core, that you can kind of struggle to keep up if you don't have a pretty good start.
Yeah, the lanes overall going very well for Virtus.pro, but again, what you want is this Dark Series. You just want those early levels, right? You want to get into a couple of those items so that Denial is allowed to move on away, build up a few stacks for the Sven. It's like if he wanted to, he could start moving down towards the bottom side, and he probably should be pretty shortly. I mean, Melody, he's doing his best to be able to invade into this Wisdom Rune area already. Of course, he won't have any sort of stun to be able to stop this, whereas Sayush will just be able to kick him away.
What? Okay. I don't know, like, in my head I was like, did Melody go for this 5-head play with that Sprout? I don't know if he knew something I didn't top lane, Kiritich. Body blocks need to be on the mark, but especially with FNG coming over, it makes it a little bit more difficult. They're putting a lot of damage into this Terrorblade, though.
I was thinking that they might have been able to go for a kill there. With the wand being popped, he would have had a level 3 Ion Shell and a Surge, and you'd already used the slow and the stun on the Venge, so I really feel like that was a missed opportunity to be able to take out Kiritich.
Who is, you know, keeping up there in the net worth. Of course, we know this is a hero that you can fall back and farm the jungle at a rapid rate, and even look to get involved pretty early on as well to help take towers, which is, you definitely say, probably one of the bigger weaknesses with Virtus.pro's lineup. But we do see they're looking to play around with Kiritich. You've got the stun to set up for the roll, and this should be a dead Melik. Sayush, I was going to say, maybe needs to kick him back. It's not going to matter in the end, though, so extra earn charge for him to work with. Meanwhile, mid lane, it does mean they make a play away from this power rune timing, so Melojul's going to work with a DD. Let's see if they want to try and dive Squad X, though. 1100 health they have to go through, along with the threat of the Echo Slam.
Yeah, but with that DD, it might be the difference there with Melojul being able to pick up that power rune, but they're just not feeling quite so confident. Denial right now just running pretty low on the old mana. So he's going to be forced to pop back. Has he even got boots coming out to him? I hope he does. Okay, finally able to pick up his boots 8.5 minutes in. So life has not been easy for this Lion so far, and he hasn't even been able to build up too many stacks, just the one in the hard camp. Needs to be an absolute factor for him. Shigetsu, by far, doing the best on his team in terms of farm, and you've got to keep enabling him as much as possible.
I think just importantly, like he's got that Mask of Madness now, right? So he can go back and farm the jungle. Actually want to hold that because Navi, they are actually starting to set up with a move up to top. Pretty good wall positioning from FNG. He's going to scout out Melojul. So VP will play accordingly. But so what I was trying to get to down bottom is just the fact that Shigetsu can leave this lane. Maybe it means that Lion can soak a little bit of gold and experience down bottom.
I mean, yeah, because you're not killing this Underlord, you know, especially with that DD being used, right? Maybe when the Lion hits onto level 6, you can, just to bully him out of this lane. But for now, it really feels like Natus is just going to pick up way too much farm down on this bottom side.
And should be able to get the kill onto Melody. Sayush and Squad X. They're going to be a couple names that we'll say together through the entirety of this game. Nasty's top along with the... Alright, I mean, this is about to be 5 heroes on VP. Just cut your losses. It's unfortunate that Malik is going to be fed to the wolves. Surge has already been used. And they're going to be able to chase him down as well. Squad X tries to take it. It's going to be FNG. Simultaneously, though, we got another move down bottom.
Yeah.
Shigetsu with the help of Melojul. I don't know if that was the remnants of the DD, but regardless, a big kill for them to find. And this is going to continue the incredible start that Shigetsu's had.
Melody will be able to get a nice little deny onto the shield rune, but yeah, this is the one that Squad X is like, all right, I'm getting a little bit tired of this stupid Nature's Prophet just consistently playing around me. Melojul, yeah, not wanting to put himself in harm's way too much, but seeing that the Shaker doesn't have much mana to play with.
They might be able to kill him now. As soon as he jumps back in, lucky that Malik's actually the one that TP's in just in case. Without a surge, Squad X may have considered, but the Echo Slam Tomb, this is a pre-11-minute Blink Dagger timing. Oh my lord.
And a 2-level advantage as well for Squad X on the Earthshaker. Look at the difference in net worth, man. It's 1,600. This is how dominant this sort of lane can be. And he's even got a neutral item ready to come out to him as well. So to me, probably wants to just deal with this this siege creep wave and then look to make a play elsewhere alongside some sort of smoke. We can see FNG's holding on to one right now. Earth Spirit hasn't picked up one just yet. He's actually got a Dagon queued up as well for Sayush.
Where is the play though from Squad X with this blink? Where are you trying to reveal it? Who do you want to kind of unlock their potential even more with helping their lane?
You got to open up the map, right? You know the Sven is the one having a good game right now on Na'Vi, so just take away the spaces that he's going to be able to use to farm. Ancient's camps is obviously #1 for them, especially considering they haven't had too much luck taking a lot of these towers.
Look at this ward placement.
Hanging on the right.
They know he's there though. They saw him pass underneath the Observe ward. We would have seen the courier as well, and I believe regardless,
you can
even have the blink
like,
already.
Man, do I have to, basically? Yeah.
Ooh.
That's the thing. He's just doing his best to be able to stall this out a little bit, but... Oh!
Well,
that's
okay. And it's going to be a tower. What are they getting across the map, though? A little bit late to shove out mid. And no one's farming bottom as well. So, I mean, with 4 heroes being there, maybe Notice. Yes, this could be worth it. Notice is pretty survivable. You're going to have to go through the Vanguard along with the Cloak. It's not going to be an easy, especially with Virtus.pro's positioning as FNG. He's already there to protect him. And now Squad X with a jump inside the river. Shigetsu, top of the net worth, is going to be killed off with no remorse. And they don't even have to commit too heavily. That's a really fast-paced play, though, from Virtus.pro. They instantly smoke from top to connect down to the power rune. They get there in perfect timing. And now this mid tower is going to take some damage as well.
And this is one of the downsides of just leaving the Underlord on his own for a little bit too long, right? Just the one value point in the Pit of Malice ended up making him survivable enough. And of course, Vanguard, even with that God Strength popped, it was enough to kill him the first time. But ever since then, when he had a little bit of extra survivability, just with a passive cloak, with an extra couple of levels, it just feels like it's going to be incredibly hard to be able to take out this Underlord now. And we talked about that global potential. Well, VP have some of their own.
Dude, Melojul is going to Midas queued up. So I must say, when Void Spirit was meta and very, very strong at the start of that Universal kind of shenanigans, I really thought the Midas was a great build on him, actually, because with the scaling potential, we saw it a couple times. But I am intrigued to see how much of a threat he's going to be at the later stage. And I think just importantly, though, how much is this going to hurt his early game? because without him to make plays, we've spoken. I mean, Denial has gotten nowhere closer towards his Blink Dagger, nor level 6.
Yeah.
And now Melodil going Midas means he's not going to be active as well. So Virtus.pro can pretty much do whatever they want across the map.
I was about to say, what early game for Melodil, because he just does not have much of a game at all. Plus sides, at least for Denial, he's been standing here inside of this ancient area for a good 30 seconds, just ready to be able to pick up another bunch of stacks for Shigetsu to be able to play around with. And it really feels like that's the timing that they're going to be going for, right? This early-ish Blink Dagger on the Sven. He'll have level 12 at the time. He'll give the Lion a little bit of extra farm. But the thing is, for a Void Spirit, I know all the reasons that you like the Midas, right? You want to be going and just getting a bunch of stats for that free damage since you're a universal hero, but Void Spirit actually has pretty horrible stat gain across all three, just 2.3 and 2.2 per level that you're gaining there. So it isn't actually, relative to a lot of other universal heroes, it's not that great.
Bottom lane, this smoke from VP. Shigetsu's in a pretty good position to pop it on the tree line. They'll just get Melody instead. So nonetheless, it's 5 heroes down bottom for VP. So once again, the name for Navi. Shove out mid, shove out top. Look to try and get rid of that stack as well before maybe VP consider about contesting. So Denial, I mean, we see level 7 now and, you know, a little bit of extra gold as well off the back of that. But VP have done a very good job to accumulate this 2,000 net worth lead. And they're not even going to stop just yet. They've got meta as well on Kiritich. So... and no glyph they have to worry about too, so this tower, they will need to be addressed.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mistake popping the glyph for that bottom tower, just because obviously this bottom one now, tier 2, is going to feel a lot more of that pressure. That's one of the advantages of playing a Terrorblade over a Sven, right? A Sven just as capable of a TB as winning a fight and then transitioning that into...
Ooh, oh, they got turrets! Okay. So, I mean, top lane, they're going to be able to get the Dark Seed, but bottom lane, they're also on the Terrorblade, so it will be a 1-for-1 across the map. And this was a really good read. They ping out straight away that cliff ward. We saw Navi, as soon as they saw the TPs go out to top, they instantly tried to cancel some of them, and you get the most important one out of the TB.
That was a really long TP as well. It felt like at least 5 seconds. And he was able to use that there. But what I was about to say was, with the Sven, you can win a fight and use the God Strength to be able to transition into a tower. TB doesn't need that, right? Obviously, you have the meta to be able to hit on into the towers, but you can just use your illusions for both farming and pushing capabilities, whereas the Sven, you don't feel its presence anywhere near as much on the map. Feels like... Shigetsu feels the need to reveal himself up towards the top side of the map, though. He's got the God Strength available in a couple of seconds. He's got the Blink Dagger picked up. So I wonder if the entire team will look to rally around him and make a play, but it feels so uneasy to be forced into doing this sort of thing, especially with all of VP showing off the map, or at least half of them. And, well, that Echo Slam, you know, is available once again. So what is the strategy going to be? Do they feel like they can push it to top, or are they just wanting to get more usage out of this Midas for now? Honestly a little surprised at, I mean, yes, he's been targeted by a lot of these ganks, Malik, but to be lower than the Void Spirit, who had a whole time in lane, is quite surprising to me.
And he might be ganked now as well. They're also setting up top, though, Navi onto Noticed. See if they're going to be able to catch up to him. Jump over the top. And yeah, that'll be an easy kill for them to find. Really nicely done. Melodil gets involved, so he's also able to hit level 12 now. Extra point up in the Astral Step. You also get a finger charge too, so nice movement out of Navi.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be for Melody. He's going to need to play annoying Dota right now. Like, you are the position 5, you've already died 5 times, but it's just a matter of just constantly shoving these lanes out, maybe even playing like behind tier 2 towers on the enemy side of the map, just to be able to cut waves a little bit and open up a bit more of the map for Shigetsu to be able to use to let the creeps and himself take towers. So at least they've taken tier 1 top. It's the first tower that they've been able to secure for themselves for the entire game, and it opens up a whole different avenue for them to be able to make plays. We know that Virtus.pro, they have a draft that can win a fight and can use that to push into towers, especially with these glyphs off cooldown. But if you're able to just force them back to be defending, I mean, the plus side is they've got Noticed, right? You can always just TP back on the Underlord and still be there to join the rest of the team.
I want to dive a little bit more into Melody's item build. We saw the Medallion into Solar Crest Rush. How do we feel about this Scepter, though? Because we know the Nature's Prophet has a very versatile build.
I mean, it just feels great, right? Just to be able to have that route where you don't need to rely on someone else necessarily to be able to get maximum value out of your Sprout. Of course, it's just more stuff that's going to slow down the game as well, right? Having a lower cooldown on it by 25 seconds, a little bit of extra damage coming through, and as well, it's going to get you more Midas usages. It's going to allow Darkseer to farm a little bit because regardless of how the lane went, it's still a good Darkseer game, right? He's only got the mechanism for himself right now. He's almost built up into the pipe, which is going to do a lot to be able to sustain against the Underlord and the Earth Spirit in particular. And if he's able to get up into that Blink Dagger and an Aghanim Scepter, it could be huge for Navi.
Is it huge enough for them to be confident with late game fights?
I think so, personally. Like, Earthshaker, he's still always going to be scary, and he's even got an Aghanim Scepter, by the way, on Squad X. So the crazy farm continues, but I feel like you do fall off relative to the effectiveness of the Darkseer. Like, the impact of a big vac wall into a meta TB plus the normal punch is so enormous.
See, Navi once again actually looking to try and be proactive because they do have this Blink Dagger on denial. Shigetsu as well, ready to go with his 9-second BKB charge. Their current pathing might lead them to knock on the higher gunner where Terrorblade is. We do see, though, Kiritich going to be able to reposition accordingly. Nonetheless, they'll be able to get an Observe Ward down, which could set up for an eventual fight. Melody, though, inside the river. And that's where the first point of contact's going to be. Melik, though, it's going to be a pretty huge turnaround. Shigetsu, they'll still get the Sunder, but it doesn't matter. That was all they were waiting for. The Wombo combo means Shigetsu is now looking at the Earthshaker as well. He'll be able to jump away, but one fight breaks open this game.
What a bait by Melody just to be able to put himself out there. And of course, Malik as well. We see again the impact of this Darkseer. The Wombo combo is enabled, and very worthwhile tip going over to Malik. Woo! That's what I was expecting to see. Net worth, it's ticked back over in Navi's favor. Melody just putting himself on the front line saying, hit me, guys. And you even get that big illusion that I was talking about. I mean, probably a little bit more damage than expected coming out there from the Echo Slam because of all of those Darkseer illusions, but it didn't even matter. Before that point, they'd picked up the pipe on Malik as well. So he had a lot more of that sustain for his entire team, not just the barrier, but just the passive magic resistance as well.
That was also like a split second away of also being disastrous for Navi. If Shigetsu doesn't pop BKB at the timing it did, again, it was 0.2, 0.3 seconds before the Echo came out. All of a sudden, that could have been a huge turnaround for VP. We're going to see them still use that ward they placed prior with the smoke. So it'll be kill into FNG. Let's see if he's going to be able to read those potential ward placement inside their triangle. But this buy some time, right? You're back to farming. Shigetsu now recompletes the Echo Saber, already Hyperstone now towards the AC. You've got Melik that's got 1,500 gold in the bank. You've got Melajul that's getting more usages out of his Midas. So really good past couple of minutes here from Navi.
Yep, for sure. What's the win probability looking like? Basically 50-50 off the back of one simple fight. Getting them all those levels as well. I mean, Denial was level 9 when they went for that smoke play, and he's almost level 12 as well. So it just means so much more uptime, an extra 50 seconds to be able to make plays around that Finger of Death. And it's even going to give him a little bit of survivability as well, building into the 4-staff.
Did they? Okay, never mind. Both sides got their own Wisdom Room. VP actually going to try and take a fight. They're a little bit split right now on Navi. And they have a really good lane ward further to the south as well. Navi going to go for their own smoke. Swap back Shigetsu. With the first point, they'll jump in with the Echo Slam as well. Denar's going to do his best to protect him, but they haven't killed off Shigetsu just yet. We have an opportunity to turn, secures the kill, and a dieback out of Sayush as well. He's looking to rejoin, but means they are so far away protecting Squad X, and that gives a streak over to Shigetsu, and screw going for the remaining members of VP. Roche, it looks like it's pretty free for Navi now.
Yeah, still have half duration on that God Strength, and this is the impact of the Darkseer that I was talking about. Horrible net worth to be able to start out the game, but so much impact just off the back of auras. And we even see again there the Wall of Replica coming in clutch, making sure that he made something out of the TB illusions. He doesn't kill the TB at the end of the day, but it doesn't really matter. You kill the hero in Sayush and Squad X that had huge kill streaks as well. So even more farm being given over to Shigetsu, and I think this is what we like to see out of a Sven. A big beefy boy on the front lines, 5,000 more net worth in this Terrorblade right now, and they're opening up the map too.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
even an AC coming, perfecting the rest of the team somewhat.
I wonder what the item build's going to be after that, though. If he looks to be a little bit more aggressive with his net worth lead, or if he wants to continue to play more defensive. Sometimes we do see that when you have this lead. I feel like, you know, we could be looking at not the greatest Silver's Edge game, but you know, could be nice with some crits and some burst potential. Bloodthorn could be really crazy as well. No Manta.
He's going into it. I mean, it was either that or like a Swift Blink for me. Probably still a little bit early for the Swift Blink, considering you can still just drop the phase boots and wait for one of those movement speed neutral items. But I mean, I think they've got really good trust in each other. And this is what comes from the fact that the Navi organization itself has said, you know what, you got relegated in Tour 2, we're going to stick with you. And then they went 7-0 in Div 2 in Tour 3. They dominated Nemiga in their first series, and now they're just saying, look, we know that you've got the stuff to be able to play around Malik to enable Shigetsu as much as possible.
Yeah, and they're not stopping. Look at the confidence from them. Another smoke looking to get out of the map. Shigetsu showing the lane. And maybe this will give a false sense of security for Virtus.pro, thinking they're potentially playing behind him, because Malik might eventually run into Sayush. Heritage will TPR. This would be a dieback if they do get that Earth Spirit, who's up to no good currently. He's actually, okay, he's bought the crown. Sorry, the diadem. Okay.
Diadem, yeah.
Diadem?
I think it's diadem. They know where he is. They pinged out that he's over near the Tormentor. Seeing if they can get a quick pick off here. Is Malik maybe interrupt a TP or two? Oh, it's very close to doing it. And this was Malik doing all of this without his Blink Dagger as well, just off the back of Surge. So yeah, imagine the potential if he is able to just play that little bit further behind the rest of his team. Honestly, even just with the Malady, right? The choice to go into the Solar Crest, yes, it's good for these annoying rat-style plays, but also enabling the Sven, and it enabled him to be that bait, right? All of that extra armor that it provides and the attributes for being the bait in that mid lane meant that he wasn't able to get picked off and then an instant retreat. Just an extra second or two is all you need when you've got this big wombo combo lineup.
Man, you really see how this game is completely switched around with VP now playing a little bit more of the defensive style. Just kind of huddling together, maybe using illusions to split the map.
Yeah, they have to be very careful about whether they use the glyph or not on this top side as well. I mean, you've got a siege creep here plus a Sven hitting into it, so it's going to be a lot to have to deal with.
Natus bought Ag Shard.
Okay.
I feel like your reaction was not as intrigued as mine. Dano, he bought an Ag Shard, man. When the hell is an Underlord bought this shard?
When you want to be spamming out the waves a little bit more effectively, I guess. Maybe you could just...
What they change with it? They did change something, right?
Do you put her onto the Earthshaker and then he, dives in with a dunk? Even more of that damage coming through, maybe prior to the pipe getting off? But again, Malik really should not be clumped up together with the rest of his team. He should be a good screen away, basically, especially considering he's got that Blink Dagger coming out to him. Look at the couriers coming through with a completed Force stuff, perhaps. Nope, just one component away, but a gem. They want to get a lot more of that map presence up. And the Void Spirit's just finished up his Aghanim Scepter as well. So things looking real good for Navi right now. Even though the net worth hasn't exactly grown, they've just got so much more map to be able to play with off the back of this first Aegis.
Who do we feel like needs to be the targets here for Virtus.pro? And in particular, let's be, the Earthshaker and the Earth Spirit. They're going to be the first ones that can, jump in and get in the face of Navi. Who are they looking to try and minimize the effectiveness of inside these engagements?
Darksea at 10,000%. So whenever they're going to be able to go for a smoke, you kind of need to read Navi a little bit, right? Are they going to be able to just see Shigetsu hitting into a tower or them walking up a lane? You can't just smoke into the front lines. You have to go for a full-on wraparound, try and find that squishier backline, because Darkseer can still be relatively squish if he isn't able to get his auras off. You can't give him even a second's amount of peace to be able to have that turnaround potential. And
is he going to go for this?
He's got the Gossamer Cape as well.
Ooh, Melody. Okay.
I mean, Gossamer Cape to be able to prevent an Earthshaker slamming you with a, 4-point enchant totem, which has the potential to crit you soon, considering he's going for the Crystallis. is going to be enormous. Just a 4-second cooldown as well, an enchant totem, 5-second cooldown. So really feels like the perfect neutral item for Malik to have.
The Wisdom Rune picked up as well. So Melody will get this one instead of sniping VPs. He's going to be level 18 now. Even got Daedalus on Shigetsu.
Oof.
So let's see what the call is going to be. Current ward setup, probably say favoring Dire a little bit. A lot more vision centralized around the map. So that's going to be important for VP to take a fight around these areas.
I really don't think that VP wants to be fighting, Navi wants to be fighting around mid though. They're only putting Melody there in the mid lane. No one else has ventured in this sort of range for the last little bit. And there's no objectives for them to be able to take either. So to me, this feels like Navi looking to try and find a pick off around the sides of the map where they're more likely to be farming because, I mean, middle is just no man's land with no towers to play with. And then it's eventually going to be waiting for that Roshan to come up. They did not see noticed, although their smoke popped. Kept running forward. They're going on a hunt, but that nighttime man just gave them not enough vision. Malik might find him, but I don't know if you could stick on the front lines like that. We'll be forced to back up.
That hasn't been the recipe of success, right? Malik, the one starting. He's been kind of counter-initiating as this Darkseer when VP get grouped up. So that's going to be up to the Lion. That's going to be, I mean, the Void Spirit and even the Sven as well can definitely fulfill that role. So...
They've just been baited one too many times on Virtus.pro, right? Like they can't afford to just go onto Melody. Maybe they can afford to go in onto Shigetsu, right? If they're able to 100 to 0 him, but he's so tanky, right? You're a strength hero. You've got the Warcry. If you're able to pop that, you've got plenty of armor, and even just the Titan Sliver for a little bit of that magic and status resistance to be able to play around with. But if you can 100 to 0 the Sven, then you could land the perfect, Vac wall. If Sven's not doing anything during that period, it doesn't really matter. He is still the huge majority of your damage.
Seeing the new Lion Mana Drain. Yeah, give him the Zark.
Not even maxed out yet. Just looking.
Game's kind of slowed down,
man. They're just looking to try and get rid of a lot of this vision that they've got to be able to play around with. Now, buybacks start to come into the equation as well. You can see that there's 5 all across the board. Lion very close to being able to pick up his, but he might be tempted to just go buy out for that 4 staff as well. Just wanting to keep it, praying for a super quick Roche respawn is Na'Vi, and it's going to be quick-ish, just the 30 seconds. So it's a matter of how much of map control is VP going to be able to get, because you've got a double creep wave up top, including a couple of TB illusions and a siege creep that's going to be hitting into your tower, making a lot of these movements a little bit more obvious. Of course, you do have Noticed hanging close by to Kiritich, so you've got that aura potential, you've got that Fiend's Gate potential if you really were wanting to move down towards the bottom side, but nothing that's going to give you information about whether Roshan is actually up or not.
And you'd really hope it to be a little bit longer, though, for VP. You're 280 gold away from a Daedalus on Kiritich, which could be that extra damage they need to go through the AC along with the Warcry armor. But it will mean he won't...
On a 40-second cooldown, maybe you get 2 off in a fight.
But, I mean, they did scan the pit. Of course, they don't have confirmation whether Roche is going on or not, but they do know at least Navi are here.
I mean,
it looks like they don't even want to try.
Yeah. The Fiend's Gate.
Do you agree?
I don't think that they should. Like, you don't want to fight this this Navi roster inside of an enclosed area like the pit. We've seen twice now and how effective that's going to be. Yes, you're playing with an Earthshaker, but it's a one and done sort of thing. Everything has to be perfect from Squad X if you're going to look to take that sort of engagement. I think they would much rather just have, level 20 on Squad X, have him build into the Silver Edge, have all of that extra crit and that surprise factor enabled. Once again, of course, it's the Sven that gets the Aegis of the Immortals, so now he certainly falls down heavily in terms of that target prioritization, and you need to look to give it over towards the Darkseer. That's the main focus for them still.
I'm still so surprised that Malik's net worth is as low as what it is. I guess this is maybe tends to happen when you have this Nature's Prophet support, where you're going to try and funnel a little bit more farm into him, but yeah, he's done a lot with the net worth that he's been given, so I'm sure we'll see that continue. But when do we feel like Virtus.pro, I mean, like you said, they can't take that fight around the Roche pit because the close proximity area. Can they still even take fights in general, even into the Aegis, if it's an open spaced area? And if not, when can they?
I mean, the downside for me is that you are pretty heavily cooldown reliant, right? Like an Earthshaker, I suppose, is able to do stuff without the Echo Slam, just with the Enchant Totem and the Aghanim Scepter. But TP without meta does not contest into this Sven at all, and that's my main concern for them. Even even the Sven without the God Strength feels like a scary enough prospect that you do need to respect it. So it feels to me like they just want to try and wait out this Aegis timing, get a little bit more farm for themselves because, you know, again, for all the map control that they're getting, the net worth is not really changing. Virtus.pro are keeping up with it. They're getting into some of these next value items. We can see the Silver Edge now picked up by Squad X, working into what looks like a Halberd for Underlord. He's picked up even more defensive items, so he's never going to be burst down at the start of a lot of these fights. Almost the Hurricane Pike as well for TB. He's got his level 18, so they're getting these little objectives going in their favor. And it really just is this tense moment that happens in these high-stress, high-value situations.
Maybe this could be the smoke to break it open. Now they're going to sweep across the map. They'll see Sayush trying to clear out this top wave.
Like the TB
and he's
being so annoying in the mid lane.
I mean, he just rolls back into them, so it'll be a free kill. God Strength is used, but nonetheless, this is going to give VP a nice little beacon of where Navi is. That's your dieback death timer as well to keep in mind. So 70 seconds without him. I mean, well, FNG might die to the Tormentor, not to be. So Kiritich has a Demon Zeal now to work with.
I'm also just going to be keeping an eye out on Melody as well in a lot of these fights. You know, if they are looking to go in and if he's got the Spidey sense to be able to think there's an Earthshaker around that might be able to make this huge Blink Echo combination happen, he's got the Aghanim Shard for himself on Nature's Prophet, the Curse of the Old Growth. So providing a little bit of that damage over time to disable a Blink Dagger coming through from Squad X would be enormous. Yes, he's still got the Enchant Totem Aghanim Scepter to be able to, you know, close the gap, but to deny him away that double form of initiation would be huge. He's even doing so much damage on his own. He's got an Enchanted Quiver, Aghanim Scepter, Solar Crest, Crimson Guard as well for Melody.
Yeah. He's gone Dagon too. I mean, I definitely understand his choice of Dagon up against the Terrorblade. You got that along with the line to kind of deal with the illusions. So still the Earth Spirit one is very interesting for me.
Wall illusions, I'm guessing? Or even just for a little bit of spell lifesteal?
Yep, sure. What do we spoke earlier about kind of who the priority needs to be for Virtus.pro. You mentioned the Darkseer inside the fights. What about Squad X now in particular? Because he has the potential to like one-hit someone. Do you feel like Lion needs to be taken out in particular for the Earthshaker and then everyone else can try and get on the Darkseer? Or is it still the same for Squad X? It's just Malik, it does not matter. He's got to go.
I still think Malik's got to go, and I'm a little bit worried if Malik keeps this Vindicator's Axe in his inventory instead of the Gossamer Cape. I know it seems crazy that a tier 2 item is this good for this game, but it really is. I was just watching Squad X hitting some Ancients, and he was critting for 1900, and that's how much health Malik has. Yes, he's got a Plate Mail and a Greaves to be able to play around with. It's a little bit of armor, but you only get the Vindicator's Axe armor if you're actually stunned up, and you know, if he's able to blink in with an Enchant Totem and just right-click you before you're able to react, then really, you don't get any value out of that Vindicator's Axe. You might just die to start off this engagement.
Okay, it's fine. So one thing we haven't
on the Aegis.
This game's continuing to get drawn out. It seems like honestly both sides are like, all right, we're kind of fine with this position, and we'll see. We do know that like this Terrorblade late game can be an absolute menace. It's just a big question: can everyone else scale along with him at the moment? And that's really something that we need to look at. Maybe this Nullifier and Notice could be an interesting factor in these upcoming fights. He's about 500 gold away from completing it.
Seems to me like they're about to go for a smoke, though. That's a cheeky little play. They use the Firestorm onto a TB illusion just to keep the lane pushed out without actually giving any sort of heroes away. So they're just keeping the lanes pushed away. They want to put, they're even doing it onto the mid creep wave right now to be able to do that similar sort of thing. So it feels to me like once this wave is dealt with, it's time to go for a smoke. They don't have the Aegis to be able to play around with anymore. We've got to try and find someone on the backlines to be able to initiate onto. But you need the whole team there to be able to do it.
It's coming. I can feel it, Danok. It's coming. Double ward set up around their triangle. They're gonna haul up here. You know, this will eventually be a fight And now with a DD as well. Do you give that to the Earthshaker? Do you give that to the Terrorblade?
I would give it to Shaker personally. Maybe they're even going to use it as bait. See if Melojul looks to check in that general sort of region.
Oh, they're coming. Wait, hang on. Denial? An aggressive start. Should be a 1-for-1 as well from multiple people. 2 fights breaking out simultaneously. The walls are already being used. Meanwhile, down to the south with the double damage room, though, Terrorblade is getting kited for the moment. Double buyback out of Virtus.pro. A very messy start to the fight. But Navi did commit relatively heavily as well. They're going to reinitiate and die back out of FNG, but they're taking a fight into Kiritich's domain, as he's going to feel super strong playing on this left side where he has this ward set up. And in the end, it's going to be, what, a 1-for-2, 1-for-3, I guess, with the dieback out of the Venge and the buyback as well from Sayush. But you get the Void Spirit kill.
You get the Void Spirit kill, but man, even Kiritich was just kept in place for so long with that root coming through from the Nature's Prophet ultimate, right? He didn't want to pop the BKB that early on, and now he's even got a Spell Prism to be able to play around with as well on Melody. They get even more objectives going in their favor. Sven, I don't even believe has... No, he bought the Ag Shard just prior, so now Malik has a little bit of that way to be able to push out some of these lanes if you're just surging creeps or surging yourself. A little surprised, to be honest, that Denial hasn't poured up a shard for himself. Gone up against the TB. Nice way to be able to instantly remove a lot of those illusions.
What do we think that tip's for?
Maybe some joke, he said.
Melody? Is he going to get 2 hit? Something like it. Couple of big crits. Are they not going to kill him? Okay, he should tick out, maybe, unless he gets back in time.
Oh my god.
Are you serious? Guys.
Are you crazy?
Unnoticed.
Has to be a little careful here. And
Shigetsu. He's going to jump on over the top, and with a finger Denial and Shigetsu. They just blow up, notice this Underlord. This is supposed to be take a hero. You've gone for a bunch of auras, but with just these 2 heroes, they're able to clean him up.
Yeah, Nullifier really not providing him too much help there, and well, he is going to be on the deck for the next minute or so, and even another dieback being secured by Melojul, so they're starting to crumble here on Virtus.pro. I understand him walking up into that sort of area. That's where they had the control previously towards the end of that team fight, but sometimes it just comes down to luck. They were just there right at that point. They got the Observer Ward killed, and they placed their own, but you are a big part of what makes the high ground defense pretty substantial for Virtus.pro, and to not have that Underlord is a really big deal. Especially now as well that the Sven is...
Oh, Squad X! A big Echo Slam. It's not going to be enough to get the kill onto the Sven. Gems on the deck as well. Malik will find it. I mean, that's Echo down, BKB down as well. I guess it probably shoves them out of the base. Do they still want to go for the push on Navi? God Strength up in 10.
Maybe. I mean, level 20 on the TB, so he's got a little bit of extra of that Conjure Image duration. He only used the Demon Zeal, not the Metamorphosis, to be able to keep things shoved out. So I think that's what they're going to be conscious of here on Navi. Any good Aghanims? I mean, if the Darkseer can be given a free Aghanim Scepter off of the next Aegis, that would be pretty vital for them to be able to take these chances. It was a basically full duration Roshan respawn time of those, so that's what Virtus.pro are afraid of.
The gem doesn't work anymore, does it? In Roche, sorry.
No.
The gem in Roche doesn't work anymore, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there's a gem there. No Lion at the moment. If a fight breaks out, they'll have the numbers advantage for a couple of seconds. They're going to be quick, though. Melojul's not here as well. He's going to start to TP to the team. They'll see the illusion popping with the smoke. Malik would be huge if they can get him first. Oh, Denial just might be an easy kill with him tipping into the outpost. Is he going to commit to it or not? He will. Force staff over to the right side. Squad X, quick crit. They get the kill. Shigetsu now, all eyes on what this Sven's going to be able to do. He's going to try and drag back Kiritich. They want to split away, though. Navi feeling a little bit hesitant, especially with their supports being isolated. They weren't playing behind the carries. Malik, though, sees an opportunity to jump in, but quick reactions out of the force staff gets Kiritich some distance away. Squad X going to try and get the opening. Sven's falling low, dude. Look at the damage. All right, maybe this is the fight that Virtus.pro have been waiting for, as they can now dealing with the remaining components. Kiritich, no Sunder, and it will matter in the end as Melojul up against the world, turns to the Earth Spirit as well, and now they're going to try and chase up the Squad X. Not going to get the stun. What? just missing, almost catching him inside the tree line. And in the end, a crazy, crazy fight. But who really come out on top?
I don't know, man, but I got to give big props over to Sayush. She spent so much time kiting around the Void Spirit in that fight that we didn't really feel the impact of Mellow Even though Mellow was really on point, he used the Astral Step with the BKB to be able to stand and block the Rolling Boulder away. It was a lot of damage, and there was so much of that fight where the lack of anyone holding the gem was really influential, because I saw Earthshaker and Void Spirit standing next to each other underneath their silver edges for the longest time, and neither just knew that each other were there. It's crazy stuff.
Speaking of the Void,
this sort of thing, yeah.
He's going to double jump over. Man, his damage is... we saw him have a really rough start to the lane, and you can't blame him versus the Earthshaker, but he's 3,000 gold behind him, 5-1 and 9 is Mojo. Let's take a look at that fight back, because that was crazy.
I'm just watching on this bottom side here with Sayush. You know, he's really kiting around Mellow for so much time in this fight, and he gets away. You know, it really does enable you to make this jump in onto the Sven. The fact that you just didn't have to worry about this Void Spirit. He was keeping him away for such a long time. And this is what I was talking about, the double invis next to each other, and no one sees it. So they're able to make that jump in. There's not the Void Spirit right there. It still ends up working out okay for VP in the end, but I really feel like that was Navi's fight to win if they just had a good start.
That might give VP some ideas on how they can take these upcoming fights. So we just saw like an Echo Slam along with a nice crit from the Earthshaker and the Terrorblade illusions was enough to get the kill on the Sven. So maybe not trying to wait for a big Echo. He could just jump in, use that on the Sven and try and fully commit, because you don't have any saving supports on Navi. So we'll see if that could be a bit of a game plan from Virtus.pro from what we saw in that previous fight. But importantly, though, third Roche will go the way of Navi for free. You've got that Aghanim Scepter on Melik, so with a normal punch and cheese in the backpack. And Shigetsu, he's going to be given over the ages once again for the Sven.
I told you I was rubbing my hands together, man, at the potential for this series. You know, teams are very good across the board. These are two that I'm expecting to be in the top 3 at an absolute minimum, and one of them is going to be able to make it there after this series. And now you've even got that normal punch to have to deal with as well. So, I mean, neither would really know the situation with what happened with the Invises there previously. Who's holding onto the gem right now? It's Denial. He doesn't really want to be on the front lines, because if you are, you're just getting burst 100-0 by this Earthshaker still. Well, honestly, a little surprised at how little defensive items he has. Like, yes, you could put yourself way on the back lines with, you know, a Blink Dagger and a Force Staff. He's eventually going into an Aeon Disc for himself, but even just the Telescope doesn't feel that great, you know? You can just get one shot by this Shaker still.
They are a little bit split.
One Shaker.
No Void Spirit, nor Darkseer. VP was starting to come out the base. Maybe they're going to be able to reclaim this triangle, at least at the bare minimum. This 25 talent's going to be pretty big on this Terrorblade. Is very far behind in regards to the experience. Well, Squad X, he ran into Melody. That's just a free kill to be able to start. Oh, he has to Echo for it. 70-second cooldown with the Octarine and Spell Prison, but nonetheless, it is Echo now down.
I really feel like Shigetsu feels enabled by that.
What? Who rolled in? Sayush! They just rolled in, and Melik now, again, they're going to be able to get the Terrorblade illusions. Can they look to use it to their advantage?
Good swap.
A nice reset out of Virtus.pro. FNG, though, puts himself in harm's way. Meanwhile, wait, how'd Shigetsu get there?
Yeah,
all right. Aegis now, they should be able to deal with the first life. Beautiful timing out of the Hex. It's going to buy some time for Shigetsu, but he used everything. No BKB, no God Strength, meanwhile Kiritich, he's still got the meta to go. This needs to be an all-out retreat from Navi, but can they cut their losses? Looks like it will be. Melodule ducks into the trees. They will scan. They know someone's still here. Maybe they even catch up to Shigetsu as well.
Just see the importance of being able to blow someone up. Sayush, I'm not sure what he was doing right in the middle of that team fight, but FNG saved that for them, getting the reduced damage, of course, onto himself when he went into harm's way, putting himself as the main focus target, and completely isolating Shigetsu away from the rest of the team. That allowed Kiritich to be able to pop meta when he knew it was
Shigetsu
for his team.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Dude, I was looking elsewhere. I didn't even see. I saw the Venge swap, but I thought he swapped a teammate or something. I didn't see he swap Sven in there. I'm like, hey, how should she get down to the low ground? And
how are they going to
VP now? Yeah, I mean, they're going to knock on the high ground. This is the advantage of Diorite compared to Radiant. Your high ground siege is far superior.
And you have the Echo Slam back available for Squad X. Uses the Enchant Totem, puts it off cooldown, walking around inside that Silver Edge for anyone that moves on forward, and you do not want to have to buy back on this Darkseer. You have to just give up this 1 lane of racks minimum.
If they show, Squad X is always ready, pump faking the fissures. Is he?
It's okay.
Squad X might run into Melodule. Okay, we're going to back out. Malik's up in a second. I'll play this one safe. So it's without a doubt. Holy crap, dude. VP, the ones that strike first in regards to getting a barracks.
Still down, by the way, in net worth by 4K. Just standard Dota stuff. But I mean, the bigger thing as well for mine was that they used the second glyph there. So if another fight goes well for them, you won't have any glyph remaining. You know, that is it if the game ends in the next 4 minutes for Virtus.pro. So for me, it really just feels like Kiritich, he wants to get up onto that level 25. He's incredibly close. He's actually got it right now as well. So a little bit more capability to be able to spam out his spells, whether it be the Sunder or the Metamorphosis. He's gone for the Sunder cooldown. Okay, so he wants to stand in the middle, man fight up against the Sven a whole lot more. And I mean, something like a Terror Wave with his Aghanim Scepter, Aghanim's Blessing that he's about to pick up would certainly enable that.
My next point was going to be like, we need to look at now as ultra late game that both the Terrorblade and Sven, they are transform heroes. If you activate meta, the call from Navi could just be, if the fight doesn't look the greatest, just reset. You wait the meta cooldown, it's super long. That is kind of the same with the Sven as well. I mean, God Strength is nowhere near as long, but it still is a bit of a window for Virtus.pro. So we've got that to look at. We've got the Scepter from the Earth Spirit. How can he use this Enchant Remnant inside some of the fights? Does he jump in, Remnant one of Navi's members and kick them away? You know, he's got a lot of potential now.
For me, it feels like this next, let's say...
Well, FNG might start with a swap.
Yep.
Onto Shigetsu with the instant Echo Slam as well. They're not going to mess around. Everything used to get the kill onto the Sven. And now Navi, do they buy back on this Sven, or do they just try and retreat? There's the buyback and there's the reinitiation. There's Melodule. It's a bit off the mark though, Kiritich. He's going to be able to reposition back to the high ground. Meanwhile, over to the left side though, Denial, great timing out of the Hex. As soon as the Earthshaker jumped into the middle, Denial was quick on the fingers. VP, now it's their turn to disengage. As notice, he'll make it away, but Shigetsu wants revenge and he'll find it. 2 swipes to the big sword, shuts down F and G. That's no venge for 80 seconds.
That's no buyback, though, for the next 7 minutes for the Sven. So I think they're going to be feeling okay once again about this. The fact that Earthshaker died, I'm a little surprised they weren't able to fully disengage there. And this is a juicy creep wave coming into this mid lane, still looking to one-hit a bunch of creeps. And I really feel like without that Earthshaker, you could still feel confident to be up here on the front lines.
Oh, dude, Melodule's a siege, why not? Daedalus Silver's Edge, giving the Soul a crest as well. Oh, noticed. Ooh, they forced the buyback.
Get the hell out of there. Squad X is going in. Ooh.
All right. That very nice. You get with that vac wall, made them a little bit panicky on Squad X. Quick on the fingers, and he had to buy back unnecessarily. But hang on, aggressive twin gate. Shigetsu, dude, he pulled back! Shigetsu caught out of the river, what can they do to protect him? He's got the BKB forced off, gets some separation. Can they continue to keep him alive as Virtus.pro gonna try and go on this opportunity, but Malik with the turnaround in trouble. Squad X jumps over the top. He's gonna be okay for the moment. Now it's up to Kiritich. Into the middle they go with the Demon Zeal. Kiritich is tearing them apart. Crits are raining down. They're gonna get Melody as well. Fissures there. Shigetsu wants to jump back in. He'll assassinate the Earthshaker. That's a dieback for him, and Shigetsu will live to tell the tale.
Oh, what a clutch decision. He buys the refresher as he's forced back there, as he's able to get away as a result of the rest of the team. That dieback is not going to come into the equation, although he didn't have to pop the God Strength for it. Just the BKB, though, which still feels pretty scary going up against Natus here. He tried to go for the Your Scepter as he was BKB TPing away, maybe not realizing that, you know, it was already just freshly popped. So multiple buybacks coming through. Another 50-plus minute epic between these two teams.
What did you say their last series was again? 70, 50, and 40-minute games?
Yeah, 72, 56, and 46. So, pretty standard for these two.
Apparently so. Roshan up in 5 seconds. Looks like VP this time are going to be the ones to get it. Maybe though, Radiant, they're pinging it out. And they're actually going to look to try and take the fight. We'll have a 4-on-4. Malik will be up in 25.
He's already bought the Agoniv's Blessing for himself on the TV. It's coming out to him on the courier now.
Wait, the Terra FNG. This Roche is not going down fast enough.
He just wants to save it in case they do initiate. He needs that minus damage there, and he's got to put himself on the front lines as well.
He's got the any gems?
Nope, no
gems.
Pops the smoke.
Where are they?
You would love FNG to be able to get this out.
Melody's got it. Dude, Roche is falling. Someone needs to scout. Really nicely done from FNG, just buying valuable seconds. Melody's going to jump down to the south, outside the pit. And they're just looking to try and TP out. Kiritich off the back of the BKB, but meanwhile, everyone else doesn't make it. Again, Malik, these vacuum into Sven cleaves. I mean, we've seen it so many years back in Dota. We've seen this combo. It's a beautiful one out of that. Great to watch as a viewer, and must be great to play as well when you're able to get the conjunction together with these two heroes.
Even going to be able to clear out a career there as well. FNG once again is positioning on the front lines. No gem, forces some weird blinks around. They even have a little bit of vision to be able to get this double stun off, just to lay things further so that they're able to secure that for themselves. Melojul ends up jumping in towards the end of it, but like you said, you just see the impact of this Sven looking to come through here, and bang, burst down, 100-0, nothing they could do about it. And it's not even like it's just the Sven. It's gotten to the point now that Melojul, despite having a horrible start to the game, he's third on net worth, he's got a rapier picked up as well for himself. So if you land another good vacuum, he's going to burst through targets on his own without the Sven.
We got another rapier queued up as well. This one's going to be on Squad X, but he is very far away. But we might have a little bit of peace in this game. Enough peace to be able to pick up 5 bounties across the map, apparently, for Navi. Definitely need to do a buyback check, though. True, tier 5s in 5 minutes we can look at, but just the Void Spirit, Darkseid with buybacks on Radiant for Diet. You got the Terrorblade, Underlord, and the Earth Spirit as well. This game's probably going to slow down a little bit, and with that being said, are there any tier 5s that we can maybe get hopeful for that could be a really big factor once we get to 60 minutes?
Oh, I mean, feels pretty great to be able to get Ex Machina on a lot of these heroes that, you know, play around those BKBs quite heavily, to be able to get a... well, no one has a Hex right now, actually. Maybe the Satanic on the Terrorblade would be quite nice to have a second usage out of. Of course, Giant's Ring on an Earthshaker, who's already going to be in the middle of things, is always going to be quite great. He's got a huge amount of strength as well on Squad X, so even just walking around on top of targets is going to deal with them quite effectively. And honestly, Mirror Shield as well. Like, a lot of the times it's Denial going in for that initial jump that's going to be able to be that difference. Imagine a Fallen Sky too. Even a Book of the Dead. Man, there's so many good items. You can't restrict me to one.
There are so many. Luckily enough, we're probably going to have multiple of different ones for everyone.
It's actually the first time that I've seen the line with the cone Earth Spike as well.
Same. I'm also looking at the potential 25 talents that he's going to be able to work with pretty shortly.
AoE Hex. How do you play against that?
Do they drop a ward on the higher gun? Look for the swap back instantly. What's the play? Sayusha's got one. Melojul's huge. And then we go swap back. Instant BKB though. Squad X was a little bit too late. They're jumping on forward. Malik only gets a vacuum on one. They'll lose FNG without a doubt. He still has the illusions, of course, to play with. They're going to be able to deal with that straight away, though. So this will now be a guaranteed 4v5. It looks like VP want nothing to do with it.
Whew, that's the sort of time where you're very happy that Melojul did not have his hands off the keyboard, you know, scratching his nose or something like that. He instantly pops the BKB as soon as he gets caught out there. And, well, lucky for him, because that would have been a rapier on the deck. He did have the buyback, but it would have seriously swung this game in favor of VP once again. It's so crazy that 57 minutes in, win probability is basically 50-50.
Yeah, yeah, that's good enough to be 53-47. Apparently, we have a very even game. It's a game, though, like with one team fight victory, it could end incredibly fast.
It's going to come down to those buybacks, and really feels like that's what a lot of these players are just saving for. You know, the next item doesn't... It pales in comparison to just having that second life. And you're essentially getting to the point where you you want them to come into your base. It's such a weird thing to say, right? Like, we want the enemy team in our base because we've got this this Enchant Remnant kickback underneath a tier 4 tower. We've got the swap potential underneath a tier 4 tower. We've got an Echo Slam into a bottleneck, and we know what Navi are capable of as well with that vacuum. Both teams, very similar style of drafts for the late game. Might even just be get the lanes in a decent enough position to be able to quickly take a lot of those Ancients. When it gets to the 60-minute mark, they drop neutral items at a little bit of a faster pace than the regular creeps. Do you even buy Midases now just so that you can guarantee that they come out as soon as it gets to 60?
I guess I'm looking at the Terrorblade then and what the potential is for him. Is he buying a Butterfly?
Yep.
Okay, so this... Wow, well, I mean, what do you... Keep him Pike in the backpack. Okay, so this is a very good item versus Sven, who a bit of an awkward NKB builder, especially at this stage of the game. I mean, I guess you have the phase boots that you can still get rid of. Let's see what Shigetsu wants to do. I mean, of course, he needs the whole buyback as well. He won't be able to get the full MKB. Looking for another swap, though, from FNG.
Aegis just expired. He's got the AoE Hex as well on Denial, and they placed down a Sentry Ward prior this time around. So they're not going to get any surprise Observe Wards catching them off guard, and they're actually going to go for a smoke of their own. They know that this is the sort of period we know that Virtus.pro aren't holed up inside of their base. So this is the time for us to be able to leave and potentially make something happen. Just 30 seconds away from those tier 5s, man. Is someone going to get caught out looking to bait for them? Kirit is playing up on the high ground. Just giving.
Yeah, if a fight happens right now, Blink's on cooldown, and they're going to get the... Oh my lord, dude. That is way too close.
I don't know if you fight for this high ground, if you don't already have vision up there. There isn't too much for them to be able to play around with on this top side. Much harder for them to get buybacks and reintroduce themselves to the rest of the team if you're Virtus.pro. Navi's base is right there. Do you just go up north and get some of these neutrals? I would.
What was it, DD?
It's far enough away, though. Ancients on the left.
Notices?
No one's taking them. Get the neutral
no one cares.
Bed, please.
No one's even checking the rune.
Maybe Melody could do it. Come on, man. Not the lane creeps.
Ah, yeah, he's going for it. Now someone gives him the call. No one is still hitting. Actually, sorry, someone just took the Ancients. Marking on. There we go. Kiritage gets her.
Mirror
Double
Shield
Satanic.
Pretty good.
Will be KP. Yep, Mirror Shield as well.
Not for the Sven, actually. For Virtus,
yeah.
It's good. We'd love to see what his other options would have been. Maybe that was the best one.
Without a doubt, you have to say the advantage of having this Nature's Prophet Kiritage. Pretty good fissure, though. Gonna buy in some time, even a Terror Wave used just in case to help reposition.
There's that value of the day.
Can they force...
They instantly got rid of the illusion that was made by it. DD as well, Squad X, he's pinging it out. I feel like he needs to be the one that just one-hits people. No Aeon Discs yet on Navi. Of course, against the Nullifier from the Underlord, it is a scary prospect. But you even got a Wind Waker now with how late this game has gone unnoticed. So if he's able to get in there and be able to save away from like a Vac Wall or a Sven just hitting in, that could be enormous.
I mean, this is the...
Sven. Pirate more money. It's Denial that picks it up, so you're not going to be right-clicking all that much, my man.
Yeah, I wonder what he wants with the gold then, potentially. Like, what does he feel like could be that item? You go Hex, you go Scepter.
Right now is the Void Spirit. He's 2,000 away.
Oh, Melody?
Getting him slightly close to that.
Ah, nice. Long-range roll from Sayush. Melody's going to BKB. Oh. Is he going to... Are they coming down on Navi?
It's bait. It feels like it's bait to me. He's level 25, so he could just come right back on in. He wanted to stick
They lost their high ground advantage.
Yep.
And FNG's inside the lane as well. They're going to try and hunt.
Storm.
Shigetsu, does he want to jump onto the Venge though? Of course, he's got the illusion instantly afterwards. Shigetsu's going to deal with it straight away as well. Meanwhile, down to the south, Melik tries to get the combo out, but they don't get the Terrorblade illusion at the moment. Still, Melidul is going to jump. It's all the emphasis put onto the Earthstrike and Virtus.pro. It's not the fight they were looking for. It's Navi again. All signs of life from them. The spell casting is perfect. They barely break a sweat as VP crumble by the bottom outpost.
They do, and it's all Melody for mine, man. He TP'd as a position 5 up onto that high ground there, just revealing everything, forcing them to go in onto him, and a lot of that distraction is like, what the hell was this guy doing? It allows them to get that isolation. You see how quickly you're able to take out the Vengeful Spirit as well, and even having the Mirror Shield there on the Sven meant that that Magic Missile did absolutely nothing. So really nice play coming out from the position 5, baiting them into a spot that wasn't comfortable to be fighting in. And you might even be able to force out a buyback on one of the 2 highest damage heroes in the entire game in the TB and the Earthshaker. Roshan is always the question, but I feel like high ground feels so much juicier at this point. Level 30 on Sven as well. Oh, this is
how much can they take?
They're just standing inside of the Aether Remnant path as well, just in case there is someone that wants to roll on in, or if there was an Earthshaker buyback, just stand inside that. He won't be able to get the combo off unless he BKBs preemptively.
Oh, nice timing out of the blink. They still get the roll in, but it's a roll straight to his death. Squad X is going to try and do whatever he can with the turn of the Echo Slam, but no one else is there. Kiritич's buyback will be out now, but where are the stuns to stop Navi from retreating? Melody's going to TP out in their face. Oh, Virtus.pro, not like this. Multiple buybacks, and they don't even get a kill.
Nothing. They get absolutely nothing. Melody is playing out of his mind. The best 10 death game I've ever seen. All right, maybe not.
That is, I love how you say that. And he TPs into 3.
See, it was the best 10 death game, but 11 deaths, worst game I've ever seen in my life.
All right, Roche is up. They'll get it.
It's going to move in about 15 seconds. I feel like they wanted to go top. They want another use out of the meta. They want another use out of all of Shaker's cooldowns, and it feels like that's what they're preparing for. Even just for the first time, being able to fight Roshan on their side of the map feels like such a key tool. Although they know that Kiritич is back here inside the base because of this Observer Ward that's still yet to be dewarded.
And let's see F and G2. What can they do with this information though on Navi? Let me continue to swing to top. I mean, if you don't want to give this up, you could buy back on the Nature's Prophet.
Could be the worst 12th death game of all time.
One fight is all you need now. Terrorblade buyback, Earthshaker buyback, Underlord, I mean, and the Earth Spirit. You have 4 buybacks on cooldown. F&G doesn't have the gold. Again, like we spoke about, Terrorblade being some transform hero. Where Aegis is not the best.
I feel like you give it to Shaker, for sure. I mean, it's gotten to the point where TB is just giga farmed. He's also going to get eventually level 29 for plus 10 all stats. He's got Ex Machina, plenty of armor on that as well. You've got the Satanic, and yeah, Squad X, he was the one that bought out, and he's the one jumping in and forcing a lot of these spells in onto him to be able to start out a lot of these team fights.
And I think he needs to continue doing that and not looking for big Echo Slams.
Yeah.
It should pretty much be a guaranteed kill on, like, if he jumps the Lion or the Darkseer.
FG, the rat play in the mid lane, Book of the Dead. Who said it's a terrible item? MLP, you don't know what you're talking about. I thought we had all T5s. 6 minutes past the... Great one.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Just keep going back and forth between the Ninja Gear and the Fallen Sky.
Do you just actually avoid every single fight for VP? Like, does this Aegis just give you 5 minutes for buybacks to come out? Surely it does, right? How can you... This is not a big enough advantage for you to feel confident with fighting now.
Yeah, but even when it expires, they'll still have a minute left on the buyback of both the Shaker and the TB. So it really does open up a window for Navi to potentially say, you know what, we got this. And I mean, they were pretty comprehensively winning those previous fights, and finally you are going to get into that MKB for the Sven as well. So even those butterflies aren't going to be able to do all that much for him. What did he drop though? That's the question. Guess refresher in the backpack. Oh, there we go.
I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft. I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
That's a good response from FNG, I must say.
Yeah. We finally get a break in this game, though. It's been 67 minutes of just non-stop action from start to finish, about a kill a minute so far. And, I mean, there's been some really solid plays coming through. Oh, I hope everything's okay. That would be a shame if something outside of Dota was able to influence this one.
I mean, Shigetsu's laughing. I don't know. I think they're okay. Hopefully I don't. But Shigetsu was
really
chuckling.
bad gas or something.
Yeah. Can you
Smells
can't
like
get
it's
up?
dying.
Can you? What? Sorry.
You heard me. All right. If you had to pick an MVP of this game so far, who would you do it to?
Probably Shigetsu, I think. I think Shigetsu. I feel like his read inside some of the fights is on who he needs to kill has been really on point. Like he's not messing around with killing the Venge. You think like you don't want to commit too heavily because the illusion, but he's just two-hitting the illusion afterwards as well. I'm sure I mean, there's an argument that some of the earlier team fights, if it wasn't for Malik, you'd never be in this position. Because we got to keep in mind, VP, they had the lead for, like for the 10 to 15 minutes. They had a pretty sizable lead as well. I even think, of course, there can be an argument for Melodule with losing his lane and the amount of impact that he's had on the Void Spirit. He's got one death, dude. So,
so screw Denial of Melody is what you're saying.
Well, yeah. Yeah,
and all
I think Melody's...
None of...
Well, we haven't got there yet. We're just speaking about Navi. Come on, we haven't got there yet. You can say your Navi ones, then we can get to the VP ones.
I mean, for mine, it's Shigetsu or Melody, personally. I really feel like Shigetsu, just some of his little decisions, the fact that he was able to get such a big net worth lead to be able to start the game off, like you mentioned, his target prioritization, and even the small things like that refresher or purchase mid-fight after he'd bought back, that's the thing that really swung me in his favor again.
I for VP.
It's been a big part of them winning a lot of these fights with his swaps. He's been the first target being focused every single time, man. What could you do as Avenger? At least he's got the A on disc now to be able to play around with. And remember, he rat
such a sim
mid-racks, dude.
What did he get? The rage barracks? Really cool. Well done. MVP performance, FNG. That's incredible stuff. He's got 14 deaths and had like one really good swap play.
What do you expect?
Yeah, this dude doesn't deserve MVP. That's... Come on now.
What a...
who does though? But we'll see. Maybe maybe FNG makes some incredible swap back in a fissure play on a high ground defense.
Remnant into kickback onto tier 4 tower, into swap into Fountain. You never know.
All right. Which we haven't even seen that Remnant come into play as Navi smoking outside the base with the Aegis still in hands for another minute 40, but of course the buyback time is the valuable thing right now. Squad X thinking about jumping. Very difficult though. Taking a fight outside the base. Super scary, and I really think VP, they're just, you can, even if there's an opportunity to go, you just can't take the bait. You need to wait out these buybacks.
And Melody is just TPing around, but I really feel like he can look to influence some of the side lanes a little bit more. You know they're stuck inside the base. I suppose you can use Fiend's Gate to be able to get out there and kill him, but if you do that, then it gives them like a 5-second or so window to be able to, put the lanes into a much riskier spot. You'd see there, all it takes is Shigetsu is one crit to be able to cleave down an entire wave, even a wave of super creeps. And he's going to make this move, but it might be a little bit too late. Again, he's walking around on his own on the top side, and that's where FNG ends up seeing him.
All right, well.
EKB.
By Melody.
He can't. He'll swap.
No way, dude. How is he still alive? Swap. Someone kill this man. All right, there we go. Swap, but they're coming. Navi bringing up the rest of the 4 members towards this top side. Buybacks are still not up. One bad fight could be the end of this game as Malik's going to try and find an opening with the vacuum. Shigetsu, they continue to cancel the blink from the Sven. This is looking okay for Virtus.pro, but now with everyone getting split away, it means that no one's there to protect the Terrorblade. Another swap from FNG keeps Kiritich alive momentarily. They've got the Terrorblade illusion to work with as Kiritich wants to jump in. They're going to try and target down Shigetsu if they got the damage. They do not. Shigetsu will will stay alive and now turns to catch up the Natus inside the trees. It doesn't matter about the ages. All it matters about is where Shigetsu goes afterwards. As they'll try and hex and bring him down, Shigetsu will die. But the rest of Navi now can swing on over. A 5-man wipe in the end. And they're going to instantly buy back to look to close out this game.
You just got to try and stop this backdoor protection as much as possible. They're spamming the voice lines right now, but you got the buybacks up in another 40 seconds. It's a matter of can you look to sustain long enough for that to happen. Right now, the Necrobook Archers, they're the ones that are being dealt with right now, and there's creeps inside the base. So this is an absolute nightmare for VP, having to go up against this gigantic army. They've gone all in on Na'Vi, but it looks like to me they could close this one out in the next 20 seconds.
They're going to want to try and celebrate with getting some kills as well, potentially unnoticed. After the Book of Shadow expires, it's not even going to matter. Their turn to be able to deal with the throne as Na'Vi strike first in our upper bracket semi-finals. What a performance from them. 71-minute thriller. And they're going to take it in the end.
Sheesh. And, well, we could see there lots of high fives, lots of handshakes going around, and it was a really solid team performance all throughout coming through from Na'Vi, right? The only one that had a good time in the laning stage was Shigetsu, but there was a lot of the movements coming out from the supports that really did enable a lot of that. We saw Malik really start to come to the fore from 25 to 45 minutes or so. And once everyone has BKBs, his job becomes a lot harder, but even despite that, able to land these big normal punches, these vac walls, and force the enemy team into going things like the Dagon just to be able to deal with his impact.
Man, the fact that Na'Vi were even in this position as well is crazy. We saw what, Virtus.pro had a really good foothold of this game. Again, like we spoke about towards the end, like around that 15-minute mark, they had like a 4,000, 5,000 net worth lead. Their plays across the map were looking really clean with the Earthshaker, but Na'Vi were able to stabilize. You drew out this game. For the Void Spirit again with that Midas was able to keep up. Malik got the items he needed, and we saw it didn't even need too many to be able to make some incredible team fights happen.
It really felt like this Darkseer was the game-winning pick, though, right? Like, just to be able to turn around against the Terrorblade, to feel consistently confident against a lot of this. I do admire Virtus.pro, right? Their confidence in being able to insta-pick the Earthshaker, realizing how good of a lane it's going to be. But there was just two early team fights that didn't go overwhelmingly in their favor, and it's all a result of Malik. So I don't know if you give Malik the MVP just because he got them through that scary period. I would give it to Shigetsu personally, just because it always felt like he was able to be on the right target at the right time, good itemization as well, and he was just absolutely tearing them a new one.
Sorry, did you say Malik or Melajul? Because I was looking at what Melajul was doing inside that fight.
I mean, I said Malik got them through the scariest period of their game, so there's the argument there for giving him the MVP, but I mean, anyone with a rapier at this sort of late stage of the game is going to be incredibly scary.
I don't know who to give it to, man. But Na'Vi overall, an exceptional performance. Just like we said, kind of to start the day, these two very, very young teams. But Na'Vi, the fact they trust each other, this was a team that got relegated out of Division 1. They stuck around with their entire roster. And we see just the belief they kind of have in each other. The team fights look incredibly crisp from them. So, yeah, I'm happy. Sure, let's give it to Malik. Why not? Let's give it to Malik. You could really choose multiple people on Na'Vi, but yeah, Malik, an incredible performance. And we said throughout the draft as well, right? Like, if Malik is asking for the Darkseer at this 18th pick, then you got to give it to him. Like, we look like an incredible Darkseer game. Just give him the hero. It's something that they were first picking at Riyadh. He knows it through and through. Sure, Shigetsu, you can take an MVP candidate performance as well. Why not? Because, yeah, Na'Vi. I mean, dude, that's got to give them so much confidence as well, man, heading to this next game.
And it might make VP also second guess what hero they're going to be picking up for Kiritich as well, right? Terrorblade, one of his best heroes across the board. And, they just forgot that the Darkseer was in the pool. I'm not sure, but it really did turn their greatest strength back against them. So, again, Malik didn't play the perfect game. He had a very shaky laning stage, probably could have gone a lot better than what it did. But really just goes to show what happens if you don't shut down that Darkseer at the start of a lot of these team fights. Even just the choice to go Gossamer Cape, right, meant that if they did find him, wasn't easy to be able to take him out. And it's just a little bit of that target prioritization that wasn't on point for VP that was their undoing. So 72 minutes, what a banger, and it's just game number 1, Lucky.
Yes, just game number 1. And with what you said prior as well, looks like the last time these teams faced each other, the games went very long as well. It was then a 50-minute game, a 40-plus minute game as well. So hopefully first we get some more long, exciting games, and hopefully we get a game 3, because the winner of this series will move over into the upper bracket finals. 2 staple organizations inside the Eastern European region. We haven't really seen them have a lot of success though in quite some time, but potentially one of them could be the candidate to make it into TI12 with the run they're currently on and the form they're currently in as well. But Navi, they strike first in our upper bracket semifinals. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue with this momentum, ride the wave high, or if it's going to be the boys on VP that can strike back. We'll find out very shortly after a quick break. What a way to be able to start off the night. Navi with a incredible game victory. 71 minutes is what it took for them to get over the finish line in the end. Hoping for a repeat of an incredible game between these two teams. Teams that were expecting to have a deep run here in the TI-12 qualifiers. Then, what do we want to see a little bit different in regards to the draft? Because we had a lot of time to be able to look at those heroes and the impact that we saw out of them. Do we feel like some just had way too much impact and need to be banned out?
I don't think you necessarily need to go from like the very start of the draft. Maybe you could take away the Nature's Prophet just because of how much you're able to do at basically all stages of the game. Laning harass, constant rotations, securing wisdom runes, ratting, all things like that. And Melody was even putting himself up on the front lines a lot of the time, so you could look to take that away. But I think it just needs to be, you know, the value of this second pick is pretty enormous, right? And Virtus.pro, they have, what, first pick this time? Yeah, they have first pick this time, so they're going to be able to round out that second phase of the draft with something that's going to favor them a little bit more. Last time, I really think that this Darkseer after the Terrorblade is what won them the game.
Doesn't look like there's any changes, at least in regards to the bans.
I think there was one thing that changed. Maybe I'm wrong.
Taking a look now. It was Chen Razor Dawnbreaker, no Dawn ban just yet. It is a little bit different with Navi having 4 bans as well, but VP, Invoker, Gyro, Tree Protector, and Primal Beast. Invoker's still there, Dawnbreaker's still there. Nature's Prophet, Venge. It's a Dawn though.
Global potential is always a good thing. This is another one of those heroes that they picked up, I'm pretty sure, almost every single time that they could against Virtus.pro in a lot of their previous matchups against them, spanning back as far as like mid-2022. Whenever they can pick the Dawnbreaker, they want it, just because they want that global potential, and it's especially important against the Nature's Prophet as well, just to be able to counter out a lot of his rotations. Of course, NP can rotate a lot more early on, but Dawnbreaker, absolutely one that you can look to take into the later stages. So I also wonder with VP where exactly they're going to put this Prophet, because going up against the Dawnbreaker, one of the counters a lot of the time has been the Silencer. You can also consider the Nyx Assassin as well. I think Nyx is not in the most amazing place, but I think a Silencer can fit into a lot of drafts still. But we saw Melody play the Nature's Prophet in that game #1. For Virtus.pro though, much more traditional spot to be played is in that position 4, so we'll have to see where they go with it.
10 seconds remaining.
Navi's turn to ban.
Oh, we've seen 3 games and 3 wins for Navi and Denial when he's been on that line, so this time it feels like it's warranted for a respect ban for him.
Makes a lot of sense. You could just look to get it as like he could very easily play the Earth Spirit. Feels pretty good into the Nature's Prophet. Decent laner if you are wanting to make the Dawnbreaker a position 3. So I could see that one certainly working out quite well. Also the Tiny, another one that he likes to pick up, the Tusk. So yeah, lots of things that could end up working out well for Navi still with this line being banned.
Virtus.pro's turn to pick.
Okay.
I think it's maybe a bit stronger. I mean, you were mentioning a lot of melee heroes, which sure could be in his wheelhouse or is in his wheelhouse, but would be a little bit weaker of a lane. Maybe you're not getting the full benefit out of Dawnbreaker, because I mean, Dawn is a super strong laner. So now with Rubik, you're going to further amplify that potentially. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I think the heroes that I was mentioning before, though, with the ones that Denial does like to play, it's that they have multiple ways to start, whereas Rubik just has the one, essentially, right, with the telekinesis. And it's not on the shortest cooldown either, so you can limit Dawnbreaker's potential to be really strong in lane. But then again, if it was 2 melee heroes and it was into a Nature's Prophet and a Monkey King, well, that lane's pretty much over for Virtus.pro. So I can still see lots of good reasons for why you wanted to pick up the Rubik. But Virtus.pro, they've got a pretty scary draft so far themselves. Lots of pressure on in the early game, lots of pressure in the mid game. They've just got to find a target for themselves, or a hero rather, that's going to be wanting to go in first. Squad X, his Primal's already removed. I don't think they're going to go down the Earthshaker route because he's like that secondary initiator for mine. Ember Spirit's also banned. So could it be something like the Storm Spirit that they're looking to make plays with? Could it be something like the Pangolier? I could see the Storm working a little bit more strongly.
like the pick from Na'Vi. I mean, nothing too crazy, but I think there's always going to be some playmaking potential with the Venge swapping the monkey actually out of Wukong's, which could be kind of nice. But
swap him away.
5 seconds remaining.
what can you kind of pair it up, the Venge up with? Could be very scary if the if the Dawnbreaker has a really good game and considers something like a Desolator or the minus armor if you're off to a good start. Now they're going to follow up with the Slark though, so already showing their Shigetsu hero.
What can you look to put mid here? I wonder if they consider something. Go ahead.
No, sorry.
I was thinking, like, can you Lashrak into this? I'm like, you don't have a steroid for it, but you do have the Bedlam to be able to amp you up a little bit. It gives you even more tower push, and it's a bit of a Slark response.
We're pretty certain this is a monkey one, yeah, for Kiritich?
Probably, yeah.
Needing some AoE damage, needing definitely a way to start fights is the big thing for Virtus.pro.
Yeah. That was why I was leaning towards the Storm, but makes it a little bit more difficult. Okay, well, this changes things up a little bit. So just wanting to, I suppose, keep that Monkey King flex a possibility. You obviously can still run it mid if you really feel like it's a good matchup for it. And they just want to make sure that they're not getting dumpstered in the lane by the Slark. And, well, you got to say Legion Commander is one of the better heroes at making sure that that's the case.
Yeah, definitely one of the better melee heroes. It does need to be said, though, that you are playing Legion versus Venge, which we saw one game in particular in China. The Venge swap was a really big issue for Legion when he wasn't able to get that duel on her. And even Solar Guardian, as the game goes on, could be a little bit frustrating as well. So you do have some tools on Na'Vi to be able to save inside the duel.
Yeah, and that really just doubles down the importance of being able to pick some sort of hero that's going to be able to find those backlines, right? Like for Virtus.pro, they need something to find the Venge. They need something to find the Rubik. They're very squishy if you can get in on top of them, and the turnaround potential isn't that great. You're probably not wanting to use a Solar Guardian just for supports either, unless it's like the mid to late stages of this game. So I can certainly see that being a factor, and it's really why I do want them to go down the sort of route of a Storm Spirit or something along those lines. For Na'Vi, though, still wanting a mid lane for themselves. Clearly feeling like they've got a fast-paced lineup on Virtus.pro with the Keeper of the Light being banned out. So anything that's just going to slow down the potential for them to continuously run, look to scale off the back of dual damage, look to take a lot of towers. Keeper of the Light, probably one of the better heroes at being able to stop that.
Turn to ban.
I think it needs to be brought up just because how good of a performance he had on Melojouls. So the Void Spirit is something that could be considering, honestly, for both sides. And maybe it's just something Eastern Europe prefers as well. So I think we can chuck out that out there, considering both sides kind of do want that Spirit-esque mid laner.
It's a possibility. I mean, you can even look to set up like an Aether Remnant for wherever the Dawn is Solar Guardianing onto, and potentially look to instantly CC once she lands, which always feels kind of nice. I still feel like the Virtus.pro want the game to pick up more. So I'm just thinking, like, what heroes can they look to go that enable that thing to happen? Like a Tiny, perhaps. Just I want to see them get burst damage. That's the main thing, right? And I want them to be able to do it in a manner where the Solar Guardian isn't really going to do.
How do you feel about the Lino for VP? Because my thought process is there's your burst damage. You also don't see the mid matchup, which I think gives you an extra reason to pick it, considering you don't really lose matchups. Okay, they just go back into the Earthshaker. See, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, Squad X had a really good performance with it last game, so looked very good in the lane. A lot of the early game was very dominant from the Earthshaker as well. So
5 seconds remaining.
we're gonna have to see how that's going to shape up for him. What's the response going to be from Na'Vi as well now? You still feeling like they're probably needing a bit of a playmaker from them to be the one to start some of the fights? Is there a damage thing that they're lacking? How confident's Melojul again? Oh, we got a Death Prophet. All right. I mean, we have not seen this hero in quite some time. Would have to say though that this hero obliterates melee matchups. Maybe O'Shea can get a little bit out of the lane still, just with how strong Enchant Totem is with securing creeps, but we'll have to see. How do we feel about this last pick though from Navi and VP, Daniel?
Okay, so the DP I quite like. You know, you want to always have something to be able to rally around. Any sort of initiation that you get going on to you, you're always going to have that response there, right? With Melody, with Malik, being able to get the swap and the Solar Guardian off. And, well, the Exorcism is a great tool to be able to allow that sort of thing. So the way that you're going to be able to get through that is just heavy burst damage. So something like an Earthshaker isn't the worst. You know, we saw that Squad X was able to get out of the laning stage in a really good spot in game number 1. Again, to me, though, it comes to what are you going to do when the Exorcism is off cooldown, where you're not having to worry about going past the DP to be able to make stuff happen. I mean, maybe it's even just going to be things like, all right, we can see the DP level 1 Exorcism hitting our tower. Let's just wrap around it with a smoke and find where they're waiting to be able to make that turnaround happen.
It's a crafty last pick for Navi nonetheless. Expecting the lane to go well. But you know what? Well, he made the Void Spirit work last game, and that is also a hero that we don't really see too often. So let's see. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Obviously, Virtus.pro feel like, you know, you can go back to Squad X Earthshaker. He had a good showing again in that previous game, and is looking to try and replicate that this time, get the victory under their belt. Do they have what it takes though to send us to a game 3, Danog?
You know what? Just because I like seeing good Dota, I'm going to say yes. I think they've got the stuff to be able to make it happen. But again, they've got to be correct with how they make a lot of their movements happen, especially around those first few tower-taking procedures, like around the Exorcism. Don't just run straight up into the Death Prophet. I feel like it's a recipe for disaster.
I really wonder what the itemization is going to be from Melodil as well, because without a doubt, there's a lot of opportunities for him to be blown 4-0 this game. So very intrigued on what the decision's going to be for him. If it's like you don't really have an offlaner that builds auras. I mean, Dawn still has a pretty versatile item build, but I think it, you know, still your common like
30 seconds to battle.
Ag Shard, your Blink, your BKB.
Yeah.
You know, maybe
Deso.
there's some, Deso, this game for Scepters, but we really don't see like the aura builder. So does this go back to like the offlane Death Prophet? But then, you know, what's your scaling like? We've seen like Treads, Witchblade, and like Scepter and like a Shivas or something. So very intrigued on what the choice is going to be for Melodil.
I mean, the other thing is maybe he just doesn't care about it. You know, you could look to get a pretty standard Death Prophet items like a BKB. Obviously, that's not going to save you if you're getting dueled, for example. But as long as you're outside the duel, you should be just fine. And you've got to remember what supports he's got playing behind it. You've got a Fade Bolt and a Wave of Terror, and that damage reduction stacks additively. So let's say it's Wave of Terror level 4, 30%. Fade Bolt level 4, 35%. That's a 65% damage reduction that you're able to get on top of potential level 10 Rubik talent as well to make it even greater. So that's the sort of thing that they might be just looking to set up for to prevent any sort of physical damage coming through onto the DP. And then you've even got a heal from the Dawnbreaker as well, right? This is why I just feel like it's so vital for the target prioritization to be just super on point by VP. Don't get baited into the big, glowy, obvious Death Lady.
Well, I guess one thing for them as well with that previous game, again, you know, lanes went well and early game went very well for them. So the catalyst for that though was Squad X, the man that we currently see on the screen. So we'll see how different this lane's going to be now, not up against the melee matchup. And we'll see what FNG is able to do with the hands of the Nature's Prophet as well. That was we saw him play the Nature's Prophet, right, versus Matreshka, yeah?
Yes.
We saw some... no, we didn't play it. Who was it? We saw someone play it and looked very, very good, and we were quite impressed. Oh, Seneko. So... We'll see what the decision is going to be for FNG, of course, whether, you know, the skill build difference, the item build difference as well. But we were speaking about inside the draft, you know, this bottom lane, you know, Legion's usually one of the better offlaners to be able to deal with Shigetsu. Not when you've got a level advantage though. So You see that currently Melody and Shigetsu having a good time. They're actually going to try and jump in with F and G. Really nice starter step. Melody moves cleanly through the bramble, and yeah, F and G's rotation will give him nothing, and meanwhile it means Kiritich alone. So Denial and Malik, they sense a free opportunity with a vulnerable Kiritich. Easy first blood picked up for Navi.
Yeah, instantly went for it as well as they make another jump in onto the Legion Commander. This time around, even Melody's level 2, so he's going to have that little bit of extra damage so that Shigetsu is going to be able to start making that permanent Agi stack start to build up.
Oh, dude, that would be so frustrating. You try and make your play bottom, it doesn't work out, you give up first blood, then as soon as FNG leaves the lane, Navi go back in once again.
I'm also just not confused, but I'm interested to see what Natus goes for his item build. He's got a Blade Mail queued up, but you got to say, like, against a DP, Dawn, Slark, not exactly the greatest Blade Mail game, right? Most of the time you see Blade Mail going up against a Terrorblade or a Morphling or a Medusa, like these big, beefy chads that just want to stand there and have huge amounts of right-click, whereas, you know, Slark, Dawn, they kind of a little bit more right clicks and, you know, a little bit of that slower damage, and they get better the longer these fights go on too.
I do think the armor component's very nice for him.
Sure. But I'm just thinking, like, what else could he potentially consider if he just wanted to have both the armor? Obviously, he can go phase boots, so that gives you a little bit, but is there anything else that you can consider, like an early-ish AC? I don't know. Probably not.
No, you need a more cost-effective item. I think the only thing you compare is, like, Armlet.
Yeah.
But, which is, I mean, we haven't seen Armlet Legion in a super long time.
Nope.
I think just Blade Mail at the moment is just, have we seen a Legion? Yeah,
I've seen much better Blade Mail games, you know?
Yep, 100%. You see bottom, some back and forth going on. Resources being expended between either side. Importantly, Shigetsu has, oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, he brought out a stack of Tangos. Didn't see that in the backpack. Top lane as well. Kiritich continuing to brawl as well. So both the side lanes going to be a lot of action. And currently mid, Squad X, he's having a fine time. 21-6 compared to the 19-5 from Melody. Bottom lane. Natus should be able to go down here with a blood grenade. Not enough. And meanwhile, Melody forced to eat the Lotus. Gonna make sure he doesn't pop back out. Shigetsu still hunting Natus, but Salva's being applied. They're gonna reinitiate onto Sayush, and as a result, they're gonna be rewarded with a second stack for Shigetsu.
Got to remember how last game went for that mid lane.
Oh, nice pounce. He's might be dead here unless the odds movement speed's enough, and it's not. Shigetsu. What a pounce from him over the tree line. Just nailed him. G, not done.
Ooh,
pretty good boundless timing. Stops the stun. We're going to try and turn it to Malik, but yeah, no way F and G lives, especially once Denial is playing on the outskirts, continuing to right-click through. So Navi's laning stage is going swimmingly.
And the thing that I was just about to mention was, remember that last game, it was like a 1.5, 2k laning stage net worth advantage for Squad X. Obviously, he's still doing well in this lane against a ranged hero, but not the same level of domination as what we saw last time around. Even around these 6-minute power runes, you're going to have that exorcism available. I wonder if there's a way that Melody can look to influence this lane just so that the siege creep can survive for as long as possible, so that you have that heading into the tower alongside your exorcism.
They got pretty decent supports to rotate as well. I think that's always the important thing with like a DK level 6 or Death Prophet level 6. We're going to see Denial start to move. Sayush as well is coming from bottom, so I mean, of course, we got that power rune timing.
Cardi will die though, at least, so avoid the absolute worst of things.
They're gonna go for the kill. Echo committed from Squad X. Let's see if they're gonna have the damage, and they do. Okay, they'll blow up Melody, and now this should be the power rune secured for Squad X as well.
Okay. Requires 3 people to be able to do it though, and I mean, you just have to consider what's happening in some of the side lanes when all this is happening. Malik still able to farm just fine up against Kiritich. Slark having a great time at bottom next to the Legion Commander, and now you know that you don't have the Echo Slam when you do have the Exorcism available. So where exactly is he going to look to make the play? Looks like it's still going to be around mid. But yeah, are you going to be able to make another rotation through on the VP supports to be able to assist this? The plus side is that they just use the global teleport, not the TP scroll, to be able to make that happen for FNG. Looks like he's going to be saved as well by Kiritich, yeah.
And now he's really going to be cautious if he keeps going for the kill. And cut his way out. I sit on Kiritich, swinging on over to protect his support. We do have the Wisdoms up as Melody and Sayush. Gonna go toe-to-toe. And he's just stunned a little bit early on, so Sayush going to be able to pick that up. Meanwhile, F&G looks for the snipe. Might be able to find the deny instead with the Sprout denial. Loses vision. So regardless, it'll be a 1-for-1. But of course, at least F&G doesn't lose his life to Navi.
Unorthodox, but effective.
They are stabilizing this laning phase without a doubt.
You got to make sure you're snowballing on that Shaker, though, right? We saw that Squadex did start to fall off a little bit once a few more of those items started to come out. Once you were playing around those auras, he wasn't able to like 100-0 people, kind of like what he did with Melojul. And that wasn't even him solo. You needed the Willow and the Nature's Prophet there to be able to make it happen. So he has the confidence to be able to say, you know what, I've got the stuff to be able to make the early game happen again. He's got to keep that ball rolling. It's going to be around those power runes as well, which is why once again we see so many supports converging around this sort of area. Maybe even looking to set up for a fight. Malik Tippy's back to base. He's got the Solar Guardian available. Doesn't look like they want to take the bait, and well, it's a nice rune for them to be able to pick up though.
Did you try and now for Melojul, maybe look to shove this next wave and make it go with the Arcane and Exo to be able to use together?
Makes a lot of sense to me. Looks like they just want to try and slow this one down a little bit with the illusions, but honestly, it'll make their life even easier with the tower doing a good job of being able to help damage the wave. And yeah, you still do have again that Solar Guardian available. Have to be careful with Kiritich just being able to interrupt it with a Boundless Strike, though. Let's see, Malik's just watching what's happening in this mid lane, not contesting creeps at all, wanting to make sure he's got the potential to be able to saving there. Even just popping a salve underneath the tower. Not going to get rid of it. And again, you know, you got Yakko Slam available once again, but no real way to be able to join into a lot of these fights. Might even be able to catch him out if he's not completely on the mark.
Nice fissure.
They'll still get the tower though. So good use out of the first Exo.
And also, Slark is free farming bottom. So you could leave Shigetsu alone with the solid start they gave him. All the kills early on in the lane meant that he was able to play 1v1 versus the Legion, actually forced Natus all the way back to base. And yeah, meanwhile, Malik, I mean, he was kind of zoned a little bit, but, you know, still, importantly, he didn't die. So not only did they get that tier 1 tower mid, but you also had a lot of other things going their way on the other side lanes.
He's just getting his levels. He's having a totally fine time. As long as you've got that Celestial Hammer with plenty of points into it, you're always going to be able to at least like shove waves and make sure that there's a lot more pressure going on to the VP side of the map. And also, you know,
this is deep, man. Oh, they're going to be able to get the kill still. Big swipe from Malik. It's not going to matter. Did someone TP? I think the Dark Willow TP down and cancelled as soon as they saw the damage. So, all right, Navi strike again. She gets you 4 permanent Agi, man. 10 minutes into the game.
Should be feeling very confident right now. And yeah, I was kind of feeling on the same boat as you. Like, are they going to be able to confirm this kill? Obviously, with the Dawnbreaker, they were. But the real question to me comes is, where is this dual damage going to come from? Like, he is looking to rush into that Blade Mail before even getting into something like the Phase Boots. Just wanting to be able to be a bit scarier to be gone onto. But I feel like until the Shaker has his Blink Dagger, you don't really have any way to be able to start a lot of these fights, right? You can't leave the Slark solo down here, but you being there runs the risk of you dying as well. So it's like, what do you actually look to do in this lane? Is it, you know, pull the lane back as far as possible? We can see Sayush is madly trying to deny as many creeps as he can, just so that you're under the relative safety of your tier 1 tower.
Tree from Kiritid's top lane. Gets out before the smoke's able to connect from Navi. So they've got this Exo to use once again. Looks like it's going to be another converter tower. They might not even use the Exo, this catapult wave, and I mean, this feels so nice for a Death Prophet when you don't even have to use the tower, sorry, use the ultimate. And, I mean, we often say, like, DP, how many times are you able to convert on the Exos? Alright, they're coming through. We'll be able to read this from Virtus.pro. Looks like they're going to play back, but no one else is looking to be with them at the moment. If at least the name of the game for them is just avoid fights currently. They really do not feel strong at all.
Nope. Again, they're just waiting for this Echo Slam to be available with the Blink Dagger. He's got it, but he's going to need to be able to go all the way back to base to be able to pick up a little bit of extra mana. Maybe wants to play around a Power Rune, gets given over a Clarity for now, just because you can't be off the map for that long. Like, is this bottom tier 1 really what you're wanting to be contesting? Doesn't seem like that's the case with Melajul TPing back towards the mid lane, looking to try and get that next power route available. And you can see FNG saying, hey, always be careful of who you feel is killable because that Dawnbreaker is ready to go.
Oh, nicely done. Don't know the Blink's up now. Good wave of terror from Melody. So we're going to try and contest for the regen though, but at the moment there's a numbers advantage favoring Na'Vi.
That's even without the Dawn. So Echo Saber already picked up for Shigetsu. Good start for him. We'll never need to go back to base because he's got the Occult Bracelet as well. So mana regen, health regeneration off the ultimate. And their timing is a little bit different. You know, they just want to wait for the Diffusal Blade to come through on him. You want to wait for this Echo Saber on Malik, and you know, if you can get into a Witchblade as well on Melajul, gives him that armor that we were thinking he desperately needed, as well as a little bit of an easier way to enable your other two cores as well.
What a raid. I don't know who it was from Na'Vi. I think it was actually Melajul. I saw him draw on the map and then scanned exactly where VP were moving with that smoke. So perfect read from them. I mean, it gave time for Malik, of course, to be able to back on off. He's going to stack up the Ancients. You're free farming everywhere across the map. Right, Na'Vi, just, again, like we said, Virtus.pro, like, they looked very good to start game one. Na'Vi, they picked up momentum as the game went on, but off the back of the win, the confidence is definitely there, and they're continuing to play at a really high level.
And this is where you get that advantage of playing together with a squad for such a long time, right? They've given them the confidence to be able to say, we've got this. And, well, they're all putting it together. You know, this is the perfect time of year to really be hitting your strides as well. Wouldn't it be great to see Na'Vi back at the International?
Without a doubt, this a huge organization. Not only Dota, I mentioned esports as a whole, Na'Vi. I mean, this could really turn the tides of this game as a whole. Squad X, they're going to try and jump in, and that's a lot more damage than we're expecting, but Melody's able to get the swap in the nick of time, and now how can they take the fight? As Kiritich does his best to use the Wukongs along with the Jewel, everything for sort of the Death Prophet, and in the end, it doesn't look that bad for Virtus.pro, especially when Squad X lands a double stun in the tree line like that. It's going to be up to Shigetsu to turn the tide, but the Fission as well. It's going to prove to be a little bit annoying here from Squad X. Still can dance in and out. So she's got another round of the spells as well. And that should spell the end of this engagement. Pounce is there if he wants to go for it, but Sarisha's out. So in the end, 3 for 2. Virtus.pro actually pretty good fight, all things considering, with that swap from Melody.
Yeah, you could see that the swap was a little late, I feel, you know, and same sort of thing with the Dawnbreaker ulti, maybe just wanting to see if everyone was wanting to commit for it. But the big thing was you do still have the damage at this stage of the game to make that sort of stuff happen. I feel like that's not going to be the case in the next little bit, right? The Earthshaker Echo Slam doesn't really scale to the same extent as something like just having a bunch of extra HP will. You can see Melajul right now, he's just prioritizing physical damage. If he picks up a plate mail and looks to make that similar sort of play, I really don't think he dies. You can even look to have someone like Melody on the backline with a medallion or a solar crest to be able to buff him up even further, delay the need to use the nether swap a little bit. And I mean, maybe even just now, without the Echo Slam being available and the Wukongs, they feel confident to be able to move on forward. But you know what? They've already taken all tier 1 towers, so probably not needing to immediately. But any time that it is nighttime, of course, Shigetsu feels so heavily enabled on this Slark. Hit up to those big early timings in the Echo Saber and the Diffusal Blade. So he's going hunting with the rest of the boys.
Yeah, this next under 5 minutes for VP is super scary. You've got Fissure as well. It doesn't matter if it's only level 1. That with the Slark, it's pretty much guaranteed kills on a vast majority of VP heroes. And now this is pretty deep, but I guess they can swap him outside the tower's range. And nice turnaround though, but the stun lock Shigetsu. Not enough to be able to keep Natus alive, but they should be able to get the kill onto Mr. Malik. Instantly eats a Terrorize once he jumps in. And Virtus.pro, they find 2 kills as a result. Yeah.
Such a good feel. Like, it just blocked them off in between, made sure that they weren't able to confirm that kill super easily, and what should have been a 1-for-1 ends up being so much worse.
They're going to continue to hunt. Shigetsu pouncing 5. Earthshaker's got Echo Slam back up. Is he going to be fast enough on the TP though? Can blink over the top. Do they want to go for the Melajul instead? Another good vision, man. Squad X, what is he doing to them? These fissures back to back. Let's not speak about the Echo Slam. A little bit unnecessary. We can speak about all the other spell casting that he's had so far. They were incredible to be able to guarantee that double kill under the tier 2 tower. And now the Slark kill, they also see Denial. So they might be able to get in range, and they will. That's going to reveal the ward on the cliff. Unfortunately with the Blade Bell, in fact, he actually ticked out, so they won't get the jewel.
It was a taunting Echo Slam, man. It was fine.
Yes.
Radiant structures are
He's really going to show why they put so much faith into picking him, one of his signature heroes for this mid lane as well. He's even working his way towards the Aghanims, just one component away too, so it really needs to put a little bit more respect onto him.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of damage between the two with the Bedlam as well. Even Kiritich wants to come through the rift. And why not put the emphasis on it? They need to secure the scaling from Noticed, and after getting those dual victories, definitely will be that potential. Now Melody's got to be cautious bottom as well if they want to go back through. They will not. Okay.
I understand why the Dawn's up that deep, right? Like, tier 1 tower is gone. This is not a safe place on the map for a VP to be playing around, especially when you've got that Slark available and it's nighttime, right? But, I mean, that's what you kind of need to do. You need to think of the next level plays. What might not be smart in just a regular pub game becomes, you know, something that you next level mind game someone on. Just saying, you know what, they don't expect us to be here. We know the Solar Guardian isn't available. We know he's so close to the BKB. Let's kill him while he can. Feels like to me like they're just waiting for that level 12 on the Death Prophet. Level 2 Exo already picked up the Plate Mail and a Dragon Scale and a Witchblade, so lots of armor for Melojul to be able to play around with, to be able to resist a lot of this damage coming through, and it does put a whole lot more emphasis onto Squad X, mostly with his Echo Slam, but even just the Dark Willow. You know, if Sayush is able to get his own level 12, he's also got a Veil of Discord to be able to play around with as well. So again, that burst potential can be there, but it's always the main concern for mine that you need to be mindful of the Dawn and the Vengeful Spirit with that swap potential.
They're the big things, but like you said, with this burst, maybe it just catches them off guard. Maybe the calculations, they feel like they can stand a little bit further away. So we'll see how the Veil is going to come into play with that level 12 almost picked up for Sayush. It looks like both sides are kind of gearing up. Maybe have another crack at things.
Okay, well, they want to go for a smoke. I'm not sure how on board I am with this, though. You've got Squad X just 100 gold away from his blink. You've still got 45 seconds left of the nighttime. So any sort of vision advantage is going to be favoring Na'Vi here.
I don't think he needs to be involved in the smoke. I think it'd just be the Will on the Legion and he shows on the lane.
Yeah.
Shigetsu would be huge, though. Shigetsu would be a gigantic kill. Smoke, and the nighttime advantage might favor him. Smoke's gonna pop.
Ooh,
look at them, completely surrounded him. Instant reaction with the Shadow Dance. Echo's going to be out as well. The Solar Guardian's going to be clutch. It'll stop the duel from coming out. Malik's huge, but it's not going to matter. As soon as Notice holds him down for a second, Navi's still got to consider about taking the fight. They'll come in with the Exo, but Melojul is split from the rest of the team. So it's another core that goes down, and now Virtus.pro, they're looking to clean up. They'll chase down Melody, and they'll even consider about Melojul as well. He's pretty goddamn speedy, though, with the Death Prophet. Or does he get greedy for the Arcane? Okay, they're not hunting. It's all right.
That was pretty greedy, though, jumping in on the Slark. You know, if they're making any sort of rotations like that in that area, it's not because they're just sitting back and passively farming. They know you've got the vision advantage. So for him to jump in without a BKB, without that second pounce available, he was just food. And, well, you're continuing to scale now unnoticed. It was just the level 1, I believe, duel at that period of time. But now he's level 12 and he's going to start picking up his farm and his scaling so much more.
There's that Scepter completed, already component for the BKB. And yeah, no, a couple huge mistakes. Na'Vi looked great in the lane, but Virtus.pro, again, like we said, they stabilized the lanes and now they've stabilized the early game as well, accumulating a big need and a big lead. And it looks like they're even thinking about Roshan as well. They've got the Desolator minus armor, you've got the Solar Crest as well. So this should be a free Rosh with no Exo nor Solar Guardian.
No Exo, no Solar Guardian, get the Rosh. but Navi are close to picking up a few things, right? You're 600 gold away from a Solar Crest for Melody. That feels pretty nice. You're closing on the 4-star for Denial, so good way to be able to get through the Fissure, to be able to break up the potential Wukongs. You've almost got you've got the BKB and a Necro Saber once again finished for Malik. You've got an Aghanim Scepter now for Shigetsu, and closing in on a Shiva's Guard as well. So it's going to be a scary next minute or two, but in 3 minutes time, I'm really feeling that Navi could still look to take this one when it ticks back over to nighttime.
Do we feel like the decision of no BKB from the Death Prophet might come back to haunt her?
I think next item absolutely has to be the BKB. I like the fact that she's gone this heavily into armor, just because that's where the vast majority of the damage is coming from. And if you're the one getting jumped, you're not going to be able to pop that BKB, right? So having that as a damage reduction tool against the likes of the Bedlam and the Echo Slam, it's really not going to do too much of anything. I feel like they could just go without hitting some of these timings, though. With the Medallion, they know that they're underneath some sort of vision. It's going to be in the lane, though. Slightly off the mark there, Effigy. He knows that he's been able to waste 50 gold.
And you get a Ag Shot as well for Sayush, so a very nice one. I think it's just overall important to always get those Tormentors as fast as you can, especially with the potential of maybe a core Earthshaker getting it on the second or even third one. I mean, for Radiant, you've got some pretty decent shards. Venge is, nothing to slouch at. I mean, the telekinesis as well can be quite nice inside the chain control that VP are playing with. So we'll see when Navi want to commit to it.
Yeah, it's been a couple of times where Melojul's just been isolated by her. Again, the best part of this game for me has been Squad X's Fissure placements. Like, he has been on point with those every single time. And if you can use the Rubik Shard to be able to reposition so those aren't quite as big of a deal, that's going to be a really useful tool to have at your disposal. But, well, we've got a 4-star on the Rubik now. We're 100 gold away from Shivas on the Death Prophet. Still a little bit away from the Solar Crest and level 12 on Melody, but these are the sort of items that you need, and they're going to hit them at this pretty decent timing. 3 minutes left on the Aegis. I really feel like you could afford to wait this one out. If you wanted to go before it's gone, just wait a minute and a half. That's all they're really waiting for right now, and VP aren't going to give them that chance, going for a smoke of their own. It's a fast tree right there. Hopefully he walks back so that he gets the courier delivering the BKB outside of any sort of Navi vision, which he does. Doesn't seem like they want to give up anyone for free, though. Denial's going to be the one on the front line, swaps in the smoke, ready to make a play of his own. Don't quite see him. But they've waited out the worst of this Aegis. Right? They've gotten through a lot of it. It was one bad team fight that led into the Roshan, but nothing really after that.
Yes.
We saw that last game Navi for them, just to be able to stall the game out and find their farm. They felt confident as this game goes on. How do we feel by this game in particular, though? Is it similar where maybe they're going to have the strength once we get to the later stages?
I think they will, but the main concern for me is, does Natus continue to scale? That's the big X factor for mine. If you can avoid getting pick off, if you can avoid this Legion commander starting to scale yourself, then that's going to be such a vital tool. And I mean, they're almost picking up into another one of those items that's going to prevent that from happening. We see a Depth Shroud shard coming out for Shigetsu to be able to avoid the worst parts of the duel coming through. Melody as well, joining together with the rest of the team. They really don't want to lose this tower. And again, using the nighttime immediately once it becomes available for themselves. Just short of level 12 though on the Venge. For the extra range on the swap would be quite nice. Malik,
See how they
feels like he's the tankiest hero right now with the Van Brace.
See how
and
they
all of his
start?
Health. Full wraparound, which I quite like. They probably see the courier too. They know the general position that they're going in. Denial, can't reveal on the wave if the smoke pops.
And it will. Squad X. Oh, going to be really worried about what the Earthshaker is going to do now with the double damage rune. Early BKB from Melik. Are you forced to commit now? It's looking awkward from Navi. I mean, Melik's going to be so cautious inside these fights. They might jump him. But the fissure from outskirts. Nice swap from Melody. Squad X gets an opening for the double echo slam. But it's not enough to get the kill. A lot used from Virtus.pro. Curativ's going to be able to hunt down Melody. There's a duel out, but with a Solar Guardian, it's not going to be enough sustain as well. Once the rest of Virtus.pro make it up on the high ground, they can also chase down Melody because Shigetsu never felt free to enter the fight. We didn't see the impact of the Slark, and it means that Virtus.pro will find 4 members and they go completely untouched inside that team fight.
It's just the difference in positioning, right? We were talking about how important it was last game for them to be able to find out the heroes like the Darkseer. This time around, they force a bad movement out of Na'Vi, you know, just with their positioning on point, making sure to play around their vision as much as possible, even just holding a Monkey King inside of the tree line for that extra little bit of information that they're able to play with. They force out a really early BKB, they force out a bad swap, and it also means that Noticed is just totally free to be able to land that duel and once again continue to scale.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's even got a BKB coming out for him. Another really nice fissure as well.
Yeah.
Able to be used to block off escape avenues in that fight. Squad X, the MVP for mine by far this game. 6-0 and 6 so far.
And a 10,000 net worth lead now for Virtus.pro off the back of that big team fight. So we do still see though with nighttime means that VP kind of have to group up as 5.
Radiant's
Well,
middle
now we know that
something you
there's no Aegis, at least, so they've got that going in their favor, but you don't have Exo. That's a big part of your damage output, and it feels like all VP need to do is avoid that start of the fight, you know, and they've got tools to be able to do it with the fissure blocks, with the blinks.
Dude, this would be a great spot. This would be a great spot for Virtus.pro, especially with Na'Vi
see the squad
already losing their resources, and they're here to take the fight as Notice gets a jump in. Swap's going to make it awkward, but the Wukong's command gives him firm control of the area. How can Squad X look to use the Echo? It's just solo onto the Death Prophet, but it'll take him out of the equation. And now Denial's going to be chased down from FNG. They're not even done just yet, as Melody as well is caught over by the statue. As Virtus.pro, again, 0 casualties from them.
I think they saw just like one particle effect inside of the fog there. I want to say it was the Venge magic missile hitting the Tormentors, so they were 100% guaranteed that that's where they were looking to make that sort of play. Such a great movement as well. Ward placed down by FNG as well, giving them a lot of the tools to be able to take that fight with utmost confidence, and even just the Echo Slam coming up mid-fight once again, just sealing the deal for them. 11k net worth lead, lots of outer towers being taken, and very little map for Na'Vi to have to play around.
They're hunting Shigetsu. They saw him inside the river. Probably can't go for this Kree wave now, especially with the scan connecting. Doesn't know on who, but be able to get that wisdom. FNG secured it.
Would love to have his level 3 ulti, 45-second Shadow Dance cooldown, the BKB as well. I think that's the big thing, right? Of course, you're always afraid of getting dueled by the Legion Commander. You are one of the big counters to that with your Depth Shroud. So you've got to make sure you're not the one being in there on the front lines, but who can be? Ooh, won't be able to get the courier. But they do see where he's looking to play around, and Squad X, he's playing next to him. He's also got a Crystallis that's freshly picked up as well. Doesn't look like he'll be able to catch him, though.
Did they just see him? They saw him. Shigetsu. Oh, Curate's jump forward. Oh my god.
Scary moments, man. And it's a quick Roche respawn as well. It's got to spawn up top, but it'll move down bottom pretty damn quickly. So, and there's little things favoring Na'Vi, the fact that they're going to be able to fight around that outpost area. I mean, we haven't even talked about FNG. I think he's been pretty solid all through this game as well. 3-3 and 15. Solar Crest, Drums, Specialists Array is one of the big reasons why Seneko was able to do so much in that previous series that we watched with Storm. It just provides so much to a position 5 Nature's Prophet who's almost got his Aghanim Scepter as well.
Extra things that Na'Vi need to worry about them. You've already got so much AoE control with the Earthshaker, with the Willow, with the Monkey as well. Now you have to be concerned about the Wrath of Nature even rooting you inside. So 12,000 net worth lead, and it does not seem like, at least again last game Na'Vi at this position, they were clawing their way back in. Fights they were starting to win, but VP have been overwhelmingly winning these past couple of fights, and we'll see if this is going to be the case once again.
They know Roshan's up, but they're just putting themselves once again in the position that's going to give them the most vision advantage. You see Malik showing on the lane. He's wanting to not give too much away. He's even got the Vindicator's axe, so if he's the one that's getting dueled, he's at least going to have a lot of that extra damage and armor component.
First one to run in forward. Really good wave of terror. Stops the blink at both these two heroes. But now Melajul's kind of caught in an awkward position. Ran forward to the Bramble along with a Wukong's Melajul. Despective and SquadX dunks on the head to finish the fight. Virtus.pro again. 3 fights in a row. Unscathed. Roche now for the grand prize, and the lanes are in a great position for them to capitalize and get some objectives.
Yeah, I mean, I found that a little bit odd, right? Like, he, on the Death Prophet, he's even got the Ogre Seal Totem, didn't end up popping it to try and get a little bit further away from a big part, because he was so well isolated once again by a fantastic Fisher from Squad X. And, I mean, without that BKB, he was just complete food for them. Went in deep with the Shiva's Guard for the additional vision, which feels kind of nice. But yeah, I mean, how are you supposed to connect through to the rest of the team? The Fisher, I'm going to mention again for Squad X, even clipped onto the Rubik, who has that Aghanim Shard from the previous Tormentor. So he wasn't even able to get the save or the 4-staff off.
I couldn't see, was that the Fissure or the Boundless? It was something that even got the Venge as well to stop the swap.
Fisher.
Okay, I mean, again, incredible. Wow. Coming kind of grouped up as well, everyone around this top side. Do at least have a pretty good lane ward.
No Wukongs, no Echo for at least a little bit.
Apparently you have a greater healing Lotus now for Natus, so...
Get the cheese, the block of cheese, come on.
It's just a meme at this point. Kiritich, I mean, he saw Malik and even gonna get a glimpse of Denial. Another kill. Oh, Melody ate the Wrath of Nature too. Can he get him rained on Natus? Yes, he can, thanks to Squad X. Up to 140 damage now.
This is where we really do see VP playing their best donor, right? Where they're able to do well in the lanes and then up the tempo into so much more. Their positioning has been really solid. They've been putting Na'Vi on the back foot consistently, and they've just got an overwhelming amount of that burst damage that they require. So, you know, one of the best heroes in the game at being able to have that outside of the Tiny probably is the Earthshaker, especially when it's a comfort hero for Squad X. And, well, you're going to have even more of that. He's gone for the level 20 talent for the Echo damage coming through, so he's just begging for an opportunity to be able to land one of these big ones in these team fights. 2% win probability for Na'Vi right now, and well, we were hoping for a game 3 and it looks like we're going to one.
Looks like we are. Definitely not the way we always want some close games, but VP just seeming like they're outclassing Na'Vi in this one in particular. They're gonna try one last desperation fight almost with a full wraparound.
I like it.
See if
like the full wraparound. Squish your target.
Sayush would be nice. It's daytime though. Shigetsu will jump onto Natus. Meanwhile, Squad X again, dude. These Echo Slams just tearing them apart. They never stood a chance. They're going to try and do whatever they can. Rubik gets back inside the base off the back of the Jewel. The swap is there at the last second, but importantly, it's the cause on Na'Vi that are just unable to stand strong and fight. You've got stuns to worry about, you've got Wukongs to worry about, and when you try and fight inside them, it's never gonna go well as Virtus.pro. When was even the last time someone died on this team? What a way for them to send us to a game 3. Very dominant.
Thanks, Griff, for pointing it out. But no, it was a really, really solid performance from VP all across the board. We could see smiles coming through from FNG, and but Squad X is the one for mine. A wry smile on his face. Come on, don't make a face like that. You deserve a big, big happy grin, because not a single death on the Earthshaker. Job's not done, exactly. But 11-0-11 out of the 31 kills, just dominating the laning stage against a ranged hero. Not the easiest feat. Enabled a little bit by the rotation from the Dark Willow and the Nature's Prophet. But man, those Fishes and those Echoes in the team fights, just perfection every single time. This is really the start of the end, right? 6 kills to 2. Man, did they finish with 9 kills total? So yeah,
Yes, they did.
I don't know where the next one was going to be coming from. It was just all VP from this moment onwards, and it was all coming down to just a little bit slow of a response from the swap, a little bit slow of a use of the Fade Bolt. We said that the attack damage reduction was there, but you got to cast it in order to have that same level of impact.
I probably warranted a first phase ban out of the Earthshaker now, of something. It's warranted
Even
a ban
second
without
phase,
a doubt.
honestly. He's been picking it up pretty late in the drafts.
That he has, and now maybe this increases the priority on it. If he's going to look that good, I mean, you can potentially give it to Sayush as well, if really it needs to be played as a position 4, but something is going to need to change. Yes, of course, Navi took game 1, but really still the Earthshaker in that game was having incredible showing too. That was just the Acro Slam to be able to clean up. Again, yeah, like you said, the read, jump in, no hesitation from Kim, and clean Dota from VP.
Clean as a whistle, and it really didn't feel like they had stood any chance. You know, I liked what they were going for on Navi. I liked the idea. The theory was there, but the execution just was not. They got out-executed this game by Virtus.pro, and well, they got sent underneath the guillotine in pretty quick fashion. You know, game 1, was it 71, 72 minutes? This one, half of that duration, and a really solid, dominant showing coming through from Virtus.pro. You can even see the win probability there at like 15 or so minutes. It was not heavily in Navi favor. It was like 65, 70%. It was clear that they had gotten out of the laning stage in quite a good spot. They were set up to be able to make plays around Melojul and his Death Prophet. He died just the one time in game number 1, but game 2, it always felt like he was the one that was the main focus target, especially if they were able to isolate him away from the rest of his team, from the supporting cast. And I mean, it has to be Squad X, the MVP for mine. Like, he just did everything to perfection. Laning stage, spell casting, one echo that didn't perfectly land, but you know what? It was just, like I said, the taunting factor coming from the man, the myth, the legend himself, wanting to put a little bit of redemption on the cards, especially considering he lost that 1v1 against Bob all the way back at Riyadh, but going to show that he is a very, very skilled player.
Yes, without a doubt he is. So gets definitely a pivotal reason why he's able to get the boys over the finish line in the end. And unfortunately, Navi, the experiment of the Death Prophet doesn't work out for them as well. So they're probably going to put that here in the backpack. Maybe they'll think about it in the further qualifiers or another time as well. This time it wasn't able to work for them, and it means we get a game 3 as well for our first series, the upper bracket semi-finals too. So one game stands in between these two teams and moving over to the upper bracket finals and at least guaranteeing top 3, third place, and then, you know, even makes it so you don't have to make this crazy run through the low bracket, which is really that important thing now for these two teams. As we had a very action-packed game 1, game 2 as well, action-packed, but it was just very dominant for one side in particular. That side, Virtus.pro, taking the victory in the end, and we'll see if they're going to be able to continue with the momentum heading into game 3. We'll see you guys very shortly. Quick break. When we come back, more Eastern European TI-12 qualifier action.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Gentlemen, welcome back. We should have our final game getting underway very, very shortly between these two teams in that upper bracket semi-finals. The all-important game as well to be able to close this one out. It's going to be a crazy, crazy one between these two boys as well. So yeah, we saw in that previous game what they're able to do. Virtus.pro, very, very dominant for them. We saw Navi have a great showing in game 1-2. And we'll see how that's going to be able to continue as well as we get into our final game. Then what do we need to see a little bit differently out of Navi? Because really, laning phase looked great. Laning phase looked great for them. Then the early game kind of crumbled from them. We saw Virtus.pro off the back of the Earthshaker once again. So we said, do you ban the Earthshaker? Do you just have to get rid of it now?
I think you can ban it second phase for sure. I don't think you necessarily need to get rid of it in the first phase. There's a lot of priority, and there should be a lot of priority around this first pick as well, which Virtus.pro do have this time around. So you got to put a little bit more focus onto the Nature's Prophet, right? That is going to be the key tool around what you look to make a lot of those early game plays, because we saw FNG was making it so hard for them to be able to play on the Dawnbreaker, right? You had to use the Celestial Hammer just as an escape tool rather than something to actually feel impactful in a lot of these fights. So I think you still got to get rid of a lot of the standard stuff, the gyrocopters, the treants, the primal beasts, the razors. That'll all still go in the first phase, probably alongside the Chen as well, because FNG, he did make a lot of those early plays happen. You were able to get the kill onto the DP in the mid lane as a result of a lot of those support rotations. And then for the mid game, I still think Navi's idea was good. I just don't think that they executed it to the level that they wanted to, right? If they're able to actually win that first fight off the back of a slightly faster swap, off of a slightly faster wave of terror and Fade Bolt, reducing the physical damage, maybe you win that team fight like 4-1, and maybe you use that to convert into an earlier tower and keep this scaling going without allowing Natus to start building up a few more of that dual damage stacks. And well, we can see with Navi, because Virtus.pro have the first pick overall, they look to get rid of the Nature's Prophet, and someone's got to slip through, and it's going to be Gyro.
Let's see how they look to respond. If the Sen's priority gets bumped up, of course the Venge is still there.
Doom or AA, potentially. We've seen PA been the response to this as well. If you are actually able to get in there and start dealing the damage, that can certainly be a factor.
Definitely a lot of options for Navi.
Virtus.pro.
What are the options? What's the choice going to be? Underlord. Okay. What is it just a overall aura builder? Like, do we feel like currently Gyrocopters, at least the games we've seen, a lot of the damage has been solely put on him, like a 4 Protect 1 style, and is the Underlord auras an atrophy as well on top of that going to maybe be an issue? VP go down that kind of 4 Protect 1?
Partially. I mean, maybe they just want to secure one of these heroes early on that A, is comfort for Malik to be able to play, and B, is going to be able to be left alone in the lane. It feels to me like for Navi in particular, they were a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to play around around Mellow Jewel for that early-ish portion of the game, right? They tried to, but they just didn't have the tools to be able to do so, because you did kind of have to hold hands in the side lanes for the first little bit. Whereas, you know, something like the Underlord, you can leave him alone. He doesn't really need too much babysitting until he gets at least the Ring of Health. Then you're good to go. But you can see there, Virtus.pro prioritizing the Ancient Apparition means that you are going to guaranteed build into the Satanic now on the Gyrocopter. I don't think you're going to be able to get away with going Underlord and the Doom, and there really isn't anything else that's going to be able to stop that Flak Cannon Satanic with the new Side Gunner from giving you a lot of payoff. Can I call PA this early? I think that's where Navi are going with this.
I hope not. I hope they don't.
Me either. It hasn't really given them too much success, but that's just what I'm thinking, man. Like, that's a way to be able to beat out a lot of these reactionary tools, right? Is just burst, get them 100-0, and Underlord absolutely does not provide that. So you're going to need to get it elsewhere in the draft somehow. Like, Underlord doesn't even, I guess you can buy a Shivas, but you're not relying on that until 40 minutes plus, I would say. So where else is it going to come from? Like, Spirit Vessel builders, they've already gotten rid of the Invoker. I guess you could potentially go one on, one of the supports, but something needs to disable or lessen this Gyrocopter's healing.
Turn to pick.
Like the Beastmaster, a bit more specific for Natus, who we haven't even seen any Lycans. I don't remember if they've been banned out, but of course now, I mean, you could potentially be considering it or looking at it. I mean, you are playing into an Underlord, but it really needs to depend now on what the secondary support's going to be for Navi. But another support that you would say, or at least another hero in general, that plays very well into 4 Protect 1s.
Yeah, but not necessarily a Gyrocopter is the thing, right? Most of the time a 4 Protect 1 is based around a PA or a Medusa or a Terrorblade or something like that. And you got to say, in terms of like what you want to be disrupting, Gyrocopter really isn't the one.
Yeah, sorry, I meant more of like the Purge aspect than the Banish.
I suppose, yeah. Like if you're looking to give him over the Solar Crest and all that sort of stuff, yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I get a Rubik this time. VP will look to pick it up, so it's already some relatively decent abilities to be able to steal. Wonder if it's going to be unnoticed hero now that we get.
Feels very full Protect 1 to mine.
Yeah.
I mean, if you haven't been counted, are there really too many issues? I mean, you could, I suppose, Morphling into this and then just be like, well, my hero is better than yours, but that's all I'm really thinking about here.
Yeah, you got a lot of options. You Morph, I think Sven's a potential. Does Shigatsu want to go back into the Slark, which we of course just saw and didn't? Yeah, was okay, but
Navi's turn to pick.
it's fun. Okay, so I don't know, man. This hero's been looking very good with the games that we've gotten out of the Sven so far, and of course, Shigetsu had a very dominant Game 1 performance on the Sven too. Let's see what they're going to be able to pair it up with now with another laning support.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just thinking, like, what is there out there that just completely puts a stop to any kind of, like, aggression that they might be looking to put forward? I might be biased, but a Winter Wyvern's pretty good here. Going up against all of this this physical that you might be coming up against. They are very much lacking damage outside of the Sven right now, at least in terms of the burst. And you know they need burst, right? You can't let Gyra get Satanic off. You can't let them get good value out of the Dawnbreaker. If Dawn is able to get into the Ags as well, then what is the Sven doing? We mentioned in the game number 1, he was forced to go into an MKB, but he doesn't necessarily want to be able to dodge through a lot of that evasion that Gyra is going to get from a Butterfly as well as an Ags Dawnbreaker. So something like a Wyvern slows things down even further, either through the Cold Embrace or being able to use the Winter's Curse onto the Sven when he's got that BKB popped, and it allows you to actually reposition into a space where you feel confident to stand there and fight. Even just the Grimstroke, right? Like, you don't feel amazing with a Dark Portrait on a Gyrocopter.
Unfortunately for your Winter Wyvern fantasies, they will not come to play this game. Going to get the F&G Enchantress.
Just in my dreams then, unfortunately.
It's in your dreams. But it is, of course, a very, very strong laner, staple for him. And it's going to be quite nice. Shadow Demon's going to have some issues with being able to deal with the illusions. I mean, sure, for a decent chunk of the game, you can deal with the Warcry too.
I think it just puts some extra pressure on as well, not letting the Sven get up to that crazy period. And it also kind of means that you don't necessarily get enabled to leave that Underlord solo all that much. You know, an Enchantress Gyrocopter lane is pretty scary, both in terms of the pure and magic damage that you're able to output. This could be one of those games where we see Kiritich going into like just the 1 point in the the Rocket Barrage. And are we chuckling at the Shaker ban?
Yes, well deserved ban.
Maybe it's a bit Wyvern. Honestly, against a Sven and an Underlord, it's pretty godly.
10 seconds
if you are able to get into the Ags. Like, how are you catching him?
True. I think my only one thing is that, like, I feel like you need a jumping hero on VP to get on the Shadow Demon and the Grimstroke, two very position-based supports.
Wyvern. I mean, all right, so if you don't have jumping heroes, your lockdown isn't amazing as well on Navi. VP have the first pick, so they're not going to have something that's completely uncounterable. So if they wanted to go giga greedy and just like tinker them, then they can get countered with something like, you know, a Storm Spirit or just something that's able to get up in on top of him. But they're banning out a lot of the stuff that's going to be able to provide that extra little bit of lockdown and picking a quap for themselves. So maybe thinking that Storm is the avenue that Navi will want to go for and picking one of the better laning matchups against it.
I mean, Navi need a way to jump in as well, right? With the things. So what are we looking at? Void.
Maybe.
Void.
I was thinking Void Spirit. Yeah, like just give that over to him with the Inkswell, and you can dissimulate out of every single Shadow Strike if you wanted to.
Everyone is a bit extreme. I think the Cop is still a very favored matchup, like 60-40.
Sure, but it is something else that provides that burst, right? And again, against the Gyro, you need it. You absolutely need that burst potential from a double Astral Step through him, plus a Sven blinking in God Strength, whack him with a couple of hits, and maybe you take out the Gyrocopter.
Don't think there's many other melee jumping heroes that are going to have a better time in the lane. So yeah, but I mean, Void Spirit,
Tiny, maybe.
Yeah,
Kunkka kind of dead.
Kind of dead, but of course it is a nice matchup versus Quap. But yep, kind of dead.
Has a really high win rate, by the way. It's 55% this patch.
How many game? Oh,
not many. Yeah. Like 200 games in pros.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some other melee heroes for Melojul. I want a way for you to jump in and use the Inkswell. That's a big thing. Maybe there's another hero that you could think of playing with the Solar Bind as well, because I don't really have the pairing with that. But I think that's really stretching now and finding a hero that does that too.
Mid laners. I'm not really seeing many. Yep.
Oh, they picked
just go to the Void Spirit. Yep. Makes sense, right? Just be able to make plays around. Even against the enchant, against the damage over time from the Shadow Strike, you're eventually going to have Denial with his Aghanim Shard, so you can look to protect a little bit against that from some of the slows, give some extra healing through. Oof. How are you feeling about this? Like, they've got the burst on Navi, but they've got the super scary late game on Virtus.pro with this Gyrocopter. I still feel like if he's quick on the fingers, if he legitimately just presses Flak Cannon and Satanic, fight's over. He doesn't even need to right-click if he's being chain stunned. You will have enough survivability off the back of that just to be able to live through everything that they've got coming back your way. So, I don't know. I was a little bit more convinced by... Obviously, it was a dominant victory, but Virtus.pro's, the way that they played the map and the way that they played the team fights in game number 2, and Navi were made to really work for it in game number 1, and I felt like they had this hyper counter to the Terrorblade in the Darkseer, and this game they don't have that. They've got ways to be able to deal with a Gyrocopter, but it's not necessarily like the one that I'm expecting. If it was a Morphling, if it was an AA, if it was a Doom, I would think differently, but I think Virtus.pro might have this. How about you?
I've seen too many Svens look incredibly strong, and I think the impact that he's going to be able to provide, we've seen Sven get very, very active at the early stage of the game. So I think just with that, the combination of like the Void Spirit, Grimstroke running around across the map, whereas Gyro's still going to need to be able to farm. I feel like Sven's just going to be able to get them early net worth lead off the back of his involvements at the 15 to 20 minutes, maybe a little bit later than that. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do from there. It just seems like their fights may be a little bit easier to execute. I think Navi have what it takes. Okay. I think Navi have what it takes, so we'll see. I do also very much agree that the side that's been probably more dominant has been Virtus.pro. So we could just say a lot of it's going to come down to the lanes, and I mean lanes you'd say favor VP. You've got a Gyro Enchantress, pretty strong lane. Enchantress secures a lot. I mean, Underlord should still be able to get a decent chunk of farm depending on the Vanguard timing. Mid lane, it's quite favored. Again, what we said, kind of 60-40. I think we both agree on that. It's going to be very, we'll see what Melojul can do. I will even hold about the bottom lane because we've got Navi, Fireman smoking, and Squad EXO in a position to be able to spot out that ward, get placed. I don't know where everyone else is, so they're maybe going to try and wrap around. Also got a blink would be really nice to start. And I think he might... Oh, dude, nice kind of holding from Squad X, just a patience to not even level it up with the boys still being there.
It just completely ruins your mid lane, though, if that is the way that you're going to go about this. I wonder if they're even pinging back there. Like, he's pinging underneath the tier 2 tower, saying, hey, you used a tango, just stand underneath tier 2 instead. It provides 2 extra HP regen, but I think with the tango and standing under the tier 1, it'll still give him enough to be at 100% by the end of the, by the time the lanes collapse. So I think if VP are going to win this one, FNG needs to be the MVP of like the first 20 minutes of this game. Like, he needs to put a lot of tower pressure on because you don't exactly have the greatest heroes to do that, and he needs to be this consistent bully onto Malik to allow force Denial to be in the lane, not make stacks, not make plays elsewhere to enable Sven to be able to pick up in front.
You're a beautiful person with a charming personality. I've always wanted.
If it gets to the later stages, right, you can get the war cry up on the Sven, you can get as much of that attack damage reduction as you want onto the Underlord, Crimson Guard. It don't matter if you're able to get maxed out impetus flying out with the Sproinks. And again, they have pretty limited catch right now on Navi's side, outside of the Void Spirit plus the Grimstroke. He could look to do some serious damage once it gets later on. They're just enchanting one of the disruption illusions that get brought out into the fold. It's already doing that, getting up in his face.
It's going to be a big nuisance here for Malik early on. So, like we said, looking at the ring health and the Vanguard timing for that top lane. Bottom lane, also, how do we feel about this for Shigetsu? I mean, feels like both sides have a decent chunk of kill threat here, but do you think Shigetsu's going to get out of the lane like we saw in game 1, top of the net worth? Because I feel like he's, like I said, really vital to how the early game is going to progress for Navi.
Yeah, I think he's vital as well. It's not the easiest matchup, right? I feel like Rubik almost always needs to be the one that gets gone on if they're going to go for any sort of kill attempt here. And Sayush right now, he's putting himself in a good spot to make sure that that doesn't happen. If he moves on forward, he's the one that's going to get Stormhammered and Inkswelled. Has to be very careful of when Navi hit up onto that level 2 mark. Upside though, FNG up in the face, but Denial's the one that's actually taking a lot of the damage.
They had to step back over to deal with the missile, but meant that he wasn't retreating back to the tower. So Kiritic strikes first in our final game of this series.
They've even got the mana burn creep as well. So honestly, pretty good just to have into this gyro lane, right? If he did want to go 1 point in the rocket barrage as well. Nice little way to be able to keep the mana nice and healthy.
Quite impressed with the start from Melodule mid lane though. 11-4 compared to the 8-1. We'll see Squad X has already got 2 points up in the dagger. Yeah, I mean, early bottle from Melodule and even taking a couple tower hits from Squad X going to make it feel a little bit nicer, but no one's going to come over and try and take any of the water runes, so it looks like both mid laners should be able to get a refill.
Mm-hmm. Nicely done by Denial just to keep the lane in a relatively safer spot for the Underlord to be able to play around with. But Kiritic, once again, is just off to a fantastic start. Of course, First Blood does help things, but there really isn't anything that's going to be disrupting his farm right now. And Denial hasn't been able to move back and start to bring up any stacks. He really does need to just keep Malik in a safe spot. And I mentioned the Ring of Health being an important item timing for him, and he should have it very shortly. Just misses a free last hit, actually. But even when that's picked up, really feel like Kiritic and FNG can give him issues.
Yeah, they keep lacking the men are actually on notice, but it's not going to matter in the end. They even got the Korra as well in the tree line, yeah. So, I mean, Navi, they have to use all their stun to try and secure the Lotus, and that meant, of course, there was a spell advantage for VP, and now if the kill... They're going to be able to reset the creep equilibrium as well. So, nice couple of sequence of events for Virtus.pro down bottom.
Mm-hmm. Some free range creeps as well, denied. Now everything's going VP favored. Exactly the way that they would hope to start this game. Just the 1 point in the Dissimulate now on Melodule. So, has ways to be able to dodge out that Shadow Strike spam coming through from the Quap. Just doesn't have the mana to be able to spam it out though. This is really where Squad X can, look to start dominating the lane. Anytime that you're playing a melee into a quap, gives you a lot of difficulties. All those super short ranged heroes like the Storm Spirit.
Oh, does he have banishment?
Oh, FNG.
No, I think it was on cooldown for a second or two. Bottom lane and making a goal with noticed. Even Shigetsu as well was taking up some spells. Looks like they were just trying to protect another hard camp pool.
Multiple sentry wards down there to make sure that it's not being blocked off. It's up top, just even more attention being given over to Malik. And once again, like Denial, he doesn't know exactly where he needs to be right now. Like, I feel like this is the point where you need to make sure that you're moving back. They're even going to get this courier snipe as well. Oh, FNG nearly able to give them an even higher gold advantage. And honestly, he's fine enough with this. You're not going to get anywhere close to a kill onto the Shadow Demon, but the fact that you're not influencing the lane at all and the fact that you're not building up stacks is a huge benefit. He's even scouting out to make sure that that's not the case. So very nicely done by him. Could take away the Watcher just for a little bit of that extra vision to see when someone might look to rotate around that same sort of area, but should be very satisfied with how the start of the game has gone. And is in Malik in trouble?
Well, Malik, yeah, he is. He's a lot of trouble, man. What?
Denial as well.
Denial is now. If FNG's body blocks are on the mark, nice. Rita just been able to TP up. The stun's already been used, but dude, Heritage is balling out. 0-2-3 skill build for him. It's going to be Treads, Falcon Blade into the crit stick, like we've been seeing a lot so far in Eastern Europe.
It's the power of the nut shot by the Warpine Raider, man. It's just way too good.
It is indeed FNG, always a bit of a nuisance, and we're going to start to see him rotate through the portal. And this lane, Shigetsu's not having anywhere near as fun of a time as what we're seeing from the Gyrocopter. Now you've got the potential of Gyro just playing solo. You can shove the lane out with Flak Cannon, go back, farm up the jungle. It's really going to open up what FNG can do.
Plenty of regeneration for him. Yeah, bottom side. You can see FNG about ready to make his move. It looks like they'll be able to take out Melody with this. Even gets the enchant on, making sure it's not popped with the Inkswell.
This is about to snowball out of control, dude.
They're making a siege creep hit into this bottom tower because of the moves coming through from FNG here. This has just been really solid all across the board by Virtus.pro. This is what I was afraid of. I didn't really see what this Shadow Demon provided this game. You know, you're not worried necessarily about a lot of burst. Maybe they just wanted something that could be able to build up stacks for the Sven, but I feel like it's not necessarily providing too much outside of that for this position one for your team. Even just FNG, once again, this is what a true position 5 is able to do, right? Able to pick up some farm, able to scout out, feeling very durable as well with his early item builds. Doesn't even have the boots to be able to play around with, but if he wanted to, he could just move a little bit over to the left and soak up some of that experience as well. Maybe feeling like that would give his position away too much. Over to Navi.
No. Squad X is here, dude. Where'd he come from? Oh my, dude, this early game is crazy from VP. 5 kills, 3k net worth lead. Squad X is bodied mid, rotates bottom thanks to the ward from FNG. You said he had to be huge through the first 20 minutes, and he's already making so many plays happen. We're not even at that stage yet.
Yeah, I mean, he was always known as the effing new guy when he first came on the scene, but he is an old man right now, and, well, he is really showing what all those years of experience are capable of doing. He's constantly scouting out, making sure that they don't get that observer ward removed. A lot of people put it in this standard spot to the right-hand side of the Sven, so he puts it to the left. Just makes them expend even more resources for no gain.
Your way somehow into this game is going to be up to the Grimstroke and the Void Spirit. Yeah. You need these two heroes to be able to connect on the rotations, and actually die that are thinking about smoking bottom. Squad X doesn't have the greatest resources, but they are just
8.5 minutes that the tower's getting hit into, man.
Come on, sprites.
So much attention being given over by FNG. You just don't feel safe. That first smoke is eventually coming through. I believe that's power treads that Melojul's got, and he's also got a bottle with the arcane rune in here, so you absolutely need to confirm this kill, but they'll know as soon as there's no one showing in this mid lane. They're going for some sort of play. Doesn't look like they'll be able to achieve anything with it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, FNG is not even easy too. 2 points attendance. It's on cooldown at the moment, which might be a bit of an opening for Melajul.
Solar Guardian?
He's going to have to use all these spells. It's actually Shigetsu that snipes it as well. So nonetheless, it will be a kill. But again, Kiritich, he's got his Crystallis getting delivered on the Courier. Top of the net worth by a long shot. You got the Sonic Wave back up as well. SquadX even going for an Orchid, so he's continuing to try and be, at least in regards to his item build, to be a really big issue inside this early game. SquadX, so bottom unnoticed. I don't know if they're going to have the damage though. Banishment will set up for the Remnant, but yeah, he's pretty tanky with all the stat items he's built.
Yeah, the boys are here, so he'll be A-OK. Looking to get rid of that vision as well, so not really that much worried anymore, and even Denial's probably going to go down here with using that Disruption Preview. Not even needing a single point of the impetus to make all of this pressure happen across the map is FNG. Nice little jukes, though.
All right. Another Hadouken. Another Hadouken. Go for it. FNG.
Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Oh, we got him. Oh my god.
Man's a Rio spammer.
Dude, there are some people that it's a treat to watch when they're on like the Enchantress and the Chen. And honestly, a lot of the best fives at the moment are, but with how much this guy is doing on the map, again, I cannot understand it. Kiritich is another check on him, another component completed. I cannot believe he went max out missile as well. I'm very intrigued about that, but
It just puts so much pressure onto Malik, right? Like, you do not have the level of farm that you're wanting, and it just opens up so much kill threat for FNG when he does start to make these rotations. They're even going to steal away all these stacks.
Oh, this could be huge though. Melajul with a jump in. They're going to have the Solar Guardian to try and combat this. They will step outside the Golden Ring. But now Melajul's only got one more Astral Step, and SquadX going to be able to chase him down with a Sonic Wave, clipping onto 2. And now with the grand prize is going to be the stacks as well, as they can easily clean them off with all 5 heroes here. This is looking like it could just be as convincing as what we saw from Virtus.pro in their first series of the qualifiers versus Matreshka.
Yeah, and it's the sort of things that really shouldn't be happening all that much, right? You go in this fan, you're building up a bunch of stacks for them. You can't let them have this vision up on the high ground that's just going to reveal absolutely everything about the state that you're willing to be able to take it, right? And because of that, they know there's a few juicy stacks. They're willing to invade because they've got the net worth lead to feel confident to be able to fight effectively, and they just get so punished. Information wins games, and it 1VP that team fight.
They're already back and making more stacks as well. What do we got? Maybe a quad at the Ancients. Never mind, they didn't get either.
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes those creeps are just got a mind of their own.
Denial still in level 4. What the Wizard go? It's a while ago.
On Enchantress, so even tankier herself. You look to try and make a lot of that burst again happen. Really long cast range on it, so unless you're using the Demonic Purge onto the main target that gets gone on, they're surviving pretty much, right? You've got that, you've got the Solar Guardian coming through. Looks like Natus is going for the Blade Mail first into the Halberd. Feels pretty good going up against the Sven, right? It means that he's going to need to get into... I mean, the way that we've seen a lot of these Svens build is like the Mask of Madness into the Echo Saber, into the Blink Dagger, and then the BKB after that. Yep. But I feel like he's going to need to go the BKB first in this sort of instance if Natus is going to get this Halberd at a pretty decent timing.
Oh, even like... so I was going to bring up this Void Spirit, even go Midas now at this stage of the game. What can you do? 8,000 deficit. I don't know.
The end, it's kind of okay, but just to stop at least FNG being annoying. But I don't know. I'm feeling very uneasy about it all.
Now, of course, there's a good reason why when you're an 8,000 deficit at 13 minutes in, can kind of do whatever they want. You've got Orchid now on SquadX, so the map is just going to be theirs for the taking. I mean, what are we looking at potentially? You maybe trying to control this bottom jungle area to limit some of the farm from Shigetsu. They don't really have the greatest aggressive ward set up, so we'll probably have to see them do that off the back of a smoke pretty shortly.
Yeah, it's since expired. I mean, the important thing for me as well for Navi is that both supports have Aghanim shards for this game to be able to, you know, obviously provide a little bit of that extra healing for these ongoing team fights with the Shadow Demon, to be able to get rid of the enchant, the Shadow Strike, and even just for the Grimstroke as well, considering you could pop the Inkswell early now. So if you get stunned up, just a quick Inkswell and then immediately look to detonate it, and maybe you can make a team fight happen.
Oh, well. FNG's apparently just farming the triangle. No one can contest him. And now they're going to sit behind Kiritich as well. Well, he's going to take a T1 towers. Try and smoke around. Navi going to be up on this high ground to pop it, but of course, no support that gets jumped on will make it out alive. They're going to steal the Inkswell as well, which will feel quite nice with how aggressive Squad X is looking to play.
I mean, you talk about the impact if he's able to consistently do that in these fights when he picks up his own shard on Sayush, then it's going to feel amazing. Might even build up another stack for Kiritich inside of the Radiant Ancient Camp area. So things looking real positive. This Gyrocopter just continuing to scale at such a rapid rate that doesn't feel respondable. Again, they don't have that big hyper counter towards him. That's my main issue here. He's already got a Crystallis. He's already got that Spark of Courage. It's only 15 minutes in, man, and he's got 10k net worth. And you do not have an answer.
It's crazy that this feels like a desperation smoke at 15 minutes. They're grouped up though, maybe hoping that once VP get the tower, someone splits up. And they have done that. They're going to run into Melajul. Sorry, they're going to run into Squad X, but he's further inside VP's territory and they'll actually walk past him instead. So next up is Noticed. 1900 health they have to go through from him, and they're also going to miss him as well. They're going to get anyone?
Nope. They even saw the Enchantress career as well, so they're thinking maybe if they patrolled over left, they could get FNG, but it is not worth going on this Ench. Level 8. Is she going to be able to survive? Oh, you needed everything to be able to take him out.
Sayush as well
would be a big one.
Solid got in to turn it in, and now this might give an opportunity for some of the rotations. So still Squad X. He's got a free fight now for the Queen of Pain, and now with the Gyrocopter showing up, Navi, there's nothing they can do to turn the fight. Melik tries to disrupt, but the Crimson, with that on cooldown, did it commit on Squad X? Have they got the damage with the 3? Melajul's going to be able to pop the double damage for him, but yes, you get the kills, but you've got to bury your own grave with jumping into the middle as Notice can clean up, and of course, Kiritich as well goes untouched inside the team fight. So you find a couple, but the cost is almost unworth it in the end.
It was a heavy investment for sure. I mean, the positive signs are, of course, that Navi do get a lot out of that. The 2 kills on the supports went over to Shigetsu, so he gets a lot of gold from that, and Melajul gets the dominating streak that Squad X had. So gives them a nice little injection of gold that Melajul especially was needing. But you just see how heavily they needed to commit onto the Ench. If you don't, she pops the Parvis, she pops the Magic Wand, she has 4 points of the Nature's Attendance, and she probably even lives there. There's a big response coming out, and it shows the importance of the Pit of Malice as well, just providing that prevention for the Gyrocopter being able to go on in. But even just with the Morbid Mask, you felt so survivable in the Jara. He's got the Vampire Fangs as well. Couldn't have asked for too much more. Get another freebie. All right. Nearly Satanic, though. This will be like a 19-minute Satanic at this rate.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
The game feels pretty over once the BKB comes out for Kiritich for mine. So what can you do before that point? How can you stop him from farming? How can you put him off the map? Because, I mean, honestly, even just with the Morbid Mask and the Vampire Fangs and the Ags, feels like pretty dangerous territory to be in. Maybe you put a little bit more emphasis onto Noticed, considering he doesn't have a BKB just yet. The Solar Guardian, you've got stuns to be able to hold him into place so that he's not able to get that off. It's like they're recognizing that this might be the area of the map that they're looking to make a play up onto. Everyone TPing up top from VP, wanting to contest this and potentially use that to transition into a Roshan fight. I'm sure Shigetsu wants to fight, but he just doesn't have that BKB just yet, and he's going to need it.
I think they're gonna back up as well. Nice read somehow from Sayush that there's a ward next to the T1 tower. If that freshly placed ward not going to be there for Navi to be able to work with once the BKB is completed from Shigetsu. So here we've got to look at Roshan too. They feel strong enough to be able to force the issue.
will force some sort of a response in the mid lane, and Natus is the one that's going to be showing up, not wanting to go too deep into the lane. Just quickly clear out the creep wave and still be able to join into the rest of the boys. He's got his BKB now picked up. I gotta wonder if the... Okay, I'll be very happy if that's the case. Yeah, Malik had a pipe queued up for the longest time. It really doesn't give any value this game. He's just going to keep it as a casual cloak and then build into the Guardian Greaves, which I feel like up against a Gyrocopter, lots of AoE damage coming through, that's always going to give you a high amount of benefit.
Ooh. Well done. Right, nice TPO. I saw Cleanse, which...
Dire's middle tower
We're going to do much this game?
The route from Pit of Malice.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Let's
get
just
rid of the
hold
eighth
off
remnant
popping
as well.
your BKB as well. That'd be nice.
They are trying to set up mid, Melody and Melojul, but yeah, I don't know, Squad X. They're gonna have to
Not
damage
the
just
easiest
yet.
deal. Especially only being level 10 on the Void Spirit. Level 12, maybe. You know, just you get an extra 100 damage from the Void Mark, get a little bit of extra range, so you're able to be that surprise factor. It really feels like until he picks up this full Aghanim Scepter, Melojul is going to have quite a rough time. Just using Inkswell on creep waves right now to push waves out a little bit more. Stop them from running at them while they've got this Aegis of the Immortal, but Kiritich feels confident enough to just be able to sit down bottom on his own. And, I mean, they don't exactly have all of the information to reveal where VP are, but they know that at least 2 heroes aren't there with him. So this is just utmost confidence with how your early game has gone. Gotta say, though, Shigetsu has caught up somewhat. You know, even despite being down this far in terms of the kill count, I don't know if you can afford to expend the God Strength here. They're about ready to go up onto the high ground, but he's going to do it. I mean, we mentioned the value of the Aghanim Shards looking to come through for the team.
Okay, they got it.
Both supports already have it, so...
I mean, they would probably expect... The only way they take it is with God Strength, so...
Yep.
See. Sayush. Stokinesis. Looks like Shadow Demon's going to be okay, though, for the moment. Still, of course, the high ground push will continue. You're going to have to poke from afar. They don't have the greatest poke unless the Underlord comes back. We'll do so now with the TP.
Shigetsu doesn't even have a TP for another 10 seconds, so they're doing their best to try and stop this as much as they can. They get their own fire.
He's going to be able to activate the Satanic and try and turn. Nothing to really hit off at the moment. That would be huge if they can deal with the first life without committing heavily, and that'll be the case in our Squad X. Nice timing with the banishment as well is going to be able to keep them alive for the moment, but the rest of Virtus.pro is starting to sweep inside their own base. As they should be able to get the double kill into the support. Shigetsu's going to try and TP him. The stun lock. Is it enough? There will be. Now noticed as well. Deep inside Navi's territory. Can they punish? This might be the one opportunity they will get to find a way back in, but F&G is just not going to die.
This flak cannon is just way too scary. They're constantly just watching out for where the flak cannon is looking to come from, and oh yeah, Kiritich is going to be satisfied enough with being able to take that tier 3. I think maybe they were underestimating the damage that these towers are able to do this early on into the game. It was completely shredding a lot of the supports when they tried to go for those super deep dives, so a lot more attention paid by Virtus.pro to make sure that it did eventually get taken out. So at least they breached the high ground. It cost them the Aegis, and the net worth doesn't really change at the end of everything. So, I mean, for Melojul, he's probably going to be pretty happy with that, right? Gains 2 levels. He's now only 1 component away from his Aghanim Scepter. He's actually pretty damn close to it.
No, I think, honestly, all things considering, that went really well for Navi. So, let us see how that's going to be able to continue on. This shard's kind of interesting. I'm pretty sure he got it from the Tormentor, right?
Yep.
The Voids, yeah. So,
you could use it to push waves a little bit, just passively put it there.
What was the shard change? I'm trying to read it. Hero units.
Hold on.
Jump in. The Scepter reveal. The chain control has to be perfect. Well, the damage nonetheless is going to be lacking as well.
You're happy enough just to force TPs. It means that they're not pushing elsewhere. And it might actually mean that Gyrocopter's a little isolated on this bottom side. He has finished the Satanic though, so I don't know if you feel confident in being able to go in onto him. Maybe feeling like the Shadow Demon himself just able to kite out a lot of that duration of the Satanic. Also got the Purge, like we mentioned, for that full Protect 1 style.
Still, game is continuing to be sorted out, and that'll probably be the case till next ages. I mean, we'll see if the Daedalus, still Virtus.pro without a doubt, can continue to play the map, as Kiritich is also going to find a freebie on his farming pattern up the top. Of course, that'll give them some information of the Rubik and the Gyrocopter's position. So, yep, true. Dieback, 60 seconds without him, but Navi going to be able to push out bottom. They'll push out mid. They are just praying that Shigetsu can find whatever farm he can get across the map to somehow be able to combat against his Gyro in these fights.
I think they're pretty happy to just take all outer towers now, even without the Aegis. They know there's no buyback on the Shadow Demon. They know that Kiritich is Giga farmed. Now you have absolutely nothing to stop that Satanic value from coming through. And he's even got a Daedalus to be able to play around with as well. So one outer tower removed. Might push one more lane, just because, again, what's he afraid of? And then just look to rotate back and play around taking mid. Even just the extra night vision that it provides from the Vampire Fangs. Also the bonus night vision from the Flak Cannon. So Gyro becomes a very scary hero to fight into from this 25 to 30 minute mark. It's kind of nuts, actually. I mean, you compare what the Sven's perspective is walking around on this bottom side versus what the Gyrocopters is. Just if you look at Navi's vision, very, very small, very scary. And then you got Gyro up top. It's basically daytime for him.
Yeah, it's dumb. I don't know. I don't know why he got this. But I mean, we haven't seen the hero in quite some time. So, you know, you want to buff him up a crap load and then get him nerfed into the bin next patch? We'll see.
You think there's going to be one before TI?
Yes, I do.
Maybe a C. Yeah. Nerf Gyro a little bit, nerf Prophet a little bit. Those are the big two for mine.
It's a month before when qualifiers and before TI. But yeah, there'll be a patch.
Anything else on your wish list?
Do we want to go into it again? We can speak about Ag's Labyrinth if we want to. Okay. That is probably on the top of the patch.
Hero changes.
Oh right, we speak. Oh, sorry, man. No, I don't mind. Just Ag's Labyrinth is all I'm thinking about right now. Navi. See what they're going to be able to do off the back of the smoke. First time they've kind of been more proactive, and especially moving into VP's territory as well. Gyro is split from the team. FNG 2 hit, make it 3 from Shigetsu as Natus jumps in as well. It's a great swipe, stunning onto 2. Now been able to kill off the support, as now they can isolate Shigetsu. So that's the BKB to work with. Meanwhile, Melik as well is trying to go back to the Rift, but won't have an opportunity. Shigetsu stunned up, still with a solid gun. He's going to try and TP out. He should be able to make it, but very, very close in the end. And still, it's a fight that favors Virtus.pro very heavily.
They got the gem, so maybe they're able to clear out a little bit of these parts of the map. They can finally feel a little bit more confident in leaving the base outside of using smokes and give a little bit more space for Shigetsu to be able to pick up this farm, because you saw how quickly FNG died, and this is not a squishy Enchantress, right? He's got the Untouchable, he's got a Parvis, he's got a Pipe, and plenty of stats as well to be able to play around with, so can not have to worry about that and just look to burst through them. You can feel a lot more confident, but they can see that he's up here, pathing underneath their own observer ward. They didn't check that one space, so they should feel confident enough to be able to go in onto the bottom side of the map again with a Gyrocopter who's now level 20, so even more damage coming out from the Flak Cannon.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And he's coming back now. I've got strength by the time he enters the base, but there might not be a bottom set of barracks to defend. Denial? Yeah, you can't go that close. They're just going to jump in, even get the stun into Melijor, so it's an instant to simulate outside of that engagement.
Stolen Pit.
Could be frustrating.
It's going to force a BKB from Shigetsu now, but still 10 seconds on the cooldown.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Remember, that's upgraded Firestorm as well. So you just put that onto the Dawnbreaker when she's about to go in, and it's a whole lot more damage that they're going to have to deal with. Might even be forced to pop some of these BKBs defensively, that would be disaster stations for Na'Vi. You need to be using BKB to confirm kills, not to just survive for an extra couple of seconds. If that's the case, then all VP need to do is wait it out. Flak Cannon, much lower cooldown than something like the God Strength, so you just rinse and repeat.
Do you reckon Kiritich commits with the Rapier?
Maybe once he picks up Aegis, then you can afford to do it.
Okay. I mean, I know this game is pretty much very difficult to come back from. I think if he gets a butterfly, this game might be like 1% chance.
Oh, they're going to get rid of this
15.
mission on the high ground, scout out the fact that the smoke was happening, so they're going to be able to set up. FNG
a nice ward,
just
though.
sending his creep in on the front lines. Might look
They're going to re-smoke as well from Virtus. All right, FNG once again, but there's the counter initiation. They're going to do what they can to protect him. Another turn as well with a solid Guardian stun once again piercing BKB. It's going to be disastrous for Navi on the bridge. It is just a trap. Nothing they can do to escape. Virtus.pro can walk it down now. Barracks to claim, buildings to pillage, and a series soon to win as well.
I mean, big props need to be given to FNG for that, right? He knew they were there because of the D ward. It was a bit of a mistake from Navi just giving away their positioning like that, and he knew all he needed to do was survive for that extra couple of seconds. Pops the pipe, pops the wand, pops the Parvis, even had a healing Lotus to be able to play around with as well. And, well, once that was the case, you'd already taken over the fight by the Gyrocopter, and there's just way too much damage to have to contend into. Might even not even need the Rapier for Kiritich. They'll be able to close out this game in pretty quick fashion. One last fight, perhaps. Not really worth buying back on the Sven. God Strength not up for the same amount of time that he's dead. Even the BKB, we mentioned how important that is, but this is an important series for VP. They're going to be able to just back off with 2 full lanes of racks taken, and they know that Roshan's down bottom as well, so Rainbow TP's going down there to be able to claim it.
Worthy treat.
Looks like they're going to try and take a fight down here, though.
You have to.
I mean, yeah, like how are you going to win versus Aegis and Cheese? It's not going to happen. One more fight. Let's see if any crazy stuff can happen for Navi. I think they're pinging him out, though.
Sure. I mean, Malik's doing his best to make it a little less obvious by revealing on the lane, but you know they know that he can just instantly look to join in. Even the scan, it's ready, and it's on point.
Dude, they're going to do no damage. They just got AC, and they have this Ogre creep as well. It's going to be way too much armor for them to go through. They're going to try the long wraparound. Pretty good read from Sayush, though. Smoke's going to pop with the Observe Ward. Melodul's able to get him in the tree line. They'll waste the Solar Guardian. And now this is an opportunity for Fish to get to jump inside the middle. But still with the Sonic Wave pushing him away. That's it. You weren't able to win the fight. Age is going to go in the hands of Virtus.pro now. You'll get a couple of kills just before you're even able to get the grand prize. And they're even going to go through the... Oh, no.
Nice try. Nice try.
Is under attack.
It's just way too much to have to go up into. It's a couple of times now as well that Denial's just been in a little bit of an odd spot, you know, getting caught out at the start of a lot of these engagements. He is important for being able to land, you know, the cleanse, the purge onto multiple targets, even just the disseminate for increased damage coming out from the Sven. Whenever you've got someone that's capable of that much cleave, disseminate actually ends up doing a fair amount.
They've noticed it. Done. Or it's a couple tips for his solid performance. One final push from them, Malik.
0 deaths.
Ooh. Uh-oh, Malik, not looking good. Can try and pop the Greaves to repair some of the damage. Melodul can even think about jumping in. They're fighting underneath the Firestorm. We are seeing VP starting to fall a little bit low, especially FNG, but Shigetsu is nowhere to be seen without the God Strength. And he's back up now for him, but the Blink's getting cancelled. And it's going to give Virtus.pro enough time to be able to retreat and set up another formation.
One last fight, feels like, for Navi. One last... I mean, as long as they're not grouping up as legit 5 and getting cleaved down as a team underneath a Firestorm and a double Astral, I really don't see anyone dying in this engagement. He has finished up that
Underlord pulled that, okay.
Wasn't expecting the Rapier. Yeah,
they're going to call it. Not even attempt one last fight. Virtus.pro. We're going to be able to take our first series of the day. Game 1 was very, very crazy back and forth, but Game 2 and Game 3 for the boys on VP. Clean, just a business-like fashion from them, closing it out in pretty convincing fashion in the end.
We've always called them that. They're the number 4 team in Eastern Europe, and they're the first team that's going to secure their spot in that upper bracket final. Top 3 guaranteed for Virtus.pro. Their 3 hardest opponents that they could never expect to beat are already qualified for TI. So the stage is set, the runway is open for them. After a shaky game 1, they've really started to bring it all together and put on 2 really dominant performances in games 2 and 3 after Navi. Off the back of some individual players, you would have to say a draft victory ended up being able to take that game 1.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, I've got to say as well, this felt like one of the first few games we really saw the impact of that Solar Guardian buff with the piercing BKB. Because we saw like the Sven is a very heavy committal person. You jump in with God Strength BKB. If you are forced to run away and waste some of that duration, all of a sudden fights look really difficult. And you know, we saw just every time he was eating a Solar Guardian stun to the face, that little bit of duration enabled VP to reset. I mean, that wasn't the big reason why they won that game without a doubt, but it just felt like we really are seeing how nice this change can be. Just a value of life change for the Dawnbreaker. But is F&G the man of the game with the MVP performance?
I think this is a 3-way tie between FNG, Noticed, and Kiritich. They all played their jobs to absolute perfection. I don't think FNG is in a position to, like, again, his first 20 minutes was still, like, the best of the entire game. Of course, you could say Kiritich, with the crazy amount of farm that he was able to do, was also kind of in that same sort of area. But notice just his quick fingers to be able to get those Solar Guardians onto even just that last Roche fight, right? Use it onto Sayush means that even though you've committed basically everything into killing just a Rubik, it doesn't end up happening because he's just that quick on the trigger to be able to make it happen. So I'd be fine with any of the Gyro, the Dawnbreaker, or the Enchantress getting this one.
Let's give it to FNG. I mean, you called it. He had to have a incredible first 20 minutes, and you know, we saw already was able to secured the lane for the Gyrocopter, and then you know, like we've said a lot of the times with the Flak Cannon, you're able to you play that lane solo. So that meant FNG could rotate down to Navi's safe lane. Just the warding from him, setting up for Squad X to rotate off the back of that first Sonic Wave.
At 7 minutes, he did that, and they were hitting into a tier 2 tower at 8.5. Like, that is unheard of. So FNG, fantastic job in the lane, fantastic job with the early roaming, fantastic job at being able to take both top and bottom tier 1 towers, and even just being the bait for those later fights. So he just played a phenomenal game.
Yes, that he did, without a doubt. So well done, FNG, but of course, incredible performance from Virtus.pro as well. So they're going to move forward to be in our upper bracket finals. We get to take a look as well. Of course, they will face the winner of One Move or HYDRA, which is going to be our next series. So VP get a little bit of a break, and they get to see who their opponent is going to be very shortly.
We're going to see Navi versus Naju in that lower bracket. It's going to depend on the 4th series of today, but like you said, there are a few more series to get through before we get to that point. One more upper bracket game coming through with One Move taken on HYDRA. Really 2 up and down teams, right? They've got some star players across the team, but they just haven't been able to put it all together. Well, they got to start that positive momentum moving, because in order to beat this VP roster, that unless you're heavily outdrafting them, it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to get across the line. It's going to be a pretty tough task, and it'll be a tough task for Nemiga as well, with how impressive Storm looked yesterday as well.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a tough task, because at the moment, really, the people with the, you know, at least the X on their back at the moment is VP, with how they've looked in the games. Again, sure, we can look at game 1. You had the lead still for a majority of it. Unfortunately, you know, like you said, draft probably favors the boys to be able to get towards the later stages on Navi. But besides that, VP have looked incredibly clean in a lot of their games. So they are the people that you are trying to go up against and try and match. And we'll get to see again who their opposition is going to be. Because next up, we've got another upper bracket series. It's going to be HYDRA taking on One Move. Like you said, these 2 teams are very up and down, but these are 2 teams that have played each other a lot so far through the entire year. Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 in Division 1. So we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top, as there were some roster changes. Who is that going to favor, and overall, who will the series favor? We're going to have to find out after a short break.
Welcome one and all, it's your boy, the half-time human snare with the full-time man lizard, and we are here for some more Dota 2 action in the Eastern European region. Only one team in this entire region gets a slot towards TI, and now we go on to our second semi-final in the upper bracket, which is one move taking on HYDRA. And Lizard, you have a lot of knowledge about this particular region. You've played in this region, so tell us what to expect from this matchup.
Well, actually, when you go through the rosters of these two teams, you can see some very familiar old faces coming from Eastern Europe. Like you can see Lil, Hakoda, Afterlife, or Old Akulich as well, Happy Durara. So what to expect is some normal EEU XCIS Dota, you know, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a bloodbath. We already had one amazing series with Ares and Danog that just ended, right? I'm not sure if we'll see the same amount of strategical proficiency, let's put it that way, but the games are gonna be fun, 100%.
I mean, VP and NAVI, for many people's expectations, those are the top two seeds coming out of this region. But of course, as we've seen in China, and maybe to a lesser extent North America, take nothing for granted. So between One Move and HYDRA, they need to draft appropriately, which brings us to our first draft of the day. HYDRA, Diacide with first pick. They obviously go for the Vengeful Spirit. What did they take out? No Pango, no Dawnbreaker, no Nature's Prophet. And One Move, they start off with Earth Spirit. We've seen, obviously, in the series earlier today and in a couple of previous games, this hero stock is on the rise, Liz. And it feels like, especially when paired with like some Darkseer, some Warlock in potential, that the hero's effectiveness in the game just skyrockets, honestly.
It's very easy for him to move through the Twin Gate and make a gank happen without showing himself anywhere. Like he's very mobile, which allows him to do exactly that, right? But it's not only the Twin Gates. Like he can go down mid very easily, and if you have something like a Quap or anything that's a little bit aggressive, that can combine the tankiness that Earth Spirit gives you under the tower with the damage that it deals, like you can get easy kills. Like you can shut down the enemy mid very easily, and just by having the hero, honestly, you're already on the mid lane a little bit afraid. You know, you're feeling the pressure.
Love to see these Earth Spirits. What do they ban around it to keep him safe and to enable their matchups? There's no Invoker, no Gyrocopter, no Beastmaster. I think especially Beastmaster Gyro, those should never be let through the way that the game is looking right now. And this Coddle ban is a bit intriguing for me. We've seen this hero being banned out a little bit, but outside of when we've seen it being run in the mid lane, it hasn't felt as effective as it did in prior patches. So I still think people are sort of figuring out how to play the new Coddle with the new Spirit Vessel, get the maximum impact out of this hero. But we'll see what the mid lane matchup is going to be like. So far, we've seen this Earth Spirit being played with like some Ember Spirits. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they go for like Ember or Puck, one of these kind of heroes that just keep the enemy team clumped together for the Earth Spirit to do max damage.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. It's like Earth Spirit alone is fine.
10 seconds remaining.
But when you combo him with some more spell damage, like you said, some more burst damage, he's just forcing you into getting very early BKBs no matter what you're playing. Luckily for most players, those are, for most cores at least, an early BKB right now is the name of the game for 90% of heroes, which, because of that, you might feel Earth Spirit might be a bit weaker, but he truly isn't. Like, we've seen so many games in which Earth Spirit makes a huge difference. We've casted them together, even just a few, and it's always fun to watch. But speaking of HYDRA, they have this Venge too. Like you touched on her a little bit. Like this hero is probably the strongest hero in the meta, and I put it in a way that she's picked constantly. Like you don't want to ban her. She can be played pretty much anywhere. And you always think, okay, it's just a Venge, I can deal with her, and then you're hitting for 30% less, you're being stunned, like two of your heroes are being stunned constantly in team fights, you kill her, she respawns, it's, you kill the respawn, she buybacks, you kill the buyback, she respawns, it's like, yeah, it's an interesting one. But Pugna, by the way, that's a ban I don't see very often.
Makes sense now that they've gone for the Skywrath Mage to remove the Pugna from the pool. You don't want to be giving up pretty much half your HP pool in how much mana you deal out in damage. I'm okay with this. It also means that looking at these bans from HYDRA, they were banning out like Grimstroke, no Disruptor. They were definitely angling for either Ember or Storm in the mid lane. Now that becomes a lot less viable. You already have the Earth Spirit with his own silence. Now you have Skywrath Mage silence on top of that. Yeah, I'm playing a different hero mid no matter what. So good luck, have fun, Hydra. You're not going to be having the OP mid laners anymore in this game.
You can't have the ultimate OPs, but you can have some, like Dragonite, you can have some Primal Beast, right? Like you still can play like that. Or you can opt to go for one of the spirits that's gonna struggle against these two, but then you build a earlier BKB and you still don't care. So I think it's still playable. When I see this flying man, this bird, this pigeon, I'm thinking about Lycans and such, right? Beastmaster is already banned out. If Hydra want to, they could snatch up the Lycan together with when she's strong. Just send all your beasts on the sky and, you know, lift your hands off the keyboard as he dies.
You know, if Osgold was still in this Hydra team, he probably would have went for the puck pick right now, but Osgold, unfortunately, has left. This is no longer the full Kazakhstani lineup for Hydra. Dream is the only remaining member from that old stack. And they pick up the Ember Spirit for your Warwick here. Not too surprising, honestly, given how played Ember is. Right now, he's actually the most played hero in all of the qualifiers by quite some distance. But, you know, it's a nice, just solid pick overall. It's very easy to draft the lineup around Ember. Guarantees you have catch. The lanes aren't that bad, even the losing ones. So it's okay. I like it.
It's interesting. Ember, like I said earlier, like we talked about, right? Like the spirits, you can still pick them into a lot of magic and silence damage, but you just build something against it, some save item earlier, like a BKB Manta perhaps. Very interesting that they pick up the Dark Willow, by the way. It can backfire, but it can be also really strong. Like the Brambles into Earth Spirit are pretty good. Putting Bedlam on Ember is really damn solid. Just having this burst damage versus Sky can also be strong. At the same time, every single one of these three heroes on one move, they have ways of pretty much killing you through the Shadow Realm. So it might be a little bit difficult for you. Also, what it tells me is that Dark Willow most likely is a 4, right? Like that's where you play her. It tells me that Venge is most likely a 5. Like putting Dark Willow and Venge on the offlane, it might be good, but if I'm playing Venge, I want my... And if my Venge is on offlane, it can be a 4 as well, by the way, but... if I'm playing Venge on offlane, I want this tanky boys on up front with me, right? Like your Earth Spirit, Spirit Breakers, things like that.
I fully agree with you there.
Clockwork even, right?
They still had space to maybe go back for it on their next pick, but for now they're going to have to find an answer to the LC. This is not only the natural response to seeing Ember Spirit to get that instant catch. Honestly, I was thinking that they might go this direction, not just for that, but this is Eastern Europe. You know, it's LC Scarlet Mage. This is how we roll.
Yeah.
This is what we do. We've been doing this combination for such a long time. And the lane just feels super strong. Unless it's actually not that lane. Looks like Earth Spirit's going mid. We're going to get the Witch Doctor in the 5 role, and then Scarlet Mage goes into the 4, I guess.
I'm completely fine with this. It's just that one other reason why LC was picked here is because you already see 2 supports on Hydra. Like, most likely the 2 supports. They do have some save. They have this swap. Like, you will continue the duel, but the hero, you'll have to run to him, right? So it does delay the damage and perhaps even saves the target. But yeah, interesting. The third spirit will be mid. Like this is a hero that I wanted to see mid for a couple of patches ago, but not necessarily right now. The matchup versus Ember can actually go his way. Like you're bulky. The only problem is like when you're playing the third spirit. The only issue I see with him is like let's compare him to the Ember. Ember, if his rotations don't go that well, he still can farm, split push much easier, you know, he gets online. Like you have these remnants all across the map, your mobility is higher. Earth Spirit, if the rotations don't go too well, I just feel that he falls off in every single game and I have an extra support on my side.
Yep, fully agreed with that. So it's going to be on Ankrad to make sure that every move pays off for him. I was just checking through the stats. The last time he played Earth Spirit was at the beginning of 2022. That was his 5th game on the hero. He's currently 3-2, so Hopefully he's been practicing in his pubs right now, especially because he'll have to deal with a Lycan trying to run down his supports. It's an interesting game for this Lycan, right? Because they do have some catch and kill onto the Lycan between the LC, the Scarab Mage, the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor in particular not only has the cost to deal with your army, but has Maledict and Death Ward to put in that massive burst of damage. But at the same time, if Lycan gets out of hand, like Witch Doctor and the Scarab Mage are complete food to you. Like they don't do anything to stop you if you start going out of control.
You can send your beasts at them, and the beasts alone should be able to kill them. At the same time, every time you show with your wolf hitting, with your main wolf that is, hitting a tower, you can die. And just like that, easily. Like you said, there's Legion, there's Earth Spirit, there's just a lot of catch. A lot of these heroes that like to hide in the trees until you show up and just blow you up instantly after. Hydra right now, they have an interesting lineup that doesn't necessarily have any big control, any big catch. Their playstyle is not the most cookie cutter playstyle of Dota, right? Like they have to split push you, they have to fight you constantly, like these small skirmishes and stuff, while Naga is farming up. Meanwhile, one move, they're kind of mostly into skirmishes as well. It's not like they have this big ass setup and big team fight combo.
They have like these little kill duels that they can make happen across the map. Hydra making this game extremely annoying with this Naga pick, and then one move. I want to get Troll again. So good old Troll Warlord, the man himself who has been very 50-50 for a large majority of the last few years. In the qualifiers for TI12, he's been doing pretty decently. He's 3-2 at the moment. I don't think we've seen, we saw one victory from him in Eastern Europe. Got the juice from NAVI Junior, was able to get the W. Here, how do we feel about this? So I suppose solid in the lane against this Lycan. Later on, your scaling potential is pretty good. You do actually outscale most of these heroes.
No,
the problem for you is like dealing with this Naga song, right? Other than that, you should be good.
Honestly, I think it's a fantastic troll game. I think this troll pick is game winning. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, you still have to, like you said, trolls are 50-50. You still have to execute properly. You still have to get that farm going. The lane needs to go well for you, but the way I see it, everything should go well for you because your team is setting it up very damn well. Like you have the LC to catch both the Naga, you have the LC to catch the Lycan. The troll itself is pretty good at that as well, with the blink later on perhaps. I don't know, I'm a big enjoyer of this troll pick.
Words you will not hear often at the end of a draft, one of our analysts being a big enjoyer of Troll, but I do tend to agree. I really like the mischance here with the whirling axes. It does quite a lot. I am a bit concerned about how many kiting tools they have. They have Terrorize, they have Bramble Maze, they have Swap, they have Ensnares, they have Roots. It's not the easiest Troll game in the world, but if he gets to that proper critical mass moment, there's nothing that Hydra have to deal with him. So Munkushi, game's on you, buddy. Let's see what you got as we get into our second semi-final in the upper bracket. One move versus Hydra. How many minutes do you think this game's going to be, actually? Let's make this an interesting guess.
Like 40-ish. Something like that. I feel like Radiant can take this around 40. At the same time, if Hydra has a Tundra style of a lineup, right? Like you have these illusions, you have the beasts running at you from Lycan. It's not going to be easy to play against. So one move, they have to be on point, but they have a lot of catch, so you can actually find these heroes. You can eliminate them.
I'm also really looking forward to seeing what Aincrad does through the mid lane on this Earth Spirit. Don't get to see this hero all that much, especially not deployed as a core. Build-up wise, what do you think? Double Bracer into Spirit Vessel?
Something like that, probably.
Look at it go.
What's the Aincrad, by the way? That sounds like his nickname is upside down, and it's like Dark Nia or something.
Dark Nia. All right, we should try to remember Dark Nia. See if we can call him that in this game. As we might have our first little fight going. The coconut did bounce out, but fortunately for Hydra and them, or at least one of the bouncers went towards a wolf rather than a hero, so Cloud gets to escape.
Yeah, they threw the blood grenade as well a bit too late. But it is what it is. They did manage to get some of the region out from Lycan. It's a nice advantage for Troll. This lane, I believe, should be Trolls on bot. Mid lane, I think Earth Spirit should have a little bit of a better time than Ember Spirit. But it is skill-based as well.
Pre-level 6, I'm just looking forward to seeing Einkrad roll into Warwick and try to kick him into the tier 1 tower. That'll be fun to witness.
He already did it, actually. Like level 1, he did it. Already Ember, as you can see, the HP on Ember is 50%. So, getting bullied by his Earth bro.
What do we make of this top lane, though? Naga, Vengeful Spirit versus the LC Skywrath.
You know, like, Venge, I've talked about her, that she's really strong right now. At the same time, I don't want to play into Legion and Sky as this lane. Like, your illusions will just instantly pop to overwhelming gods and concussive shots, so I don't think it's gonna be that easy for Naga and Venge. If you overcommit, obviously you can die on Radiant too, but... Hakoda
he ran a bit too far forward to harass Lil, but Cloud realizes he actually can't kill him by himself. Lil's being zoned away by the creep wave.
Yeah, he's zoning both of them. This man is a boss. Like, he's like, I'm one, but the two of you are actually alone.
What a player. Making perfect space for Munkushi in the lane so he can farm away on that troll. And also him finding that courier kill means that one move have found 2 couriers in the space of 2 minutes all across the map. Feels good.
2 couriers, 2 minutes, 1 courier per minute. Keep it up.
This game does feel like it's gonna be action on these side lanes, but I really am looking forward to seeing where Einkrad goes. The point you mentioned about him not being able to fail his rotations does mean that he has a bit more impetus to really dominate this mid lane. So in the event a rotation goes south, it doesn't mean he's set back massively in the game itself.
Yeah, and so far he's done exactly that. He's dominated top lane as well. They're kind of winning. Like, if you look at the region, Radiant is definitely having the upper hand. Mid lane, Einkrad, he's also winning the CS battle. Like, he has a full wave under the tower. Like, he's not owning, but he's winning. Bot lane might be the most interesting, I feel like. We'll see a kill on the side lane, top or bot.
Hakoda had already used Paralyzing Cask, otherwise he was about to throw the coconut onto Cloud. Munkushi is also going to have a very free time as this Troll Warlord. Like, we spoke about it a little bit in the draft, that Lycan doesn't really do anything to you in the lane.
By the way, like, before Bali Major, right, I never understood, like, coconut. He throws a coconut, it's not gonna hurt you, it's small. Because in Bosnia, the only coconuts I saw were those, like, brown, hairy ones, you know? Like, they're not really that big, they fit in your hand. And then I went to Bali. Those things are huge, man. Like, if that falls on your head, like, I've seen videos of it falling on people's head while they're driving scooters and just, like, yeah, knocking them out.
You know, it's funny you mentioned those coconuts, because the segment that I was doing every day there, that, like, in a nutshell, I had to carry a coconut every single time.
It's heavy, right?
After the 3rd day, I was like, guys, can we not make another plan? This is difficult to do, it's so heavy. Bottom, Lil, okay, he's not gonna die. No coconuts thrown at him. They know he has Shadow Realm, so there's no point.
He's fine. They're messing with LC on top a bit, but she might turn on Happy Durara.
They're thinking about actually going on to Afterlife. Kami looking for the kill here. Afterlife already popped the magic wand. Blood Grenade doesn't land onto the LC. It was just a few units behind her. So there's no slowdown for the Naga to kill her off.
Wait, was that? Oh, okay. It was Dire Blood Grenade, right? Like, I thought it was Radiant throwing it, and that's why it didn't look like it hit. But okay, yeah. Yeah, I feel like on top Afterlife only dies if he overcommits, and he did overcommit there. He was really deep. Sky wasn't even close. Naga is really not having fun on top lane. 12 CS.
Nope. Not getting what she wants out of this game. Kami gonna get moved into right now. They know that Durara is busy pulling back the creep wave, so Naga, just stay back. Afterlife, though, is really enjoying life. You know, you always feel good as LC when you can constantly trade like this, because you know that even without regen, you're going to win the war of attrition overall relative to your opponent.
Yeah, it's also, by the way, it's Afterlife. If you watch this guy Like, he's always been an LC spammer and he really enjoys the hero, and now the hero is in the meta, so you can expect him to be spamming it quite a lot. I'm surprised, by the way, that he never reached any big heights in his Dota career, so far at least, you know, like, I always thought that he's a very talented player.
I agree. You know, whenever I see him play Darkseer especially, I'm just like, man, this guy is so good. Like, what's going on here?
Oh, look at this creep wave under the tower. This is a wet dream of every offlaner.
This is the kind of things he's gonna download the replay to. Just watch this single moment over and over again.
Just watch it. You know, I remember playing competitively and watching replays. It was always nicer to watch those Venge. Might fall here. Let's see.
Definitely did.
Yeah.
Aincrad should be able to pick up the first blood here with that boulder smash. Very nicely done.
Yeah. It was always more fun watching the replays where you were winning, you know. Just feels good. Watching those where you lost, I don't want to see this again.
It's like, what went wrong? I don't care what went wrong. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I know what went. I know what went wrong. Don't show me again. I just played badly. You know, that's it. Venge.
Aincrad played very well there. His first blood. He's actually going to be going into a blade mail build-up for this game on his Earth Spirit. Is that going to be double blade mail for him and LC later on?
It seems like. I'm surprised no one is buying a vessel. Like, it's not an amazing vessel game, but any game is alright vessel game, I guess. But okay, with blade mail, it might allow him to farm easier. So maybe that's the case. Like, you can actually get some creeps under your side as well, and you can rotate it, like a tanky boy such as Earth Spirit with blade mail. I think that's a pretty decent item build.
Hasn't decided to make any big moves just yet, but he's going straight for the blade mail, not even stopping off for boots. So Aincrad definitely giving us a preview of how aggressive he plans to play the map.
Is he gonna play the map without boots, or is he just gonna play mid? Stay here with the blade mail.
Whole map, bro. No boots.
Warwick actually went ham a bit there, but only because he has Arcane Rune, so he could pressure the Earth Spirit a bit.
They're gonna come try and secure this rune for Aincrad. Definitely hoping it spawns bottom. Let's see what happens. Multiple heroes here, and in fact, it's going to Lil.
He's dead.
The Maledict and a Coconut. He is dead for sure, but the neutral creep gets the kill. They will not find the gold objective onto this Dark Willow. Gavin himself says, nope, sorry. One move, you're gonna have to play this game a bit more honestly.
That's really sad. Like, you rotate in, you use all your resources, and then you don't get the kill. Meanwhile, Venge is rotating mid, and they have Illusion Rune here.
It's not an easy kill to get though. Aincrad is still really, really tanky.
He kicked him.
1200 HP, has 12 magic one charges, just pops them straight up.
Yeah, he kicked him as the chains were going out. Like, Warwick uses the chains after being kicked.
Well, you can still cast steering chains while being movement manipulated for some reason, so it all checks out somehow.
Radiant are scattered.
Down bottom, they brought both supports. Hakoda and Pantomime was situated to potentially kill Cloud, but he played too carefully, so now they're gonna try and rotate back towards the mid lane. Aincrad does not have a point into the Geogrip, so they only have one silence to try and make this happen. They get the silence out with the Maledict. They miss the rolling boulder, but the boulder smash does connect. Do they have this damage? Warwick is trying to get away. Aincrad cannot chase. He's too low on the HP, and Warwick decides to TP out to safety.
He's dead.
He will still die though. Maledict doing a bit too much. Sure, they end up losing this young Scareth mage, but who the hell cares? And they might even kill HYDRA here with the Magnetize. They won't manage to do it, but while that's happening, we do see them rotate to kill off Lil Hakoda, using the first Death Ward of the game, guaranteeing his team 2 kills across 2 separate parts of the map.
Really, really nicely done by them. The rotations on mid lane, just focusing the Ember down. He also uses a TP, but at least he had the Remnant mid anyways. So because of that, it's not the end of the world. And he has a ton of stacks to go through. So, you know, now with double damage. Be careful, Skyrat. Like, this man with Turbo Corrosion and DD, he's probably just gonna go and farm, right? Yeah.
He only has 1 point slide of fist, so doesn't actually have that much right-click damage to throw in with the DD. They might actually come for him. They're smoked up. Ironclad and Hakoda have a very good idea of where he's at right now.
I think they
They can
don't.
catch him. Do they not?
It seems like they don't have it. Yeah, they might move from the right side. Let's see. They might go on Cloud instead.
They're pinging it out. Ironclad wants to go up the hill. Rolling Boulder will connect, but it comes after the shapeshift. So Cloud has more than enough movement speed to run away. And Hakoda gets caught with the searing chains. And now look at this.
Oh, the swap.
Ironclad stuck in the river. They even swap him back for good measure to prevent the roll away. He does have Rolling Boulder. They're getting in front of all the angles, but he manages to get out nonetheless. Ironclad, what a god. He finds literally the only angle of escape, and it gets him to safety on the high ground.
Yeah, I don't have boots. I don't care. That's how he's playing. Like, what the hell? He escapes them without any boots. Like, they still weren't able to block his movement. Very nicely done by him. I expected him to die.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What a god Ironclad is. While he's gone from the lane, Pantomime is going to occupy space in this mid lane. Him and Lil desperately looking for their level 6s. But for Pantomime, it makes a much bigger difference, right? Once you grab 6 on this Skywrath mage, you can go link with the LC and try and find your first dual kill of the game.
Yeah, bot lane, Cloud.
Is he dead? He doesn't have shapeshift. He used it in the earlier fight. Ironclad is like, now what, buddy? They should be able to kill him off. They give Munkushi the kill, which is probably best case scenario. Get the troll closer towards Battle Fury.
And he got the summoned creep, the dominated creep that is, so another 100. Ironclad.
Look at middle, Ironclad. He's gonna get terrorized right now. He's underneath the Flame Guard, level 4 Flame Guard at that. So there's more than enough burn from Warwick to kill him off. And Warwick wants to keep the chase going. Looking for Pantomime. We'll have Searing Chains back online in 2 seconds. Can he find the grab onto the Skywrath Mage? Yes, he can. They're looking for this kill and they will find it. Hakoda, though, coming in for some revenge plays. Should be able to kill Happy with the Maledict proccing off the Death Ward. Sadly, Lil did not get caught, otherwise he'd be dead as well.
Yeah, the Maledict, yeah, he didn't clip him, sadly, but yeah, still a nice little counterplay by the Witch Doctor. By the way, the Blade Mail on Earth Spirit makes all the sense when you also think about the Dark Willow. Like, Bedlam, she literally just kills herself every time she goes on a tanky hero like Earth Spirit. It's like Blade Mail, I love playing... playing these tanky boys into her, like Pudge and Earth Spirit with Blade Mail. If she can't run away, she just dies.
That is a very good point.
Yeah, so they're gonna have a Blade Mail on Legion, also on Earth Spirit. It's gonna be hard for her to actually utilize her skill set properly. They might smoke,
When
though.
was the last time you saw double Blade Mail in a game?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not sure, but, like, usually I see one, right, on the offlane. It's very rare that you see it on mid, so... It's usually only the offlaners that are buying Blade Mail, that's my point. Bot lane,
Well,
Dire's
Munkushi
tower is under attack.
might end up dead here, but
he needs to use this.
able to get in position just yet. They don't actually bring him out of the Twin Gate. They bring reinforcements towards him. Warwick is on the high ground, dodges the Maledict. Not gonna get caught out by this, but Ironclad still rolling into the fight. Activates the Magnetize, but realizes that his team has already left. Even with the Blade Mail, he's not gonna survive this. He falls very low and eventually ends up dead. The first duel of the game, though, comes in onto the Cloud Lycan. They're gonna be able to save him from the duel, but it does cost the life of this Vengeful Spirit, and he dies towards the Maledict anyway. Look at this first hit route from Munkushi onto Warwick, but they don't have the necessary follow-up. So despite them ganking the Troll Warlord, it turns into a 3-for-2 engagement, which one move end up winning.
What's actually insane is the way this fight went. It couldn't have started better, I feel like, for HYDRA, because they caught the Witch Doctor and the Skywrath, the two squishiest ones, right? Like, they caught them on low ground, they had all the info to engage on them properly, but they kind of messed it up. They just went too far for the Troll, for the Earth Spirit. And then Witch Doctor is able to dish out a full Death Ward afterwards. Yeah.
I guess on the bright side, though, for HYDRA is that they didn't have to bring Kami over. They were still chilling and farming on the north part of the map. This Naga continues to get larger and larger. She sort of recovered from her very difficult start in the laning phase.
Of a generation.
Yeah, he's just completely free farming.
Radiant's bottom
Keeping up with the troll, more or less, 1k behind. She's gonna have that Manta afterwards. She's already, I believe the current state of the game, Manta and with the Naga, you can already join some fights if needed. You don't want to, you still want to continue farming, but the Manta is enough.
We might have to start paying attention to the Legion commander because she just picked up her Blink Dagger. So with Pantomime right behind her, this is a prime time to go look for some kills. They don't have a smoke to their name though, so they can't do this easily. They'll be forced to just TP middle, hoping to maybe catch Warwick off here.
It's a cool TP, but he has a ward. Like, the idea was nice because of the rune spawning. However, yeah, I don't think he goes there.
They realize now that he must have some vision. They will get rid of it. And they don't have a smoke still with these three heroes, so Afterlife gonna be forced to make the long rotation, just run bottom and hope for the best.
Yeah, this Lycan seems to have a death wish. They might dive him.
Oh, they actually get an even better grab. Warwick, he just showed up bottom to try and assist with something, but all he assists with is giving away gold towards one move. They do manage to bring down the Skywrath Mage, but with the Death Ward being thrown out, they have to run away with Cloud. Nice little kickback from Ironcrad. He's chasing down this wolf, and the Maledict will come out from Hakoda, and that guarantees the kill onto Cloud. Not only that, Liz, they get the tier 1 tower. It could not have gone more perfect for one move.
Yeah, they lost the Sky, I guess, to the Beasts, but besides that, one move are extremely happy with this. It's so hard for Lycan to play into DLC, into the Troll, into the Earth Spirits. These heroes are, at the moment, just way too tanky, and they just don't care about your minions. They have the armor, they have the HP, they have the mischance. Whoever you approach, like, the only heroes you can go on realistically are Skywrath and Witch Doctor, and even Witch Doctor has a cask, so yeah, not easy for them. Very nicely noticed, by the way, that they go on Ember. If you kill him, the fights are just way too easy.
Yep. It's a 5k gold lead right now for one move. The Troll is crazy farmed.
Yeah.
It's only really the Naga Siren that's doing decently, but everyone else is doing much better for one move. And speaking of the Naga, they find her in the jungle. They will be able to maybe kill her off before she can song, and that is indeed the case. The silencers between Ancient Seal and Geogrip, more than enough in duration, and now they're looking for a duel. They blink forward, they find Warwick. Do they have the burst damage? They swap him back to protect him, and that might keep him alive. There's another Ancient Seal silence though. Too much duration on the disables. They find a kill onto Warwick, and they're not done just yet. They want Happy. He has a magic missile to try and slow things down, but it's immediately purged off by the Presti attack. Munkushi running down the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, this is just a bloodbath. They're perfectly utilizing their power spikes. They know that this Lycan is in no shape or form to fight. Like, he needs his Helm of Overlord, so they're utilizing that time while he's AFKing, while Naga is AFKing to just crush the map. And look at the Ember. Remember, we were talking when we saw Earth Spirit and Sky, we were talking the BKBs are needed. Like, his first item is going to be the BKB, but it's like, even when you get the BKB, you're not safe. You're playing into Legion. The duel is gonna happen. It's a really rough game to play from this point onwards. 8k behind, 18 minutes in. Yep.
I think there's a reason why Warwick is queuing up both BKB and Lincolns. Realizes that he's going to need both to have any shots of winning out this game. But like you mentioned, even once you have both, there's still tools to be able to kill you. And also, you're going to lack so much damage. Like, where's the damage going to come from right now for HYDRA? They have to rely pretty much on the Naga Siren, but she's not in fighting shape just yet.
Yeah, later on, they need to rely on her. Right now, they should rely on the Lycan, but he's just not there yet. The Overlord is flying over to him. It's kind of late, 19 minutes in. It's not the fastest one ever seen. But from this point on, at least, if he gets a nice Ancient, like a Thunderhide or a Golem, perhaps they can take a fight. The only question is, how do you kill the Troll? Snare? How do you get this Munkushi guy?
You send him an email telling him that he just won some prize, but he can only get the prize if he leaves his computer right now.
Yeah, it might work. Honestly, I've seen it could work. Just do that.
Well, they're gonna try something right now from HYDRA as they smoke up with 3. Warwick is right ahead of them, but there's no enemy heroes nearby this area. Unless they're gonna try sneak a Roshan, Liz. They have quite a long time to do it.
Yeah, they have the crest. They have the crest. Yeah.
Wave of Terror. They've got the Naga here. Yeah, they're gonna go for it.
And Lycan. Like, they're actually gonna kill this Roshan very fast.
Alrighty. Roshan getting taken. Looks like one move won't be able to stop this. I have a very nice observer forward in the lane. Counted out the Earth Spirit.
This Earth Spirit is just gonna roll in. He's got a heart. He doesn't give a shit. Look at this. He's just going in.
Heart of Tarask. Einkrad rolls in, throws on the Magnetize. They do manage to get the Aegis, but the question is, do they get out? Mass TPs will come in, and somehow, some way, all of them escape. Warwick is the only one left behind. He does have remnants to leave with.
He didn't have mana to silence anything after rolling in, but I loved, like, I saw him running and I'm like, okay, he might be too late, and then I saw that he has heart. Like, this man is he's just gonna roll in. They can't kill him. You know what, like, Earth Spirit can be one of those heroes that deals with the illusions very well too. Like, you have a lot of AoE spells. You can build into something like a Shiva's too. The Radiance, the Earth Spirit. Back in the day, I remember seeing that as well. Probably not, definitely not gonna happen, but...
That would be the sickest thing ever. Radiance ES, that would be Pog.
So unnecessary though. It's... you know, like, I'm talking about itemization for the Naga. It's not even about the items. They have heroes that can deal with the illusions. Let's see. By the way, okay, Naga has the Aegis. Let's see if they can take a fight.
Warwick is the one going forward. Does have the BKB ready, and they find her Coda. I think they'll be happy to let her Coda go if it means they can all escape, but they haven't all run away just yet. Pantomime also gets caught out by Warwick, and they should be able to bring down this Ember Spirit. Or this Scarlet Mage rather, with the Ember Spirit.
Maybe more.
Kushi, he's right in front of the Naga side, and Einkrad cannot roll away because he's being blocked off by the Kami Naga.
Has no TP on troll.
Heroes are not easy to kill. Mankushi doesn't have a TP, but he might have a BKB arriving shortly. It's very close to being purchased up, Liz. He can't afford to die just yet. He pops off the Battle Trance. Einkrad rolls into the far edge of the fight, but they manage to isolate these core heroes. They're keeping Afterlife away from the main engagement, and yes, they lose Warwick, but it will grant them the kill on the Troll Warlord. Einkrad trying his best to roll out of the map, but the map says, come back, my friend. He is definitely going to end up in an awkward position. Still rolls away, though. Who is this guy? Please, somebody catch him. Einkrad is just gone, but they have already lost 2 of their cores, so it's still a win for HYDRA.
Yeah, you're not catching him, but you caught everyone else. And it was one of those save your buddy syndromes, I guess, because they could have just abandoned that place. They could have just went away, but they all stood around while Witch Doctor was dying, and then they slowly started retreating. These heroes will chase you and will catch you. They have a lot of mobility. They have the swap. They have Ember chasing you. The sleep as well can be utilized. So really nicely done by HYDRA. Actually, this whole game looked like it was falling apart for them. It looks a bit better now.
Yep, quite a lot better. They maintain control of this Aegis. They're keeping their map more or less intact. Naga Scion is starting to get really problematically large. So you feel good on the side of HYDRA at the moment. And this Ember Spirit, yeah, sure, he died in the last fight, but I guess if someone has to die, you know, rather have it be a hero that can still be effective if he's not getting net worth.
Yeah, I feel like that's the coolest thing about Ember. Even if you don't have a lot, if you just have a BKB and Orb of Corrosion, you can still contribute in fights, either by going in first or catching a target or breaking some smokes.
The next fight won't be so easy though, because now Afterlife has a BKB for the Legion Commander. So have some magic immunity for him. Only thing he's concerned about anymore is gonna be the Vengeful Spirit with the swap back, but otherwise feel a lot more safe as Afterlife just having this debuff immunity, you know, not magic immunity anymore, sadly. And they're still in control of the map. Still a 5k gold lead for the side of One Move. The Aegis about to expire in about 50 seconds to a minute, like just under a minute. So if I'm on one move, don't you just play confidently and try and force the tier 2 bottom?
I think you can force a fight or the tier 2 easily. Like the problem they had in that last fight was the fact that they got initiated on. They couldn't really set up the fight properly. If the fight is played on their terms, they should still, in my opinion, be quite strong. Are there any big ass items coming out? Like there's a AC coming from Lycan perhaps, Aghanims from Witch Doctor soon. Besides that...
Wait, what? Is he going straight Ags?
He's going straight Ags, yeah. He has Glimmer, so Glimmer into Ags.
What a baller. What a G, honestly. Aghanim Scepter, baby. So, if I'm on the side of HYDRA, now that I don't have an Aegis to play with anymore, you mentioned that this AC is about to be finished. Is there any move that we can make on HYDRA that look good for us without playing on the back foot? Like, can we smoke somewhere and try to force a fight?
I really think that it's still up to the initiation. Like, if you have better vision, you should definitely be searching for a fight. Your AC is 500 gold away, so realistically you can wait it out, but you're in no way weak. If you find these supports first, if you silence the Legion, if you manage to kill her off before the BKB somehow, it could be huge, but it's much harder now because of the BKB.
It's also harder now that they're losing a bit of map control. Tier 3 tower was taken for a relatively low contest. You trade a tier 3 top for a tier 2 bottom. If I'm Radiant side, I take that trade every day of the week. Now you all have to back up and be clumped together, so there's more space for one move to slowly start choking you out yet again with.
It's mine.
I still can't believe Einkrad went second item hot, bro. Like, the Lotus makes sense to me, but if you'd ask me to predict the order of these items, there's no way I say hot came second.
Yeah, it's not the most common item on the mid lane, but I have seen it maybe picked up a couple of times, like some Heart, some Kaya and Sanj. It has been purchased before if you go and look it up, but yeah, it looks just funny.
We saw it the other day together, but it was on Primal Beast, if I remember correctly, where he rushed the hard item from the mid lane. HYDRA from the mid lane, trying to start a fight here. They're gonna start it on the back end as this Ember Spirit dives onto the two supports, terrorize onto both of them. They at least want the Scarlet Mage and they will find him. Very easy kill there. They bring down Hakoda as well. In the meantime, though, there was a duel on the back lines with the BKB active, but Kami will delay that kill happening by using the Song of the Siren. They still really want to take this fight, though. Afterlife, he's losing HP. Cloud is going to chase him down with the help of Warwick. They kill off the Legion Commander. At the same time, Munkushi is able to take down the Dark Willow with Einkrad next to him. But now they can decide on HYDRA. Do we want to pursue one of these two cores, or do we cut our losses and be satisfied with our fight? It seems it's going to be the latter option.
I think you're
back into the base, happy to at least have gotten a few kills.
Oh, you're super happy with this. You kill both supports, the LC, the buyback on Skyrat was forced. Like, if you're Dire, this is another one of these fights and you're in the lead, you're completely back. I love the way they started and finished the fight, by the way. The BKB popped on Ember, he just straight up goes in, chases down both the supports, and that's the power of Ember Spirit, right? Like, we talked about this literally a minute ago. No matter what happens, he just needs this one BKB and he can still be so impactful in fights.
We saw this yesterday, I believe, where the team that had the Scarlet Mage, every time he's allowed to survive the initial jump, they win the fight. Every time he doesn't, they lose reliably. And I think this game might follow a similar trajectory. Warwick definitely doing the right thing by diving on the Sky.
Yeah, and they're building some big items that there are no answers to, like the Butterfly now, Naga will be completed in a second or two, and like no MKBs, not a lot of True Sight, True Strike or Radiant.
Can Earth Spirit
Radiant structures are fortified.
build a Revenant's Brooch for this game? Does that make any sense? Feel like it doesn't, right?
Yeah,
Probably not.
Feels kind of weird, man. I don't know.
All right, Munkushi, it's all on you then, my friend. Does have a butterfly of his own on the Troll Warlord to help out with his own evasion. And it doesn't seem like HYDRA have an MKB either, so both safe laners gonna be very difficult to kill off in these engagements.
They just have to be a little less greedy with the BKBs on Radiant side because of the sleep. Like if you duel the Naga, you probably have to pop the BKBs and just blow her up in that.
Both sides now gathering around this Radiant Roshan pit. Big Man is gonna be standing by for another 4 minutes. I mean, one move, they don't necessarily have as much minus armor, but you do have Troll Warlord, one of the best Roshan hitters in the game. And they're gonna send him in. It's now all on HYDRA whether or not they want to try and come and contest this. It's a very dangerous moment. They're coming in with the Shadow Realm, Ironcrad.
Any song?
Making sure that they dissuade rather this Dark Willow from going in. Kami does have song, but
They jumped on her.
they've actually caught on this Naga Siren. The song will eventually come out, but there is a BKB on Afterlife. Can't find the duel, however, even with this Blade Mail active, so we'll have to retreat from this area. The roll from Ironcrad misses absolutely everybody on the second go, and they really want Warwick. They find him with the first hit bash. Ember Spirit has Maledict on top of him, so might still end up dead. Happy will definitely be the one that gets brought down. Cloud should follow him into the grave. Couple more right clicks necessary, but they don't find them. The Ember Spirit jump back into the fight, and that'll help him get bursted down by Munkushi. It is a 2-for-1 engagement. Ironcrad now finds the roll onto Kami. There's no more song available. This Naga Siren has Maledict on top of her. There's absolutely no way she escapes this. They slow her down with the coconut, roll into her, and with the follow-up right clicks, they have more than enough damage to kill her.
And what the net?
3-for-1 and a Roshan available.
4. Like there was a buyback on Venge as well. Like what an absolute mess of a fight that just occurred. Like it looked just so messy, and no one knew what the hell they were doing. Like this Naga is forced to use the song while the BKB is up on LC to kind of get away and make sure she doesn't get instantly dueled because Earth Spirit already got her, like he already found her out. But because of that song, like Lycan, he used his form, but he's just kind of running around doing nothing. His form is slowly just going away. And the supports on the side of Radiant, it's kind of easier for them to set up the remainder of the fight because they're asleep, they're invulnerable, and then they just move in the right position and use their spells. Like this Witch Doctor didn't die even, and he didn't have Aghanims, he still did a ton of damage. Now he has it. Now there's an Aghs on Witch Doctor. And a Shard. Like Aghanims Shard. Like expect these next fights to be way harder for HYDRA because they just won't have easy ways of killing Skye or Witch Doctor.
Unfortunately, the BKB from Warwick wasn't able to be as impactful as in the prior fight. And they lose out quite big. An Aegis, a Cheese, lots of map control. Also, another death on the Naga Siren in this game. Feels quite tough, feels very difficult.
Man, it actually felt like one of the fights that should be like easy, or not, let's not say easy, that it should be easier for HYDRA. Just, yeah, they didn't manage to combine everything properly. One nice thing that Lycan has purchased, he hasn't been dying in the last couple of fights, so he actually completed a nullifier. With that nullifier, perhaps it will be a little bit easier to kill the Witch Doctor through the Ghost Scepter.
Great against the Ghost Scepter, can maybe help you deal with press the attack. Definitely a phenomenal item, but unfortunately for him, one move are feeling very, very strong right now. They have lots of great items of their own. Swift Blink is about to arrive from Munkushi. They're taking away your Tormentor. And Ironcrad just rolled onto the high ground like a madman. He's solo hitting the tier 3 tower while his team takes out the Tormentor. Everyone's like, bro, come on, common objective, let's do it.
Yeah, the sad part about taking the Tormentor when you have a Skye in your team is that he can get that. He can get the shard.
Shield of the Scion. Best shot in the game.
I've seen a lot of these kind of smokes recently, like at the beginning of the new patch and the new map, not the latest patch, but the patch that changed the map. Teams were so reluctant to move across the map with the smoke. It would always be some twin gates move. The map felt way too big. But right now I see teams just even smoking from one rush pit to the other, just moving a bit faster. It's like, you know, when you're in a new city that you haven't been in before, like even if it's small, the city is just so big, feels so big because it's unexplored. I feel the same about this new map. The more we play it, the smaller it will seem.
Okay, and then the more people will find like, oh, there's a little cafe behind that tree in the jungle. Go hang out there, bro. It's a good place to be.
Yeah, it's called the Juke spot.
Juke's my favorite bar. Actually, Juke's esports bar here in South Africa is where I first started casting anything. Esports career started.
Wait. Are you serious?
I'm not even joking. Like, I'll tell you the story. So I'll tell you after this next fight, because I think they have to try and do something to defend here. Otherwise, they're just losing a free lane of racks. But Ember and Naga are still on the other side of the map, so looks like this lane of racks is gonna fall for nothing.
This is 4v5 though.
This is the fight though. Yule Scepter comes in. Einkrad is indeed not here. Doesn't have bots either. But he does TP into the outpost. He's coming for the fight. There's gonna be a duel. Woo! There used to be a Venge there, but she's dead. No ags and no buyback means it's 4v5 right now. Einkrad rolling in, doesn't find anybody with the boulder, but he doesn't have to. Created enough space for his team to take the lane of racks, and they're gonna back out like nothing happened.
How do you feel about the outpost being even closer to the high ground, by the way? It's much easier for you to even buy back and continue pushing.
I am very happy for this change because it means that games can reasonably end. You can't just like, all right, we're split pushing, one of their members got forced back, therefore the push is 100% over. Like moves what Einkrad just did can actually happen, and you can keep the pressure up when you're ahead. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I completely agree. Oh, bot lane. He attempted something, but he didn't hit any of the spells, unfortunately.
He did not. Mid lane, it's gonna get pushed in right now. Cloud isn't here, Warwick isn't here. And because of that, the lane of barracks isn't here either.
Yeah.
2 lanes for nothing.
They don't have a set of creeps. Like top lane is pushing in, bot lane is pushing in, mid lane as well. So I honestly think they could even go through backdoor protection with these heroes right now. But probably better to chill a bit, farm up, outpush the lanes, and slowly, but in a disciplined way, end the game.
Yep. I fully agree. No need to rush things when you're in such a dominant position. Can just wait for the next Roche. They also have vision right now though. In the jungle, they see the Ember Spirit and they see the Naga at the moment, so they can go for very good jumps. They're gonna jump Cloud, who's gonna get swapped to safety, but that might not save his life. Mystic Flare will be there, and they come with the BKB on Munkushi. The roots are down onto this wolf. He's gonna die. The song won't bail him out either.
And now
rolling forward, looking for a further fight. He does have Rolling Boulder, does get dodged by Warwick very well, which sets up a buyback for the Cloud Lycan, but still the team fight is being lost as Munkushi is able to eliminate the Vengeful Spirit. Nice little terrorize, cancels out the Death Ward and kills off Akoda, but they need to get back and save Warwick. His BKB bails him out of trouble. He goes to the low ground. The same might not be true for Lil as he got rolled into by Einkrad, forced to use the Yule Scepter just to survive this fight. And Kami now, he's all alone. He doesn't have Song, he doesn't have a BKB, he doesn't have any allies to help him, and now he has no life. Killed off by the Troll Warlord, who gets another double kill in this game. There's no buyback on the Naga, so I think this game might just be over. And HYDRA agree. GG, well played is called. And game 1 goes the way of one move in our upper bracket semi-final.
Yeah, they call it. Nothing left to do here, really. They lost all the sides. They tried to outpush a little bit, split push, and buy themselves time in this game, but it was just clean and very easily done by one move. I feel the troll pick was still my, I don't know, favorite thing that happened in this game. I feel that it was in a really good troll game. It didn't get banned out. They instantly snatch it as the last pick. Like sometimes you just see a hero and you're like, yeah, that's it. Even if you remember the PL game from yesterday, it was actually, I think you went full Roboto in that game. Did you?
No, I was still there for that game.
You were still there.
Yeah.
So PL just completely crushed, and Troll just completely crushed in this one. He wasn't alone, and there were some moves done by HYDRA that made me think that they can actually come back and perhaps even win it. But it's just so difficult for them.
Yeah. It did feel like one of those games where every single thing has to go right and in their favor for them to win out. But not a constant theme I've been noticing in these qualifiers is that whichever team can just get off the mark first and be able to utilize the entire lineup, that's the team that ends up winning. So if you can show up at like 20 minutes for like with your entire lineup and feel better than the enemy team showing up at the same time, I mean, we saw how much easier it was for Monkushi to show up and be effective in these fights relative to Kami on the Naga Siren. And Troll is just that guy, you know? 2 items, you're ready, let's go. Let's start brawling all across the map. Makes life so much easier. You can take objectives afterwards as well. Just feels so good.
Yeah, I feel like a similar thing can be said for Naga, even though historically she's been a hero that you wait 3-4 items. I feel like with Manta, she's already able to join, like Manta and Orchid even better. That for me wasn't the difficult part of this game. The difficult part was the difference between LC on one side and on the other Lycan. Like Elsie is having a good game and she's finding good use of her hero. Like, Afterlife can duel anyone, blow them up. Like in the mid game, he's like post laning stage, he's constantly applying pressure. On the other side, you have this Lycan that first isn't having a decent lane, he's playing into a troll. Second, he can't even push because every time he does, he gets punished either by a troll defending or Legion catching him, or even Earth Spirit rolling on top. So HYDRA just couldn't combine their heroes properly. I feel like it was harder for them to play because they all felt that there are answers to their heroes. Meanwhile, on one move, they didn't feel too constrained. Maybe when Warwick got his BKB, it felt a bit hairy, but besides that, it was like a smooth sailing for them.
Well, they chart the waters over HYDRA and find themselves in the game 1 victory, not afraid of the snakes underneath the ocean. So who are we giving our MVP to? I think we have like 2 big candidates. Monkushi played really, really well on the troll, but a lot of these early movements, you were talking early in the game about how Einkrad needs to be on point with his movements. I feel like he played a very solid game, you know. Didn't have to do anything particularly stand out, but sometimes you don't need to do anything stand out. Just be reliable, be solid, always be in the right place at the right time, and I felt like he did that for us in game 1.
Yeah, like he did. He made a lot of proper plays. I would give it to Earth Spirit. Why not? He had a good laning stage. You see this 12-1 Troll, you just don't want to give the MVP to Troll. He was just taking all the last hits on kills anyway. 16 assists on Earth Spirit. He was everywhere where he needed to be. No big mistakes done in the game, and like you said, just solid performance.
Yep. And there were a couple of really cool jukes that he made, drawing multiple heroes on the side of HYDRA in towards him and still be able to roll out of trouble. That was fairly impressive to watch, so definitely shout out to Einkrad. I wonder, though, if he's going to have a similar performance in Game 2, because HYDRA, they certainly cannot afford for that to happen. Otherwise, they'll drop down to the lower bracket and have to make a miracle run if they want to end up qualified for TI-12. For now, though, it is an advantage towards one move. They're one step closer to the upper bracket final, one step closer to the TI-12. So let's see where that road takes them once Game 2 lands. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a small break, and when we return, Game 2 of this incredible series.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome one and all, it's Snare the Snake and Lizard the Lizard back again for some Eastern European Dota as we witness HYDRA taking on One Move in an upper bracket semi-final. And so far, Lizard, looking like One Move have the upper hand, but a lot of it came down to the draft. So going into game 2, if HYDRA have a better draft, what do you think their odds are of taking this to game 3?
I really think the odds are 100%, considering it's the two of us casting. Every series we cast goes the full stretch. I really think it's possible. I wouldn't unless I saw that in the last game, in a couple of fights, HYDRA actually managed to turn it. Like they had a 10k deficit at some point, and they turned it and made it an even game. They still lost, yeah, sure, but they did show us that they can actually take a couple of fights off of One Move and actually play the game properly. So sometimes you just don't see it from teams and qualifiers, right? Like you just see them, if they start losing the laning stage, they just don't have an idea how to play the game. And that wasn't the case for HYDRA. So, yeah, obviously they have some very experienced faces on their side. I believe that they can take this to game number 3.
I mean, speaking of smart moves that they made, they did have that one really heads-up play to go and sneak away the Roshan with their heroes, understanding where they were on the map and how to utilize the pressure. But this time around, going into game 2, HYDRA, of course, had chosen first pick for the first game. In the second game, One Move will do the same. And they're like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're still going to open up with Earth Spirit. We have not banned the Venge, so you can still go for that. And we've kept our bans relatively the same. They took out Beastmaster, no Templar, no Coddle, Invoker, Gyro, Nature's Prophet, and Dawnbreaker banned out as well. So fairly standard fare in the first phase, and One Move just sticking to their guns from game 1.
Yeah, I do like the gyro bans once again. Helicopter, helicopter. He needs to go out. Do you know what the lyrics are for that meme song, by the way? That's like the most famous song ever to come. I think it's Bosnian, maybe Serbian, not sure. I think it's Bosnian. Like the helicopter, para koffer. It's basically he's singing. I don't know why he's singing helicopter. I guess because he thinks that's cool. That's what millionaires have. They have helicopters. And the next lyrics suitcase full of gold, of money, suitcase full of money. So it's literally I can imagine Tsunami making some meme in which Gyro is in the triangle and it just goes helicopter, helicopter.
Helicopter with a suitcase full of gold.
Yeah.
I like that, actually.
I'll write to him. He needs to make that.
I mean, right now, production, y'all heard the track. We need y'all to get a sound cue ready, please. Whenever we see Gyro in one of these games farming a triangle, we need to play that little clip. There we go.
Yeah, I just wrote to him. I ordered the next meme on Twitter.
In this game, there's no memes because it's TI qualifiers. Everyone looks super serious. No one looks like they're joking around. A switch up from game 1. One Move, instead of banning out they were on Radiant side, and so HYDRA banned out Disruptor and the Grimstroke. This time it's Scareth Mage that gets removed. So they feel like it's too much of a threat to leave in the pool, even though they might have had potential to pick it up themselves.
Yeah, do you think that was the biggest issue? Like the Skyrat Mage in the last game? I didn't feel like... Yeah, he did a lot because he was comboed with Legion, but besides that, yeah, I wasn't that afraid of him. But One Move, obviously, yeah, they felt that it was really strong. They played it, now they ban it out. HYDRA, meanwhile, Tusk. This has to be Lil Tusk, right?
There's no option. I don't think they're allowed to play not Lil Tusk. It has to be.
Yeah. He's had some really good games in the past with Tusk. definitely see him playing that. Meanwhile, it's interesting that one move, they don't move away from the Earth Spirit, but they might move him to like a position 4. It doesn't have to be mid. That's what's really cool about having a player on mid lane that can play these position 4s. Like you can open up with them, and it's still very it's an open draft, right? Like it's a mysterious draft. You don't know. You can't say for sure.
Definitely a lot of options available with this. I guess it puts increased premium on the 2 picks that come now.
Is that the fidget spinner afterlife, man? Come on.
My man. Fidget spinners are really cool, honestly. Like, it's very sad to me that they caught as much flack as they did. They're really fun to play with.
Well, they lasted for 1 year almost.
Yep.
You should just go full on and play Beyblade instead. Let it rip.
I used to love Beyblades as a kid.
Yeah, I used to as well, but I had this one dude. All of us had fake Beyblades that were made from like cheap ass plastic, and this one dude had some original thing that was like $50. He'd throw it on the floor next to all of us. We didn't have the arena; we just had the floor. He'd put that, and it would just break everything in pieces.
Even Beyblades were pay to win. Let's go.
Yeah.
These things never end. Talk to me about this LC. What's the pairing if it's not going to go with the Skywrath Mage? Does that just make the Earth Spirit the 4 in this game to provide some magnetized damage?
You don't have to, honestly. Like, Legion has so many good combos. It's not really necessary to have the Skywrath for her to work. I even think that a Legion not having burst in duel can still work. It can still be fine. She's just a strong laner. If she has a good laning stage, she's gonna rack up those duel victories anyway. But she's now playing into both Tusk and Avenge, so there's more than just a swap to save heroes. It might be a little bit difficult to get those duel wins.
One move, of course, got themselves the Rubik, the Grand Magus, who can go 4 or 5, so it still doesn't reveal all that much. But HYDRA, their draft is starting to have a bit of a clearer idea. They get this Monkey King. I guess this could be 1 or 4.
Sorry, I love how Munkushi, Inkred, and Afterlife are all positioned just a little bit higher on the map. And Pantomime and Hakoda, you see there's a perfect scale going.
You like the gradient going.
I like the gradient, exactly. But yeah, you mentioned these two, like Monkey and the Pangolier. I love the pickups. I think they're really good. Like, you get a good laning stage into the Legion. Pangolier perhaps isn't as strong as he used to be into right clickers, no disarm, right? But he's still pretty damn good. However, the Phoenix pick is amazing. It's, you know, when I saw the Troll last game, I was like, yeah, this is the shit. This is the pick. Now I see Phoenix and I kind of feel the same. There aren't just... These 4 heroes just don't deal with Yag well. And then on top of that, you have just so much AoE damage from the Earth Spirit, from the Phoenix. Duel for control, lift for control. A really nice pickup.
I love this Phoenix too. I mean, even if you're not getting it purely for the Supernova, if you find an errant hero somewhere, the Sunray gives you both the damage and the heal for the LC to stay alive. So this is a great Phoenix game. To make matters even better, if you land Fire Spirits onto Monkey King, gosh, he hates life. He's just like, man, I don't want to be here anymore. Just put me in another game, not even in this lane.
Yeah, it needs to also be said for HYDRA, most likely what they're picking is a support, right? Most likely that's their last pick, with maybe Avenge on the offlane. But these first 3, even a Pango, they're very like versatile picks on HYDRA. So they can still finish up their draft pretty much in any way they want to. You can have Venge support, it can be on offlane. Your Pango can be on offlane. Your Monkey can be a support. It's just like very, very versatile.
What do you think? Could we ban Mirana, I suppose, for 1 move? Just to make sure that the Phoenix is as protected as possible at the end of the draft?
Yeah, I feel like that would be a decent ban for them. I'm not
Ursa, right? One of the 2.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Mirana ban, honestly, but still, it could be that no-brainer pick by HYDRA.
Or they can leave Ursa in the pool, and since they're picking first for 1 move, they can go for the Munkushi Ursa. Because that's one of these heroes that can really make life hell for the Monkey King. So then he's forced to not play carry anymore.
I just love the Visage ban. Yeah, let's just take it away from Lil, and he can do whatever. Another troll.
This is good. Well, now they can't pick Ursa either, because this matchup is just really, really bad for Ursa.
Yeah,
so you don't want to play Monkey King either as a safe laner into troll.
Yeah, the question is, what do they want to pick? Like, they can pick offlane here into the troll, right? You can put Tusk on 4 and Venge on 5. Like, that's also a very good option, and get something like this. I actually like it. You can even put the yeah. You can see even on their faces that they're happier about their draft this time around.
Razor. How's my boy been doing in the Eastern European qualifiers so far? Let's see. Razor has been picked twice and has not won a single game. That doesn't sound good. And overall in the qualifiers, my boy has 23 games with a 29% win rate. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins. Woo! That's pretty rough.
Yeah, sure, it's pretty rough. Like, it's not an amazing hero perhaps at the moment, even though players have picked it in first phase even quite a lot in other regions. I still think it's a very good Razor game in a way that it's one of the worst matchups for Troll. You just link him and that's it. He goes ham. He can't really do anything in fights. In the lane itself, you're also pretty decent against him. You have a good lane, like you're playing Razor plus Tusk. It's a really solid lane. What are the negatives that I see on HYDRA is still the same thing. They don't really have a way of dealing with the eggs, so the team fights on one move are gonna be much easier to play. And yeah, that's pretty much the one issue I see with their draft. Everything else kind of feels pretty damn solid. We might see Game 3.
Game 3 is pretty much what we are destined to have given the Snare and Lizard curse. So let's find out if they can get there for the side of HYDRA, or if one move will sweep them aside in 2-0 fashion to continue an upper bracket run and meet VP in the upper bracket finals. Let's go. Let's find out. Game 2, very important one for the side of HYDRA if they want to avoid the lower bracket. This Razor... The one other issue I have for the Razor slightly is that they are fairly light in the control department, but between Tusk and Pango, they can make a lot happen, especially if they can find this early kill. Munkushi dead 2 rights, very easy kill. They had to level up the ice shots to make it happen, but you're definitely happy to get the bonus gold. Does go the way of the Venge on the 5 position, but who cares? Troll is dead.
I really just love the try harder voice line used by LC. Meanwhile, at the same time, they were smoked too. It's just that they didn't smoke the troll with them. Like, they were attempting the same exact thing. And that's like the duality of everyone in Dota, right? Like, when you're try harding, you're just playing to win, man. To hell. When everyone else is try harding, oh my god, you nerds.
These guys all, don't they have a life?
Exactly.
They know there's more to things than Dota?
Yeah. I don't care about this game that much, you know. It's just playing for fun. 12 hours a day.
Also, I love how he's walking around as a young Tango on the Monkey King, but not going to be able to get to the rune in time. So, HYDRA in Game 1, they got 3 bounty runes, and they lost the game. Now, one move get 3. Does that mean guaranteed Game 3?
I think so, yeah. It's 100%. It's not about the runes, it's about the script. I've read it, so...
The script too solid. Mid lane, let's see if Ironcrowd is going to be keeping to the same script. Yet again, kicking Warwick into the tower, but this time, Warwick has shield crash, so it can negate the bulk of that damage. Is the lane going to be as rough for Warwick as it was on his Ember Spirit?
It wasn't that rough in that last game as well, but I feel like this one can be a bit rougher with the changes to Lucky Shot. Like, this lane can actually be more difficult than the Ember one.
So 2 early couriers getting killed off. HYDRA, man, they're off to a good start. Killing some couriers, finding the early first blood. Do they have any of these lanes where they're afraid of dying? I suppose there's like some kill threat down bottom if this Phoenix steps out of line, and there's maybe some kill threat onto Hakoda, but outside of that, it feels like everyone else should just be very casually farming in the lanes.
And there's definitely a kill threat on top. Like you have Razor Tusk, so if you are HYDRA, you can get some kills. When it comes to the other side, yeah, it will be kind of difficult. Maybe Legion and Phoenix can run down the monkey, thinking he has like level 2 Jingle Mastery. He goes a little bit too far and then he gets hit by Fire Spirits, so he can't even heal up. I really like playing Phoenix into monkey. It's in the lane, it's strong, post laning stage as well, it's pretty good.
As somebody who spammed a lot of monkey, this is a miserable matchup for me. Thanks, Lizard, for making me hate life.
Oh, that's what I'm here for. Like, I was one of those players, by the way, 100%. Like, some time has passed since I spammed these heroes, but I have to admit, I was one of those players that find joy into making you miserable. It's not about winning, you know, it's about me playing the sneaky heroes. The Broods, the Arc Wardens, the Meepos. Yeah.
Gosh.
I'm that guy.
You're the guy that even if I win the game, I'm just like, you know what, enough Dota for the day.
Exactly.
I want to go do something else.
I was actually just doing it for you, you know, for everyone. Making sure your back is good, that you do something else besides Dota.
Making us touch grass outside. What a legend. What a lad. So this early game, not much really happening on the map. Everyone just chilling and farming, making sure they get their net worth out of these lanes, getting their levels from mid. Warwick
top lane,
out the matchup this time around, and top lane we might have a little bit of engagement here as they jump onto Hakoda, and they do manage to find the kill behind the tower. Munkushi finds immediate revenge though with the troll. Ultimately though, they're definitely happier to get this on the young Rubik initially, making sure that he's sent back to the base with no experience.
I take what I please.
If you're a troll, you're happy though. Like you get that kill under the tower, you get the solo experience. Like it's fitting for a troll, you know. He doesn't care about anyone else but himself.
That's the troll way. Only care about you. They could potentially find another kill, so Hakoda does need to be careful. Lil will happily dive him again if the opportunity avails itself.
Oh, they're diving bottom, but literally diving with Phoenix. However, I don't think this is a kill on Monkey. A little bit too deep for him to go.
He has Healing Lotus. He gets past the south by Happy.
You know,
yeah, he's chilling.
You know, I was actually surprised that they, like, I love the Phoenix into Monkey King, but I was still kind of surprised they put him bot. I guess for them it's more important to have Afterlife on a good game after the laning stage than Troll. And Troll top lane.
They're actually going on bottom as well. Monkey King might be dead here, lifted back by Hakoda, who took the twin gate to come bottom, and his foray will end up being very successful.
Oh, the dive.
Kill. Pantomime dives away.
Top lane Troll.
Pangolier not gonna die just yet. Will eventually take a tumble through this wave of terror. And at the same time, like you mentioned, the top lane Troll Warlord does end up dead, killed off by Lil as well as Cloud.
Who is this observer catching every single kill in the game? Clap in the chat, please. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, top lane they dove him, bottom lane they dove as well. Both carries fallen. Nicely done by both teams, really, with the rotations. And now it seems like they want this Rubik too.
They're gonna bring Pantomime to the top lane though. Hakoda potentially looking for an angle onto Lil. They see Lil right now. Fire Spirits will lash out onto him. He already threw back these ice shards, so there's probably no way out for him. Hakoda lifting him up just to hold him in position for Munkushi, and they're able to kill him off.
That was a
time. LC though getting dove in the bottom lane. Afterlife gets hit with the blood grenade. Kami's coming through. There's the primal spring. Bound the miss, but it misses. Afterlife has his J's on, ends up juking the Monkey King and keeping himself alive.
Yeah, in the mid lane they did use Magnetize, but I don't think this is a kill. Speaking of jukes, you promised me a story.
Oh, yeah. Okay, are there no kills happening? Let's see. All right, so check this out, right? There's this place called Jukes, like this little esports bar that somebody tried to start nearby me. And at the time, I was still like playing. So I was still playing some Dota, playing Tekken and Mortal Kombat, you know, trying my best to become a pro. So I went to this Mortal Kombat event with a couple of my friends. One of them played Tekken, one of them played Street Fighter, another one of them played Guilty Gear, I think, if I remember correctly. But none of them played Mortal Kombat. So I was just explaining to them what's happening, you know, while we're watching the games, saying, okay, this guy's picking this character for this reason, this is what the matchup gives you, here's what to expect. Oh, I've played with this guy online, he does this, yada, yada, yada. Don't die, Afterlife, don't die.
No one is dying, it's fine. I'll stop you if someone gets close.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. So what ends up happening while I'm explaining everything to my crews, my friends, back in the day you had to pay entrance money to enter fighting game tournaments. Still have to do that sometimes nowadays, but that was like all you did back in the day.
Yeah, I remember.
And the organizer comes to me, right? He has a mic in his hand and he's like, listen, bro, I'll make you a deal. Keep just having the same conversation you're having with your friends normally, right? But do it on the mic, and in exchange, you don't have to pay entrance fees for my tournaments anymore. So I was like, all right, sweet, you know, easiest deal in the world. You know, I'm just gonna chat some shit, talk about the game, whatever, who cares, right? I'm just doing this for fun. And then that was 2014, I think. There's a picture of me on Facebook somewhere, and that's the first time I was on
Facebook?
esports.
What kind of a boomer am I talking to?
Old school. But to this day, that was my come up. That's how it began, and people just keep giving me the mic. They never let it go. So okay, I guess keep doing this forever.
Yeah, but that's pretty much what we're doing, right? Like the same way I'd be talking to you, like while watching this game without a mic. It's literally the same thing we're doing here. Mid lane, Warwick. The same way he was dying.
Right after the story, what a lad with the timing. Rolling Thunder onto Einkrad. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? He's trying to escape this, but he cannot. He's chain disabled. Lil shows up to lend a hand with the snowball as well. And that ensures that Einkrad does die. What a beautiful initiation coming in from Warwick and coming right after the story. You love to see it.
They were all listening to your story as well. That's why. They made a peace agreement. No one can fight until we hear the remainder of Sneer's story.
There we go.
Yeah, unfortunately, Earth Spirit was in the perfect spot, but to get rolled on.
Dead. Snowball's not gonna catch him, but they will be. They actually do use Snowball right now to bail him out of trouble. Go back.
He's fine.
He's still alive. Munkushi thought about going forward, but realizing that they have too many reinforcements, HYDRA turning around onto the troll and killing him as well. Pantomime does not have level 6, and even if he did, Supernova would probably be destroyed here. HYDRA, man, making strong moves across the map and keeping their heroes alive in the process.
Yeah, and the troll, he didn't have enough mana in the end to use Battle Trance. It was like 10, 15 mana away. Like, very unfortunate. Plus he got controlled in those last seconds, but nicely done by Lil this time around, actually going in, using the snowball perfectly to save the Razor.
Lil Tusk, it's a blast from the past for a reason. It's doing wonders right now for the side of HYDRA. Enabled them to kill middle on Einkrad.
You know,
some kills top, keep Cloud alive.
Lil is the actual reason why all these rappers got their like Lil name.
He started it.
He started it, yeah.
We went back in time. Before Lil Wayne was even born, he was there. Down bottom, Lil, the main man himself, yet again trying to set up a kill. They're going on to Afterlife. Got the tag team on top of him with the snowball. Not sure they get this kill though without the Venge. Afterlife will be able to get away.
He's too big. But this aura is kind of nice in the game, I guess. Like level 2 tag team, minus 30 attack speed slow, passive aura. Like it's good versus the Legion, it's good versus the Troll.
I'm gonna try again. Counter strike doesn't connect, but the swap is gonna be there. And there's the secondary tag team with the snowball. And that time around, the gank does work out.
I feel like he could have lived if he used Lotus and Styx first and then overwhelming odds. Because he'd have enough HP to start running. He probably still dies. There's ice shards to work with, but yeah, nicely done so far by Radiant.
Playing really well in these first 11 minutes of the game, and they're going to be rewarded with a tower and some map control down bottom.
Yeah, much better laning stage for them. Most importantly, I believe they managed to shut down the Legion. Like, the Troll is having a good game. Like, Munkushi is still owning, even though he played into a Razor. But I think it's Afterlife who kind of carries them through that mid-game, and he just doesn't have enough at the moment.
Munkushi might be dead. They're taking a twin gate to try and hunt him down. He has an observer ward on the twin gate, and they'll scout out that there's a ward there now, so they know he should be in the vicinity. But Munkushi is a real carry player. He sniffs out the danger, recognizes that he should not be in this lane right now. And had he moved 10 seconds later, he'd be dead right now, but good read of the game from him.
Yeah, they might smoke from the mid lane. And the issue that I see is there's no 6 on Phoenix yet. Like Pantomime, he might need a bit of time.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
What kind of Phoenix game do you think this is? Is this the Hex game, Shiva's game, some different kind of utility maybe?
I don't think that... like, Hex is fine, but it's not super necessary. I think it's good, though, anyways, if you want to roll it.
There's a big fight that's broken out here in the Radiant jungle. Rolling Thunder stolen by Hakoda, but he can't catch up to where the enemy team is and bail Aincrad out of trouble. Rolled a bit too close to the sun there. They were hoping Afterlife could catch up with the duel, but instead, not only do they lose Aincrad, Hakoda gets himself swapped back and killed off by the rest of HYDRA.
Yeah,
Kami, the target, survives.
They have these two issues. One is there's no egg on Phoenix. He's still very under-leveled. He's level 5. The other problem is Legion. She's just not there yet. She's not this beast Legion that she was in last game. And the difference in this game is she actually has to worry about who she duels. Like, she cannot duel just anyone and even hope to survive if she does that. You have to pick your targets.
There's a point you mentioned the other day about how when you've been watching these games, the squad that has at least one save, but generally more than that, is always more favored for you. And HYDRA, they've got 2 of them. And so far, they have proven to be very, very effective. And sadly, one move don't have the shot on Rubik just yet, so they have 0 saves right now.
Yeah, I'd say that's the case in the current patch. Because most of these heroes that have saves suddenly have another thing going for them. You know, like... I don't know, Shadow Demon, who usually was a save, now suddenly dishes out a ton of damage, has a save, plus he has a cleanse later on. Back in the day, if you have a save, that mostly meant that you lacked in something, mostly damage department. Not the case any longer.
Not at all the case. HYDRA, we're going on a bit of an adventure. They're not going to find a kill, but they will be able to steal some Ancients and the Wisdom Rune, which in some sense is even more important. They take it, they will not be able to stop them, and there's no tower for them to grab, sadly, so they have to just leave the area immediately. Life looking good overall for HYDRA. That being said, we're not that far away from some real items emerging for one move. They actually just got the Blade Mail on Afterlife. Should they be waiting for the blink on this LC, or is it time to try and make something happen with the smoke?
Maybe it would take a bit too much time to wait for the blink. I feel it's way overdue for them to get some control on the map. Like, tier 1 tower is still standing. If they could force a move there and get it down, it would be... it would pay dividends. Like, just open up the map. You can play bottom around the twin gate suddenly.
Speaking of said twin gates, they're looking to try and get the tier 1 tower bottom, whilst Warwick thought about rolling deeper onto Afterlife. Will instead settle for the easy Hakoda kill, who just TP'd in.
Like, Afterlife was fine. Like, he was fine. He didn't need any TPs. He had his juke boots on, he ran away, but... yeah, at least it's a trade, right? Like, they do lose tier 1 mid, but they did utilize that time to take down the tier 1 bottom, so if you're a one-move fan right now, you're not way too sad. But the game feels very similar to the last one, but in the other direction. I feel like HYDRA is in a really good spot. They're also itemizing for the early game. Monkey King going for Dazo after Echo Saber.
Feels good. Looks like they want to try and sneak a Roshan for themselves as well. This will be partly scouted out by this Observer Ward, but I don't think that one move really are in position to come contest this at the moment. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Like, they gotta give this one up. So first Roshan of the game, looking like it's gonna go the way of HYDRA.
Yeah, the Rosh is on 50%. I don't think they can even if they wanted to start rotating in, they can't do anything about it. They take their time to farm up a bit, take down the mid-tier one. It's probably for the best. Earth Spirit, by the way, is still going for the same build, like Heart of Tarask after Blade Mail. This time around, no boots. Last time, at least, he bought boots after the Blade Mail. This time, it's literally Blade Mail into Heart. Just tank up and be that unkillable beast up front, I guess. I love it.
Boots are for nerds. Who needs it?
Yeah, their teamfight can still be really damn scary from one move. Like you plant the Sag, so much control, the Duel, the Earth Spirit. But I am worried for their damage at the moment a little bit.
Speaking of this Phoenix, he's around Kami and Warwick right now. This could easily lead into a dead Firebird, and that is indeed the case. He is a super.
Oh! Lil actually almost saved him. Almost.
With the shards.
With the shards, yeah. Because he was TPing over them and Pango couldn't follow up with Rolling Thunder. Has a blink on Pango though, so probably would have killed him anyway. Afterlife?
Radiant's top tower is under
Afterlife should be okay here. Tusk is trying to close the gap. Lil running as fast as his legs can carry him, but he can't get there fast enough. Afterlife 2
Top lane though.
phase boots. And they're going top onto the Cloud Razor.
He's got the BKB though.
Him through the BKB. No, they do not. He activates BKB. He's now linked up Ironcrad, and he blocks off all the roll paths. There's not going to be any option for Ironcrad to escape, and he dies. No heart completed from him, but a killing spree given towards Cloud.
top tower is under
Yeah, a lot of moves that are really difficult to accomplish mid lane.
Afterlife. I'm not sure they have enough to kill him just yet, but they do threaten his life. They bring in reinforcements, though, to back him up. And Hakoda, with the stolen plasma field, getting a huge burst of damage back onto Lil.
Yeah, those ice shards, man, like when you're playing Pango and you have a Tusk on your team, sometimes you really feel grieved.
You're like, really, bro? Seriously?
So,
My game easier?
they do have a a BKB and a smoke now. Rubik Troll and Phoenix. Maybe this is the time to make a play. Then again, you are you're still playing into Aegis, so let's see. They're gonna smoke up with LC instead.
Okay.
They see the monkey.
Hero smoked up. They did see the monkey. They have an observer ward that scouted him, and they know he's not carrying the Aegis either, so this would be an amazing pickup. Smoke does get popped, but he goes the wrong direction. Ironcrad unable to catch the monkey, and once you miss the first initiation onto Monkey King, that hero is just gone, man. You're not gonna catch up to him.
You're not catching him exactly.
Feels bad, man.
I love the scribbles on the map from Radiant. Monkey is like, yeah, they're here.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's moving away from his teammates though, and meanwhile they're moving in position. They still want to fight the Aegis up for 2 more minutes.
I guess worst case scenario, he can either jump towards them or even TP to the outpost, but it's too late. One move have vacated the area. They take the Twin Gate back onto the Dire side of the map.
Like, even with the Aegis on Pangolier, I still feel like it would be better for one move to fight sooner than later, before all of these BKBs are up. The moment BKBs are up on Monkey, suddenly you won't have all that extra magic damage to deal with him. The Earth Spirit.
How do you kill him with BKB on?
Yeah. It's not gonna be easy. You need some Troll Basher to be on top of him, I guess.
I saw Miracle Troll is still the net worth leader in this game, when Kushi has been farming very, very, very well. Going for a different build than what he did game 1. Game 1, he went very early on into the Butterfly, into Swift Blink. Now it looks like he's gonna stop over for... Is this his raw Yasha, or does he go the full SMY?
Yeah, he's changing his mind. It was Yasha, then it was Butterfly. He's actually going for Basher now, which I think is probably the best. They want to defend this Tormentor.
Okay, they want the Wisdom Rune as well. Ironcrad will steal it away. Rolling Boulder out as the Rolling Thunder chases him. Hakoda forced off onto the high ground, but he could still end up dead now that he's isolated from his team. But speaking of isolation, Warwick doesn't have a role anymore. Now they have the first big supernova of the game. It's on the high ground. They get rid of the first life on the Aegis, while Munkushi, he's zoning back the Vengeful Spirit, will kill her off all by his lonesome. But can he re-engage the proper fight? LC needing some help. Oh my goodness, the ice shot griefs Lil himself, and he keeps him away from the LC.
Kami
alone with the troll and then killed off. Kami, he can't escape either, as Ironclad able to chase him down with the Magnetize and the Rolling Boulder, killing off the Monkey King.
It's crazy that they still managed to win this fight. Like, they go on top of Rubik, who's on the cliff, literally cannot use the single spell he stole, that's the Rolling Thunder, because it will be useless. Then they kill off the other support just as easily. Phoenix goes on that cliff, but there's a ward or vision, so they see the egg, they kill it off. I really thought that HYDRA had that fight, but on the other side, Legion and Troll just doing way too much work.
Yeah. Legion didn't even get off a duel there. Afterlife was waiting for his opportunity, didn't get to find it. And Lil almost killed him. Lil had Walrus Punch ready again, but couldn't come out. The ice shards block him off. Feels bad.
Yeah, his own ice shards working against him. I guess it's the depth of the ice shards that has changed, you know. It's messing with every Tusk player right now.
Oh boy. Well, one move. It's a very good fight for them. Munkushi doesn't die. It gives him a lot of gold towards his butterfly. And
I do like the
King losing his life. That BKB.
Do you like the ice shards being this deep? By the way, I feel like they were nicer before. I don't know. They looked nicer, at least aesthetically.
I do think these ones are definitely worse, but I have a hard time carrying because of how many games I've lost to Tusk players. So I'm just like, whatever, nerf this hero into the ground.
I mean, he got buffed with this. Like, it's overall better for him. Like the DPS within them as well. But yeah, I catch your point.
They don't have that nice cone that they had before, you know. That one looked really nice. It's like the difference between a shallow cup and like a wine glass, I guess. This is more like a wine glass than it used to be.
You don't like wine glasses?
No, because that means I have to drink wine and it's too delicious. I can't have too much.
Mid lane, I think he's just baiting, yeah. No way you go on Razor right there.
Also, Ironclad is also changing up his build. Game 1, he went Blade Mail Hot into Sanj and Kaya. Now he's just going straight up Octarine Core. I like this. Get to see Ironclad being a bit more effective on the map. But HYDRA do not have BKB. So do they do anything with this BKB for Kami? Should they look to engage a fight somewhere on the map?
Should they strike? I feel like Roche will respawn in 10 seconds, so you can set up a fight around that. You have really strong heroes in the pit. Death Zone, Monkey, you have this Venge with a medallion. Maybe a pick-off on Ironclad would be amazing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, we get a decent timing on this Aegis. It's a minute 20 in total. Normally when you and I cast together, we get like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the super elongated respawns. But today it's a normal time, it's acceptable.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They want to make sure they have the positioning around the pit by the time the respawn does happen. Would be nice to have the tier 2 tower as well, but I guess you don't want to overcommit for this tower just yet.
Of course not. Like, you still can. You're in a good position, but just ward up around the pit and wait out the Aegis is probably the best way to play it out right now. Is there anything big? Like, MKB has been completely bought out by Troll. No Basher, actually. Next item will be the Basher. Besides that...
How is Munkushi so farmed?
Yeah, he's insanely farmed. Like, the farming patterns on this Troll... Even he died 3 times.
Might have a death happening here towards the top side of the map. They're going on to Ironclad. They prevent the roll away, and Ironclad is dead. Does not have buyback either. Munkushi has made himself available for this fight. But they don't want to take it without Aincrad. On the bright side, though, they did draw away Eye of the Storm and Rolling Thunder. So HYDRA not the best positioned to re-engage on round 2.
Yeah, now that you see Monkey mid, you might smoke up. Yeah, they smoke up. And the question is, do they go on Monkey or do they move to the pit? What are they doing exactly? Where are they going? Do they want to use the twin gate to go top? Because
I think
did they forget?
for Monkey.
They were hoping, but Rosh is up. Which isn't something that they know for a fact, as it was a really long, really short respawn.
No.
But I expected them to actually try and delay Roshan, because they have that outpost. Third Spirit can actually TP in it. Look at the drawing even, they think that the direct jungle isn't safe. Yeah, they completely missed this one.
Well, Kami debated them. He showed himself middle, knew that they might come towards him, and then immediately rejoins his team. Very nicely done.
Yeah, it was exactly that. Like, it's such a good mind game. You show yourself mid just to outpush a little bit, and
Middle tower is under attack.
you're a monkey. Like, you can get to rush pit so fast anyway.
Have to play against his Aegis right now with the cheese in tow for the Pango as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
Tier 2 tower should be easily taken down by the side of HYDRA. There's only one Tier 2 tower left for one move to play with on the map, and they haven't gotten any of their own just yet.
What's the play? You're playing into Aegis, into cheese.
Is under attack.
The duel suddenly isn't as great into them. Maybe you can use the Doom versus someone else, like kill off the Razor first in these fights.
Radiant's bottom tower
There's no Lincolns, right? Like, yeah, Radiant doesn't have anything like that. They do have saves. Tusk with the blink as well is a problem now. I'm seeing a full 5-man smoke.
Guess what sucks for one move is
take the DD.
Their fighting requires them to use ultimates, and they might need to use them here. Nice little stolen Bounder Strike from Hakoda. Can he get himself far enough away? Still alive for now. Oh my goodness, the Ancients turn against him, and that leads to his death.
Oh, they want to fight.
Now forced to use Supernova. It's in a position. They duel the Pango as well, and they cannot get to the egg here, Lizard.
What the hell happened?
Absolutely everybody. Kami, there's no way out for you either, buddy. Doesn't have another BKB to pop. He just dies heads up. Bro, they got everything. Magnetize on everybody. Huge, overwhelming odds. Massive supernova. And nobody on HYDRA can survive.
Okay, someone get me out. This crazy troll hero, the damage he did, the Phoenix damage. Just the two of them won that fight. It was 4 versus 5 versus Cheese versus Aegis. And it literally didn't matter. I blinked and Radiant was gone. Like, what happened? I literally blinked and they were all dead. I need to rewatch this. They all clumped up right there on Troll. That on one side Legion is dealing with them, on the other it's the Troll. Man, I expected HYDRA to actually have a solid chance in that fight. They just couldn't use any spells.
Now they might need to use some spells here in their own jungle as they're about to lose Lil. Warwick at least looking for a revenge kill here. Lil gets himself a little bit further away from trouble, getting swapped out by Happy, and they kill off Pantomim in the meantime. Battletron's now popped by Munkushi, who wants to get this fight going as much as humanly possible. In the meantime, there was a duel onto the Razor. Cloud not dead just yet, and because he survives, they can now think about collapsing onto Munkushi, killing off this Troll Warlord. Cloud will eventually fall.
Nice shards.
Revenge should be possible. Nice shots from both Hakoda and Lil, and they actually get out for a little moment before Warwick runs them down with a swashbuckle. Afterlife is allowed to live, but Hakoda definitely not so lucky.
Yeah, this time around the fight actually looked somewhat how I envisioned it in the first place. Once they used their spells, but one move also fought that fight without many ultimates, like no Magnetize, no Egg. The duel was used on Razor a bit too soon. Your Troll as well just didn't have enough resources, the HP, the mana. So yeah, nice little instant move from HYDRA, buying back on the Tusk and just forcing that fight. It was pretty damn solid.
Well, great fight happening from the side of HYDRA. Does also mean that because they came for that fight and weren't pushing the tier 2 tower instead, one move, find themselves in a position where they don't get the real estate they were hoping for after winning the prior fight. Although they got middle, I guess, okay.
No, that's always like that, right? If you're fighting on your side, the best you can hope for is to deward it after and get some map control, like some vision on the map.
Even though they lost that fight, the one move is sitting with the net worth advantage overall. Somehow, I don't know where Munkushi has been farming. It's like, you know when you play Monopoly and someone is just stealing from the bank? That's the full wall of this game. Where is he finding this farm?
He is the bank, man. He's getting on all the... What's the highest one? 1,000, right? Is the 1,000 the highest? It depends on the version of Monopoly, I guess. Every now and then he just takes one of those and puts it in his pocket.
Yep. Just quietly, he's just chilling. Don't even notice me on. They take a Tormentor. This time they do not have a Skywrath Mage, so they're guaranteed to get at least one useful shot. And they get the overwhelming odds, which, given how useful it's been in damage output, now it's going to be a protective aspect as well for Afterlife, so that feels even better.
Yeah, Munkushi feels completely safe just to TP and defend on his own. Like, they just don't have... This swap is dangerous, but there's no way they kill him before the teammates arrive. A big item that actually has been purchased right now is the Refresher Orb. Pantomime has it. Like, this Phoenix, he is... If they don't deal with the egg, and I just don't see the way for them to deal with the egg if the whole team of one move is there.
Bottom, they're going for Ironclad. They want to make sure he doesn't roll out of the Wukongs, that he's strapless, he's going nowhere. You're going to be able to kill him off.
Nice, big call.
Nicely done. And they wasted a BKB charge out of him. That was his 9-seconder that he just picked up like 90 seconds ago, already wasted.
I believe a gem as well, so... A BKB, a gem, and he's dead for another minute, so... Perhaps they can convert this into... Maybe this tier 2 on the mid lane? It's an option. I still feel like watching this game, Monkey was never too far behind the troll, right? Like when it came to net worth. But he never did nearly as much in these team fights. It never felt that he has the same amount of impact.
Yeah, absolutely not. That could still change. Monkey can still scale throughout this game. He's going for a basher next. Also, we're already seeing the lack of a gem affecting one move, because they have this very deep observer ward right in front of their base on the top side, and HYDRA were able to make use of that information. It just expired now, but it kept them so safe while they were farming inside the dire triangle.
Yeah, they're still stacking up around mid tier 2, waiting for the Earth Spirit. Once he's up, is there a smoke? There are actually 2 on Rubik. If Earth Spirit didn't die bot, they'd already be making this move. So luckily for HYDRA, they delayed it a bit. They can actually get an item or 2 before it happens. Razor now has a full Satanic as well.
Bro, what level is this Earth Spirit? Why was his respawn so long? He's level 22. Oh my gosh. That explains why it took so long for him to come back. And the smoke will finally now emerge. Gonna try and make something happen on the map. 20 seconds until a prospective Roshan respawn, so it would be great if they could find a fight and then find the Rosh. But they're not the only ones with this idea, Liz. HYDRA smoke up as 5 and coming to join the fight.
Dire are scanning.
Let's see what they can find here. Scan onto the Roshan pit. Will not connect for the Dire lineup. And it's a very fast respawn as well. Only 45 seconds remain before the big man is online. How will they start this fight? Hakoda breaking the smoke, positioning very far forward. And he forces Lil to blink black immediately to safety. Can they get the vision here? They get dewarded almost instantly. Plasma field stolen by Hakoda. And Cloud is happy to utilize that plasma field to scout through the trees. Both teams know where one another are. And both of them are aware of the Roshan about to respawn.
Right, such a standoff, right?
Right?
Yeah, that's very cool, but the smoke, let's see. I feel that Afterlife is in a perfect position.
He does have BKB to pop though. They lift him back, Hakoda keeping him alive. Here's the roll in from Ironclad. Pops the Magnetize on the back edge of the fight. Really wants to venge and will find him. No buyback available for him. Cloud, he's caught inside the Battletrons. Him and Lil will get bashed down by Munkushi. And Munkushi's still going. He's fighting the monkey inside his own Wukongs. Ironclad pushes Cloud closer to the troll so that Munkushi can bash them all to death. It is a 4-for-1 engagement. Rubik buys back, sure, but the overall fight decidedly won by one move. What an engagement, what a fight. Lil did his best, you know, trying to scout out as much of the map as possible with these shards. I guess the added depth of the shards gives you slightly better scouting potential in these tree situations, but they can't find the initiation. And this is one of the reasons why this Monkey King matchup is so tough into Troll. There's certain heroes that no matter what, they can walk into your Wukongs and beat you the hell out of it. That must suck if you're a Troll Warlord. If you're a Monkey, rather.
And it's not only that you have a carry that can do that, right? Like, it's the Troll. You also have this damn egg, like the first one and the second one. Just look at the Phoenix. He was able to pretty much use all of his spells uncontested and not even afraid, you know, like you get a second or two to think about where exactly you want to put that egg, how exactly you want to do it. I'm really happy that he went for this Vessel, a Refresher Orb play and not a Hex. It's just so much better in this match, especially when you have a free Phoenix game. Rushing a Refresher can literally just be game winning. Like you're playing into this Monkey King, like you said. You have first the Troll, and then you have all these eggs that he just has to run away from.
Yep. And sadly for the MK, you're already down to a 6-second BKB. Runs out much faster than anticipated. And one move, 17k gold lead, Aegis Cheese, a Refresher Shard as well that they have available, sitting in Aincrad's inventory. And they're thinking about at least getting a lane of racks, or maybe just a tier 3 tower to start with. They're massaging the top one. And Pango, you can swashbuckle all you want. You no longer disarm, buddy.
Yeah, you have to soften them up a little bit first. Like, you do have the Aegis, but you also used some buybacks. It would be nicer to get the pick off first. Kami might be in the perfect position to break the smoke. Ooh. That's all.
Lucky.
If you're Radiant right now, I don't think you're leaving the map unless you smoke up. Maybe some monkey can jump around, but that's it. You need to have some vision at least on them. You need to get some info.
They desperately need Lil to finish off his Ags. Like, he has the shards for the depth, but they need the Ags to kick heroes back with the Walrus. It's becoming a bit of a problem right now, the positioning in these fights. And one thing that's also great about these engagements, Aincrad is specifically focusing on finding and killing this Vengeful Spirit early on, so that there's no salvation coming in from him.
Yeah, there is an Aghanims now. So with that tax, perhaps Venge can do a bit more. Happy Durara, like he should at least be able to swap someone out. The problem is when Earth Spirit gets on top of you, you're stunned, you're silenced, then you're stunned again. You know, you just can't use your spells fast enough.
Oh, we have a double damage rune triggered out right now by the Troll, standing on the low ground, attacking the tier 3 tower. Nice little lift back by Hakoda, making sure Troll is safe.
His DD was pretty much gone from Wave of Terror anyway, so just made sure that they can fight a little bit later.
Do you like that change to Wave of Terror?
I mean, it's way too strong. I like it. I feel like Venge was... at some point she was a hero that was picked all the time on offlane when Aghanims just got introduced, and then she just fell off the face of the earth.
I remember those games. Jump in right now. Aincrad comes across Cloud. They have the Wukong's command triggered out, but they could still potentially take this fight as Lily Commander jumps in looking for a duel onto the Monkey King, and with the help of the Battletrons, they can kill him. He is gone. Happy's gonna follow him into the grave, and Aincrad has been chasing Cloud towards the mid-tier 3. They catch him and kill him. All 3 of these heroes do not have buyback, Lizard. So this might not just be a lane of racks, it could actually just be the game.
That's just game, yeah.
HYDRA throw in the towel. GG, well played. Despite a much better start, despite a much more cohesive draft, they still wind up suffering a 0-2 defeat at the hands of one move.
Yeah, I think at some point the game just ran away from them, and that point was the triangle fight, right? If you remember, they fought around the triangle, they went in and just got completely obliterated on one side by the Legion, on the other by the Troll. I don't know, I think I like this hero more and more. Like, everyone is talking about Gyro and how broken he is and how strong he is. All I'm seeing is these trolls that are insanely farmed and just carrying games on their own, even versus some pretty good heroes that are being played against them. Like, this wasn't the easiest troll game. You had a lot of control from the Pango. You had this Razor as well that historically has been a counter to the troll. It literally didn't matter. I don't think it's all on him. I think the whole team played really damn well. The Phoenix was... Remember, during the draft, I said the pick was just amazing. Yeah. And it really felt throughout the game that it was like that. This is the only... this was the only place where they actually killed the egg, and he was surrounded by all the cores, so it's kind of to be expected when that happens.
And even then, right, he kills the egg in that situation, but they still end up losing the fight overall. There's just so many additional tools from one move. And we also just saw that without, as much as this MK felt super strong with BKB, without it, man, they felt so weak. And here's the fight you're talking about. Hakoda getting killed off very early on. You're thinking to yourself, this should be a simple fight for them, but Pantomime gets off the egg. The perfect duel as well on the backlines, making sure Pango can't interrupt. And this was an Aegis fight. You can imagine they're going to rinse this fight quite easily, but they get absolutely demolished. And the net worth swings so high afterwards that the game just feels so much easier to play. And then this is the one where the nail is in the coffin. Yep. Like, you're able to swap back the Razor, keep him alive a little bit longer, but all that accomplishes is not only getting you killed as Venge, but he gets kicked towards you and just dies to Battle Fury damage. That's when you know the game is just done.
Yeah, at some point I felt that they were just hurting themselves on the blade mails more than anything else. Like, they're dying on the LC and Earth Spirit blade mails. They have all the AoE damage that they can dish out on Radiant side was actually hurting them. Truth be told, like, yeah, okay, maybe one move had a slight outdraft, but I wouldn't say that this game was mostly due to that. I still felt that HYDRA had a solid shot at winning this game. The triangle fight was mostly due to execution. They didn't use most of their spells. They ran uphill, just feeling way too strong because of the Aegis and the cheese that they just picked up. So one move, realistically proving that they are a little bit better than HYDRA at the moment.
Yep. I mean, especially when we take the start of this game into account, being able to recover from that position. Well, everybody started badly except Munkushi. He was still on one, still on point there. But Afterlife, Aincrad, definitely not as easy as game one, but they nonetheless make it work. Let's give this MVP to Pantomime. Any objections, Liz?
Absolutely not. No objections. That is, give it to the Phoenix. Like, I would still, you know what? I would still give it to maybe the Troll. His farming was way too good. He was on point with in this game. He's the one that carried them realistically in game one and game two, and we didn't give it to him in game one. Meanwhile, when it comes to Phoenix, like, he played well, but this was, I would say, more of a draft win for the Phoenix than the way he played the game itself. It was one of those automatically played games on Phoenix, you know, just autopilot. You pick the hero, you dive, you plant the egg wherever, it doesn't really matter, it's not gonna be killed. You have enough control on your teammates. Sometimes you're playing Phoenix and you're having an abysmal game. You're playing into a Mirana, you're playing into a Lina. In those games, if you're having a good game, that's the MVP material, right?
That's a solid argument. I can get behind this. As much as I'm very much biased against Troll Warlord, feel very bad giving him the MVP. He did play amazingly across both games. So Munkushi, shout out to him. Because of his efforts, they've guaranteed that the side of one move will be present in the upper bracket final. Like, they are 2 games away. That's it. VP, you beat them, you win one more grand final. All of a sudden, you are at the international. This is when, no matter how much you can prepare mentally, Liz, it starts to sort of creep in, right? There's a little bit of nervousness that, guys, we can't make any more mistakes. We're so close. It's all about making sure that you don't choke anymore, rather than just about playing good Dota.
Yeah, I don't know. These games, I've been around. I've had them. It's always kind of bittersweet, you know. When you lose, you still feel good, like you went far. It's so close. Like the memory of them is still bittersweet. But I wish them all the best. I hope that they can fix a couple of mistakes that they were making, because Virtus.pro is not going to be an easy opponent. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing one move when Afterlife isn't on LC or Darkseer. Like, he still has a bunch of heroes that he plays really damn well, but his LC today was really making a difference.
Yep. Afterlife and the boys, they are through 2-0 over the side of HYDRA, which means that HYDRA is now in the lower bracket, as you saw there, waiting an opponent between Storm and the side of Nemiga. Coming into these qualifiers, a lot of folk thought that Nemiga would be going through the upper bracket and they'd be one of the teams, not maybe in the grand finals, but at the very least in the upper bracket final. So them being in this position, expectations can weigh heavily upon you. We've seen it in NA, we've seen it in China. What do you think about the mental game of Nemiga as they prepare to take on Storm?
I think the mental game in Eastern Europe isn't something that we should talk about. So it's always all over the place. You know, we have some very hot spirits here, hot minds. It can go really nicely for us because we're competitive, right? At the same time, it can backfire when the things aren't going well. Like some rage buybacks and stuff can happen even in TI qualifiers.
Let's hope that that does not end up happening in our upcoming matchup, as we do have our first elimination game of the day. The side of Storm taking on Nemiga. Loser goes home, winner gets to continue the road to the international and try and claim that one and single spot in the Eastern European qualifiers. Let's find out if it's going to be Storm or the favorite team of Nemiga right after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more qualifier action.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome one and all. We are back on the mic again, Snare and Lizard the Legend, to bring you some more Eastern European Dota. Now it's elimination time though, fam. We have Nemiga taking on the side of Storm. And although Storm was able to get through their previous matchup, this one feels a bit more difficult. Liz, what hope do they have of taking down Nemiga?
I think they can do it. It's an interesting one. Both of these teams captained by some old school players, right? Like some pretty experienced players. You asked me about the mentality and how they approach this game. Like, is it a lot of pressure? Will they tilt under it? You know, like one side has Roger. Whenever I imagine that guy, I cannot imagine him tilting, like literally ever. And on the other side, the captain is Soneko. So maybe I can imagine him tilt out a little bit. Probably not in games. He just leaves teams very fast, you know. He's like, yeah, I'm out. That's it. Gone.
Yep. I've seen enough.
Yeah. How many times did we see that with him, like leaving, I don't know, Navi and teams at some point? Yeah, this isn't for me, guys. I like that about him, you know. If he realizes that the relationship is toxic for him, he leaves straight away. It's a good trait to have.
Well, right now things are not yet at that point of toxicity for him and the Storm Boys, as they did win yesterday, now trying to make sure they win again today. And let us see how they make that happen in the first draft of this series. And it's already looking fairly positive for them, for Storm. They chose the first pick, they had priority. Of course, that means Nemiga went for the Radiant side, and we already have the Chen. So Neko's on the team, Chen's in the mix. I guarantee Storm is already celebrating right now.
Yeah, you have Soneko on one side and Roger on the other, right? Like, so both of these teams can play a pretty mean Chen, and Storm are the ones that snatch it away. You can kind of leave the Venge in the pool. I don't think it's gonna be picked up, and Nemiga actually answered with the Clinks. You can still eat the creeps, right? How many changes are there to Clinks? Like, I need to go over 734 for Clinks.
You should still be able to eat them with the Death Pact, so you should be fairly Gucci on that front. All right, I like this as a decent response. I mean, sometimes we'd see Enchantress or Night Stalker for similar reasons, that they can insta-get rid of a creep. So with Clinks, is this a support Clinks is the question, though, because I'm still not exactly sure what to make of the hero overall.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I remember that Clinks was played quite a lot as a support, like some straight Solar Crest rush, and Solar Crest right now feels really good, so maybe it is like a support Clinks together with, I don't know, an Orchid, Solar Crest Orchid. I think if you're first phasing it, you probably don't want to put it as a carry. It's also like very mobile, so you can hunt down Chen as he's getting creeps, you can eat his creeps, you can mess with him, you can solo kill him, and then they get the Doom as well to eat the creeps. Like, they're really... Like, you have Devour, you have Midas, you have Clinks. Like, leave the poor Chen alone, let him have a game.
This is when you look at your 4 position and say, well, buddy, you're playing Chen today, I'm not playing this trash, I'm gonna do something else. Funnily enough, Liz, they still have access to some of the OP heroes that we've seen being banned out. So Invoker's still in the pool, Gyrocopter's still in the pool, Vengeful Spirit's still in the pool. They just decided, man, we don't need any of these. Even Beastmaster, okay, Beastmaster's banned. Okay, at least that one is banned.
Team pick.
Yeah, they made sure no Beast is in, at least. Actually, Tidehunter picked up by Storm. I have seen a lot of teams get this big boy. And the Shard is pretty good, the Meteor Hammer is pretty good. It's difficult to push against him as well, if you get any sort of these beasts and lichens. But Nemiga will not, they have a Doom, so... An interesting one. Maybe they can combo it with something that benefits from minus armor of Gush. That's something that I really like to see when Tide is picked. You get one of these carries that can actually benefit from him.
How would you feel about Monkey King for Storm when they eventually have the chance? As you have more team fight with the AoE of the Wukongs, good lane into the Doom, and a hero that, like you said, can benefit from a little bit of negative armor on the enemy?
I mean, sure, but we just saw the Monkey and it really didn't look that great. Then again, like Monkey into Doom feels pretty good in my opinion, so I wouldn't mind seeing that. Some spirits on the mid lane that can hunt him down might have to be removed, but besides that, like, I think it's pretty so. Oh, helicopter. Helicopter. Para-koffer.
Please get the soundboard ready, y'all. Production, thank you very much.
We don't have what?
How do you feel about this helicopter here in this game?
I always feel good about helicopter. He's got his Elder Titan to lane with. Like, helicopter and Elder Titan actually can even deal with Tide Sky or Tide Chen. Like, you have a lot of damage coming from Elder Titan, a lot of mixed damage coming from Gyro. I do like it. And you know what, like, you have this offlaner that doesn't have to take stacks, so whatever stacks you make, Gyro will be able to take them. Doom can just devour, and Midas, he's fine, he's gonna have farm. But on the other hand, the Slark pick is also very nice. The thing is, whenever I see this matchup, like Slark into Gyro, I feel that Nemiga's draft is easier to play. Like, you have this Gyro, he's gonna have his Aghanims and crit and BKB before Slark is even ready to fight. You will be in control of the game, or probably should be in control. But you have to worry about that one fight when Slark is online and Tide has like a Blink Ravage that can turn everything around. So you can snowball, but make sure not to hit that wall.
Especially because they're playing a game without that much guaranteed lockdown for Nemiga. They'll be reliant on what? Some Blink Dagger on Doom with War Stomp. You know, they'll need Elder Titan to always be in position for good stomps. It's not that easy for them to catch these Storm heroes. So if they can get to that point in the game where Slark can just go in and out of the fights and not be too interrupted, start to worry a bit about Nemiga. But like you say, easier for them on the initial ramp up, just not as easy for them to fully close things out. And we need some building damage, I guess, for the side of Nemiga. Storm has some of it from Chen, but they could also use a little bit more.
Yeah, Storm has Chen, and they also have Meteor Hammer most likely on Tide, right? So they have two approaches. Meanwhile, Nemiga maybe clinks Doom with the Vanguard. You know, he can position himself in front of the tower, but nothing really major. So your your mid laner might help with that, but probably will not. Like, if you're looking at mids, what's good for Nemiga? Is there anything out of the left field? Like, I don't see. Like, I see the spirits as the easiest approach to the game.
Because they need some catch, some additional damage would be nice. I guess honestly, from what we saw in the previous game, if they have an Earth Spirit player from the mid lane, that would be cool. Get some ground targeting onto Slark as well. Get an additional silence.
When I said left field, I was thinking Timber, but for Nemiga actually, it still gets picked up by Storm. It's good. Like, you're playing into the Doom, into the Elder Titan, a lot of mixed damage coming from Timber, but definitely not what you expect, right? Like, you expected some playmaker, normal playmaker.
I guess the idea is here is just shell up together and you just go as this ball against Nemiga, dare them to play into you.
Some Viper on the mid lane. I haven't seen that guy at all.
Yo, real talk, Viper's actually pretty good here for Nemiga.
What do you mean actually really good, real talk? Do I usually just give you bad ideas? What's happening here?
Oh, because Viper's normally just like a debate option. You know?
Yeah, that's true. They go with the Lina. I think this is also really good, really damn good. Like, you get a lot of burst damage, range damage into the Timber mid lane. You can ignore him, just spam him with spells. I don't mind it. I actually feel it's good.
I like this as well. It's also some ground damage into the slog, so you can't just always survive with the Shadow Dance. Good lane. Gives them also some additional range, so now they have multiple dimensions of actually hurting towers. If you get lucky enough to get like some Grove Bow or whatever, then you can outrange the tower and use that as your turret. This is actually, yeah, this is good. I like this. I like this from Nemiga. The question is, do we like it enough over and above what Storm has? What do you think here, Liz? I'm feeling this made their game a lot easier as well because it gives them like a quick little disable. That's not that easy for them to avoid on the side of Storm. Like they have two fairly mobile heroes, but it's not everybody. I think this fixes a lot about the Nemiga draft overall. I still slightly favor what Storm has to offer, but what's your read on the situation?
I see this gyro. I'm going with the helicopter. I don't care about anything else. But yeah, Nemiga's catch isn't helicopter. Yeah, but Nemiga's catch is kind of telegraphed. You have the Salver Titan with the stun, maybe the Doom with Doom. But besides that, I wouldn't count on Lina to be making all the proper plays when it comes to catching heroes. So because of that, maybe I might be favoriting Storm a bit. But when you look at Storm, what do they have? They have Ravage, and that's it. It's going to be an interesting one. I am favoriting Nemiga. I have to.
I love these games where both of these lineups don't have that much disable, you know? Because then it really does come down to pure skill and execution. And I also think the one negative thing about the Storm lineup, we haven't seen Scareth Mage work out that well when he doesn't have an immediate like burst partner. Someone that can roll the map with, kill, and move on to the next person. Not that easy to do with Tide. I suppose Slog can help out with that, but then, you know, you're running around killing heroes, not sitting back and farming. So I don't know. Storm, I do like their draft a bit more, but this is a very execution-heavy game, I think, for both sides for game one.
The lane is pretty good for them. The Sky plus Tide actually dishes out a ton of damage. It's hard for anyone to lane into that, even Elder Titan and Gyro. So I just expect a bloodbath down bottom.
Well, let's witness the bloodbath of Game 1 in the elimination series between Nemiga Gaming and the side of Team Storm. Loser goes home, winner. As a prize for winning this game, you get to go and compete against HYDRA in another elimination game. Yay! Gotta love tournament brackets.
Nikki, Cool, Dominic, Jay. Yeah, these guys aren't really interested in making any nicknames, you know, just use your name and that's it. Would you ever rebrand from Snare to Sean?
You know, I've tried to rebrand from Snare a few times, but it just too many people know me as Snare, man. Like it's surprisingly, I think I messed up by picking a pretty decent name the first time out. So changing it has always been very, very difficult.
It's the humiliation.
What about you? You ever gonna change from Lizard to Admir in game? Admiral Admir?
I thought about it so many times, but look, I was 12 when I made the nickname. I'll keep it. It's an homage, you know.
Hey, to an easier time. Well, game is going now. Nemiga very easily snag a bounty rune in the river here. Looks like we're doing standard 2-2. Nothing atypical happening here. And you said this bottom lane is where you're expecting the bloodbath, the Tide and the Skyrath Mage. It is Gyrocopter ET, so I guess do you try to dodge the ET and go straight for the Gyro instead?
It all depends, like you can go for the ET too if he's in your face, which he probably will be with Astral Spirit. It should be a very interesting lane down bottom. Mid lane is maybe a Lina favorited one. She did get hit by double whirling death. You do it so that your tangos heal more, next level thinking.
Mallory knows what's up.
Yeah, but just looking at Lina, this god level Lina on mid lane, god tier that is, like he should have a better time than most heroes have against Timber.
Don't anticipate anything strange happening mid for Malrine or for Nikki Cool. Should just be farm trade with Malrine getting the bulk of it. Should be fine. What do we expect from this top side of the map? Chen Slock don't necessarily strike me as the strongest lane duo in the world. Going into Doomed Clinks, which also doesn't strike me as the absolute strongest either.
Yeah, because of that, I expect more bloodbath down on bot, but anything can happen if you're out of position a bit, if you overcommit. Top lane can be very active too, especially if they find the right creep on Chen. And I believe he'll find a Harpy, so that's gonna be annoying already.
Gosh. Get me out of this game. When the enemy Chen...
Klinks might die. Yeah, Klinks
Actually is dead.
Yeah, he's just dead.
He's gone. Bye-bye. So Neko found a Harpy, got a Klinks that wasn't on full HP and just ran him down. All of a sudden you're doomed, you're gonna get zoned back a little bit. This kind of sucks.
Yeah, he gets the Devour, he takes the creep, but I love Chen's voice lines, by the way. You're a beautiful person with a charming personality.
You know, it's a pity to kill you. I like you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill you, but you're beautiful, you know, you're very nice. It's a shame.
I want the last words I hear to be something nice. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. I don't mind dying that much, only milk.
I guess I lived a good life.
Down bottom, 1J and Dominic are not enjoying their lives currently because they have to deal with the violent gyrocopter. By the by, like even before, this must be the happiest man in the world for Gyro to be back online. For the longest time, if I'd be watching Eastern Europe and thinking about a good gyrocopter player, it's either Violent or V-Tune, one of these two guys. So V-Tune obviously went all
What about
North America. What about?
What about Fost?
Nah, that's old school, man. That's from the prior era.
Xbox.
Yeah. Havost is different. That was another tier, you know?
Yeah, it is. Mid lane, this Lina is being kind of messed with by Timber, but damn, Slark, will you live? Run, my friend.
You need to get away from this Doom, otherwise you're gonna get zapped again. The zap is online. He does get a salve eaten up, but he's getting completely zoned from the lane. How's he gonna come back here?
I'm not sure.
One hand to cancel some salves. He might even kill off Soneko, who doesn't die just yet. But Katie, is this a jump you want to make as Slark? He's looking towards Hellscream. Already lost so much HP, and now the gains that Slark got from the Tango and the Salve immediately taken away by these lane duo.
He comes close, he gets zapped again. This is a very sad lane to be in. And you know what? Like, Chen did get that first kill, he got the first blood, but I'm not sure he wanted to give that Harpy to the Doom. Like, this is terrible. He's got a Mango, he's gonna get energy booster after this wave. Yeah, he's gonna continue constantly spamming you, and the ice armor, that won't be that helpful.
Yeah. Gave away the critical creep, and Vazia taking full advantage of the situation. I mean, this is two different heroes that they picked into the lane to make sure that the Chen does not have a game. And so far, it's working out for them. Down bottom, Dominic yet again taking some flak hits. Not enjoying this from Violent, but what can you do? They actually might even be able to turn around onto one.
Oh, nice shot.
Violent does not have access to the rocket barrage, so he won't be able to run down Dominic. Dominic, though, might still die to these flak hits. He at least kills off Roger before taking a tumble. Violent eventually...
My god, that's...
But the creeps eat up all the damage. Now he's the one getting ran back. He's not going to get completely brought down because Dominic does not have the gush, but still, it's a very sad situation to be in.
The most unfortunate gyrocopter of all the world, like... Top lane, is there another zap? Not even needed, he dies. Yeah, just very unfortunate for the gyro. He does survive in the end at least, but not being able to kill the Sky or the Tide. I think one of the reasons why that wasn't possible is just so many creeps around him. Rocket Barrage just got completely eaten up, and it's not even that strong on level 1, but yeah. Plus they hugged the Tidehunter, they hugged him way too soon. So the anchor smash connected on both of them.
Mm-hmm. The only time in the world where you don't want to be giving away hugs. Must stay away from your opponents. On the bright side, they did kill off the Slark in the top lane, so Vazia continuing to gain benefit from having this Harpy. And they're trying to jump Vazia himself right now. This Doom has lost half of his HP, and Nicky Cool is also making his way over on the Timbersaw. He has the Chakram available. Vazia is certainly going to die. Hellscream about to follow him into the grave. A nice recovery from Storm, using this haste rune on the Timber to make the top lane a little bit easier.
He needed to recover a bit. Look at the last hits, by the way. Compare the Lina to the Timber. If you're Timber, yeah, this is probably not what you expected. Usually, if a Timber is mid lane, he's expecting to be just owning, you know, in your face, killing everything. But yeah, not the case in this match.
Not happening. Sorry. Did get him a lot of net worth though. Brings him much closer to the Lina's point in the net worth charts. Down bottom, Roger and 1J gonna be fighting over this Wisdom Rune. A fight where Roger will win thanks to the Echo Stomp. And that's a big deal. Like, they're not getting that much experience on 1J at the moment. So this Gareth mate's gonna stay at level 3 for quite some time with no Wisdom Rune to pick up.
Yeah, my only question was, why did the Roger TP where he TP'd? He TP'd on the tier 2 mid. I'm just wondering why. Like, he moved back mid afterwards and now he's moving top. Just, yeah, a peculiar TP. Bot lane, Gyro. Bot lane.
Wow, they actually find the kill.
And they got that Gyro.
Supports here. 1J makes the kill happen. And this happens whilst the Slok is alone, but both supports were missing. They're not going to be able to kill off the Slok. Maybe they will though. Roger's gone all the way wrapping around, looking for the Slok.
They're tipping the Timber though.
The Timber Saw is coming over. He's already arrived and now they're looking for some revenge. K-Team almost dies anyway on the Slok. Barely survives by porting into the trees. And Nicky Cool kills off Roger.
This might be your...
Nicely done.
Yeah, let's see. Lina actually will not go for the mid lane tower. I expected her to perhaps be damaging it. Not very often do you see the tower where Timber is being brought down this early on, but it's already on 50%, lower than 50% HP.
Maureen doing a phenomenal job from middle. So what build are we expecting from this Lina this game? She's already queued up the BOTs. Afterwards, do we just go straight BKB? Is this a Kaya Sanj game? What's happening?
I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of different builds right now on Lina. I've seen a lot of Aghanims pickups as well. Probably not gonna get it. Yeah, probably not gonna get it this early on, but yeah, because the hero isn't necessarily as the same like before. If you remember, Lina was all about the right clicks. It's not like 100% the case any longer. I've seen a lot of players just go in for the magic burst. Like some blink mobility. I've seen a lot of mid lane Linas get travels and blink. Just make sure that you're in position.
But didn't Somnus build Yule Scepter that one game that we saw him?
I think he went blink as well, but he might have gotten Yules after, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely remember him having Yules. I think he did go blink Yules. Blink Yules BKB if I remember correctly.
So, like, super old school Lina, you know, like these Linas that were from the time when SFs would buy Yules on mid lane.
Oh, the good old days.
The good old Lash, Lina, SF, everyone just buys Yules.
Well, it wasn't good old days if you were a support, right? To get Yules, insta-kill no matter what.
Actually, it was Aetherlands that I've seen quite often as well. So, it is being built once again.
Here towards this mid lane, Seneko put in some harass onto Hellscream. Just, you know, clicking the dust button, making sure that the hotkey works. And they might decide to smoke up, actually, and that's indeed what they do.
So far, every time they rotated, they got some kills on top lane, so why not do it again, right?
Slok has level 6 this time around, so he does have Shadow Dance to help him out. Let's see how they choose to initiate this. They want Vazia, but reinforcements are now streaming in. They get the silence out, but they haven't found the real catch just yet. And now here, Maureen, look for the LSA, but it gets dodged by the Timber Chain.
It was so close,
That's
though.
what you get for coming to a fight with a Tumbler's toy. You miss everything.
Yeah, it was really close, though. That LSA almost connects. But they do save the Doom. So overall, they should be happy with how it all went. Meanwhile, while that's happening, Tidehunter obviously being super annoying with the Meteor Hammer. You know, like your classic Tidehunter game. Buy Meteor Hammer, sit in front of a tower until someone kills you, then buy a Blink after and actually be the Tidehunter from the past. actually be a normal Dota being that fights and has team fights, uses spells.
I like that he's building the Pipe of Insight in this game. I imagine that after the Solar Crest, Chen is going to try and angle towards the Guardian Greaves. Then you'll just have so many auras between the Solar Crest, the GG Boots, and Pipe. A lot of the damage output from Nemiga does get nullified.
Yeah, and they don't really have, on Nemiga, they don't have any big buffs, right? Like, besides the Solar Crest on Clinks, that's it. Interesting, the Gyro's build is different than what they do in China. Oh, this might be a Ravage.
He's thinking about it, gets off the Ravage, but it only connects onto Roger. Roger will happily die for this if he's the only casualty. And so far he is. They really want the tier 1 tower as well. Meme Hammer being channeled up. It will drop down. The Doom will come out, but it's onto a Tide who's already used his ultimate. Malreen does manage to find the LSA, but there's not going to be a further connection. Vazia eats a Mystic Flare and quite a lot of damage from 1J. They really want this Doom kill. He's on 30 HP, but Nick
Slark is here.
will find it. And now Slark is shown. Now finds the pounce onto Lina. Sets up Nikki Cool for the double kill with the double damage. And they get the tier 1 tower to boot.
I feel like it was one of those fights in which Gyro could have done so much if he was around. Like just spamming cooldown. Using that as cooldown once to slow them down so that they can actually shoot through these big boys. Like one thing that Nemiga has got, they have the damage. Like you have the Lina for the burst, you have a lot of dots coming from Doom as well, but they're just way too big on Storm. There's Hand of God, and on top of that you're trying to kill a Timber, you're trying to kill a Tide. These heroes aren't really gonna fall fast.
Oh well, Storm taking that good fight, puts them 3k ahead in net worth. They still have all their tier 1 towers to boot. And the thing that scares me the most is that now, from that successful fight, Slark is slowly but surely starting to recover a little bit. Very, very scary to have a Fishman actually have a game in a situation like this where the enemy doesn't have that much lockdown.
Yeah, and he's got a Midas as well to work with. He didn't go for anything super early oriented, so... Clinks. He should fall here.
Definitely dead. Bye-bye, Hellscream. Nikki Cool now. He might not have gotten the net worth he wanted from the laning phase, but he's still at the moment top of the charts. One of the strongest heroes on the entire map, feeling very good about himself.
Yeah, he got handled in the lane, I would say. Even Roger being handled as well.
Here, looks that way. Chakram on top of him with the damage. More than enough. They actually even brought in the Slark here. He really wanted to try and find this kill onto Malreen, but instead he might give one up. He eats a full combo from this Laguna Blade, but it's not going to be enough to kill him. Shadow Dance comes in clutch, bails him out of trouble, and he just skirts his way back in the jungle to farm.
Yeah, he's even joining these fights with the Midas. If that pounce connected on the Lina, she might even die. They might even have enough time to follow up and get on top of her. But at that engagement, I think if you're Slark, you're just happy you didn't die in the end. Like, that Laguna Blade hurt.
A lot of damage from Lina. She is still that hero. 4k gold lead right now for Storm. They've only lost 2 heroes in terms of deaths. Not really bothered as this mid game is continuing.
Nope.
Question is though, Liz, do they feel comfortable just keeping the status quo, just farming up on the Slark, keeping the map as it is?
I feel like if you're Storm, you're not really keeping status quo. You're making a lot of good moves. You're 4k ahead. Like, you should be happy with the state of the game. Meanwhile, on the other side, I feel that I'm not sure what the case is, but this is probably the lowest farm Gyro I've seen in a while. At this point in the game, that is. I just expect more. Maybe the stacks were in there or something like that, but yeah, the farming speed just isn't there.
I think it's exactly that. You were mentioning in the draft just how easy it is for him to take the stacks with nobody else vying for them in the game. We'll talk about it in a second because right
Oh, the Doom as well.
Nikki Cool gets killed. They even drop the Doom for good measure. And Violent gets that kill, ending a mega kill streak. Yeah, sure, his team hasn't been able to make that many stacks for him, but you know, if a very farmed enemy hero comes by, he'll take that as well. Speaking of farmed enemy heroes, in the mid lane is this Lina all by her lonesome. Malrine too far from the team and gets killed off, even tipped by the enemy lineup.
What happened? He just traveled in? Oh no, he actually just moved in. Yeah, just gets instant punished, and now there's a smoke. With this smoke they can ward up the triangle, perhaps block it.
This is so lucky from the Clinks. He walks past Slark just in time to pop the smoke. If that didn't happen, maybe they reach the gyrocopter, but it does. So Gyro will stay alive, but the tier 1 tower, not so lucky.
I just love the way Storm is playing, actually. They're playing in a really cool way. Slark is always close enough to join them. They have this Midas anyway on him, so he's not really losing farm.
Oh my god. Did you see how much damage Nicky Cool did to Roger? Holy smokes. Almost solo killed him there.
Yeah. Can they fight here though? They have Ravage.
They do indeed. They're dropping the meme hammer. It will connect onto Violence. It's going to lose a lot of HP from this one. They use the Chen Hand of God to make sure that 1J does not die. Laguna Blade will be committed. Ravage just gets thrown out but hits absolutely nobody. But they might still kill off Violence. They're dodging all of the Lina spells. Kate goes directly on the Gyro and is able to kill him off. Violence cannot fight any longer. They zone away Roger with the Mystic Flare, so he can't close the gap onto the Slark. Malrine desperately chasing. He wants to find something out of this. The Dragon Slave connects onto 1J, and they do manage to kill off the Skyrack Maid.
Nice blocks.
Blocking all the angles of escape away from the Slark so they can kill him off. And looks like Storm bit off a bit more than they could chew in that one as they lose the fight 3-1.
Yeah, really nicely done by Radiant. Like, it looked grim at the beginning. Like, the Ravage missed pretty much everyone, but Slark managed to kill off Gyro on his own. However, the LSAs, the Lina, she just did so much damn work in that whole fight. In the end, Klink's blocking the Slark and Doom TPing from bottom to the tier 2 just to catch him with Hurricane that he ate. Really nicely done.
Phenomenal fight coming in from the side of Nemiga. Will help them get back on track for the game. It puts Doom as the most farmed hero on the map. Can start building towards his BKB. It also meant that Gyrocopter, yes, he ended up dying in the fight, but the fact that his team is able to clean up, it still buys him time to finish off the Ags. But it will not help if his team is dying elsewhere as they jump and kill Vazia.
They can go more. Like, Slark is wrapping from behind.
Slark does indeed come in. They really want Malrine here. There was a very nice LSA. It's gonna buy some time. Well, at least for Lina, not for Hellscream. His Clinks is definitely dead here. Malrine chilling on the high ground, having a little bit of security here. He won't die, but they definitely end up losing the tier 2 in a bit more map control.
Yeah, Roger is one of the best positioning supports, but in this game with Elder Titan, I haven't seen him be in the right position before the fight even happens. You know, he gets there on time and afterwards, like, he uses his stuns, but he wasn't covering, let's say, this Doom down bottom. Then again, it's understandable because what he's trying to do is he's covering Gyro most of the time. He's standing behind him, so if anything happens, he can follow up with the Echo Stomp.
Speaking of the Echo Stomp, he's going to try to utilize it with Malrine as they smoke up together.
Yeah.
Looking for someone to bring down. Malrine is actually queuing the E-Blade here. Okay, no, he changed his mind. Aw, Sag.
He might still get it. Like, he might still get it after the Force Staff. I think he just gets the Force Staff because of the Slark, to be able to get away from him. But E-Blade is still a pretty good item on Lina. Kaya has been completed already.
We're gonna go into the Roshan pit. Death Pact to eat away the Centaur. So Storm have some awareness of where Nemiga is playing. They will scan that out as well, and then it hits flush. But look at this, Liz. They're not just coming to contest this fight. They've just gotten a Blink Dagger for the Tidehunter.
Oh, it's perfect.
Arriving off the courier right now. But the Roche is dying.
It's too slow. It's too slow. I don't think they kill him on time. I think Ravage will happen. They just have to commit.
Can make it. Roshan is at 1,000. Can they get Dominic going forward? He finds the Ravage and hits onto 4 heroes. That'll enable them to win the fight, but Violence is able to snatch away the Aegis at the very least. Doom is the first one dead. Life number 1 taken away from the gyrocopter. Malrine really wants to run, really trying to escape away from the Slark and the boys. But Slark and them turn their attention back towards the other edge of the fight. They kill Malrine. They really wanted Violent, but
that Echo Storm.
Their faces. With the Echo Stomp being thrown in by Roger, and he TP's out as well. He definitely saved that fight, but they still end up losing overall, and no Aegis to show for it.
Oh, come on, man. If you take everything in account, how that fight started with Timber and Ravage on 4, if you're Nemiga, you should, I don't know, praise whatever holy entity made that happen.
If Tvazia dies here, it's a dieback. That can't happen. He needs to stay alive.
Yeah, he doomed the Slark. They can't really continue chasing him anymore. Yeah, overall, it wasn't a great fight. They still did lose both Doom and Alina. Doom bought back, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, definitely. Much, much worse. Given how good the Ravage was initially. I mean, Violent was... If that fight happens like 2 seconds beforehand, Violent doesn't even get the Aegis, and he just dies heads up the first time.
Yeah. Then it would have been just game over even. It would feel that way, right? Like if you're Radiant, it would feel like game over. It wouldn't be, but it would be very demoralizing.
Yeah.
One good thing, at least for Nemiga, even though they did get clipped by Ravage, 4 of them, they were kind of on different like points in the circle of Ravage, right? Like on a completely opposite side. So like Storm couldn't clump up and just kill him off with 1 AoE.
Despite not having Ravage though, Storm is gonna go find these kills as they smoke up right now. They did just finish off a full Hex for the Timbersaw, but he's not with his team at the moment. Let's see what they can find at this engagement. Slark leading the charge right now. Really wants to wrap on over to where the Gyro is. And
that is so low.
So low in HP. Gyro's gonna die from this, Liz. He throws out the call down. He really wants to escape. He's trying to stay alive in the trees, and he TP's out. The second pounce shot wasn't ready just yet. He somehow survives.
Lina?
Malrine, though, might not be so lucky. As the pounce comes back, Slark utilizes it on the Lina. So no matter what, a core hero will die. It was either Gyro or Lina, and today, Malrine draws the short straw.
How did he end up in such a bad position there? I guess it was just he was just trying to rescue the Gyro, perhaps help him out a little bit, and because of that he put himself in harm's way. Probably now
done just yet, Liz. Look who they scouted. They scouted Vazia. They know where he's at.
Yeah, Slark is on a hunt.
They find him. This is a dieback, remember. If he goes in the
Doom and TP, maybe.
Quite a long time. He's thinking about a Doom TP, but it's too late now. The Hex is out. Mystic Flare is there. Nicky Cool kills him. 70 seconds in the grave without buyback for the Doom.
Yeah, that for a long time, but I don't think they can get too much out of it. Maybe another fight. However, pushing high ground into Lina and Gyro, it just isn't easy at this point. Well, damn, Slark he's completely online. He's just hunting them down. I expected the game to go like this, but in Nemiga's favor at this point, and then maybe Slark comes online a little bit later, but Storm have just outplayed them across the map.
All looking hella clean. Yesterday we got to see against SIBE the Nemiga that everyone was fearing coming into these qualifiers, but Storm showing that their victory yesterday was not a fluke. They are no pushovers. Still playing very, very well. Like you said, Slark's online, Tide's online, Timber's online.
Smoke up, Lina is in. Instantly broken smoke by Suneko. I feel like this game, by the way, it can be attributed to Suneko a lot, because you can see the way they're moving the map. It's next level. And getting all these pickoffs in the right places, getting into Rosh Pit on time. There's a couple of Eastern European captains that just make your team run faster. Like no matter what players they get in, they just make them better. Suneko is one of those.
Amanda's out here way back when. Most of us only started hearing his name when he was tasked with a heavy job on NAVI to somehow be a young puppy replacement, but He's been growing into that role over the years. Very good captain.
Whenever I see Soneko, I remember that hangover meme with hosts just pressing one button and Soneko like playing Winter Wyvern, thinking like some 3D, 4D chess, like.
It's gonna be a big ravage. Dominic finds 3. Vazia is able to get off the BKB. They don't kill him off just yet. And Storm, they're gonna fake back, but Nikki is in the vicinity. I'm not so sure Nemiga want the smoke. Soneko doesn't even die from the Laguna combo. Chen all heal, Mech gets popped, he is A-okay. And now Nemiga needs to think about running here. Violent doesn't have a BKB just yet. He cannot fight as the gyrocopter right now. He's thinking about it though, taking a lot of damage, and there's the Hex from Nikki. Mystic Flare dropped down as well. The Slog jumping in, finishing off the gyrocopter. He is dead without buyback. And Lizard, why was he there without the BKB?
I'm literally thinking the same thing. Why? Like, both of these teams, they have proven to one another that they cannot win a fight and kill off. They just don't have enough what it takes, right? The Ravage connected on multiple heroes, nothing happened. The LSA was just as good as Ravage. Still nothing happened because there was way too many heals. Why put the Gyro in front and so much danger, Violent? Yeah, I really don't know.
They got Maureen. How did they? Oh, okay, he has shot.
Dead in the water.
They canceled the TP, but he has dead in the water, yeah. Oh, God. From bad to worse, Liz, you lose your Gyro, you lose Maureen, and you might lose Hell Scream here. The dust will trigger onto the Clinks. Nikki Cool has Hex coming up in a second. Timber Chain Hex. They're going the wrong direction, though. Hell Scream has juked them out.
He's clap. And stays here, but Slark is on Doom. Can he kill him off? There's a BKB forced.
He didn't get this BKB that long ago, and it's already down to 7 seconds.
Yeah, just full control of the map by Storm. Like Nemiga, 28 minutes in, 14k behind. They're already afraid to leave the map, to leave the high ground properly.
Storm just controlling absolutely everything right now. The Slug very, very, very farmed at the moment. One of the biggest heroes in the map. Not very far away at this moment in time. Wait, when is the next Aegis coming up? 15 seconds. They can probably just get the next Aegis. From there, the game feels fairly easy to finish off. Does he actually need this Lincoln Sphere on the Slug? Or should he turn this ultimate orb into a Skadi?
I feel like Skadi would be just as good, but maybe you're afraid of the Doom. If you get Doomed LSA'd, maybe you can die there. So getting that Lincoln's perhaps a little bit safer. But I know you'd like Skadi more. I can feel it in your voice. I'd like it as well, but better safe than sorry. They're already in a really good spot. Like, the thing is, like, he's already doing enough in fights. Just make sure he doesn't die and he's golden.
Well, he already bought the recipe. His courier is camped out by the secret shop, waiting to finish the cornucopia, so he has Lincolns. Nemiga, though, they're smoked up as 4. Unfortunately for them, they're not able to find anything on the map. On the bright side, though, this time they do have BKB on Gyrocopter, so this fight can go well for them.
Dude, Lina.
Maureen? Why is Maureen so far from his team again?
I think he went in to buy something. I don't figure... But yeah, he bought a point booster, I guess? I don't even know.
Oh, no.
And he moved into the secret shop just as Slark was buying the Lincolns.
Well, that's a dead Lina. That ends the rotation potentially from Nemiga. And this sets them up from Storm to go for the Roshan. They are going to be able to scout this. They sent a Dark Troll Summoner into the pit. Once they see it, it's going to be all directions towards the big man and getting a free Aegis and a cheese this time around.
So if you buy a gem and you give it to Slark, every ward that he kills, you get the gold, right? It's the best investment you can make as a support. Just buy the gem instantly, give it to him.
So here you go, Slug, do the right thing.
Go the ward, boy. Do some work. Work for me.
Put the fishy to work. Right now he's working Roshan, and it's their turn on the side of Storm to be in the Roshan pit whilst Nemiga approaches. But Nemiga, they don't have some big ravage that turns the fight. That being said, this is not the fastest Roshan in the world, so they might get there in time. Nah, it's too fast. They'll be too late.
Oh, they're close enough. Come on, have faith. The only question is, what do they do after? Like, can they actually fight?
They really would have liked to fight, but under these conditions, it's hard to. Slog actually going to reach for the fight himself. Will get caught with the LSA.
Nice Doom.
Comes out onto Tidehunter, preventing any ravage, but it might not save Vazia's life. He still might die at the edge of the engagement. Slog inside the Shadow Dance, falling somewhat low. Has to get away from this Gyrocopter. But Gyro finally able to dish out the damage, and they take away Slog's first life. What can they do on life 2? He's so low on HP, but they gave him a cheese. He eats it up whilst Dominic lays out the Ravage from the high ground. It catches on to 3. It allows Slog to kill ET while the team finishes off the Doom. And now it isolates the Gyrocopter. 3 have fallen. Everybody else has to retreat. Only one of them has buyback. And Storm in a commanding position yet again in game 1.
Yeah, it looked so good for Nemiga. Not a lot of players, not a lot of captains would be able to tell them to fall back over there mid lane. Clinks, he might just fall. There's a gem this time around on Timber and a Blink Hex gem. You're not getting away. But Lina on top, she's being chased. Can he catch her?
He only has 1 pounce. 1 pounce inhibit. I don't think he's got... Does he got this? Dark Pact? He's gonna chase. Pounce coming back in a couple of seconds, but it's a few seconds too many.
Asserting dominance, that's all.
Yes, sir. Well, Roger, I don't think he'll be as lucky though. He can very easily die here. Vazia needs to bail him out of trouble, but Vazia might be in that same trouble himself. Fortunately for him, Nikki doesn't have the Hex ready to go right then and there. So the Doombringer will live.
I have to
leave, actually.
I have to say I'm a big fan of Anchor, like the Dead in the Water. Big fan of how it looks, at least, you know, just some stupid anchor connected to you.
I think my favorite part about it is just how it always feels like it's just out of nowhere. You're just like, what the hell? This random anchors now here. The first time I got hit by it, I honestly thought it was like some Tidehunter cosmetic before I remembered the change. I was like, oh, okay.
You thought it was some Gush cosmetic. Like, I see. Anchor smash. They are smoked.
Having the last fight of the game here. This feels like one of those fights that if you lose, you GG out as Nemiga.
But what the hell?
They're looking for Vazia. They don't catch him with any of their spells just yet. In fact, Nikki finds the Hex first onto Vazia. Tidehunter still alive for Dominic. Doesn't have Ravage for another 15 seconds. BKBs have been used by Vazia.
No, they just
holding on to it for the gyro though.
That was some sort of a misclick, but let's see. They have Ravage now. 3 seconds.
Cool though. Jumps onto Roger, immediately kills him off. He does have buyback, so he needs to come back into the game. Violence has now gone into the BKB. They need to run Lizard. They have Ravage online. Roger, he's revealed himself with the Echo Stomp. He might get brought down here. They get the anchor out onto the Gyrocopter. He's the more important target. And Nikki Cool gets a double because of it. Vazia running north to try and create space and time. Gets Hex for his efforts by Nikki. Caught up to by the Slog. And brought down by the Timbersaw, granting him a triple kill for this fight. Beyond godlike for sure.
I really feel next game you're banning out this Timber. They GG out. They just realized no way of winning this game anymore. It was kinda meant to happen. Oof, I'm not sure what happened to that last fight, but Radiant did not initiate properly. I think there was a misclick or two that happened. Doom, he didn't blink. He activated everything, but he didn't blink. And he stomped the ground, used Scorched Earth, and tied the Hunter. He had enough time to actually move out. They had enough time to reposition themselves. Honestly, even if they initiated in the best possible way, I still think they lose that last fight. They were way too far behind. And they were way too reluctant to take any single fight on the map for pretty much ever.
It did really feel like Storm were in complete control, like deciding when and where they wanted to fight. making sure that they, even when they lose a hero or two, it's never in a disadvantageous position for them. Just dominating how the tempo of this game was going. And here, Violent gets so lucky that he gets the Aegis when he does. Otherwise, this fight is even worse than it ended up being. And I ended up seeing from Storm that although they weren't fighting all the time, you could see that whenever they had an understanding of when our power spikes were, they just went for it immediately. Like, we feel strong right now, let's go make something happen on the map.
I feel like
sometimes you just have to play that forward style to make it work in Dota.
I feel like Storm always felt strong enough. Like, they were just controlling the map from the get-go. Slark was joining every single team fight while tier 1s were up. And he was joining these small skirmishes and engagements with having just a Midas, and he was making a difference. He was taking the Lina down. Meanwhile, Gyro, a hero that can actually join early on, at least toss a cooldown or something, wasn't really joining, and at the same time wasn't having farms. So I'm not sure what exactly happened here, but I've seen some much better performances from Nemiga in the past. Maybe they'll grace us with those in game 2.
I guess maybe because they, like, the ET was down bottom, right, and Klinks was top to assist Doom. So Klink's not necessarily the best hero to go back and make those stacks in the Ancients. Would have been much easier for Elder Titan to do that, but he's so much further away. He needs to make sure Violent's having a decent game, because Violent's getting aggressed into so often. Then Violent can't come back and find the normal Ancient stacks he's expecting, because they just don't exist. And it just cascades from there. I have to spend an extra minute or two farming on Gyrocopter. Now we're one hero less for the fight. We lose that fight. Gyrocopter has to come to the next fight too early. We lose that fight again. Delays the BKB timing. By the time he gets it, he's too weak, and then cascade into a Storm victory at the end.
It's always like that, right? Dota is the game of it's like dominoes. You make one mistake, it takes another one with it, but you know, like, at the same time, Storm, they kind of went against that. Look at Nicky Cool. He's our MVP, right? Because he had a really bad laning stage. He got doubled by Melrine. It's not an easy lane, Timber into Lina by any stretch, but he recovered really damn nicely, and he was just a menace in this game, catching everyone across the map, buying this Blink Hex. Very nicely done by him.
Yep. Understand where he needs to be. In fact, that first movement he made to the top side of the map, it changed everything. Get those additional kills, you slow down Vazia, they put Slark on a better trajectory in the game, and then he still comes back in time to not only defend his tier 1 tower, but help the Tidehunter push the enemy tier 1. Yeah, great stuff from Nicky Cool. Shout out to him, much deserved MVP. That now puts the ball in Nemiga's court right now, because you have to make some considerations. Are we going to be banning the Suneko Chen because he played so well with it? Do we have to now think about banning the Timber Soul because
you banned the Timber? You banned the Timber.
Just banned Timber?
You banned the Timber.
Lizard has given you the download. If you're on Nemiga Gaming, if you want to see Game 3, take his advice. Just ban out the Timber Soul. Otherwise, this might be your last game in the TI qualifiers from Eastern Europe. We'll find out what Nemiga has cooking for Game 2, or if this is going to be the end of the road for them after a very short break to continue the series of Nemiga Gaming versus the side of Storm. Welcome back, one and all. It's Shotgun Snare and Laser Lizard. We are here for some more Dota 2 action between the sides of Storm and Nemiga Gaming. And surprisingly enough, Storm is one game ahead at the moment. Nemiga not looking as clean as we want them to. So, outside of a play perspective, going into the second draft, Lizard, you already mentioned they should ban Timber from Storm. What should they be picking for Nemiga to give themselves the best chance at game 2?
Yeah, definitely ban out the Storm. That's one thing. You can still pick that Gyro. I'm sure that Violent, he needs to, prove himself after the last game. I also don't think that the Lina was that bad. It's just that, honestly, it wasn't a draft. Like, Nemiga, they played in a really awkward way. How many times did, I don't know, Lina get picked off somewhere weird? How much time did they need until Gyro came online? Like, when everything came together, you could see that they had what it takes to win, but they were all missing like an item or a level or two. So, yeah, just focus. I'm not sure what happened, but in game 1, it was like those Troll Roger moves when I remember his Nyx Assassin going in circles, not managing the Impale.
That brings back memories.
Yeah.
We've seen some rough times from Roger, but because he's been through so many rough times, that also means he knows how to recover from them. So he should be marshalling the troops, getting their heads back in the game. And now they have an Earthshaker to start things off with. From what we saw in the previous series, this could be the hero in the 4 position. This could be the mid hero as well for Nemiga. There's a lot you can do with Earthshaker right now.
Right, there's a lot you can do. We've seen a lot of mid laners, right, like with versus Embers and stuff like that. But when you see a Shaker, you're probably not picking an Ember instantly. Is Timber still an option? I feel like it is. There's more control, obviously, and it's a bit harder to play against the Shaker, but overall, like, you can itemize for a BKB earlier instead of like some Blink Hex, and I feel like Storm, they can still pick it up for their boy on the mid lane. He was just playing out of his mind.
Yeah, his Timber Soul was crazy. I mean, why not? Why not? Might as well go 2 for 2, pick this bad boy up. Let's see where we go from here. Nemiga already banned out the Tidehunter, tired of being ravaged by Dominic, so they're like, well, play something else, buddy. And given that they already have Skywrath Mage, Legion Commander has to be on your radar. If it doesn't get banned out or you don't have a lane counter, I'm pretty sure Storm just go ahead and snap that once they enter the phase.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, let's see. Nah, he's not playing the Timber Snare, sorry.
No Timber.
It's not gonna happen. Yeah, they truly needed to ban him out, and yeah, they do.
Radiant team pick.
So where are we going now? Storm have banned out the Dawnbreaker. No Dawnbreaker, no Nature's Prophet, no Pango, no Earth Spirit, no Primal Beast. We've seen some teams utilizing Dawn against the Legion Commander, so...
Listen, just pick a clock now and go next. As simple as that. You see, I see the Shaker, I see the Sky on my side, I pick clock, I'm happy no matter what. Like, it's gonna be good. Like, you have pick-off potential with the Sky, you can always hunt down the Shaker, make his life miserable. Like, some Spectre as well later on might be really cool, or Legion.
I mean, also, if you go Clockwork, you can set up for an Invoker pick, which has still not been banned out whatsoever. So that could replace the Timber from the mid lane.
Do you think the teams are moving away from Invoker? Because he's been, like, insane. He's been broken as well and banned out quite a lot. But after he started being picked up by a couple of teams, he's... Yeah, maybe teams are realizing that he's not as strong as they thought before.
I think it's one of these things where, you know, whenever there's a shiny new toy that looks super OP, I think the hero is still quite strong. It's just people are figuring out where is he at his best. So it's not an every single game kind of hero, but the games where it can be good, it can look genuinely game-breaking. And Storm is really taking their time with the reserve here, burning through a huge heft of it. And they go for the Enchantress. All right. So we don't get the Chen this time around that was banned out in the first phase by Nemiga. But Soneko, whether you like it or not, Lizard, he will play a Zoo hero. And it's Enchantress this time.
You were doing very well.
Yeah, and Nemiga right now is like, okay, Clinks, Doom, let's go. Let's pick it all once again. Let's go. We need a way to deal with her. Yeah, but you deal with her in a bit different way than you deal with the Chen, and maybe getting some burst damage to kill her off every time she's in fights is not that bad. Then again, do you really want to think about Enchantress when you're drafting? Like, she's annoying, but you have to keep the bigger picture in your head. And right now, they do have these two quite squishy supports. Okay, so the Shaker is a core.
Okay, mid Shaker, I guess, then? Is that the idea?
I'm not sure. We have seen JT Shaker on offlane. It wasn't that great. We've seen some other players play Shaker on offlane recently. I'm not the biggest fan, but it can work. Like, you can have this Shaker Dark Willow lane. It's not that bad. Like, Skyrat is food for these two if they can get on top of him. If they can get on top of him is the key thing, though.
I don't mind it. There is some massive team fight they have with all these heroes now. You have some heal and some percent-based damage from the Phoenix. So far, like, we don't really have any egg hitters coming out from Storm. So Fire Spirits, very good. Earthshaker helps protect it naturally. And what a surprise, Lizard. What a shock. Legion Commander Scarlet Mage. Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, it's just such an easy combo to play with, right? Like, it makes your game easier. Those duels will happen. I do like Legion into the Phoenix as well. Like, okay, Phoenix versus Legion has some positives too. Like, you have the Sunray to prevent heroes from dying when the duel is happening. Most of the time, Sunray is enough to mess up the duel. But on the other hand, you also have Press the Attack, which will make sure that you get yourself rid of Fire Spirits and you can hit the egg. Now you have Snap on top of that. So this is a core Snap, right? Like, most likely some mid lane Snap.
Only the 10th Snapfire that we've seen being picked in the qualifiers overall. And if it is going to be run mid, surprisingly enough, this will be the first mid Snapfire. It's been played off lane once, didn't necessarily work out. And obviously as both support roles. In this game, let's see. So we have a way to get rid of the Phoenix Supernova. It gives us some more magic damage outside of the Scareth to combo with the LC. I suppose you know you're laning into Earthshaker and you should be able to be perfectly fine, if not just outright win that lane. I see it.
Yeah, there are some problems. Like, if you're a core Snap, you're getting that blink, right? If you get on top of the egg and you put yourself out of position just to kill the egg, it usually does not feel that great. Like, you can get punished afterwards. So I see that as a slight maybe issue. We'll see if Snap even is the core. I would suspect so. You could also go for some Skyrat maybe, but most likely it will be the Snap. And now they pick up the Razor. Do you think this is a carry Razor? Probably. Like,
could
into
be
DLC.
Again. Could be offlane again, but it makes more sense if it's carry.
Yeah, the problem that I see with offlane Razor is that you don't see what you're playing into. So right now, yeah, there's Shaker, there's Dark Willow, but for Storm, maybe Slark is again an option. Like, any sort of a carry that doesn't care about Razor. Like, either heroes with mobility, Morphling would have been amazing, or heroes that outrange him. They are also an option in the lane itself.
So I just want to check. Sadly, it might be offlane because Violent just simply does not play Razor. He's played 6 games overall and only won 1 of them. Woof, that's tough.
Basically, it can be mid as well, but with the Bloodseeker ban, I think Nemiga right now need to ban the Slark.
Yeah. Could they potentially pick Slark? It's not the easiest Slark game in the world for them. There's an LC already. There's already Snapfire for some ground damage, but I wouldn't mind it if they can get into the game overall. You know, it's a good game for Silver Edge. Later on, they actually can't kill Slark once he gets tanky enough to survive the burst. So I would like it if they pick the Slark instead.
They ban out one of the illusions and go with the TA. Right now, I'm seeing Slark as an option. I'm also seeing some illusion-based heroes as options, like Naga, still left in the pool. PL still left in the pool. They go with the first option, that's the Slark. Like, he had a fantastic game, game 1. I feel the difference is Nemiga has a way more active draft this time around. Like last game, you could say, okay, we have a gyro, just farm up, get your rags, get your BKB, and then join the fights. This time around, you have the TA. She is similar, but in general, you expect Violent on TA to join the fights a little bit earlier. And because of that, maybe Nemiga's draft will all come together, because they do have a good team fight. You have the Egg together with Terrorize, with Fissure. I do like it. Some Echo as well. Like Shaker into Star can actually go Shaker's way if he's dishing out a lot of damage. It's all AoE and it's all stuns, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to get game 3. It's the two of us, so game 3 should happen.
I mean, the curse was somewhat broken earlier on today. One move, we're able to proceed in 2-0 fashion. Looking at this draft, Nemiga have put themselves in a much better position. The one thing I worry about with this draft, if let's say the game gets to like 30, 35 minutes and they're not in a dominant position, I'm a bit concerned about their scaling into the latter portions of the game. I mean, Storm have the Snapfire through the mid lane. We've seen how well this hero can scale at like level 20, level 25. They have Slark, they have Legion Commander. So I think the impetus is going to be definitely on Nemiga Gaming to make things happen and not get left behind. Because Razor, Earthshaker, these are not the cores I'm trying to take into the latter portions of the game. That being said, I do love their team fight a lot more than I did in game 1. So I'm still with Storm a bit more, honestly. Like, I like their draft a bit more for game 1, and I'm still feeling it. I think this actually might be a double curse broken. It might be a 2-0 here.
Okay, sure. Like 2-2-0 games for the two of us. I cannot believe that's gonna happen, but yeah, if the Slark plays the same way, and if Nicky Cool plays the same way he did in game 1, this could be a 2-0 too. But yeah, I can also see a world in which TA has way too much early on. Her lane is good. Then you have this uber combo that you talked about when it comes to team fights, and Razor just dominates his lane too. It's also very, very possible.
Yeah. One thing I love as well from Nemiga is that they have so many ways of ground targeting the Slark. You have this Plasma Field, you have Earthshaker spells, you have Bramble Mazes to put in his path, some Bedlam, some Terrorizers. Hell, even the Phoenix can create some issues for Slark inside of his Shroud. So it's not going to be the easiest game in the world for KD, but he played really well game 1, so just has to replicate that performance and he should be fine. Also, speaking of the Slark list, don't you love how, good game or not, he hasn't even been in the lane, already has the Midas queued up. He knows what's up.
He's making Razor deny this Observer, is he? He set it up on only one hit.
30 seconds to battle.
I'm not sure what happened. I guess he was just tanking the tower hits, so he knows where the ward is, and because of that, Razor denies it. I felt that it was still in a pretty far position, so Sentry might have not clipped it, but yeah. Better safe than sorry.
The horn will sound for game 2. Nemiga's last hope in the Eastern European qualifiers for TI-12. Let us see what they make of it. Going to be trying to get as many bounties as possible, but they're only going to get to standard fare to start the game. No random quick first bloods either. So, you know what we've got to play now, Lizard? Our favorite game. Which is the fun lane to look at?
Which is the fun lane? I think all the side lanes are good. Maybe bottom lane a bit more active than top. Like you have the Dark Willow and Shaker. I feel that they might be dishing out a lot of hurt on the Slark. On mid lane, I guess no one likes playing into Razor. He's just a party pooper, so... Yeah, I still expect Nicky Cool to have a decent amount of CS. You have a lot of spells to work with.
Unfortunately for you, you can still get maximum value from Scatter Blast, even with all your damage drained. So you definitely get something out of this lane as Nicky Cool, no matter what.
Yeah, one of the hardest lanes back in the day for Phoenix was Skyrat as a support. Like he can just constantly spam you, bring you down lower, and so far you can see that Dire is struggling, and they're on 10% HP, both of them on top lane.
I mean, Legion Commander Skywrath Mage. Not fun throughout the game, not fun in the lane, just not fun to play against whatsoever.
Well, it's fun to play it though.
Oh, playing is awesome, man.
Yeah,
It's the
just,
best thing in the world.
just spamming everyone. Every time they approach the lane, you just hit them with the overwhelming odds and concussive shot.
The one bright side is that they did not bring a Sentry Ward into the lane, so Violence can dodge some of these spells with Meld.
What about bot? This Dark Willow. Okay, Fissure saves her.
Does indeed save her. KD can't run the Dank Willow down. Has to stay back. But still, you know, what we saw from game one, he's very confident and comfortable just asserting dominance. So we'll probably see more of those very aggressive pokes and prods happen as the lane progresses.
Now, top lane as well will get easier for TA, right? Like you get level 3, you get refraction charges. It becomes way harder for Skywrath to harass you. Same for LC. They might even go for...
Nice. Yeah, they're going on to 1J, and the Meld Strike ends up bringing 1J close enough for Roger to collect the first blood of the spirits. All right, that must feel really good. After all he's been doing to you, the first few minutes, you get the first blood before he does, feels good.
After the first game as well, right? Like losing the game the way they did, it's really nice to be able to get the first blood at least in the lane.
Gonna give some experience towards this Phoenix as well. They definitely want to get to level 6 on this hero ASAP. The one thing that does suck though is that when Skywrath Mage dies, he comes back to lane with full mana. Yay!
Enjoy the same pain all over again. But it's okay. They're sending out a lot of regen. Like they're holding their ground really well. And so far, all the lanes are more or less evenish. Like the mid lane, obviously, Razor having a better time. It's really to be expected. He might. Yeah, he cannot get the kill. There's a cookie.
Yeah. Without Fire Snap Cookie, he might have thought about it, but not gonna try and make that dive. Top lane. We are having Roger having to jump away with the Icarus dive. Maybe setting up for 1J, who fell quite low on the Skywrath.
Yeah, he didn't have a blood grenade this time around. If he had the blood grenade, you just cast it on the Sky. The only thing that Sky has in the lane is movement speed, right? Like he's got pretty high movement speed, so he can juke even without the boots. No armor, so if they can slow him down with a blood grenade plus dive, he's just as good as that. This mid lane is becoming a disaster, by the way. 19 last, it's 15 denies.
Yeah, Nicky Cool's being completely zoned. He's a full level behind Malrine at the moment. Definitely gonna need some help, and Malrine's gonna jump him. Without the slow of the Scatter Blast, he's actually an easy kill. I'm very surprised he used the Scatter Blast, because now Malrine just collects a free kill for himself, gets back into the lane, even tips him to try and inflict some emotional damage while he's at it.
Yeah. Enchantress tries to kill the Dark Willow, but yeah, he survives. Skin of his teeth. But if you're top lane, they do manage to kill off the Phoenix. TA perhaps as well.
Nice, they will find the double. And to make matters even better, Liz, they get the double onto this Legion Commander. Dominic, feeling very good about the game. He's top on the CS, certainly should be top on the net worth as well.
Yeah, these lanes are just going ham. I don't blame our poor grandma for dying mid lane, because, you know, you're getting nothing out of the lane. You're playing into this Razor. Eventually, you're gonna give in and just use your spells to get a couple of last hits. If you don't, what's the point? Why are you even a core? You know, why are you even mid?
I'm gonna type that one day to somebody. Why are you even mid, bro? Like, goes
Bot lane, Vazia.
bottom. Vazia, why are you even here, bro? Surrounded by 3 heroes. They would like Katie to get this kill, but it's more important to keep this lock alive. So Neko, able to get the rotation, drops the voice line as well on the way out. Game is just feeling super positive right now overall for the side of Storm. They might end up losing mid though, as this Razor Didn't even really need the help there of the Dark Willow. Malrine able to pretty much do it on his own, but he might end up dead here. Top lane, they're thinking about going on to Dominic. Dominic will be able to survive for now. Violent really wants the kill, doesn't get it. All this is happening though in the river. They end up losing the Razor. 1J also gets the kill on Dark Willow. Two heroes picked up by the Skywrath Mage. They do not get the LC on top. So Storm, their fortunes are starting to change a little bit here, Liz. Things are looking up for them.
Yeah, for everyone but Nicky Cool. He's the only one still suffering, and people find the double damage rune, so maybe he can use that. Let's see if a rotation will happen or if he's just gonna start farming the jungle. Roger.
The rotation is going on to Roger. He's silenced up right now. They want a duel, but they don't have it. Only level 5 on Dominic. That kill will help with the experience output, putting him at a killing spree. Would have been nice for them if Nicky got it, but you know,
he tried.
They can get.
He even tried to use the scatter blast to last it, but Dominic stole it away from him.
Radiant are scanning.
I can actually not believe how low level Nicky Cool is. He's only level 6 now. He literally just got it off this creep wave.
Yeah, just one level behind on the Razor when you think about it. Not the worst thing we've ever seen.
You're uncharacteristically optimistic today. You love to see it.
Things are changing, you know. That's it. Slark is hitting his level 6 soon as well, but Earthshaker already has one. Let's see. They're trying to go for Soneko.
Do they get this? Soneko will get Echo Slammed, Enchant Totem will be there, and they should be able to kill him off. Doesn't was untouchable just yet.
It was nice try to disenchant the Enchant Totem, but it didn't work. Slark, my god, gotta be careful.
It's a lot of damage for Katie. While this is happening though, Malrine will finally end up taking a tumble towards this young Snapfire. She throws in the Morty's Kisses, and with some easy burst damage, that's Malrine dead. That's your most farmed hero on the map, taking a tumble in this mid lane.
The same thing was happening in game 1. He had a really good start and then just died a bunch of times. Gave back pretty much all the advantage to Nicky Cool. Like his laning stage, Malrine's laning stage is insane, but after the laning stage in game 1 at least, it didn't look that great.
Top lane. The laning phase might get a bit more difficult for Violent now. If he steps forward, he will die. Probably getting dueled for his efforts as well. And he's dead. He's so gone. They will find the duel. No access to refraction. It might not be a duel victory, but they should definitely kill him off.
Living, man.
Come off though. He's still freaking alive. They're working overtime to get rid of it, but it's too late. Malrine has now shown up with Eye of the Storm. They kill off the first support. They bring down the second. Ultimately, though, the objective is complete. Killing off the TA.
That's what cost.
For free.
That's what cost. That should have been much easier. But he had traps and he trapped the LC. So by the time he got on top of him, the silence was already gone. They just didn't have enough damage to burst her. Nicely done, realistically, by Violent. He made them die for it.
Did they not have access to Mystic Flare at the time?
Yeah, I think not. I'm not sure. What happened to Mystic Flare, actually?
Yeah, because he's like level 7, right? So he should have definitely had it online. Ah, well, I guess saving it for the next gank. That's what it is.
No, I'm trying to think as well. Maybe it was on cooldown or something like that. Because he killed Razor just before that on mid, so... Maybe that was the case. It's not the longest cooldown, but yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, we need to basically just rewind the stream. Done.
They wanna kill Shaker.
Should be dead here. He does have Echo Slam, but there's no way he survives through this one. They're separating quite marvelously to make sure they both don't get stunned simultaneously. And Nicky Cool, yet again, 2 games in a row, getting back net worth by killing off the side cores. They do end up losing 1J in the mid lane on his Skywrath Mage, and they're chasing for more. Curse Crown stunning up Soneko, and they should have the damage to kill this Enchantress. It's Malrine with a double, keeping himself at the top of the net worth charts.
It was these 2 kills are so interesting to me because both Yench and Skywrath, they saw them, they were brambled, and they just didn't want to move away from it. They remained on the enemy stairs, and Razor Yeah, he just ran them down. Now he has the Yules to work with. It's gonna be even more difficult to get away from him. Do you like the Yules? It's a blast from the past.
It feels so old school. I guess in this game, movement speed is nice. A little bit more setup is nice. What's not going to be nice is him dying, because he is about to lose his life. This time around, they definitely have Mystic Flare.
He didn't have mana to use himself. Like, he literally bought it so that the moment he gets silenced, he can put himself in the air. Or versus duel, it can be really useful, but...
My main issue is that, like, okay, so you're going to use yourself out of Mystic Flare, or potentially out of, like, some Morty's Kisses, but they have secondary layers to all of those kind of ground-targeted spells. So I'm not sure how much value it's going to provide him relative to, say, just having BKB. I think you can still die, whether you have Yules or BKB, but I'd rather have BKB heads up.
Yeah, he can perhaps use the target that's being dueled. Like, I mean, he can use the LC before she gets the BKB. So it gives you some mana. It's not that bad. Like, there's a reason why it was purchased back in the past.
It was like an every game thing. Well, not every game, but every other game you'd buy this.
Almost, yeah, almost every.
Top lane, we're all gonna have a big smoke rotation from the supports. They were hoping to find this Templar Assassin, but Violent is already safely farming in the trees. They could settle for Roger. They saw him walking underneath an Observer Ward. Dominic, though, does not have a Blink Dagger, so it can't easily close this gap. And 1J wasn't in range for the silence. They could still try for this, though.
He should know.
It's also coming.
Too late.
Silence, it comes out. Dominic looking for the duel, and he gets it. They not only get the Phoenix kill, KD kills off the Courier that had an Observer Ward on it, and now they're gonna muscle in on the tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, well, that's happening. Shaker can push bot. He also has a Blink Dagger completed, so Vazia, at this point, is he actually able to use the Blink and defend top? Probably not, but he can continue pushing.
You'll need the help of the Razor to be more effective at this. You don't necessarily think of Earthshaker as a sieging engine. Of course,
hey, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. At 400% damage mid lane.
Speaking of 400% damage, all of that damage is being thrown onto the Phoenix. I mean, this is a win-win-win situation. It's either they kill him or they force out the Supernova and kill him anyway, because Nicky Cool is right there with the little shredder. This is perfect for Storm at the moment.
If Shaker was, like, they smoked and they started moving mid, if they did it just a little bit earlier, that egg actually could have worked.
They still want to reveal the Blink Dagger for Vazia. He's here with Hellscream. They have Bedlam ready to go, but nobody's revealing themselves. So it doesn't seem like this smoke is actually going to pay off.
Don't look at the map drawings. My God, that's some... Oh, that...
Abstract art, bro. That's a...
Abstract, yeah. I think that's a bit of rage, but you can call it abstract as well.
That's exactly what you were saying just now. If the rotation came sooner, that's the bro. Can't you see me dying middle? Come through. Help.
Yeah, you rotate after I died. Nice. And then you show everyone how, like, you draw on the map frantically how they should be moving and where they should be, and then you die again to a gank from a different direction. That's the moment when yeah, you just go silent. There are some big things happening. I believe Legion, I click on her, she has no gold. Is that Blink? Yeah, that's Blink flying over.
Yep.
And they smoke up. So this should be a Blink reveal. Let's see who they find. It would be so sad if it's TA. And she's moving towards the triangle. My God, it's gonna be her.
No, it's not. Violence has a read. Nobody's been visible on the map for quite some time. This Enchantress is the only one showing bottom, but nobody's actually in the lanes. There's no way she's gonna play aggressively as she was a few seconds ago. So both teams smoke and find nothing.
Yeah, much more discipline now from Violent, and for the best. I wonder who are they gonna bait with? Will it still be the TA? Because they have this Echo. They have Phoenix Egg. I feel like it's a good time to bait the duel. There we go.
The duel, it comes out, but it's too fast. She dies too quickly, and Vazia also dies almost immediately after showing up with the Echo Slam. They are still taking this fight though. Malrine trying to draw some damage with the Static Link, but now realizes that he might be in the wrong spot. Rod of Atos onto him. Nikki Cool wants to lay in some additional damage. The Supernova will pop.
The body blocks.
Cool cannot get rid of it. The body blocks from Hellscream a bit too good. That's the second time this series we've seen Hellscream be on point with the blocks, and it will net them a kill onto the Snapfire.
My god, that bait was the worst bait I've seen in a while. It's like you're baiting on the TA, but there's an LC with duel and there's a Mystic Flare, so she's gonna die no matter what. And then Shaker, who jumps in, who's supposed to be this counter initiator, just kills himself on the Blade Mail. Like the Echo Slam just destroyed him. He was on top of Mystic Flare too, obviously. Now again, bot now, Violent. Is this gonna be 2 in a row?
There's a duel. They catch the Phoenix instead. Easy kill. Dominic, easy damage. Violent, very, very fortunate he didn't show up sooner. But while that's happening, top lane, Malrine and the boys, they find Katie. The Slark very far from his lineup, and they are able to catch him and kill him.
I feel like it's much harder for Slark to die in this game than it is for TA. You know, like the catch that Nemiga has, it's kind of good. You have the Shaker, but as a Slark, you should be able to perhaps Shadow Pact it off, Dark Pact it off, and dance away.
Supplements.
TA will try and make herself tankier and tankier with some levels and items. Very peculiar build from her. She is not going the usual Deso Blink, or sometimes even D-Lance Deso Blink. She's going straight into Aghanim Shard, so no Blink Dagger early on for Violent.
Why do you think is it that she goes for the Shard? For the silence and stuff? I guess you get a lot of vision versus the LC, versus the Slark as well. The silences are nice. You can break Mortimer's Kisses from distance. Let's see. Razor.
Pose as well, because you get more traps. You can scout out these LC rotations easier.
Yep. Top lane. I mean top Rosh.
Roshan deserves a lane of his own.
Radiant are strong.
Looks like this Rosh is going to be not too long-lived, but they do get a beautiful scan. Storm know exactly what's happening, and in game 1, a Roshan fight was very successful for them. So they're going to smoke up and try to replicate that success. Nemiga, though,
Might be a bit late.
Rosh. How close is it? Rosh is still alive, Lizard. It's not late enough. Mori's Kisses rain in. Violence already so low, and Violence is dead. Rosh is still alive. Echo Slam will come out. That allows Malrine to grab the Aegis, but they're still in a fight. Malrine wins a duel, but now that softens them up for Katie. Very nice Supernova on the high ground. Nikki Cool gets rid of it immediately, though, with the Lil Shredder. Tries to dive into the fight with the Fire Snap Quickie, but only gets himself killed. And now Katie gonna end up following him into the grave. Malrine's been holding his own in this fight, allowing them to dominate it, and Nemiga will eventually end up losing this Razor, but they have won the fight. They just want 1J to make it a full team wipe. Can the Skywrath get out?
The Jukes.
He doesn't have a TP, but he does have the Juke, so he's still alive.
Just hide there. Just look into the cliff.
Stay in the trees.
Yeah, just look into your banner, and that's it. Yeah, it was a close fight, but it's also you remember during the draft I was saying if this is a mid snap, she will always put herself in a bad position just to get rid of the egg, and that's exactly what's happening. Like 2 or 3 fights in a row now, Snap dies because she goes in to use Lil Shredder. So yeah, it will be a little bit easier once she gets the BKB, but it's one of the problems that I see with the hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
One of the things that did end up happening in that fight, we get to see Malrine reaping the fruits of a very good start to the game. Him being over-leveled helped him win that fight, but now he might die as he gets dueled up. Mystic Flare and the Morty's Kisses raining down onto him. No option for him to live here. Roger needs to get the hell out. He's trying, he's on the high ground, but he got chased by Nikki Cool.
Damn, nice.
Plus Vazia at the same time. Nikki Cool being Nikki Boss as he helps them win this team fight 4-0.
Yeah, it's always like this with him. Like even the last game on Timber, he like dies in the lane, get crushed in the lane, and then suddenly he's on fire. He's making all the right moves. This fight as well, double fire snap cookie and the Road of Atos. But it's just so much easier for Storm right now to start these fights with all the duels with the Blade Mail on DLC. Even the Sun Rays, like I guess I'm healing. And he is healing, he is helping, but there's just way too much damage. You have both the Snapfire and the Skyrat dishing out their ultimates. You're not gonna heal through that.
Yep. I must say as well from Storm, it was very smart how they made that jump. Katie first drawing out some Earthshaker spells, and then they're like, sweet, there's no blink, there's no fissure, just duel, man. Nothing can stop you. And they were right, nothing could stop him.
Yeah, and he's getting a bit more farm. He has this Aghanims on Slark, he's moving towards the BKB. Once he has the BKB, it will be easier. But he's never safe. Like the instant initiation that the Shaker brings to the game can pretty much always bring you down in the game, even if you're a Slark. What do they have? They have Fire Snap, Cookie, any other save? Pretty much nothing. Both the Enchantress and the Skyrat just buying different sorts of utility.
Yep. No force offs or anything like that. I will say though, once he finishes BKB Skadi, then even with their instant initiation, I think they really struggle to kill him.
You think? With the Terrorize and TA burst damage, I honestly think they will struggle, but it's not impossible. You know, it's not like...
Yeah, it can still be done. But they'll need like the full Echo combo, Terrorize, max range Plasma Field, and still like some Mel strikes. Then they kill him, and it's fine.
Let's see if they can find the TA.
They drew the line perfectly. They know exactly where he's at.
But the Phoenix...
Violent. Oh my gosh, he just got saved. Roger doing God's work right now, giving up his life for the cause. Yes, it's a death. Yes, it's dual damage. But Violent will be allowed to keep living as a result.
And it's not the first time as well. Like Roger likes to peek out at the right moment. Anybody there, and then he gets greeted by 5 heroes.
And somebody's got to do it. I gotta go and feed on your behalf. That's what your supports are there for. Looking at this game state now, though, the one thing that Violent was able to get from all the farm he's found, he's gotten a Hurricane Pike, so that's his mobility item. Still sticking and shying away from the Blink Dagger. This is very, very atypical.
And the Pike into the Slark isn't that atypical, right? Like it gives you a way of dealing with the Pounce Leash. But still not the most aggressive build. Echo.
So I'm gonna be only out onto the Legion Commander. They would ideally want a bit more from this. Yules up, self-Yules from Malrine, unfortunately. There will be a Supernova on the high ground, but it gets destroyed almost immediately. Malrine still running forward with his BKB. They really want 1J. Fire Snap Cookie, though, frustrates that attempt. Vazia, he's chasing in, but they need to be careful about the backline of the fight.
Oh, here come the kisses.
And now here come the Morty's kisses. They miss almost everybody, but Vazia will take the last few of them with a Mystic Flare to boot. That sets up Katie to chase down this Earthshaker. They can't kill him just yet. They finally managed to do it. That's most of their disable. Slark able to escape away from Nemiga, and it's now a 4v3 engagement, even though these Storm heroes are fairly low. Malrine trying to run down Soneko with the help of Hellscream.
You have minus damage, man. Where are you going?
He's going forward, Lizard. That's the only way he knows how to go. Pounce comes back right on the right time. Aghanim Scepter, baby. You gotta love it. That will enable them to hold Hellscream in position. The Rod of Atos comes out as well from Nikki. And the kill will go the way of KT on...
He's going in. He's going to get silenced.
He's silenced up. He's on the high ground, but he has his ultimate available right now. Oh, no. Can he get it off? Yes, he can. At the very last second, the Fire Snap Cookie sort of debated him in the wrong direction, but ultimately it's the right one. As here comes the duel from Dominic. They set up for the kill on the Razor, and they seemingly will escape with all of their heroes intact.
I just love how Enchantress is such a stupid hero. With this untouchable BS just stands there, TPs away. A crazy, crazy fight. I actually it looked like Nemiga had their number. They kill off the LC, and it's the most important kill, I feel. Like, for them, killing off the LC in any way possible is so important, because if you let her just to roam in these fights, she's gonna duel the TA, and the TA will die. But eliminating the Legion allowed them to chase a bit further. Still, though, Storm played it so damn well. The way they backed out and baited everyone in, and the way Slark was pouncing from behind as everyone else was falling back, it's like, actually impressed.
Mid lane. Roger is definitely not impressed by Storm right now as he just dies. Top lane, there's a duel from the LC, but she's just buying time. Here comes the rest of the lineup. She does die, but here's the cleanup crew. Katie able to bring down Vazia, and they know that Malrina and Housekeep cannot easily escape this area. Unfortunately, the Fissure might have baited them into a bad fight. You'll Scepter into the air for Malrina to buy some time.
Nice terrorize.
Be there as well with the terrorize, but unfortunately, 1J and Nikki Cool are right on hand to ensure that Razor dies regardless.
Yeah, I feel like this is very reminiscent of the last game, in which Slark, the moment he came online, they were just running across the map, making stuff happen. Now he has this gem. Good luck with your sharded up traps, TA. They're not really gonna do a lot. Like, Slark will be devouring 24/7.
Oh boy. Alright, so Violent still can't play Dota. He's looking for a Lincoln Sphere, but I feel like he still probably needs a BKB to be able to play in these fights, and maybe even that Blink Dagger.
What I see is they needed a way to take down this Slark if they catch him in the Echo, in the Fissure. They need to kill him before he manages to pop his ulti, and for that you needed burst from TA. But yeah, it's hard to say. I really would have liked the Blink as well, just to get in position. But then every single pounce and you're dead.
I mean, he's dying with the pounces now anyway, for the most part. 0, 4, and 5 has been a tough game. Katie, happy to just soak in the plasma field, and there goes Dominic, the duel onto Razor. Malrina's just gone. 65 seconds in the grave. They kill off the Supernova as well. Nikki Cool. You know, it's one thing if you put yourself in a bad position to kill the egg, but if the egg comes to you, life is...
Then it's fine. Then it's completely fine. And what a huge difference between this Phoenix game and the one we saw just earlier. Like, in that game, Phoenix absolutely free to do whatever the hell he wanted, to plant his egg wherever. This game, like, anyone can kill it. Like, Snap kills it the fastest, obviously, but Slark hits fast. Legion Commander will press the attack as well.
Oh, check this out. I've got a bit of bad news for you, Lizard. Speaking of this Phoenix, he did the one thing you hate. He did the old man thing again. He did this when he lost in the upper bracket. Midas Phoenix. No rush on the Hex, no rush on Refresher. Midas Axe.
Yeah, he had a... I mean, I was thinking about the Axe too, TA. She got pounced on, but I was thinking about the Aghanim's as well to as a save versus the duel. It's a nice idea, but you're gonna be killing both of you, like yourself and the hero that got dueled because of Mortimer, because of Nikki Cool.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Do you remember there was a point in this game when Nikki Cool was very low in net worth relative to the other cores? You remember that, bro?
I remember. It's always the same. No, this guy is, yeah, he can recover really damn well.
Yeah.
There are so many players that play the lane well and then they can snowball off of that. There aren't many that suck in the lane and then actually recover it the way he did.
Storm gonna smoke up. Roshan is up, so they know he's coming through the Twin Gate. It's daytime at the moment. They would love to find a fight and then take the Roche. And Nemiga, they would just love to find anything. They're smoked up right now as well, but I don't know about this one, Lizard. It feels very tough for them to take this engagement.
Well, there's a BKB on Earthshaker, so...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Storm are doing the right thing. They don't want to be caught in the pit.
Okay, they jumped the Slog, but it's Slog. He already got off dog packed. He survives the Echo Slam, and now they duel up immediately into Malrine. He does have BKB, so there's no magic damage, but there is still enough right-click damage to kill off the Phoenix before the Supernova goes off. At the same time, though, Nemiga were able to bring down LC and Skyrath, but as soon as they have access to the Slog once more in the fight, TA is no more. Violence is gone, didn't have a BKB to protect him. And they get a double for the Slog. It's a 3-for-2 engagement. But the important heroes, Snapfire and Slog, still stay alive and ready to take the Roche.
Yeah, they're just playing a bit faster and it's a bit easier for them. The initiation on Slug, he's the one that broke the smoke, so you instantly initiate on him. But you're not gonna kill him as long as Legion is around. She uses press the attack on him, or she can use press the attack on him. And then she can duel anyone else afterwards, so... Yeah, it's very easy for them to take these fights. Roger camera is off. Roger is also AFK in the fountain.
Yeah, man. They hurt him so hard it turned off his camera, broke his PC a bit.
Yeah, you know, when you get hit by an arrow so hard, your electricity goes off.
Bro, did you see in that fight that Nicky Cool and Roger, they thought about, like, first they're throwing spells onto Razor, then they're like, wait a second, dude, who cares if LC dies? Let's just get rid of the egg. It will come back and kill everybody anyway. Game is so hard for Nemiga right now.
Everything kind of coming together for Storm. Now the Hex as well on Snap, so another way of initiating. You don't even have to use the duel every single time. Obviously Stark with 4k gold on top of Skadi. Like, almost impossible to kill.
Violent, getting away from the pounce. There's still another one though, and more importantly, there's still a duel. They go on to this TA. She dies. There is a Supernova, but who's it really gonna stun?
Oh, nice Echo!
There's a big Echo Slam onto 4, but where the hell is
Doesn't matter though.
Vasia? Where are the homies? None of the homies are here. They're too scared. One of the main homies is dead, so...
Dude, Razor doesn't have a TP. He's in the jungle.
Oh no. Oh no, so Neko dropping the voice lines, inflicting that emotional damage. And they're on the cusp here of eliminating Nemiga from the qualifiers.
Razor is moving away. He's got the TP flying out though, but it's 40 seconds cooldown. Yeah.
Okay, while he's not here, they might as well go and kill Roger. And they should be able to kill him. They catch the duel onto the Dark Widow as well. 2 heroes gone. Razor still not here. There's no buyback on the Temper Assassin. So that's a straight up lane of racks. They might try angle for more though. On the bright side, Razor is pushing the top side of the map, so they can get megas.
Do you really think that's a bright side at this point? I'm not sure, like, at this point I think they could just end the game.
Man, with all they've suffered, I think they'll take anything that even resembles good news. And Razor finished his refresher. There we go. All of it was worth it, Liz. He's got refresher. He's gonna come home to pick it up. He'll be ready for this defense. And unfortunately though, Vasia might be dead before the defense is mounted as he gets jumped on by the Slog. Won't die just yet. The whole lineup is available. And Nemiga, they now smoke.
He's got way too many stacks stolen now on Stark. Like, even if you go on him, chances of you...
He's 76 agi.
Like, look, they're not even being hurt. Duel?
Wow. There used to be a Phoenix there, but the duel makes that end very shortly. Skyrath Mage does die to the double Eye of the Storm of Malrine, and they have brought back on the Phoenix. They really want to pursue this fight. Vasia has Blink Echo if he wants to. They go on to the Phoenix. Phoenix does get off a very nice high ground Supernova, but they come in with the low shredder. It will get brought down. The Echo Slam, though, was very good from Vasia. It will enable them to kill the Snapfire and the Skyrath Mage, but the fight is still ongoing, and they are still struggling. So Neko and Nicky Cool playing the edges of the fight.
That's a dieback.
This Phoenix. It's going to be a dieback on the Snapfire, though, as he comes back into the fight and dies. Not going to be great on the side of Storm for this.
That's another dieback.
Another dieback happens. Malrine with a triple kill on his Razor. Man, that refresher really made a difference in that engagement.
It made a huge difference, and now yeah, you look confused. I look confused. I definitely look confused. I didn't expect that to be happening. The man dealt 8.5k damage in that fight. My god. Like, he got a full blink out of a single fight. 2.2k gold after the completed refresher. Yeah, this is... Right now, the next fight is gonna happen when Aegis expires, right? Like, they will not have that any longer. Slark will have a butterfly, but the games, that's like, they suddenly got some win condition on the side of Nemiga.
Yeah.
If they manage to initiate on these targets that don't have buybacks, like, anything can happen.
The big winner for me in that engagement is Violent as well. Not dying in a fight, staying alive till the end, getting out some decent damage. And he's well on track towards giving that big burst of damage that you wanted. Finishing off a Silver Edge not too long from now.
Yeah, the egg was also fantastic, right? Like, it was in the right spot on that cliff. Everything went Nemiga's way.
I mean, Roger, feels bad for him. The egg still dies. He still loses his life, but certainly worth it to put so many heroes out of position for that to happen.
Yeah, Snapfire, most importantly, she bought back and went straight for the egg, instantly died. Then again, they're still 12k ahead. Let's see, is there a smoke happening? They're kind of ready. Slark suddenly has 2 extra items.
What?
He's got the BKB and the butterflies, so... yeah.
Right.
It still doesn't kind of matter, you know, if you manage to echo him and control him. Let's see. They want to fight around this ward.
They're looking for a way to get in here. They would really love to find the jump. Where is the Legion Commander? She's the one that's going to lead the charge. Dominic is coming forward. He sees the TA. He really wants this jump. He's going to get blocked by the Lincoln Sphere, though. Violent keeps himself alive. Vazia dropped a very nice Aghanim Shard Fissure as well. And that will hold back the rest of Storm. Malrine, he blinks in with the BKB. He can refresh for this one. Vazia cannot get the combo off because KD's already used the BKB himself. They get rid of the Supernova very early on in this fight. But Malrine is able to run down the Snapfire. And he wants more. He gets zoned back though. The Hurricane Pike from Seneko is keeping this Razor in an awkward place. He kills off the Enchantress first though. And Vazia, he's blocked Katie. There is no escape for the Slug. He's already used BKB, but he's just going to keep fighting through them. Malrine wants to make this chase happen. Double Eye of the Storm. They have the necessary, and they actually got him. Another triple kill for Malrine. Dominic cannot leave the area either. He does have TP, but there's no way in hell they're going to allow him to get it. Malrine blinks off to him. One more right click will give him an ultra kill on Razor. And Nemiga stay in game 2 by the skin of their teeth, but now maybe the game is turning in their favor, Lizard.
You know, one of those plays that looked almost rage, almost throwy when he was just farming up the refresher. He lost 2 sides for the refresher, but they're actually back in this game. They turned what, 20k deficit into only a 3k one. And the reason actually why they won that last fight was also on Razor. He used his Lincolns, he used it on TA, she had 2 of them, so the duel didn't happen. The Halberd popped one, the duel popped the other. Unfortunately, it's very difficult for Nemiga to get anywhere close to Radiant Base to take an objective, but they don't really care about that anymore. Just win a couple of fights like that one, and they can actually take this game.
Alright, if Nemiga win game 2, undisputed MVP is Malrine. Like, there is not even a question. What a boss.
He's gonna be the MVP of the series, man. Like,
yeah. If they win this game, yeah, I'm with you on that one. No matter the outcome of game 3. If they win game 2, he's MVP of the series.
Violent is hunting down Seneko.
Yep, there's the Silver Edge to break the untouchable. And there's the follow-up right clicks to break her life. She does not have buyback. She's dead for 70 seconds. Unfortunately for Nemiga, there's no Roshan to collect, but they do pretty much bring the net worth lead back to parity, and the win probability, according to Dota Plus, is edging in their favor.
And that's a really, really nice mountain right there.
Also, the item that he's going for next on Malrine, picking up this Hex on the Razor.
Yeah, he's got the blink. He can hex, blink hex with refresher orb, hex again, double Eye of Storm. Like, he can do so much in these fights. I still feel like if you're Storm, dueling TA is fine, it's cool, but killing off Shaker as soon as possible might be even better. He's just doing so much. The control is insane. Now you have Axe, by the way, on Phoenix, so your duels will not be that simple. Roger will be saving targets.
Yep. Still has to watch out for that little shredder coming in from the Grandma, but they can do what they've been doing these last two fights. Find and kill Nikki Cool at the beginning, and all of a sudden things start to look a lot better. And look,
They're trying...
Are they trying to rat this out?
I feel like they're not that strong at ratting, but they had the DD on Slark, so that's the reason why they attempted it. Everyone is TPing back though.
They do have a lot of damage on both.
There's Hex on Razor. They can kill him.
He wants to reveal the Hex. He's going to reveal it on the Slark. Dog Pact is already in though. He was hoping to catch out Dominic just before he popped the Shadow Blade. It won't happen, but he has another opportunity because him and his team will smoke out the base looking for a fight.
I was thinking that maybe he's just gonna instantly blink on the Slark with double the Hex and the Shaker. But yeah, they didn't do it.
Storm, they are not present in the area anymore as they all retreated back to the Roshan pit. But the big man's not up just yet, so they're gonna smoke to try and position for what will be an upcoming fight. Nemiga thinking about heading bottom as well.
There's one buyback in the game, and that's on Slark. One single buyback.
Okay, Ent just got hers. Grandma is 35 seconds away. 45 for the Dark Willow, but they're the only ones coming soon. And now, with Roshan making his appearance, Nemiga, you gotta make a move quickly. This is not gonna take all that long. They're going for the full round.
It's taking long enough, I feel like.
They need Vazia to lead the charge here. Okay, the high ground scouted out by Malrine. Roche is still alive. He's about to die, and there he is. Age is gone, Aghanim's given away, and the cheese drops as well.
Malrine, he still wants to fight, it seems like. He's got that Lincoln's on him.
You would love to find somebody. 1J was the only buddy nearby, but he's already left the area. Vazia with the fissure, but I think this is a retreating fissure. It's the invitation to get the hell out of here.
Well, Dominic still wants to chase. Like he's in that Shadow Blade. Let's see, both teams aren't sure that they want to go back.
Okay, Vazia finds the fissure onto the Legion Commander. They got some damage out onto the Slark, but it's not enough. The Slark now jumping in. Katie looking for Mallory, and they follow these up with the Morty's Kisses. A little bit premature on the cast. And now
LC
with BKB jumping on the Legion Commander. The Fire Snap Cookie puts her in the wrong place. It displaces her from the team, and that gets her kill. No buyback for the LC. Katie popping BKB, wants to get something out of this fight, but he's being chain disabled, while Malrine just goes for the back lines. They're looking for the
Shaker, he's caught him.
Find her. Vazia was able to find Katie, who's jumping this way, jumping that way, but will still end up dead. Vazia, can they find the disables? Yes, they can. They have the Hex as well, and they have the Damage Lizard. Katie is dead. Nemiga won another fight. There's 4 heroes in the grave.
4 heroes in the grave with the Aegis. The cheese obviously haven't been used, but they're on the tier 2, so they can actually push the high ground this time around. They can maybe even force the buyback, because just go for throne, right? At this point, I think that's the play. There's no way they buy back in any other way unless you try that. The only question is, do you have enough damage?
Man, right now Malrine is wishing that he'd been the one to kill the Aegis or kill the Roshan so he could get the Aghanim Scepter.
Exactly, yeah. My thoughts too, but doesn't have that.
Even if it's just one lane, given the game state prior to this, is still worth it.
Yeah, I feel like it will be only one. Can they force it? Let's see. They will try. Okay, I take that back. They are going for the throne. Creeps are coming in.
I think if TA had Blink Dagger, you can do this. But without Blink Dagger, this field is way too dangerous.
Let's see. LC this time around. They have perfect vision. They have perfect vision to initiate, but you don't have your Slark. Do you want to force his buyback? I really don't think you do.
I don't know about this one, Nemiga, but they're feeling themselves right now. They were thinking about it, but they realize how gargantuan the task actually is. They back off. And besides, you were 22k gold behind at some point. The game is even. You have a lane of racks. There's no need to overextend right now.
Slark is up in 1 second. He can start TPing in. He's TPing in. They do see Razor and the TA mid. Will they initiate? Shaker is so far away. Like, this is actually dangerous for Nemiga. But, yeah, Storm, they don't see the Shaker. They're afraid to go.
Whew.
Damn. What a crazy game. It's such a throw coming from Storm. It was so easy for them. And then the diebacks in the enemy jungle.
Oh.
Crazy.
Literally at one fight around where Nemiga are right now. That's high ground. The first good supernova emerges for Roger. The first really big combination of spells for Vazia. Malrine with the refresher reveal. What a changer.
So many Lincoln Spheres now. The Shaker has one, TA has one, Razor has one. It's kind of hard to just go and duel anyone anymore, even with the halberd.
So speaking of items, look what's in the inventory for Hellscream. It's got Aghanim Scepter, and it's queuing up in MKB, so we're going full right-click in the late game for Hellscream.
Why the hell not, you know? Like, once you get that Aghanim Scepter, you can start moving in that direction. You're already dishing out a lot of damage.
This is a serious situation. Both teams...
It's like, you're playing this Slark and you're feeling like a god as long as they don't have enough control and enough burst to 100 to 0 you, right? But right now, they just have more than enough control and burst, so it's so difficult for our boy Kate to find the right way to get in and actually get those stacks. He's just not getting any stacks because he's afraid to hit anyone.
Katie might need one more item here. It's angling towards a refresher. Get that double BKB going, but this is a tough game. And Nemiga, despite being 2 lanes of racks down at the moment, they still feel like they can definitely win fights. Unfortunately for them, they did have to sacrifice 2 lanes of racks earlier. So that does mean that bottom lane is an object of concern. It's going to keep pushing in towards their side of the map.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, both teams so reluctant to take this fight. It still feels like Radiant, they're the ones in control. It feels that way, but I honestly don't think they are. They might feel that way and they might position themselves that way on the map, but it's feel like it's easier if you're Dire to play this game out, at least when it comes to team fights. You just have so many different things going for you right now. Like, I see the Legion, she's buying some Silver Edge or has it queued up. I don't see the big difference it makes in these fights.
Snap.
Yeah, Snap can make a difference. Like, if he does get that level 25 though, but he needs to get level 25 first.
Look what he's got queued up as well. Straight up rapier, baby.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't mind that. Hex on Soneko.
He should be fine. There's a 4-staff there to get him out of trouble. But now he's living. Malrine in the area. It's gonna get hexed up. There's a duel onto the Razor. They need to help him out.
The egg
supernova is gonna keep him alive for now.
Both of them are dead.
Both of them are just dead. Killed inside the little shredder. Nicky Cool kept his cool and kept the spell ready for the egg.
And now he's got that level 25, by the way. And the rapier if he wants to actually commit to it. There's no egg.
Very carefully.
Yeah.
There's no egg even if they buy back. There's no refresher just yet. How on earth do they mount this defense on the high ground? They do have double Eye of the Storm if they do buy back on Razor, but they really don't want to have to. The jump now, though, onto TA might force them into that position. The Terrorize will be there. Malrine, with double Eye of the Storm, or at least one of them and a Hex, is able to kill off this Legion Commander.
Ooh, he refreshed.
The TPing out Skywrath, but they refreshed for that one on Malrine. He was hoping for the Hex, but it doesn't come in time.
Yeah, and look at Soneko, by the way. Look at this pesky Enchantress. He's still behind, he's just sending these creeps to... He might even kill the range racks. Okay, almost.
Oh, snap. You wanna look at someone interesting, bro? Look at Nicky. He did it. He went for the full Divine Rapier. He's actually in an awkward place right now. I don't think he should be where he's at. He was hoping to maybe help Seneko with the final parts of this push, but Seneko probably tells him, nah, bro, don't do it. Get back.
Imagine if they caught him here.
Bro, he's not backing. No way, dude. Bro, Nicky, don't do this to us. He's actually still alive. Okay, there's the TP. He's gone. All right, that's fine. It's fine.
It's actually insane, yeah. Ooh, what's happening with the other cores? Like the Rapier is that one big item that he's got. Slark has a Refresher queued up, also Aghanim's Blessing, which he will need to free up the slot right anyway. Getting fully slotted out. The only thing we can wait for is minute 60 and tier 5 items.
Yep. We just picked up a BKB for Violent. Still no Blink Dagger, but BKB will certainly make quite a difference for him. This is such a close affair. The big thing for me though is that after all that happened, they didn't end up losing any of their racks top. Like it's not insignificant that the range rack still survives. The lane equilibrium is in their favor actually top lane for Nemiga.
Yeah, and it's pushing hard. Like this tier 2 tower is gonna fall by the time they finish off Roshan, I feel like.
This Rosh is going quite fast. The Divine Rapier is making a difference in their damage output here.
A huge difference. Interesting, they don't give the Aegis to Snap. She's still carrying the gem. Like I felt like maybe you can drop the gem, take the Aegis, but Stark has a buyback anyway.
And I guess having double Ancient Seal in the fight could be super pog. Slarky.
No,
He
Axe.
was thinking about going for the Illusion Rune, but it's not worth your life, bro. Just get back.
Yeah, probably the only Axe that's still really good in the game is on him. Like, who else could get it, right? Like, you could give it to Snap, but it's okay. In this game, do you really want to gobble up anyone and send them in?
That's true.
It's a useful spell, but it's nicer to have it on Sky. He dishes out a ton of damage at this point anyway. Double Hex too, right?
Yeah. Jump forward. Violent. Piking away from this Templar Assassin. Just reminding him who's boss in this game. It's crazy. We're back at a 12k gold lead right now. Where obviously Storm are feeling very favored, but it still feels like any fight can go in any direction. Doesn't feel like it's easy for them, but they're gonna try. Katie, he goes.
Snap is far.
With the duel, Snapfire's not here, but they break the Lincolns on Razor. They duel him up. There's the double Mystic Flares, but the BKB is making all the damage go away. Dominic is still alive, however, but he will soon die to Malrine and TA. Now, Slock, can he do anything to clean up here? Malrine, happy to just run down this Enchantress, but without the BKB, they will end up at least losing the first life on Slock. And now Malrine gets saved by the Supernova.
She's dead again.
Vazia's there with the Echo Slam. Violence out with the right-click damage. And they kill Katie.
Yeah, just click on Nikki Cool Observer. I understand you. Like, I completely get why. Like, this Rapier is sometimes such a game-losing item for some players, because he has the Rapier, but he's not using it. He literally didn't join the fight. He was smoked from the beginning until the end of the fight. He was literally in ninja gear. Like, if it's gonna make you afraid to like contribute, maybe it's not the item to buy.
I mean, all he did was throw in some Mortys, but
that's it.
BKBs for that, so it was fine. Violence gets hexed up right now, eating a Mystic Flare, quite a bit of damage. Need to get him out the base to keep him.
He's gonna get Megas maybe on top. Let's see.
Snap, he's doing it. He's doing it. There is gonna be a glyph. Some fortification. Can they kill this creep wave off in time? Yes, they will.
Can they fight in their base now? That's the question. Razor and Shaker aren't there.
Violent is trying to hold his own here, sitting in the Mel Strike, but he got scouted out, he got hexed up. The Supernova, though, will be there to
They
stay.
can't.
And Snapfire is not here with the low shredder, so they have to get back. Roger saving the day.
Yeah, Roger saving the Razor in the previous fight, now the TA as well. Like really putting his team on his shoulders.
Bro, 90 seconds ago, there was a 12k gold lead again for Storm, and we're back to even already.
The game is just insane. I really think we will see tier 5 items at this point. Like Daedalus now also, is it completed? No, it's not yet. The positive thing for Storm is Slark didn't have to buy back. The negative thing is this Slark has fallen kinda behind. He is not as strong as he used to be. It's not that he's not farming as well, he's still getting items, he got his Aghanims upgrades, right? Like he's gonna get his refresher too. It's just that he reached this point in the game in which he falls off. They can blow him up.
He's only collected one permanent agi in the last like 4 minutes.
4, I think longer. I really think longer, yeah.
Fun game of Dota this is. It's all about the buybacks at this stage of the game. And which ones are still on cooldown? Legion Commander and Enchantress is going to take a while before they can buy out.
Razor,
the Phoenix, 90 seconds and they'll have it available, but Razor has a lot of gold to farm first.
Yeah, Shaker as well. Like, if they could kill Shaker, it would probably be the best dual target. Like, Razor isn't killable, he has Aeon Disc. He's killable, but it's just... It's not gonna happen fast enough. He will be rescued by Roger.
Man, I still really would like to see him get an Aghanim Scepter on this Razor.
Yeah, maybe eventually. Maybe from the next rush even. Phoenix is getting closer and closer to level 25, by the way. With that level 25, even with Snapfire's little shredder, it's difficult to kill the egg. Like, it's difficult to kill the egg if there's any control around it, that's what I mean. You won't be able to just instantly burst it down.
That being said, Snapfire, she does have the 25, she's building a Lincoln Sphere. She has Daedalus, oh not Daedalus, she went for Silver Edge with the Divine Rapier. So the damage is not the problem for Storm. It's about holding these heroes long enough that they can get that damage out.
My gratitude earns you nothing.
Poor Legion. No items in the last, you know, forever. They'd get that tags at least that you mentioned, but nothing besides that. And no dual damage too. Slark mid.
I think this feels worse when the game was going well. If you're playing Legion, you get to this stage of the game, not having impact anymore, you're like, whatever, game has always sucked, but there was a while you were dueling and killing heroes for fun, and now every time you duel, it's like you die instead, feels bad.
Is Snap trying, like, I feel like Snapfire is trying to ninja gear into getting mega creeps, but I'm not sure mega creeps matter too much. They do, obviously, they always matter, but do you want to risk losing your rapier for that? I'm not so sure. Just imagine.
I love how.
Yeah. I'm just thinking. Imagine TA having a free rapier as well. He could buy it, by the way. He has 11k gold at this point.
He's actually queuing it up. Violent is in full agreement with you. Feels like that's the win condition. What do you replace though in this TA inventory if you are buying rapier?
Maybe BKB after using it, or Lincoln's, something like that. Dezo as well can be replaced. Did he buy it? He didn't buy it in the end. He bought Aghanims instead.
Okay. I guess one of the things that he has been struggling with has still been moving around his side of the map. But if you get Ags, then you actually don't have to buy Blink anymore. You can use that as your mobility tool.
He can actually use exactly that. He can use the Ags as mobility tool, but if Snapfire tries to rat, like, you can actually catch her as a TA. He has that level 25 talent with the bash. Oh no, what happened?
Oh no. That's not what we want to see. 9 disconnects. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Okay, someone's reconnecting, so it's fine. This sometimes happens, you know, it's fine. The game is in beta, bro. You can't expect it to work all the time.
I love your oh no. Oh no, you're such a TikTok Chad, aren't you? Do you have TikTok, Snare? Tell me, honestly.
I have spent a grand total of maybe an hour of my life on TikTok.
Would you be ashamed if I went through your, like, For You page?
On TikTok, bro, go for it.
Yeah.
TikTok, you can do what you want. It's fine.
Okay.
There's other places on the internet I'd be much more embarrassed. But TikTok is just gonna be default, so it's cool.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna find any weeb shit on your TikTok.
Nah.
No anime.
I'm gonna go and just follow weeb stuff immediately.
Okay.
So everyone's back. I'm sure all of them were probably wishing that they could pause a little bit longer, but back in the game. It's one lane of racks that separates Nemiga from being megaed, but it's one fight to really put them back in a situation where they could be the ones going for a push.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, Nikki actually got clipped by that. Luckily for him, they didn't know that he got clipped. They want to fight though. TA is moving in. Like realistically, they could initiate. Oh, Store. He's just... Is he? Let's see. He is.
One day dead. No, he's not. Depth shot will keep him alive. Shout out to Katie, who came through in the clutch, zoning them back on Nemiga. And that was a BKB charge expended. So, well, it's already at 6 seconds. All you're worried about is the cooldown at this moment.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like they will wait for the next rush on the Radiant side. Like, tier 5 items have arrived. Let's see.
Yeah,
Well, Pirate Hat Slark.
What?
I mean, it's not bad. He gets a lot of attack speed, and Razor with his level 25, with his 25 talent, is stealing your attack speed anyway. So getting that Pirate Hat actually isn't shabby. Ex Machina on the Razor.
That's amazing.
Another reset.
Radiant.
Oh my god. So what's this? Triple BKB, triple Hex?
Aeon Disc, Lincolns.
Good luck killing Maureen. Giant's Ring for Snapfire. Oh my god. So she is doing...
He's gonna try to rat now. Look.
She actually has 700 damage before crits.
No, he's gonna try to rat, and he's gonna lose his rapier here or something, I'm telling you.
He backed. He
Yeah.
He realized as soon as the thing popped, he's like, well, not the right place to be. I should get the hell out.
They're chasing him actually. Like, look, they're even pinging his location out. Like, they might get this rapier.
Vazia. Oh, they find it. He knew. That was the previous spot. If he didn't blink, he...
Yeah. They actually knew. That's insane. So damn close. I mean, at this point, rapier plus or minus, it's not the end of the world. Like, you can buy another one, but still.
I cannot tell you how stressful this game is for me. Like, I'm on the edge of my seat.
No, I'm the same. It's crazy. Like, when it comes to other tier 5 items, what do we have? Force Boots.
Force Boots for LC. That's pretty good.
Gotcha.
Ancient Sky. And
She's got a Pirate's Head, of course.
she's got a goddamn heart.
Bro, Sky got a Book of Shadows.
And that's actually really good as well. Like, just being able to survive when they jump him.
On the other side, TA got herself a Mirror Shield. We have 2 Book of the Dead from the Phoenix, as well as our Dankwillow. Razor got an Ex Machina, as we mentioned, and there's a Vazia Giant's Ring. Sadly, there's also now an Aegis Cheese and another Aghanims for the side of Storm. I guess Soneko has to take it now, get some low friends and Sprink, but Katie, a bit far forward, even though he has the Aegis in his inventory. Gonna lose a lot of it. Vazia jumping on the back lines, only finding the LC for now, but they will be able to find this early kill or not. 1J helping them stay alive a little bit longer with the Book of Shadows, but now the fight has 2 parts to it. They really want to kill this egg. They want to get rid of Roger, but it's only Roger in the Supernova. Now Katie has no more BKB. Needs some help.
Oh, that snap hurts.
The damage from Nikiku, almost killing off Vazia. Finally,
so big.
Doing so, keeping going with this Giant's Ring. We need to follow the Slark though, because he is trying to fight all by his lonesome between the TA and the Razor. He burns through his Aegis. We'll be back for round 2. Look at Violence. Violence is almost being soloed by Soneko, and Soneko will be credited with the kill eventually. They had to buy back on the Dark Willow. They have buybacks on Phoenix and the TA.
Dude,
but it's a lost team fight for Nemiga.
I'm sorry, that's one huge alligator.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Crocodile, I don't know what it is, but Nicky cool. You know what's funny about the way he plays? He's so careful not to die, and sometimes when he joins the fights, he just blows you up. But a bit too timid at times. Razor, let's see, Soneko.
Soneko is still alive for now. Malrine wants to find a way to bring him down. Goes in for the double spells. Soneko's on the high ground. He's far away from the rest of Nemiga. Nemiga now taking some rainbow damage. Vazia gets off the echo from the high ground. It's enough to kill the slug. Malrine now will be uncontested in this engagement. They terrorize onto Soneko. They've gone to the back end of the fight to kill off Dominic.
Snap.
Now as they rinse through this Enchantress, they feel so good about the fight. Nicky Cool thought about getting involved, thought about trying to burst them deeper into the grave, but doesn't want to give up the rapier, so retreats instead.
Yeah, he thought about joining, but yeah, just as I was saying that sometimes he just doesn't join the fights, he decides that this is one of those times. Saves the rapier at least. But it doesn't really matter because now TA actually doesn't have a buyback, so he's bought out. He also has level 30 with the rapier. Like, good luck defending this. LC doesn't have a buyback, remember.
What will they do?
This could be game.
Oh, it's up to them. Violence could two-shot Soneko here. Breaks him on the first one. Fortunately for him, no crit ends up happening. But they want the tier 4 tower. They're going for the jugular. There is no Legion commander. Katie jumps in, looking for violence. There's Nicky Cool, but Nicky Cool doesn't get enough damage out. Immediately forced to retreat away. Malrine was chasing further in as they leave Soneko on the lip of the base. This Enchantress will die without buyback. Everybody else gets zoned away. Morty's kisses get thrown in, but this is just for decoration.
Nicky Cool it's gonna get echoed.
Vazia gets jumped onto Nicky Cool. He needs to get back into the base. Nicky Cool, though, held in position. Vazia runs out of mana, so he can't kill off the Skyrat Mage. He dies instead. Katie helping to kill.
They're defending!
Roger killing both.
They're defending!
Giving a Nicky Cool ultra kill. Slug is not gonna die. Snapfire will, but she has buyback. She'll come right back to collect her.
Holy shit, what just happened? I cannot believe they managed to defend that. Like,
holy smoke.
Snapfire jumping in. Oh, he just uses that little shudder. Phoenix Roger, you might feel really damn bad right now using the egg that way. Like, he literally saved the storm.
Goodness.
We need a replay. Production. We need to see Malrine. Hopefully see his face as well as he's getting put in that supernova.
What replay, man? The game is over. They're gonna run in. You're gonna see it in the post game.
Oh no.
Clip.
Not like
Razor is trying to rat. Like, kudos to you, brave sir.
they have no more access to glyphs. They have no more lives. They have no more opportunities. With a 2-0 victory, Storm will do the impossible and eliminate Nemiga Gaming in the lower bracket. They can barely believe it, Lizard. What the hell is going on? They don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. What a game of Dota 2.
That was insane. That was literally insane. I can't wait for highlights to actually see that last moment. The rapier from Lil Shredder. Like, she jumps in, and not only does she deal with the egg, she also takes down the TA. Like, Shaker, Vazia, when he jumped in the back, he thought the game was over. I'm 100% sure he thought that's it. I'm just jumping the snap. I'm gonna control her. My teammates are gonna end the throne. Oh damn, these two teams in the second game were really damn close. Still, it has to be said that Storm, they're kind of the team that I expected to win the series, even if it went 3 games. They, at times, they're just a little bit cleaner, a little bit faster at what they're doing on the map. The fact that they threw this game really damn hard doesn't take away from the fact that they had a stellar performance. Same has to be said for Nemiga. When I thought that they were completely out, this Razor finishing off his refresher, I honestly thought he was raging for a little bit because he was losing 2 sides to finish off the refresher. It was so worth it because it gave us this moment right here.
Hashtag worth at the end of the day. And like you said, Vazia was certain that the game was done. He's like, I don't have to worry about anything else in the world anymore. And he also, honestly, had he had a bit more mana, they would have won this fight. Because he just got this refresher. Look at this. He finds Vazia and the Skyrat Mage. He's like, this is the perfect place to be. All they have is Morty Kisses. Who cares about this? If he had a little bit more mana, Liz, he's like, he doesn't need more mana. Should be able to at least fully control them. But after refreshing, he's out of spells and then makes it so easy for Nikki. Look at the damage, man.
Insane.
The player. 1J doesn't even end up dying, so he can kill off and help with the TA kill.
And the craziest,
the entire game is different.
The craziest thing is that tag was correct. Like, you cannot say that, like, looking at the highlight, that tag was still a correct play. It's just that there wasn't enough control on the Snapfire. She gets in position with that cookie. Insane.
What a game. What a series. Very sad for Nemiga as they find themselves eliminated 2-0 from the Eastern European qualifiers. But any Storm enjoyers, any of you who became fans of this team, you witnessed them coming through, getting a dub yesterday and today looking hot as all hell. You know, they were the first team in the Eastern European qualifiers to win from not having played in the upper bracket, straight from a lower bracket run. And after today, I'm honestly feeling like a believer. They could maybe go all the way. What do we think, though? For MVP, can it be anybody else except Nikki?
No, it cannot. Like, I was reserved a little bit by the end of this game because he had that Reaper and he just wasn't joining the fights. It was frustrating. But he did it for a good reason. If he gets clipped by a Hex or a TA, he's just dead. He's not Stark. He doesn't have many ways to save himself. So he did the right thing. He was disciplined, safe. In the end, he literally won the game. This egg kill right there on the Razor and Phoenix, it won them the game.
Nikki, cool MVP for sure in Game 2. And honestly, given his performance in Game 1, maybe MVP of the series. Look at that. Double Rapier we end the game with, baby. He knows the assignments, understood what he needed to do, dealt by far the most hero damage of his team. Not the most hero damage in the game, but he certainly was a massive engine of why they were able to clutch this out over Nemiga. You mentioned it, they threw the game. Honestly, Nemiga was supposed to win this game. It was over, like it was done. The situation was supposed to be handled, but Nikki, I don't know, maybe Mans had a date later on today. He's like, it's gonna be 2-0 no matter what. And that's gonna not just beat out Nemiga, it keeps them in the Eastern European qualifiers. So they get to proceed through the bracket. I mean, your reward is having to play HYDRA, but this is the kind of win that gives you the momentum to make a miracle run through the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be a very interesting match, and like when it comes to Storm versus HYDRA, I would maybe be slightly biased towards Storm. Like after seeing this game, this series, I have to be.
Oh, only slightly. No, I'm mega biased towards Storm right now. I'm a Storm enjoyer at the moment.
You're all the way. They're getting qualified. That's you, right?
Maybe not that far. But we'll get the lower bracket final. There we go.
Okay, sure. Yeah, lower bracket final at least, and then I'm not sure who they face. Like, probably it's gonna be Navi if the run is the same. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting series no matter what. Storm, big enjoyer, definitely. Soneko, man, like he always finds these ways. Like it wouldn't be the first time that he even qualifies, if he qualified. Like he just finds ways of getting the right players, and then he brings the strategy and like the drafting knowledge. I would love to see some grand finals with him.
Right now, Soneko and the boys have managed to put lightning in a bottle, a storm in the bottle, and that has gotten them deeper into the Eastern European qualifiers. Can't wait to see how they play tomorrow. But before tomorrow lands, we still have more business to conclude for this particular day. And that is our final series of the evening, which is NAVI Junior taking on the MoneyMakers. The winner of which will go on to play against NAVI tomorrow to try and keep their own run going. But after what we've just seen, they have a lot to live up to. So let's hope that that series will be even half as exciting as this one was. In the meantime, though, myself, Snare, with Large Lizard, the legend, we're going to be calling it quits. We're saying peace out. We're tagging out with a different crew. So go get some water, return in a couple of minutes, because some more Dota action is happening as the road to TI builds for the Eastern European qualifiers.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back once again to the EEU TI Qualifiers. As we are now down in the lower bracket, we've had some very intense elimination games coming out already. Nemiga are gone. I can't believe it. They're just straight up out. How did this happen?
Maybe the pressure, maybe they're overhyped, who knows, but that's the joy of TI Qualifiers. Team that might look good for a little bit, gone. They're like pub favorites. Like,
crazy.
So many players in the scene think that these guys could do so much better, but they don't. Well, they're gone. Moving on. Who's next?
Dota is a fickle mistress. Who's next indeed? Well, it's going to be NAVI Junior versus MoneyMakers now in the lower bracket. So, you know what? We're not wasting any time, T-Governor. We're going straight into the draft for this one and see exactly what's going to be coming out in this series. But what I know is that these teams are fighters. They've already fought through the lower bracket looking to secure their place at TI, or at least make a deep run here at the TI qualifiers to prove what they're made of. And now they're going to come up against each other. And I'm very excited for this one. And you know, try not to have any bias, but there is the potential for the Navi versus Navi low bracket match tomorrow if Navi Junior are to win. So,
yeah,
no,
that's a banger. I do have to ask you a really important question, Nomad, before we get serious and look at the draft. But you always say that you're excited for the series that you're working. Be honest with me. Would you ever say, I'm not that excited for this one, and then still cast a game? Like, would you ever say that?
Well, if I don't say it, then that's how you know,
Right,
that's
I see.
Okay.
Whistle,
right? Like,
okay,
yeah.
fair enough. Just so I understand, because it's like, when you do say it, it's like, are you really that invested? And I agree. I am invested in this one, because I really, if there's ever a time to be biased, but it's this time, because I want to see Navi versus Navi just for the fun of it. No offense, MoneyMakers. I think you played pretty well yesterday, but
yeah, that's the thing. I do, but I actually think MoneyMakers have such a high potential team. Like a lot of these guys are quite new, mixed with some of the guys who are really old. So you've got kind of like that formula for a team which could make a really deep run at some online events, and who knows how far they can push it. So. I'm excited. I'm ready for some more Lucas Gyrocopter as well.
Oh, we don't. No, joking. Here we are. So I don't know why I'm going against everything you're saying. Really just testing you.
Like fighting with my co-cards, it brings out better arguments.
There we go.
I'd like to do on panel, push people against each other, force them to argue, break them apart.
Luckily, we're not arguing yet, though. Trying to think.
Yes, we are.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you want to argue over what MoneyMakers should pick here, or what?
Yeah, sure. I think they should pick 2 heroes which are good.
And why should it be Shadow Demon?
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't? Okay, I think... Come on. Okay, but if it is Shadow Demon, they have played it twice so far.
That'd be good, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, they're bringing out the new tech. Okay, Gyro Marcy. Firstly, enlighten some people to the Marcy changes, because of course everybody might not know that she's got a whole ass different ability now.
Yeah, so basically her spell lasts until the unit dies, and you can basically throw it on a hero. Sidekick, yeah, sidekick, yeah, forgot to mention that part, but you put a sidekick on the hero, the spell, that's very great at my job. But no, yeah, you give sidekick, and now lasts until the person that you gave it to dies, and yeah, it's bonus life, still bonus damage. So a little bit cheaper to give out, and I think based on your proximity from Marcy to the hero that she buffs, it does get weaker or stronger. If she's further away, it's weaker. Closer she is stronger. But yeah, it's very much a supporting style spell, because you give it to your random jungle hero, you block some smokes, you stay in proximity, and yeah, you just help buff up your carry.
always going to be valuable in Dota, especially ones which just as consistent as that. It's pretty cool. And due to that, we have seen a large shift in Marcy being played as a support, but then also an update in core as well because of the buffs to her ultimate as well. So she's kind of just been buffed in both regards. I think maybe a little bit worse as a core now due to the changes to sidekick. I don't think the extra attack inside her ulti makes up for it, but it is an option. But I don't expect this to be a flex pick in this game, and we have Necrophos coming out with it as well. Necrophos is a kind of crazy hero at the moment. I feel like his timings are so different just to these changes they gave him. Like, when he picks up an Ags in the late game now, like, he's one of the strongest heroes in the game. Like, his damage output's just crazy.
Yeah, having the just the additional damage, and also because it's tied into his strength, right? It's HP regen, right? So it's more Heartstopper aura based on your regen. That's why the good old Pudge meme kind of rose up for a little bit, where the Pudge would eat the Necrophos with the Aghanims on the Necrophos, so then he'd get the bonus regen from the Dismember plus the Heart plus the Ags. It's like, it was just a good meme. Will we see it competitively? Probably not, but you know, it's there. At least in this game, it's just
like 50-minute things which might come out, and then you're like, oh no, it's going to be very scary.
Just kill the Pudge, lol. But in this game, at least, they're picking it for the lane counter. Of course, Necrophos versus Ember Spirit. Necro will thrive against any of the mid lane matchups, pretty much. Getting close up against your opponent, being able to play for the knives, getting the Death Pulse onto your own creep, so you're just annoying that CSing. And yeah, it's why this hero is so good in those matchups. And I think at least, you know, I don't know, was it last patch? It wasn't 3-4, it was done before, but when they made the shard for Necrophos being Death Seeker, where he can move around the map a little bit with that Death Pulse, that small bit of mobility gave him just bigger purpose. And we didn't really see him because of Nullifier being so good in the last 2 months of competitive play, but he's slowly getting buff after buff after buff to be a little bit more relevant.
He is indeed, and now we see that Shadow Demon you mentioned earlier coming out for the side of MoneyMakers, giving them a pretty formidable 4-man squad. Meanwhile, over on the side of NAVI Junior, we get ourselves a Disruptor and an Underlord, so a lot of AoE control coming out from the side of NAVI Junior, which is kind of what I was expecting MoneyMakers to be leaning into since they have the Gyrocopter, but, you know, NAVI, they still got their choice of carries to come up later, and they've definitely got the control to set them up for a very good fight, so you can afford to go for something maybe a little bit more static if you are looking at that. I was about to say the Sven seems like a really good option, but of course, MoneyMakers is going to take that one out of the pool immediately.
Yeah, good ban. I'm a little bit worried for NAVI Junior, just because they don't have multiple forms of catching the backline. They do have the natural way of using like Ember, right? But it's Ember, and then maybe the line follows up after. Disrupt Underlord, they kind of want the fight to be closer to them. So I'm a little bit worried about how they're actually going to be killing off this SD who's free casting spells. And if they do find Gyrocopter, what's stopping him from just flacking everything? Like, BKB line doesn't matter, Disruptor doesn't matter, Underlord buys Crimson, but I think we saw a series earlier today where they had, I think it was the NAVI series against Virtus.pro, they had an Underlord versus Gyrocopter. He was popping Crimson Guard, and because of all the Gyrocopter talents, plus 40 flak at 20 and all this, it's like, does it really matter? It's like, it doesn't feel too great even with the damage reduction. So a little bit worried that NAVI Junior need to dictate the entire game to prevent Gyro. But of course, if teams can get the ball rolling, then it could work out.
Yeah, they just need this carry hero which can answer it, you know. I feel like maybe even looking at something like a PA could be really cool, just something to get on top of the Gyro and offer a bit of threat to him, because I don't have that right now. But you do have the heroes that can catch him out, so you got to take advantage of that and look for some kills.
I think also what's kind of happening right now. I'm looking at the pub scene. What's the anti-Gyro heroes in pubs? It's Troll, because of course your ultimate you lock on, you don't care about any of this flak stuff. The Sven, because God Strength, you just rip through them. And other than that, you're instantly in Gyrocopter having positive win rates against all the other carries. So it's pretty disheartening when you think about it. Hairbade banned out. Ooh, okay. Ban TB, pick the axe. That you mentioned the Phantom Assassin. Already axe will be relatively blocking that a little bit, because of course you don't really want to play PA into axe, so yeah.
Alright, Toshi's just gone. See you later, bro. Got things to do.
Well, that's a draft penalty for the next game. You know how it is. Oh, he's back. Ooh, was he gone long enough? Ooh.
Been watching. Maybe we just grassed him in. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, sorry.
Final pick for NAVI Junior. Then they need a nice big carry, something with a bit of oomph to it. I was thinking maybe even the Juggernaut could be an option. Not a super popular hero. I feel like Troll is probably the choice, but Jug could be cool as well. Just give you some big group up potential, which could possibly take the fight to the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, no, I like that. It's a traditional counter. I don't know how he fares nowadays. I've not seen the matchup, but the idea of Jug v Gyro is like, go on.
Well, there's also Axe and Shadow Demon, which are the call into spin, and then the disrupt to Omni would make it kind of bad. And yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, it's many layers.
Right.
That's why this SD, I love SD and Gyro in combination, because all the ideas of, oh wait, they finally got on top of Gyro. One disruption buys enough time for Gyro to get the Satanic, the BKB off. It's so potent. And yeah, NAVI Junior, they go for the Medusa. Not the flashiest of carries. Can withstand a little bit of flack here and there. Can survive an Axe call, so it's good for that regard, but still not finding the... It's just a very stable looking lineup. There's nothing too explosive about it, just a lot of hit creeps, wait for a team timing, and then huddle up as a ball and hope you don't get picked off by some Axe call or some Scythe. But I don't mind it. It's just going to be a very methodical, slower paced lineup compared to the lineup of Moneymakers, which might want to be a little bit punchier when they're picking up Axe and stuff.
Yeah, I'm expecting Moneymakers to be doing more across the map when people are spread out. When it comes to a 5-on-5, I think that's when NAVI Junior will start to look very strong. You know, they have like a ton to control up heroes in an AoE. You've got that Disruptor for it, you've got the Underlord for it, you've got Chains, you've got Lion. So it should enable the Medusa to have a good game. So if the Medusa does come out ahead, then she can absolutely put this game on her shoulders, and NAVI Junior could find themselves getting an easy win. So it is kind of on Moneymakers to go and make some magic happen on this map, I feel. I can't hear you, T.
I muted myself, sorry.
Interesting.
That's fine, that's my bad. I did it because I was coughing during the draft and I thought I'd hide it, but I don't know why I'm telling you this now. Either way, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Necrophos, good against Ember. So the whole idea of NAVI Junior's static nature, Ember is kind of like the piece of the puzzle they need to bring their draft to life, at least. And now there's a Necrophos as well. So I am skeptical about how efficient NAVI Junior can be. And it's why I kind of lean on what you were saying, where because of the Necrophos, because of the Axe, we expect Moneymakers to make those big money moves. But already NAVI Junior invading the triangle.
Yeah, they are up there right now. PM8 leading the charge. They're going for the Gyrocopter glimpse back as well, and that'll allow them to get the kill. Bignem, he's jumped into this to try and help out his Gyro, but might just be heading down the same way as well, but they're out of abilities. A heal comes out from the Necro as well, just to keep the Marcy nice and safe. And that will put an end to things, and it's just a singular little kill. Doesn't matter too much for the Gyro, but the first blood going towards Daze, it's all right, I guess. Lion first blood, not something I'm writing home about.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a salve, maybe an extra blood grenade down the line. That's nothing to scarf about.
We'll see how he puts the money to use, but yeah, it is salve and sentry straight up the back. Could finish his wand as well if he wants to here, but yeah, holding on to that money. A little bit of fighting going on for the bounty rune as Lucas again taking a bit of damage. Yeah, nothing major coming on through this lane phase. So how are our side lanes looking then, T?
I'd argue very passive, right, in nature. Like, you have an Underlord in one lane with a line behind. Lion is one of these heroes that brings every offlaner into the lane, right? You have double defensive spells. It's super hard to lock onto a hero with that damage. And then Underlord naturally pushes out waves, has his atrophy aura. So super hard to kill him off. And then you look towards bot lane. What, you got a glimpse to disengage? The mana shield of Medusa? Like, NAVI Junior, super tanky. But the supports can die. Yeah, that's what I was kind of going to allude to. It's like the big boys are in the lane, but the supports are the only ones that can be potentially dying. And as I'm about to get to that point, he already takes away and dies in top lane.
Monty, you got to be faster. You got to be switched on.
Okay, Slayer's in the bot lane, going to potentially die as well. There we go. Are you happy now?
Yeah, that's
I can speed cast. It's minute 1, mate. I don't want to be too quick.
Yeah, support's taking a hammering in both of these lanes at the moment. That's the thing. Marcy always gives you kill potential. You know, if you go and trade with her, if she manages to get within range, then dispose into just any other ability is such a deadly combo because we all know what repositioning is like. It's so strong, and dispose is a massive one.
Yeah, nice. Killing 3 of the creeps as well. So we're going to keep lane equilibrium in a pretty decent spot, but not blocking off the hard camp from Moneymakers, meaning the lanes are just get equally pushed up. See how much damage this is, and also bot lane Slayer dies. Yeah, supports are the ones dying in this lane, and I expect that to be occurring everywhere.
Ooh, Lucas getting very, very low. They're just trying to stand their ground and fight here, the two of them, but I mean, it's early level still in these abilities with Flat Cannon and I'm shaking, Tia, pause.
Oh no.
No, not again.
You know, we have that like triple lane technology. I feel like we should just be using that right now because these players just keep punching non-stop, like rather than a poor observer having to flick from top to bot. That's just rude.
Observers have it easy. They get the free pass. You know, the easiest job in the game, I'd say.
It's only got to click 10 buttons, right? There's only 10 heroes. Just hero lock and go, isn't that what they do? I joke. You're very good. You're very good. No man's gone flaming. You, not me, not me. I love you all. But of course, the matchup that we expected to go south was this Necrophos versus Ember Spirit. 14 for 2 to only the 7-1 for Toshi B. And this will only get harder for him as the spam comes out.
Yeah, Necro's a very annoying laner. Every time you think you're getting him low, he's going to throw out a Death Pulse. Every time you think you're getting a range last hit, he throws out a Death Pulse. It's a lot of Death Pulse.
Yeah, it's a one-dimensional thing. He's also looking to go for the Vessel on the Necrophos against the tanky heroes like Underlord. He naturally buys just regeneration for his team as well. It's going to really help with those pickoffs. Big every time we talk about it.
Yeah, he's going to get brought down again here. That damage is way too much to fight into. He's trying to hold his ground, but not really able to hold it.
The CS is really awkward for Moneymakers. 9 for the Gyrocopter, 6 for the Axe. Like, they're not doing too well in their lanes. Just so much aggression. Yeah, you might get a kill here and there, but you're not really netting that stable economy that you get from just hitting down the lane creeps. And NAVI Junior, they need to pull out ahead in laning phase to stabilize the need to just continue farming. Like, they're not leaving lanes and going, Medusa, Underlord, let's go gank the map. It's like, no, you win your lanes, you make stacks, and you just continue farming until you hit like a boiling point to then be a little bit more explosive.
Mm-hmm. And that's what it's going to be about this game, especially. Yeah, top lane really just feels like a kind of a power level measuring competition, you know, like all their spells are going to land, you know. Like, admittedly, Dave's got a really nice 2-man Earth Spike in the last fight, but most of the time it's going to be like how strong is Flat Cannon plus Sidekick versus Firestorm plus Earth Spike, and well, so far it has been the Firestorm plus Earth Spike, but we'll see how this continues to grow through the lane. Meanwhile, mid, Ember continuing to get just absolutely kicked in the middle lane. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, but I'm like, do I really want to bring it up again? Let Ember Spirit just suffer. There's always moments, though, when Necrophos see his positioning, that, like, 1 TP from a Disruptor, get that glimpse back, line wraps around, like, the Necrophos can die. It's just setting up your side lanes to then provide yourself that opportunity, and it's so difficult, especially when Necro hits 6 and there's that Scythe. I mean, he's only a quarter level away from being able to surprise the Ember, and well aware of that. We're just going to walk back to base.
I'm not sure I've seen that before. Fortifying under the enemy tower because he knows that he can just zone him away from the creep wave with one more Death Pulse. So he just fortifies to stop him getting the 2 CS, forces him back, means he can only get 1 CS with the Slender Fist before going back to base. It's so brutal.
It's on top.
Yeah, up in the top lane. And moving on to the Gyrocopter, the rotation in from the support is going to be very nice. Another Earth Spike coming out from Daze, only getting the doubles right now, but Lucas, they're needing a little bit more and they're not going to get it. The Gyrocopter's going to get away. Now Slayer comes in, looking to really stack up these poisons right now, but runs out of mana, so won't be able to keep it going, meaning PMA should be okay. Oh, Gyro comes back in. He doesn't get the kill, though. Doesn't have enough damage on Daze as Bignum tries to take another fight here, and the Glimpse is back off cooldown, so he will be the one to die. Finally, they get something for the support rotation up at top.
A little bit awkward of engagement there. It's just not a very well placed Firestorm to actually kill off the gyrocopter, but that reluctance to stop going, and yeah, here they go. Go on, get the gyrocopter finally.
Get the Firestorm.
One more.
Click. Oh, he gets it. Lion, the king. He gets it done. And that'll also bring down Slayer as well. So huge win for NAVI Junior up here in the top lane.
Is under attack.
Yeah, just if you fail a gank, just keep going, and eventually the gank's going to connect. I think that's the ethos of NAVI Junior here, at least. And
yeah, Daze is so persistent. Like he's just constantly finding the 2-man earth spikes and then finding the gyrocopter in the tree line.
Yeah, already 850 gold to his name. Like he's kind of getting close to Blink Dagger. Like pre-10 minutes, if you can get around 1400 gold, glimpsing back the axe though.
Yeah,
Mystic Snake.
He gone.
Radiant are scanning.
Sure, he has 30 CS, but not having the Vanguard, of course, around a 7-minute mark. This is the point where you naturally just go behind the wave, behind the tower, keep skipping up, but yeah, just really poor start to the laning phase, just delayed all his timings. I love the fact that NAVI Junior are playing around this Underlord. Like, the early Firestorm is pretty potent, and with the double lockdown of Lion Disruptor, they are just making the moves. And I guess the only sad part of all of this is the Ember then can't join in as well, because if he leaves, then Necrophos is just right-clicking his tower. So this Ember, for probably one of the first few times we've seen in the qualifiers, is locked into mid lane where he can't rotate. Like, unless he gets a haste rune or some super insane positioning around mid lane, he will never be able to truly rotate. And that's why you see the supports kind of doing the heavy lifting for NAVI Junior right now.
Yeah, they are. They're moving around. It's a lot of rotations, a lot more than I was expecting, to be honest with you, but yeah, making the gyrocopter feel very threatened up at top, and that's what we want to see throughout this game, you know, just constantly shutting down this gyro, not giving him a chance to take off in this game. With this mouse, he can do so much work. Mid lane, meanwhile, Igor. Yeah, I know Zatoshi's got that level 6, so very hard to bring down, so just tries to go through him into Riddies instead. Keep the supports low, and then they can't really play as aggressively, lest they end up dead. Very good point.
Axel instantly taking up the stacks in the dire triangle. That was a quad stack on the hard camp. Has the Vanguard complete. Normally at this point in the game, you sometimes, at least if there wasn't a Necro, Ember would be maybe having the ability to move over, especially with his current build of 4 points Flame Guard. You throw like some Underlord TP with his ultimate plus the Ember, you can contest him. But Underlord wasn't level 6. Of course, I've already mentioned how Ember Spirit is relatively locked into just pushing out mid and doing whatever Necrophos tells him to do. So MoneyMakers being a little bit more efficient, I feel like, in the jungle. Disruptor now trying to also make up some stacks himself. A lot of kills, but also very quiet, if that makes sense. It's like a lot of kills that haven't netted into any momentum, really. It's like, we're just killing you, back to hitting creeps, which I'm not opposed to. I'm pretty happy with this playstyle.
Yeah, it's either off or it's on, you know, there's not constant skirmishing and fighting going on. It's either we're going for a kill or we're trying to be efficient. And that's what you expect into a gyrocopter and a Medusa draft. It's going to be interesting just following these two carries throughout the game. For the start, you know, it has gone to got the juice so far. You know, all the action's been happening in the top side, and yeah, this Medusa already just rocking up with the Yasha and 600 gold on top of that as well, so amount of time is going to be a bit ridiculous. MoneyMakers have to have their eye on this. They have to do something or have some sort of plan to deal with this Medusa before she gets out of control.
It's been a long time since I've seen a Medusa, and I kind of forgot she had like 200 HP. I was like, oh yeah. You know, when it just clicks sometimes, and she's got to be careful, of course. If Axe decided to go have a little look in the jungle,
kill her, yeah.
She could the Axe could just one-hit her right now, but of course, this is a competitive game. This isn't the pub. We're probably not going to see that interaction.
Fighting the haste rune here. Eagle comes just plowing on it. I think he wants to drop a Reaper Scythe down here, and there you go. Riddies, he's gone.
He was hungry to use it. Mate, he's had this for so long, and it's the first one we've seen of the game. He's got a permanent 2 HP regen.
Well, he grabbed the urn as well, so
yeah,
getting 2 charges on that urn and getting that stack of Reaper Scythe, very, very valuable.
200 gold away from his vessel. I'd like to see MoneyMakers try and utilize this Necrophos. He's had an exceptional start, but neither team really trying to cross the river too much and make the bigger plays. We're seeing both offlaners farming the hard camp, sorry. And then on top of that, the Ancients are getting prepared for the Gyrocopter on one side, the Medusa on the other. Thing is Axe with his Blade Mail really going to be a big enough timing? And instead here, he was chopping and changing. He had Blade Mail queued up, then he looked for his Blink, and I think the Blink is going to be the better option. You have the Vessel on the Necro, the Blink on the Axe. That gives yourself quite a healthy timing to go look for the fight, but that's still minutes away. And NAVI Junior, they sense their ability to be a little bit more proactive on the map, and they're smoked up as 3 right now. Hoping to find Lucas.
Can't believe that the Medusa is getting away with this. Like, all they need is one stun for the Axe to close the gap, then you can just cull her down 100 to 0. She didn't go for any health items, which you're supposed to versus Axe, but she's not being punished for it. Meanwhile, Big them up on the top side getting killed off, and that will be a nice one picked up for the Ember Spirit. But yeah, MoneyMakers, you need to do something about this Medusa. Like, you can't ignore her.
No. Maybe the argument is the Gyrocopter can mirror her farm speed once he gets to that Chrysalis Axe timing, but then the trade-off will be Medusa will probably have Manta Butterfly with this logic, and I'd rather kind of be on the side of the Butterfly Medusa who's taking Roshan and maybe even tickling your tier 3s compared to the Gyrocopter who is going to be chasing the net worth of his opposing carrier. And it's refreshing to say that, because I think we've seen so many games where Gyrocopter has been #1 net worth, kind of trying to be this fake alchemist and excelling at it beautifully, just never falling off the top CS spot. But yeah, in this game, we are going to see a rare Gyrocopter having to get back into the game, and we'll see if the hero is truly broken or not, because if you can't get back into the game after this kind of disparity on farm, then there's something pretty good either about Lucas or the hero.
Yeah. I mean, I think we also got to take into account, you know, the heroes where Medusa...
Oh, what a big blink!
Nice call onto 2. This is the reveal you're looking for. Lucas looking to spot up as well. Big them in the mix as well. Sure, they've just lost 2. Like, that's brutal. EMA and Day is just absolutely gone.
Yeah, what a beautiful choice from BB3PX to go for that blink dagger. Smoke with the team. And yeah, Gyrocopter. Well placed to throw down a cheeky little cooldown, be ready with the team, and nice moves. I guess as well, when you look at the net worth, for NAVI Junior, if they're not careful, if they get picked off again, this game easily could become the Medusa +4 supports who are trying to help the Medusa win the game, right? And that's never really what you want to be. Like, we're hyping up this farm, you know, got the juice, has plenty of CS and economy, but he needed his team to also be there with him, otherwise quite easy to kite him out, especially with SD on the other side of the team, right? One disruption, take away that's... Oh, wait a second, it's just clicked. A Medusa who normally goes Manta Butterfly against SD with disruption, you can't normally do that because you give your illusions evasion, right? Yeah. But you need it against the Gyrocopter who's heavily physical. So this Medusa really going to have to decide how to spend her money. If she spends it on one wrong item, it doesn't matter if you have a 4k advantage over your opponent. It's just going to be wasted gold. So interesting to see how he does choose to go here. I think he's going Skadi to obviously not give the evasion to his illusions, but yeah, that does actually kind of hinder Medusa's kind of game plan.
Definitely does, yeah. We'll see how that kind of develops through the game. At the same time, it's not going to be one of those games where we're saying, like, oh, this Medusa's got so much farm but can't put it to use. Like, she absolutely can. Like, the entire team on the side of NAVI Junior seems to be built around this Medusa and slowing people down, catching them in their AoE slow abilities and stuff, so...
Never smoke up.
Worried about that. But yeah, they're looking for the Medusa. They're going to find the Ember. They're not, actually. The call comes in too early whilst the Sleight of Fist is going on. A little lucky there from Toshi as he had no idea, but he does get himself out.
Well, another pause. Nomad, why are we cursed with all the pauses? I don't know if you tuned in yesterday, but we had 3 versions of the same game that we had to recreate 2 times due to lag. But hopefully that isn't the case here today.
I hope not. There's been no communication this time, which is interesting. Just pausing with no reasons. Maybe
yeah, I think a lot more younger players here, where they're chill. I think the older players in the scene are probably a little bit more, well, actually, back in 2016, we did it this way, you know? So I think maybe the cooler, fresh talent are a bit more accepting for the rulebook.
Yeah, just chilling out. Also, I think it's a regional thing as well, you know, like in certain regions, I don't know where a lot of these players are playing from, but, you know, because connections are sometimes not as stable, or yeah, you just got to deal with it, roll with the punches a bit. More normalized. So Medusa now using this this Manta to shove down this bottom tier 1 tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And it shall go down. No response so far from MoneyMakers. Yax currently on the other side of the map. And that is a hero that needs to be playing around right now, but he wants to get this blade mail up and completed. Which I'm not too sure about. I kind of want to go and see him get involved. They commit now onto the Medusa. They're just throwing everything they've got at her. She's running out of mana. The snake comes back though. Heals are up, and now the damage coming out from her. They turn it around. Oh, beautiful disruption. Dodging out the damage for days. And now the scythe comes down and they'll got the juice. Holy moly. Slayer dodging the finger damage, saving the gyrocopter's life. And now they need to get themselves out. Radiant on the run, and it doesn't look like I'll be catching any more on that, but I would love to get a replay on that one because that was insane.
That's the value of SD, of course, and for NAVI Junior, maybe the argument was, are they breaking for the bigger fight a little bit too early? Are they maybe not an item away from their heroes? The Underlord, the Ember, they've not had such a good game compared to Dusa. Yeah, it's not really able to protect. Dusa dying, that's not what you want to see. Like, Dusa had about 3,000 gold advantage over Gyrocopter. You got to treat it as any death can easily throw Gyrocopter straight back into the mix, and yeah, quite the blunder there from them.
We haven't spoke about it too much, but the sidekick, you know, it's a big difference maker because it's basically like a mini IO for your Gyro, so his net worth is not entirely indicative of how strong he is in this game. And now, blade mail complete on the Axe. It's going to give him more fighting potential.
An Axe complete on Gyro. Lucas is happily caught back up. We'll give it, 2 minutes and you'll probably see Gyrocopter even with this Medusa.
Yeah, pretty insane. And Igor as well, just kind of the linchpin of these fights, just plonking himself in the middle, pumping out them death pulses, and every little bit of healing was so vital in that engagement. I mean, that could have been the game-defining engagement if MoneyMakers are able to turn it around from there.
Yeah, I think if NAVI Junior, they don't lose their Medusa, right? If they actually get to take the fight a little bit better. Again, I don't think they should be fighting, but let's say in a different scenario, the fight goes their way. They're maybe looking at that tier 2, they're taking away a bit of triangle pressure, but it just feels just forced. I don't think for their type of lineup, it's not what you need to see. I think if you have a BKB on Ember, some pipe on Underlord, then yeah, 100%. Throw your heroes into the mix and give it a go, but it just isn't their time to make these types of calls. And MoneyMakers, they're going to jump at the opportunity to see a Medusa who's kind of not fully online yet, cross the river and put herself in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, it's a gift on which NAVI Junior should not have given them, but we'll see how it affects the trajectory of the game. Of course, there's still NAVI Junior with a slight advantage in this one. I'm interested to see the impact of this Necrophos and, like, what's his key timing where we have to be scared of this hero.
I think he's just going to be that constant in the entire game, right? Like, he'll always be there. He'll always have that vessel. He'll always just be buffing up his team. And then at any minute, he just hits that one clutch scythe to follow up on an Axe call, and then, like, Ember's deleted or Underlord's deleted. And now you've either lost your auras or the backline jumper. But I think it's not going to be one of those Necro games where it's, like, incredible the entire time, like a real showy performance, but you feel the scythe. I mean, you can already see how he just scythed the Dusa as well. No chance to do anything else for her. And now MoneyMakers, they are spoked up. Bignum leading the charge. Lucas doesn't have the BKB, but it doesn't matter. You've got your team around you.
Just picked up this Skadi as well, though, so pretty scary. I think MoneyMakers will be happy with just kind of zoning them out of the area rather than going for a fully fledged fight.
Really good discipline to back out there. Some teams would be like, oh, we've got him, but now they're under wards.
Oh, Axe, he tried to try and time the blink perfectly, but wasn't quite able to do so, and now he's going to pay the price. Down he goes. Once again, Glimpse, just an absolutely beautiful spell in this sort of situation. They have that high ground vision, which admittedly I feel like shouldn't be there for NAVI Junior. MoneyMakers just walked to and fro from that area. And yeah, Shah Demon didn't do anything about it, so
Yeah, it's easy to kind of lose focus on the vision game, especially when you're coordinating the team to make the smoke, discussing how you want to take the engagement. It's on your supports to kind of subconsciously think, okay, where's the wards, where are we dewarding? And sometimes it kind of, you do have that lapse in judgment. And yeah, NAVI Junior sweeping across the map together. But again, MoneyMakers, a lot of discipline to not just rush into the fight and hope to go for it. They dive top, instantly reset to bot, trying to get that Roshan. And some might say NAVI Junior are a little bit too far away from this to actually contest it. And even if they were closer, should they be contesting it? These big items that I've been talking about still aren't really on the card yet for them, so should just be a free Aegis for Lucas.
Looks like it will be, yeah. Very interesting. So, MoneyMakers, they don't come and defend their tier 2 tower. NAVI Junior, they don't come and contest the Roshan.
Ooh. I don't know if I'm a fan of this, by the way. Look at Underlord. Look what he's queued up. He's going for maybe a Yule. Oh. And I love Yules against Axe in the first 28 minutes of the game. But as soon as you hit that kind of 30-minute mark when Axe has BKB, Yules is relatively useless, right? Actually, no, it's just useless because Axe blink BKBs and blade mails. Like, you can't save your hero. Of course, a Wind Waker way down the line, very, very good. But I just feel like this is it's a clunky timing for this Underlord to go for. Also, there's an SD in the game, so we'll see if he commits for this itemization. But I don't think it's
phenomenal, wouldn't it? But like, good lord, we're looking at like a long time into the future.
And there's still the SD, like I mentioned. So it's like, is it really that good? I don't know. I feel like I'd rather see. I mean, if Halberd was still a good item, probably you'd buy a Halberd, right, to prevent Gyro from hitting. But the fact that you now can just BKB off the Halberd, it scares a lot of offlaners, a lot of core heroes from wanting to buy the item. This isn't an easy game for Underlord to itemize, but I would kind of like to see him do like the Amar style of Underlord, where he plays more for himself, like one cheap aura. Because also like Pipe doesn't really help Medusa, right? Like it doesn't go through her HP, right? So her mana shield. So it's like after. Yeah. So it's useless. So buying Pipe is great for his Ember, but not for the Medusa. So like, why not just become another real hero where you could maybe go for like Nullifier, Blink, Overwhelming Blink, that type of hero where you just suddenly jump on the back lines. Like, of course, there's a lot of items I'm talking about, but it does take a lot of confidence for your offlaner to pivot from the standard, I need to buy the auras because I am the Underlord. This probably would have been the game.
It's like the make or break point of a lot of offlaners, I feel like, depending on what their read is on the game and like in this specific circumstance. You know, when you have to be a bit more creative, when you can't just do the cookie cutter build. Obviously, trash tier is just doing the cookie cutter build anyway, and then mid tier is like coming up with something different. Yeah. And gold tier has come up with something different, which then also helps you win the game, which we'll see if this is it. Not convinced, but we will reserve our judgments until we see it in action.
I'm down for like the world's best Yules usage. And I'm like, oh my god, this item's broke. Like, I'm down for that time. Like, woo, okay. Yeah, this. Is there anything else spicy occurring? And of course, as I say that, they smoke up on the side of MoneyMakers. BKB complete on the gyrocopter. Aegis still online for about 2 and a bit minutes. So of course, Lucas wants to throw himself into the mix.
Ew, these pesky Medusas.
Yeah, Medusa who's also about to complete Daedalus, may I add. Only 500 gold away.
Neat.
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
He's also very awkwardly trying to solo Tormentor.
Yeah, she's not going to be able to do this, is she?
And the crew rocked up.
The team comes in. Don't worry, friend. We're here.
It was one of the more awkward ones I've seen. Lions there, like, trying to mana drain, like, please, I'm trying to help.
Yeah.
That's so underwhelming, actually.
Full duration mana drain on her, and it's
just nothing.
Jeez. That is very underwhelming. At least he got the shard now, though, so he can mana drain her, well, mana drain everybody else, and then mana spit on her at the same time. It's a transfer of mana from enemy to friendly. Wowee. Probably not a great shard to get. They would have much preferred the Disruptor shard. Also kind of bad.
Radiant's bottom tower
Not good
is
options
under
for it.
attack.
Not good options.
Most amazing. There's times where the shard is very good, right, against illusion heroes and stuff, but in this game it's pretty whatever.
Yeah.
Radiant structures
Well, Jara continuing his aggression as he just goes and plinks away at the bottom tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower
Not really too
is under
bothered.
attack.
Yep, Aegis is still up for 28 seconds, so the final moment for Lucas to take the tower. And of course, with flag cannon, if you stand too close to a neutral camp, it will then flak there as well. So it kind of shows where your wards are if you're in range, these neutral camps. Lucas did kind of show that someone was standing just below him. It doesn't matter anyways, because NAVI Junior got the juice is also hitting the tier 2 as well, but in the mid lane.
It's a great name.
It's a pretty good name, especially with it all being lowercase. Like, that's just like, he's logged online one day, it's like, what do I want to be called? Got the juice, done. Like, he's not even thinking about it. He's not like, oh, I need a capital here and a exclamation mark there. It's just a clean, simple name. Man's got the juice.
Also, fishing for a juice sponsorship down the road as well. So, you know, Tropicana, Capri Sun, get at him. Slide in DMs.
Oh, I'm trying to remember the good Ukrainian juice brands. I think Got the Juice is Ukrainian. Let me double check. Hell yeah, he is. Let's go.
Amazing.
And I'm
Alright,
Googling
well.
Ukrainian juice brands. It's Jaffa. I knew one. There you go.
Jaffa, like the
Yeah, but it's not the Jaffa cake. It was really confusing my first year in Ukraine. I was like, wait, what? Jaffa? Don't they make the cakes?
Center of Jaffa cake and turn them into juice.
There we go. Don't worry, Medusa. Got the juice. We're doing all the heavy lifting here. We're really trying to get you this.
Hit him up. You got the digit.
Someone in...
Actually, we'll be his agents. We'll take 25%, right?
Oh, I'll take 1% if you get the Jaffa sponsorship.
Yeah.
Come on.
Just send me a box of Jaffa cakes every week.
There we go.
Well,
again, different company. Very different company.
Jaffa cakes even in... That might just be a British thing, actually. Everyone might be really confused now.
No, they do. It's just not named the same. But the soft biscuity with a juicy center and a chocolate topping is very international.
Universal thing.
It is, yeah. Because again, many of them, and as you can tell, guys, we're in a little bit of a stalemate in the game.
Yeah.
And MoneyMakers, they're bored of the drivel. They're going to go for the initiation on the top.
Play. Absolutely, yeah. Moving on to the Underlord, and the ultimate from the Disruptor only really catching out the Necrophos. So Itochi tries to follow up on that, but meanwhile, the Underlord is already gone. Got the juice, cuts down Bignum, looking towards Lucas. Now it's a carry battle, and Lucas decides he can't take it. Trying to get himself away. He's got a BKB, he's got a Satanic. Going to use the first of which now, as the scream comes out from the Medusa immediately in response to that BKB, meaning he just can't turn around and use that Satanic to heal up, but he does still get away from the fight. Very interesting engagement from both these teams. Only a support dying on each, but watching Got the Juice and Lucas kind of fight each other was pretty key to how this one's kind of turning out. It's Got the Juice to just kind of tear him a new one.
Yeah, I mean, Gyrocopter, he wants to stand his ground, right? He wants to get right into the middle of the fight, and something that we didn't really discuss is Stone Gaze. When you're BKB'd from the Gyrocopter, trying to get into the middle, you're just going to get turned to stone. You can't right-click, so another reason why Medusa, when you're ahead in net worth, is probably one of the better hero matchups. On Pro Tracker, Gyrocopter has like a 58% win rate against Medusa, probably because of how quick Gyro farms, and you might just close out the games a little bit easier than in competitive. But yeah, Got the Juice, able to hold this top net worth spot the entire time, and show how he's able to just muscle up against one of the patch's favorite heroes right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very impressive. I'm enjoying NAVI Junior's performance a lot here in this game, number one, and also how well MoneyMakers are playing into them as well.
You want to update on the Underlord and where he's going now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, he bought the Void Stone for yours. Someone told him not to do it, and now he's going for the BKB.
What an awkward inventory. He's got a Soul Ring, a Void Stone, just a Vanguard hanging out in there. I mean, that one's kind of fine for the early game. A Cloak.
He's had no item progression now for nearly like 10 minutes of the game, basically. That's like how he's approached it, and both teams posturing for Roshan. It's going to respawn in 2 minutes, so not really the best Roshan fight, but whoever is able to come out ahead of this should be able to control the area.
Yeah, it's whether they get another chance to fight, even if it does go wrong. So immediately getting that disruption out onto the Medusa, which is going to cause her a lot of issues and basically lose big hack too. But look at this, Necro on the front lines. But out comes a Ghost Shroud and jump away with that.
Oh, they got a Stone Ghost from Gyrocopter.
Oh no, Gyro, he needs help. He needs it now, and he's all going to get it. He's got the juice, has come through on the sidelines and solos the enemy carry. That is not legal. Well, trying to back away. Her own illusions are now doing her a whole lot of hurt. And in comes the Necrophos. He smells blood and he wants to try and finish the job here. But PMA's coming over as well. It's a lot of damage, but in comes a Reaper side. They need a little bit more, but they are going to bring him down. PMA to follow as well. Who needs a Gyrocopter anyway? MoneyMakers, they get it done without him.
Oh, I do love how MoneyMakers took that fight.
Shut up. You know what? No. I was about to say Matchmakers again. I see MM and that's just in my head, dude.
It doesn't matter. Bignum, though, what an incredible fight from him. You know, he gets the triple kill, he wraps around, and of course Gyrocopter is to fall at the start of the fight. But it doesn't really matter because the positioning was so awkward. Eagle was able to lock onto Medusa. Meanwhile, Marcy just kind of clubbing away on the supports. And that will always be the scary point in the game where Lion, Disruptors, these heroes hate playing against Marcy because at any point you just get this overwhelming amount of damage thrown on top of you. And it will only get harder when BKB comes online from Bignum, but that is ways away.
I do enjoy the 10k difference in damage dealt in that fight between the two teams. One team is hammering into a mana shield, while the other team is hammering into a Gyrocopter with Satanic and a Necrophos with all these heals and such. So
yeah, we're gonna have some padded damage in this game for sure.
Absolutely.
And it helps as well. Like the start of the fight, Slayer just disrupted the Medusa. So she had to then deal with the double illusions. She got rocketed, so she couldn't instantly kill off the Necrophos. There's a lot of small things that prevented.
Here we go, though. We
bigger fight.
Long Roshan fight, and yeah, he has now respawned, and NAVI Junior are back in the mix, so they can look to try and control this area. What cooldowns are we looking at here? I mean, it's really just the Reaper side, which is 8 seconds away, so...
We're going to reset the fight. How often do you see the identical fight go again? And MoneyMakers still have the high ground vision here. They're smoking up into nothing.
That's kind of crazy, yeah. You need to get this high ground dewarded, but whoever does it is just going to get killed. And disruption out onto the big lady once again. And now comes a call to follow up as well. BB immediately looking for the target as Lucas gets jumped at the same time as well. They need to take down this Medusa. She's out of mana as PMA just gets absolutely destroyed by the Reaper's side. On the backlines, Daisy's gone as well. Same fight, same result. This time even worse for the side of NAVI Junior. It's got the juice, goes down again. Lucas gets a double kill, and that is a huge loss for the...
Oh, we got the Ember too.
NAVI Junior as they take down Toshi once again. And no, that wasn't a replay. We just did the same fight again, guys.
Unfortunately, NAVI Junior just didn't learn from their previous engagement. You know, you don't have clean ways to jump on the back line. You're moving on the low ground area, you haven't dewarded, you smoke up, you then disrupt the Medusa, but there's no way to kill off the illusions. So now Axis, a double hero, big core call with 2 Medusa illusions, with Butterfly, Daedalus, and all the damage to boot, just gripping through them. And how do you take this fight? It's got to be different from NAVI Junior. They need to take it where Ember jumps into the middle, soaks up a little bit of that engagement to then give everyone else purpose, because if you're taking fights like this, then it's probably going to be game over. We're looking at a game 2. MoneyMakers, they are too strong, they are too tanky if NAVI Junior don't execute perfectly.
They just don't seem to have the initiation on the side of NAVI Junior. Like, that's the issue. Like, everything seems so simple from the side of MoneyMakers. Disrupt the Medusa, get the call, and she's in some real trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, like, you kind of need them to lump up and run at you, and that's not really happening.
It's not an easy game. You're expecting, what, days on the Lion to hit some big blink initiation. That was a bit hard. Or some Ember to BKB in and just scream, like, look at me, I'm an Ember. But, like, it's not as if he's killing any heroes. Is what I said. Gyro, Satanic, and Necrophos and Axe. Like, this isn't the Ember game where he's always going to be killing that one hero from the get-go. It will be difficult. They are now 17,000 gold behind. We did have these concerns as the game started, and now they're kind of coming to life a little bit. Oh, he went for Halberd. Ooh. I thought Bignum, after a triple kill and a free Roshan, normally Marcy players like, don't worry boys, I got a BKB, I'll go Basher. Like, you kind of accidentally stumble your way into being another core. You know, he really just hates Medusa.
keeping an open mind about becoming a core at any point in the game is like a key to any Marty player. Oh, we go. In we go again. Looking for the Medusa. Surely they can keep her alive. Surely they can do something to help out their Medusa. She pops the ultimate. This time she will be able to get away by herself. And now Toshi jumping in as well, just trying to get a bit of damage off onto this axe. No one falling yet, but a lot of damage being taken. They maybe want to get this Aegis out of the hands of the gyrocopter. Got the juice, comes in again. Has to be careful. No mana available in this Medusa. If she can just get back to the fountain, heal up and cut back in, that would be ideal. But how long is their base going to hold in that time? Well, without the Aegis, actually, MoneyMakers say, nah, we pass. And they will back themselves away. So good defense coming out from NAVI Junior.
Yeah. That single high ground engagement potentially has just prolonged the game by another 20 minutes plus. The fact that gyrocopter was instantly kind of, not instantly 100-0, but taken down in a way where it wasn't really ever any major pushback from MoneyMakers.
The fight recap is about... Yeah, you know, casual 17,000 damage done in the entire fight, the entire engagement, all these spells used. Gold change, 0. XP change, 0. Nobody died. Nothing happened. And Aegis got lost.
I think we've had XP change being 0 multiple fight recaps, though. I'm pretty sure that we got some nice happy bugs here. Oh, don't say that. No, we had big issues yesterday. No, it's happily working. They clearly got 0 changes.
No one died.
Yeah, but you never know.
Count like creeps or like natural.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want all the natural stuff. That is a get that part of the fight. You're saying creeps don't matter? That is disgusting.
Creeps don't matter. Creep lads don't matter.
Poor creeps. They do the same. They have Groundhog Day every single game. They should be factored in. I actually, to be fair, I just assumed it was factored in, but today I learned.
Today we learned, and Tormentor being taken in. Wow, Disruptor Shard, amazing. I don't know, what is Disruptor Shard good for? Because it's a weird one.
It's okay for like scouting out movements, like you can place it and if someone walks through it, it's like, oh, they're there, but it's one of the more redundant ones.
Medusa. Whoa, they see her. They get the call. They have the real one here. Now, do they have the damage to follow up with? They've actually already made the call to not follow up on that onto the high ground. Would have been a pretty crazy move. Just Gyro hanging out, not popping that ulti. Not popping that BKB just yet, sorry. I'm just gonna sit in the Disruptor Thunderstrike. It's a tense game. It's a very, very tense game. BB definitely has the Medusa's number, but in that situation, not possible to follow up on the call.
It also helps the last two big ATS calls have always been Medusa plus Underlord, and the SD has got illusions of the Medusa hitting away during the call. So it's been kind of like the perfect storm for them, and now we're also seeing how BB3 PX, when he hits the big call, is still taking away a good chunk of the Medusa's mana pool, but not enough to, of course, really kill her off. You're not really expecting Axe to be that I've killed Dusa type hero. But at the base, when NAVI Junior, when they're hugging their tier 3s, you don't really want to be diving that far in, especially when Dusa can just have the protection plus the armor aura of her tier 4s. It's going to be quite the fight to take. But instead, they're actually opting to smoke out and look for the fight. Medusa picks up the MKB. She can now kill off her own illusions finally after having Butterfly for 8 minutes or so. There is no Aegis. They do have high ground vision around this area, so if MoneyMakers are just to kind of blindly run in, this is a NAVI Junior territory, but doesn't look to be the case.
I mean, who is the target for NAVI Junior's jump? Does it just have to be Gyro?
I think you want to isolate Medusa and Gyrocopter in a 1v1 duel to utilize Stone Gaze for sure.
Oop, here we go. Glimpse back onto the Necro. Just kidding, not here we go. Still just poking spells at each other.
We've also not really seen Static Storm come into big effect yet, so Radi's on this Disruptor.
Yeah.
He's going to need to try and stand up and get a good position. If he can hit that Shadow Demon, hit the Marcy, prevent them from just wreaking havoc in the fight, and that could honestly be enough to turn it. There might be an 18,000 gold lead, but nothing too unbeatable yet. Like, you got to have blind faith in Dusa. Both teams just skipping the waves. Like, all right, you're not gonna fight us. We're hugging this ward until you do.
Yep.
Ooh.
Both teams
don't lose
aware of
patience.
where the other is.
Key thing here is both teams
over the enemy vision.
Exactly. Like if either team gets impatient, that's when they're going to lose the fight. You leave your vision, you enter theirs. With how big the map is, it's so easy to have some random lingering lane ward.
Now they see Eagle, they see the two of them. Nice chance to start things off. Where's the Disruptor ulti though? It's not coming in just yet, and no ags regardless anyway, so they just get BKB'd by the Gyro. He actually pops it now. They're going in early because they managed to catch out the Medusa inside the core. Now they need to follow up with as much damage they can possibly muster. Eagle jumping in, everything being thrown at the Medusa, and everybody else just kind of dies around her. That was crazy. Everybody just died.
And then Riddy's with the old chat. Gyrocopter did 1,452 damage to Disruptor. Yep. Unfortunately, when you group up like that, you're gonna be going down. Yep.
Jesus. 7,300 damage dealt by the Gyrocopter. Yep, that'll do it.
The fight breakdowns are beautiful, or the death summaries for every hero is just a peppering of flat cannon on every single hero.
Yep. Wow. That's the thing, like, everything they used was on the Medusa, right? They weren't targeting any other hero. Everyone else was just a side thought, you know? Like, they were just a +1. I feel so bad when you're all just +1s. I'm not sure what caught out the Ember Spirit, to be fair. I didn't quite catch that one.
I think he got... I can't load up his death summary anymore, but either way, MoneyMakers, super patient with how they played, and I think this Axe has just had NAVI Junior's number the entire game. I think Slayer plus Axe in tandem have completely removed Medusa's capabilities in this game.
And hey, you were asking yesterday about mirror matchups in Dota and what it would be like, and I think this has given us a glimpse because Gyro and Medusa have kind of just played the same role, right?
Yeah, they've been identical. I still think that there are scenarios where Medusa should be able to win this matchup, but it clearly feels that when you swarm to aid your Medusa, the flak just kills all her allies out anyway, so it's a pretty difficult one. I think in hindsight, if you're looking back to the draft now at this point in the game, maybe you're the coach sitting in the back room waiting to enter the next one, it's probably this like Underlord component of the lineup. I think Underlord is just a fake counter to Gyrocopter. You're too slow in the game, you don't invade the triangle, your auras aren't as effective, so I think this hero would probably be the one to think about. But they are still going at it. They are mega creeps, but
one last hurrah, lads. But Roshan isn't up yet, and you're basically going to get flooded with creeps before you can even...
Yeah, it's a minute 20.
Yeah, they're kind of just begging them to come fight. Come on, give us our last hurrah, please. And yeah, MoneyMakers say, yeah, all right, fair enough, we'll come in. We'll help you guys out. And here we go, another day, another call onto the Medusa, who just gets turned into Swiss cheese. See you later, buddy. GG is called. Game number 1, it goes to the MoneyMakers.
Yeah, very, very clean game from them, I think. It was all down to that kind of tier 1 bottom siege from NAVI Junior where they lost the Medusa. That was kind of like the crumbling point for them, because I feel like they had maybe a different understanding of what they wanted to get from their draft. That one death catapulted Gyrocopter from like a 4k gold deficit, 3.5k gold deficit, into right behind that Medusa. And that alone just allowed Lucas to have the confidence to drag his team around the map and do everything he wanted to do. So yeah, I think you've got to be super careful against Gyrocopter. Any mistakes and the game can just feel so difficult, and especially when you don't have initiation. So a slightly weird draft from NAVI Junior, and they just didn't have that kind of perfect understanding of this draft to get it over the line. So yeah, well played MoneyMakers in game 1.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it kind of, I guess if you wanted to put it down to one point in the game in particular, I'd kind of be looking at those 2 Roche fights. Maybe something to do with the Medusa going onto the other side of the map before she was ready. She could have just kind of like been very far ahead of the Gyrocopter, like 5k, 6k, 7k ahead, but due to that kind of clumsy death, that never happened. And then the double Roche fight under the enemy vision, that was pretty critical. Like, you can't let that happen, not against an Axe.
Yeah, it's so easy to feel like you need to do a little bit more than necessary, but yeah, unfortunately, that will always be your undoing, especially because you pick a Medusa into a Shadow Demon as well. It's like, at any minute, you know that the game can just turn around, and the Medusa starts by going for the Skadi, not going for the Butterfly, but then as soon as she picks up Butterfly, Slayer's like, guys, this game's so easy. All I need to do is disrupt her just once, and she kills herself or kills the Underlord. Like, you're mentioning the Roshan fights. yeah, Axe is hitting the calls, but then the Medusa illusions from the Shadow Demon are also doing all the damage. So yeah, it was quite a weird game from NAVI Junior, unfortunately. But MVP, I'm gonna probably go with Axe. Do you disagree? Agree? Like, what's the vibe here?
Either Big Num or BB. I think we can go for the Axe though.
Okay.
I think he made the game-winning calls. You know. We can talk, we can talk about the setups and the supports and like, you know, everything which led to that. But ultimately, you know, it's a team effort. Everybody plays a part in that. And the Axe was the one pressing the buttons, so he gets the MVP button. And MVP might as well be called most buttons pressed because the Axe did press the right buttons at the right times, and that gets him the MVP.
Yeah, I think the main thing is just seeing him have the confidence of when he can go in and can't, because don't forget there were engagements where you'd see Moneymakers smoke up as 4 or 5, find the Medusa or someone else, but then they would instantly disengage and then wait for that call. And I think some Axe players, some SD players, they'd get a little bit too excited. Like, guys, I have Blink Blade Mail, they can die. I have Disruption, they can, you know, can create the illusion. So Moneymakers, they showed pretty good discipline in this game to kind of calibrate when they can go and when they can't. And yeah, pretty good stuff overall. I think they're in a good spot, honestly, to win this series. I think NAVI Junior have a lot of work to bounce back.
Pretty even draft, a pretty even game, but eventually Moneymakers break it open and they take game number 1, which puts them in an excellent position to clean up this series and clean 2-0. Will NAVI Junior have anything to say about that? Well, we'll have to find out in game number 2, which is coming up just after this short break. It's that time once again. That's right, we're getting into it. It is the second game of the series. MoneyMakers were able to take game number 1 over NAVI Junior, despite having a very, very similar strategy, but overall, a few key differences, mostly coming down to initiation, brought them ahead, and they were able to take the game. And now we move on to game number 2, T-Governor. What do you think? Do MoneyMakers now try and just replicate the same thing? You know, do they just try and make it similar again, or do you just kind of go with the flow?
I think the real question is, are they going to have the gyrocopter pick again? They've now beaten you. I'm so happy. No offense. I'm so happy they got eliminated because I was super scared pronouncing their name, but now I have to reference their series. But Ualeikumnihao. There we go. Yes, that one. Again, I apologize for my inability to pronounce your name. It's a wonderful name. But yeah, MoneyMakers played gyrocopter in that series. Then they play gyrocopter again against NAVI Junior. It's like they are consistently pushing this hero through, getting it and winning. And even in like third-party tournaments, they're picking up and beating, you know, teams like Ancient Tribers or some European teams. So you would argue maybe don't give Lucas his gyrocopter. And then from there, you might get a competitive game, because I think Lucas on the Slark didn't feel too good. Lucas on a gyro or Sven, very good.
Don't Google Slark. Don't do it. But, yeah, the gyrocopter's been very strong in that kind of ilk of hero. I imagine it's going to look pretty damn good for him. So I'm sure we're going to see them head in that direction again. I would imagine, considering they're close to knocking out NAVI Junior, which, you know, it's not like a huge upset or anything. You know, MoneyMakers, they were 5th, whilst NAVI Junior were 6th in Division 2. So we expect these teams to be pretty evenly matched, but it's just about which team can kind of pull it off in the kind of probably the most high-stakes match they've played this year.
Yeah, and the victor, they're going to have to play against NAVI, who are arguably top 3 favorites, even potential grand finalists. So it's like, you know, you kind of want to... I feel like if any team is to go into that series with confidence, it has to be a 2-0. You know, I think if NAVI Junior is to come back and win 2-1, that's really good, but it's like, it's not a dominating performance you want to go against a team like NAVI, who's kind of doing pretty well right now, even though they are in the lower bracket.
I like how, I mean, you can view it 2 ways, right? Like either MoneyMakers are going through like the sub boss now, and they got the real boss to come later, or maybe it's like they beat up the kid and the big brother's like, hey, what are you doing to my little bro? Gets revenge.
I mean, it's kind of like, you know how Gorg eliminated Alliance last qualifiers? Yeah. MoneyMakers not only get to eliminate the Eastern European equivalent, but then they're going to do 2 of them, you know, the junior and the real team. So there's also potential meme capacity where it's like, hey, I'm MoneyMakers. I didn't qualify to TI, but I took away 2 kind of rosters on a legacy organization. So that alone is something to play for.
Yeah, NAVI Org just assassinate all the MoneyMakers players afterwards. That could get spicy, absolutely. But nevertheless, we will refocus on this draft and what's exactly going on here. The gyrocopter did get banned out by MoneyMakers themselves, in fact. So they thought it's so strong that they didn't want NAVI Junior to get their hands on it, which means NAVI Junior are going to get to play it with the Invoker. So that's cool. Meanwhile, over on the other side, we got MoneyMakers grabbing the Ember Spirit, and that's what they'll be grooving with.
Yeah, the cool thing as well is like they're picking Ember into Invoker. Of course, you can argue, oh, but isn't Invoker the laning counter to Ember because of the Tornado to take away his Flame Guard? But, you know, nowadays with Ember, the slight spam, just the pacing that Ember can set, it's not great, but it's still, you know, a pretty good kind of pick to go for. And the hero is, I think, was like top 4 contested in North America or China. I can't remember which region, but it's still a very prevalent hero.
Some great foreheads here in the MoneyMakers team. It's the double foreheads. Come on, guys. Let's get some posture going. If you're watching this as well, you know, come on, guys. Let's get going with the. Oh my God, this is terrible postures all across the board. But I guess it is the draft. This is the chill out time. You know, you relax and then you get into gamer mode for the when the game starts.
Yeah, exactly. We get to see Beastmaster. Beastmaster is a hero that has often been banned out in the first phase throughout the 7 bans that you now get before you enter the pick phase, but the hero, it has flexibility. So unlike Lycan and the other Zoo counterparts, if there are big counters to that kind of push strategy, you can just go for the Ags Vanguard kind of Crimson build, and if there aren't any counters to your momentum that you can set, you can still go for Helm of Overlord and be that classic Zoo hero. So it's one of the most flexible heroes in the kind of zoo department. And for NAVI Junior, they're going to heavily react to it. Just go for a super kill heavy lane, go for that TA to push out the lane, plus the CM for that root on the creep when it eventually comes. It's a lot of kills that you expect from NAVI Junior. Easy Sunstrike setups as well, between the Frostbite into Sunstrike, if Invoker was to go down that route potentially. But yeah, I'm kind of liking both drafts. A little bit fresh compared to the previous ones that we've had to cover, where it's a little bit more kind of
stagnant draft.
Stagnant, yeah.
Yeah, dank drafts. I'm going by the original meaning, not the Zoomer meaning.
Yeah, showing your true age there, Nomad. Be careful. How old are you? You're like 31, right?
31? Jesus Christ. I'm 28.
Oh, you're kind of close.
Gained an extra 3 years. Yeah.
It's like awkwardly. No. You've not hit the high notes yet, so you're all good.
31 is only 3 years away.
How old am I? Yeah, so I realized I'm 26. I'm fine.
26, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, Rubik. Yeah, pretty good spells from the Invoker and the Crystal main. I don't hate it. Also, the damage reduction pairs up nicely with the Beastmaster to give you a pretty nice lane.
Yeah, it's mainly just the telekinesis as well in laning phase. When TA steps up to hit that meld, if you can just drag her away a little bit, she's not going to be able to reposition again during the laning phase. So there's ways for you to counterplay that. And now on top of that, you throw in a Treant Protector, having that global living armor. You're going to be able to assist what could be a very difficult offlane quite nicely with this support, Joe. And if the game does get a little bit messier, NAVI Junior only have one form of high ground siege right now, which is the TA standing her ground with like Deso, living armor, plus that lift, the roar. Like they have pretty good ways to deal with this TA. But now NAVI Junior, they see everything. They see MoneyMakers cards, face up value. There's no flexibility with any of these picks. So how can they punish it? Like high mobile cores will thrive against supports like Rubik and Tree.
Yeah, I do really like how they've answered this TA though. Like both these heroes, I feel like are pretty decent against TA in that they have like a way to play around it, and that ulti is going to be pretty decent about getting rid of the charges. You can kite her out a bit. That's good. It's good. I don't know if this gives Invoker a freer time, but like there's not really many heroes, like at least support heroes that can deal with Invoker. It's more about getting calls that can get on him and cause him issues.
It does give Invoker a freer time just on the fact that you aren't seeing mid lane pressure. And that will always be the main thing. Like when you see an Invoker, the best games that you see from them is when you know that you can't lose your mid tower before like minute 10. And you need to bring multiple heroes to your lane. Like as soon as you pick Treant Protector, you're basically telling your opponent, I'm not going to be bringing 2 supports to the mid lane fight. I'll bring maybe 1. I might living armor, but like I'm not going to be throwing bodies in. He's going to be living in the top lane, living in whatever side lane he wants to be in, right? And that's when NAVI Junior, you pick up a Timbersaw. It's like, sure, if Tree wants to live in top, I'm going to pick a Timbersaw, kill all the trees, make sure he can't stand his ground, and just progress the game that way. So I think NAVI Junior should be pretty happy with their picks. It's very reactionary though. Like you're picking CMTA to try and beat the beast in lane. You're picking a Timber to punish the Treant Protector to make sure he doesn't have kill threat. And now they just need to make sure there isn't that carry that can utilize Tree's body to maybe threaten this Timbersaw. Razor, maybe for the game, of course, on TA is pretty good. The lane, not so much, but there is still, I think, Monkey King's probably an okay ban. Other than that, that's maybe even Slark potentially could be a good ban if you're an NAVI Junior. They're the 2 that come to mind.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of think the Razor might have been a bit bold for MoneyMakers. I would have put them on a serious timer, which I don't think they really want to be on in the situation. So, and not really what Lucas has been doing well at.
That hero though deceptively
coming out for them. Sorry.
Oh, what you mean for MoneyMakers?
Yeah.
Their lane would be absolute garbage.
Okay.
The game might be alright, but I don't know if they want to go that heavily into a hope the game's good type scenario, because they're conceding, or potentially conceding their off lane. The mid should go even, and now you need one lane to have some type of momentum, because if you concede 3 lanes, you basically tell your opponent you can push out whatever lane you want, you can make as many stacks as you want because we're in mode recovery. And I kind of sense from MoneyMakers lineup that they will naturally be in that recovery mode post laning phase, unless they just find some perfect kills, some maybe start in a tri lane scenario, get a cheeky kill on TA, she comes back to lane, kill her again, like that type of scenario. But they just need to be careful. This last pick can't be too greedy, and it's maybe why Razor was like the middle ground for MoneyMakers, or at least NAVI Junior's bans, because it's like it can play aggro in lane and it shouldn't concede lane to then allow you to just TP in and just punish TA. Like before TA has what, 3-4 items, Razor can be a thorn in her side with that static link.
Very, yeah, kind of the anti-carry, I guess, in that regard, which you don't want to be playing into because it just kind of levels the playing field too much.
10 seconds.
No, I want Monkey King to be banned, actually. I think that's probably the nice middle ground hero that I've been thinking about. And I've seen Lucas Slark, so I'd like to see him play it again if I was NAVI Junior. There's about,
world, a different
there's about 100 people that watched the previous series when Lucas played it, and they're like, aha, yeah, we get it. And everyone else is like, what are you on about?
Yeah, that's a joke for them.
Yeah, the true viewers.
All right. Yeah, definitely going to be something more aggressive than, I suppose, from MoneyMakers, which is all I say. But what about NAVI Junior? Because they're the ones picking up next. They have to grab themselves a offlaner. No, they don't. They got Timbersaw. Never mind. They have to grab themselves another support.
I can see some like, well, oh, they banned Monkey. Let's go. I can see like Willow being a good option. Super aggressive. In tandem with CM as well. Like super potent smoke ganks. Like one Bramble into Frostbite, Shadow Realm. You know, super good. Other than that,
10 seconds
maybe you go back for the Shadow Demon, which has been kind of like the hero of Eastern Europe a little bit, but I'd like to see like a classic 4 position at least. Oh,
I was actually thinking Spirit because
were you actually?
Yeah.
Damn, okay, all right. That's fine. I'm sorry for talking.
No, it's all good. It's all good. The reason I didn't say it is because you can't see the carry yet, but you know it's decent against Ember Spirit. But then if they just get like another kind of cut down carry here, like a troll or something, then they can just kind of tear him apart if he does roll in. So yeah, there you go, PA. Same kind of idea. But yeah, what do you think of this lane now? Because that's what you were worried about.
So PA is one of those heroes that can get something from a Timber lane because you can like dagger spam the range creeps. You can blink strike away from when Timber use Chakram and stuff, but I think, if anything, the biggest indicator from this draft is NAVI Junior are going to look to play very aggressive. Like when you pick Timber in your off lane and you go for a super active 4 position like Spirit, you're not saying, oh, we're going to play dual lanes for 10 minutes. No, you're going to break from your laning phase at minute 4, maybe even earlier. You're going to throw that Spirit with the CM around the map and go for kills. So I'd be really scared if I'm this Beastmaster. Any minute you step down that lane trying to go for that extra wild axes, you're going to get hit by some roll, some Crystal Novas, some Frostbites, and things get dicey. So this is a game where NAVI Junior, they need to go. And at some point, yes, there is going to be some overfarmed Lucas PA from the jungle emerging with Battle Furies, Desos, BKBs, and could just be unkillable. Like, there is no real lockdown for a PA, right? When you look at this lineup, like NAVI Junior, they hate late game engagements. They hate when the game goes to like minute 40, minute 50. Their draft's a little bit on a timer. So all eyes on can NAVI Junior execute a high pace lineup that requires just good execution, good calls, and yeah, good play. It'll be exciting to see, especially when they lose it. They're out. No more TI.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure is on, and they put themselves in a situation where their fate is in their hands, which I love. Like, I like that they have the confidence to kind of try that. And yeah, make or break time for NAVI Junior. Very excited to see what they can do in this situation. But for MoneyMakers, you know, I feel like this is a good draft from them as well. You know, they can always fight back as well. So I know this game is going to be brawly. I know it's going to be a good watch. So let's just get into it. MoneyMakers versus NAVI Junior, game number 2, battling it out for those TI qualification slots. So damn important. So yeah, I think there is a good chance which NAVI Junior can just crush this lanes, or crush all these lanes though, right? Like, I can see a way for them to win every single lane.
Yeah, just it's the world where like this Invoker goes pretty good mid, you then get some Vessel, TA goes for a Deso, you get a quick Roshan, Timbersaw naturally just taking some heat in the top lane. Like, they have the perfect lineup to just crush a game. But it's not about their execution, and the deep wraparound from MoneyMakers, placing that classic ward on the southern side of the hill. They see Riddies,
Yeah, there's a potential for the double meld here, but they're not going to come close for it, which is going to be
nice kick.
Got the juice, but yeah, beautiful kick there, separating the fight out and giving them a chance to try and bring down Lucas, but they can't quite get it down. PMA's the one in trouble. PMA needs to get back. He's going to go down. That'll be a first blood. Eagle to follow will be the second kill of the fight, so it is a trade, but the first blood did go to Slayer. Now they're trying to run down Bignum as well. Meanwhile, BB and Slayer chasing in through the back as well. Maybe they'll turn their attention towards Toshi, and they absolutely will. Toshi B's gone. Meanwhile, Bignum does get smacked in the back of the head by Days as well, so it's absolute carnage over by the Rune fight.
And Crystal Maidens, they don't have the biggest mana pool, and she's used plenty of Novas now. Only gonna have maybe, what, 2 Novas for the lane? So I think NAVI Junior throwing a lot of resources to not really get a lot from it. Who actually took the kills in the end? So 1 to Invoker, 1 to Earth Spirit, compared to... Ooh, Slayer stole. I say stole. But he got both of the kills. Maybe NAVI Junior actually taking a bit of a win on that one, I guess. Just because of Treant Protector getting both of the kills.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see what the Treant can do with it. I don't know, just buy a Glove of Haste and start smacking the system. That's what I'm saying.
Nah, he bought Boot Stick, but he can, you know, smack fools just a little bit.
Cringe.
Yeah. You're cringe.
Lame. Slayer immediately just getting beaten down the moment he comes back into the lane, by the way. Very rude welcoming back for him. He has got to be careful from this lane as well. They can fight back pretty hard with the Whirling Death and just with the amount of damage which Spirit can pump out as well.
Yeah, this top lane from MoneyMakers is basically get whatever you're given. Like, at any minute Slayer steps up, you're going to be hit by a Whirling Death. Before Timber hits level 3, there could be scenarios, some like Leech Seed into Dagger Spam might be able to kill him off, but I'd be very surprised if NAVI Junior were to go down in this lane.
Yeah, the 4-man melee lane is going to be quite the watch. I love this.
I mean, this is what Dota's meant to be. You know, this is just a brawl fest.
Yeah,
None of this like
ranged hero.
Yeah,
get him out of here. Oh, heavy hits onto Bignum. My goodness, they get out the Frost, they get out the Meld Strike, and they will be able to bring him down. Rubik, got to be more careful than that. BB meanwhile being chased. He's got his Hawk though, which is going to do its rightful duty and dive bomb down onto the TA. Is it going to make a difference? Well, it is. He is going to be able to get himself out of this one, but yeah, a lot of aggression from NAVI Junior down at bottom and at top.
Yeah, the really cool thing in top lane, Lucas, he blinked or Phantom Strike in the way of the roll to prevent Slayer from getting jumped on. I kind of wish there was a Bloodseeker in the game, so we had all this bonus speed, but now Treant dies top.
Cuts down 1, cuts down 2, it's a double for the Timbersaw. You gotta respect him, but it's a quadruple melee lane. Timbersaw will always be king in this situation.
Whoa. Okay, let's take a breather. Let's look at mid. This is like the low action lane for now, right?
It's like classical music. Da, 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 da,
yeah, exactly.
Da, da, da.
Oh, that was nice. I can breathe now.
Calm.
I'm on the edge of my seat when I look at top. It's uncomfortable to watch it.
Everyone's like 10 HP, just every spell on cooldown.
It's just also loud attack animations. Like these heroes, they don't hit each other quietly. It's the big thud of a tree, the slap of an earth spray. It's really quite disorientating. Oh, refreshing once again.
And yeah, we've seen this lane before as well. It's very chill. Emma Spirit uses Flame Guard, gets tornadoed, curses Invoker under his breath, and then everyone's just chill. Invoker usually does a little bit better from this just because he's able to kind of just sit in the lane. And as a hero, he just prefers that.
Also, surprisingly enough, Slayer was actually able to stack the small camp, so giving a little bit of life to this lane for MoneyMakers. Lucas able to farm under tower. I think if your days, you're going to be thinking about blocking this up soon because you want the lane to be in the middle. You want it to be in a position where PA is scared to go near Timbersaw. Anytime Slayer gets a pull off, PA is going to be just thankful she has a creep or two. And yeah, this bot lane, we expected it to be very TA favored, and yeah, TA favored it is. 21 CS. Beastmaster, of course, doing relatively well with the 18. I could see Spirit maybe in a minute starting to make some rotations. He's looking at mid, actually.
Yeah, they're moving in here, but Igor very well prepared for this and has backed himself away. So a little bit too deep to go for this play, and misses the slight there as well. Osprey going to start heading back up to top.
Oh, Beastmaster it.
Final Beastmaster, yeah, does get caught by the blood grenade. Not going to be enough to finish him off, though. He will survive, and he's got the salve to come back into this one as well as that ring of health. So, going to be able to just turn back into this lane.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen Earthspirit look to go to bot lane, especially with the fact that NAVI Junior are able to pull and kind of keep the creeps away from the Dire Tower. It would just net the kills. You know, BB 3PX, he's 200 gold away from Vanguard. It's going to make him tankier. Is it going to make him unkillable? Probably not. There's a lot of, you know, cheap damage to throw around, but it will just make things slightly more difficult down the line.
Yeah, for sure. Daze has definitely felt a little bit lost for the last couple of minutes. Great start to the game, you know, finding the aggression up in top side, getting a double kill for his Timbersaw. Really good start, and now he's just kind of like, well, now they started getting these pulls off, he doesn't know what to do. But in the mid, he TPs across here, looking to maybe make the jump onto Igor, but Igor sees it, sidesteps it, and now it's the Invoker who's in trouble. He needs some help, but he's not going to get any. Down goes the Invoker. Lift up, throw back onto Daze as well. MoneyMakers bringing in the supports, trying to get the kill, and with the blood grenade coming down as well, Slayer says, I don't care, I'll take that tower for you, King. Gets Igor another, and that is complete outplay for MoneyMakers in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there with Earthspirit. Just a little bit confused on what to do, right? He's going to mid, but then doesn't really connect, then runs back top. TP's back to mid, but Invoker's already used spell, so a little bit of disconnect in how Earthspirit and Invoker want to play together. Meanwhile, MoneyMaker's super decisive. You get this tree awkwardly waddling to mid lane, but punishing that move, so a rare tree rotation on mid, but it works out beautifully. You get the kill. He's gonna need to find his place on the map soon. He's now gonna look to try and kill an Ember Spirit, but level 6 has the Remnant. An unlikely kill.
Here we go, throwing everything they've got at him, and away he goes. Unlucky.
The rune of invisibility.
And immediately
It's a matter of seconds difference, right?
Yeah. They tried to chain it, but obviously with low levels and the support spells, it's really, really difficult.
Yep, we're hitting the 7-minute mark as well. A rare moment as well. We're not really seeing that contest where either team's looking to bully out their opponent for a double wisdom rune. Both teams pretty content, just going 1 for 1. Stacks being made up by everyone. Ancients galore. Oh, look at just the efficiency from both teams there. Both triangles getting stacked, both 4 positions stacking whilst getting the wisdom rune. Do love to see it.
Yeah, it's been a common theme, at least in this series. Made more sense last game, but I guess once you're in the habit of it, you're like, oh, well, might as well. And yeah.
Oh, Slayer, you stepped out, mate.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get bored down here. NAVI Junior finding something on the map, and it will be the Treant Protector, so... Yeah, doing all right, NAVI Junior. I kind of want to be seeing them do better with this draft. You know, this draft kind of thrives on smashing the lanes. Like, they're doing good, but... Yeah. Want a little bit more from them.
It really boils down to just where you're playing on the map, right? And I think we've already touched on how the Earthspirit has missed a couple beats of the early game, and that will be the kind of the key components of if the game gets a little bit difficult in 4 or 5 minutes time, we can probably reference back to the Earthspirit. But for now, they are still in a pretty good spot to dictate the pace of the game. But they just need to start netting more kills. Like Lucas on this PA, the reason why you pick it into Timbersaw is you never really get pushed out of the lane too much. Like, you get annoyed 100%, but you still awkwardly get close enough to Battle Fury by that 10-minute mark. It's not as if it's doom and gloom.
Let's see what Lucas can do and how much space he's actually going to be given this game, because that's kind of more on NAVI Junior. To hit their timings, then come running down and try and outpace the PA with the TA. Yeah, BB taking up mid for a little bit as well, just making sure he can fill in whilst the Ember's trying to get something done on the map and keep the tower shoved out, which I think is actually a really nice thing to see. Like the Beastmaster just farming Ancients and running and shoving out mid so that the Invoker doesn't thrive too much when the Ember leaves. They don't lose a tower or anything like that. And Rue's kind of just happy to Fate Bolt bottom wave over and over. You know, he's getting a nice dump of XP from this. It's very efficient from MoneyMakers. Probably too efficient. This needs to be abused.
Yeah, it's. I think it boils down to the fact that they understand Ember can't really kill a hero. Like, you go to a Timber lane, you're probably not going to kill. You go for the TA, you would need to bring both supports down, and I don't think those supports are in a position to play the wider map right now. So they have just kind of defaulted to farm as much as you can and wait and see how NAVI Junior wants to enter the game. No, I fully agree. I kind of want to see more things occur on the map. Of course, you don't want to drag your Invoker into fights before the vessel comes out, which I believe should be coming out with Korea. No, it's not. That's way too early. What am I saying? No, but either way, CM and Earthspirit, I want to see them just make some moves.
Yeah, it's moving. Well, top tower has gone down, which is definitely something, so that'll help. Middle tower has also taken a fair thumping from Eagle, though, who is actually being the one much more sticky in this.
Look at the stacks, Nomad. Like, Beastmaster's just been farming a storm. He's farmed the ancient stacks. He's now coming for another ancient stacks. Really are living up to their name.
Yes, sir. Stacking up the maxes.
Is he going to go for the Axe build, or... Because he went Vanguard and he's going Mana Boots, which is the traditional approach to buying, of course, Aghanims. If he was going Helm of Dominator, he'd have bought that kind of directly. So I guess he is just going to go for that build. Am I a fan of it? We'll see. I feel like Helm the Overlord probably would be better this game, just to have more pressure to amp up everyone else. But you have a peer on your team, just having that Vladzora is always going to be key. We'll see if he still goes for it or not.
I think I'd like to see it. Here we go. Lift up onto the TA. They try and catch it before the shield comes out, but doesn't matter. The Raw's there regardless. Eagle's on top of her as well. Got the juice getting very, very low. No chance getting a refraction off here, and got the juice will fall. Daze jumps in there. They're looking for a bit of revenge here. NAVI Junior looking for the big response as they will melt down BB. Daze does survive through that as well, despite taking a ton of damage, and Bignum just hanging out by the tree line, not willing to risk his life. Ember, he's being chased a little bit here, so he's going to take the courier. Slowed up. Remnant is available. He gets another courier. That shouldn't have happened.
A good opportunity to learn.
Truly excellent.
Great voice lining as well. 10 out of 10 on that play, Eagle. Good job. And yeah, NAVI Junior, they're showing us that they're kind of just happy to play the reactive Dota. You know, they don't really mind not being the one to make plays this game, which is, you know, that's their take on this game to date. So we'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, it could also have been it could also be a situation based on levels, right? Like, CM and Earthspirit only just hit level 6. Maybe that could have been a deterrent from them wanting to make the moves, but now that they've got it, they are smoked up. Going into the Beastmaster mid, kicking him back. Use your big spells.
Up on the top side. Oh. Comes out. Shield is there, and the TA is gone, as is the Beastmaster as well. So,
the world's longest slide.
Yeah, he's gone for a while, eh? Trade which definitely favors MoneyMakers though. Beastmaster, he's happy to go down there if the trade is going to be the enemy carry.
P-mate, he's chasing.
Yes, indeed. Bignum taking some heavy hits, but this time, NAVI Junior, they're looking for a little bit more. Oh, Timber Chain off the mark, though. Bignum might get to survive from that as well. Tries to dodge it. His own Chakram comes back, but Toshi's there with the damage.
Yeah, and through all the chaos of the engagements, guess what's about to be completed for Lucas?
Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Battle Fury.
13 minute, 18 second. Not too shabby. And yeah. At that point, it's now Desolators on the cards, you got BKB on the horizon, and for NAVI Junior, this is the window of the game where make moves together, give TA purpose to go Roshan, utilize that to close out the map and try and prevent the efficiencies of PA, because if they don't hit any of these beats, this last pick PA will just keep on scaling.
Yeah, but they know she's here. Roll comes in, you ask for it, and they're delivering. Immediate rotation onto this Phantom Assassin. Nice Battle Fury, bro. And they take it down regardless. Not allowed to just sit around and farm. NAVI Junior have her number. I believe that was without a ward as well. Not super sure.
Yeah, it's just a...
Dire's bottom
I think they had scan available. Yeah, they used the scan to find her location.
Meanwhile, Bignum, he's taking some pretty heavy hits here from the Invoker, but with the ulti coming out from Slayer, maybe they can look for the turnaround, but nice deafening blast coming through from Toshibi. That's going to really kind of slow down the side of MoneyMakers and stop them responding to this. Meanwhile, PA respawns and just going to head to the top side of the map. Her job now is to try and farm where other heroes aren't.
Yeah, and Vessel complete an Invoker, Desolator 200 gold away. This is, you're screaming for Roshan probably soon, and the Ancient stacks just haven't been touched for NAVI Junior yet. TA trying to play a little bit more on the map, and maybe she was afraid to go back to the Ancients after her dying there previously, but CM did deward there. But yeah, it feels like it is daytime. Desolator complete pre-15 minutes. Do you want to be looking at this? It feels like it's such a big objective, and yeah, we'll see if they... Oh, it's actually nighttime. Psych, go TP top. Timber's taking them. Okay, I didn't expect Timber to go for the stacks, but all right. Stealing res. Like, TA, you haven't taken them in, what, 5 minutes of farm? They're now mine. Sorry, Chief.
Yep, your clock has run out. EMA grabs him, and that's going to bring him very, very close to his Kaya in Sanj, which is a pretty formidable timing.
Well, status resistance is going to be very good against any of the spells that MoneyMakers throw on him, and then throw a bit more amp on top. Yep, very stable item, and here we go. They go for the Roshan. Something I've been kind of not even hinting at. I've just been blatantly just saying do it. Yeah, just straight asking for it. But yeah,
you are not a subtle man.
No, I am not. I love you, no man.
Roshan should be brought down very quickly indeed from all this minus armor from the TA, and now it becomes a game of survival for the MoneyMakers. They survived through the laning phase, but now you have to survive through this monstrous timing they're going to have on the side of NAVI Junior. You know, I kind of would like Invoker to just go straight for the BKB this game. You know, like Midas is great. Yeah, I understand that, but wouldn't it be great if you just had a BKB and they just hit this timing with like Aegis, Blink, Deso, BKBs? Like, oh my goodness, that would be delicious. But then obviously you're kind of relying heavily on getting a lot done with that first Aegis, probably more than is feasible.
I like the idea of having some fail safes built into NAVI Junior's lineup. Like we've clearly explained how it's very volatile, right? Like they need to go, and at some point PA will just stop that and just be the unkillable hero. And if you go for all in for the 20-minute mark and then full flat, then you're already looking at like a 30-minute GG. So I kind of like the idea of them half and halving. And you know, Timbersaw is showing that with the Sanj Kaya. He's going for the build which will allow him to buy Hex down the line, the BKB himself, and also become a scaling core, unlike some Timbersaws.
I love how Eagle's playing this at the moment. EMA is going to find him and just wants to force him out of the area more than anything, but he actually doesn't have a remnant available. No.
Nice dodge.
Nice dodge, yeah, that might just save him. TPing out, and the roll's not there in time.
That was so awkward.
Yeah, the voice lines from him are just, he's using those Gabe voice lines incredibly.
I wish they were just a little bit louder though. I think Gabe's voice is so smooth that like it kind of falls in line with the rest of Dota. You know, I kind of want that to be cranked up a little bit on volume. Maybe throw in a little emoji Gabe head as well when they get used. I need it to be more visual, more obnoxious.
Sometimes the subtleties in life are nice. Not everything has to be flashing in your face. You know, TikTok style Subway Surfers. You know. So it's all about survival now. And Igor, you know, just took a pretty decent leap into them being able to do that, just splitting deep waves down on the bottom side, dragging a bunch of heroes back, and then getting out without dying. That's the kind of thing they need to be doing, right? Like, it was very flashy, and that's a pretty extreme example, but that's going to put them in a really good place to keep control of this game and not let things get out of hand with this TA. And actually, they might even be able to find a kill on Daze. Never mind. That roll comes out, and Daze just flies away in complete invulnerability.
I just love the way MoneyMakers are playing this, right? They got 3 heroes kind of dragging the whole 5-man of NAVI Junior around. They're not just hitting a tower with TA, whilst you have this Treant Protector hugging the PA the entire time, utilizing this invis, just looking to break any smokes. And the one moment that they separate, NAVI Junior is swarming in, but then she TP's out. Just beautiful reads from MoneyMakers there. Annoy with 3. Okay, Slay, you know what? Fair play. It was destined. They really didn't want him to live there, but
they plonked that ward on his head.
No, I love the way that they were playing. That was just really good map play, and it's what you need to do against this lineup. This TA. You get an Aegis, it screams go push, and Lucas, he identifies the fact that NAVI Junior are playing in a way that they could throw away a fight. He doesn't go for Desolator, he goes straight for that BKB. When Treant spawns, I could see them looking to go for a little scuffle, a little engagement. Only a minute and a half left from this Aegis.
Let's see if they can keep this. I mean, if they keep this tier 2 alive, then that would be kind of insane, because that means they don't lose a single tier 2 in the duration of the Aegis, which is not the game plan for NAVI Junior. Let's see if they're going to try and make this defense happen here. Matchmakers, Moneymakers, they turn up. And nice ulti in the backlines here from Slayer, and in comes Lucas. He's got the BKB, he's got the damage takedown 1, takedown 2. Really Santoshi straight out the fight, as PMA is going to be the next target of this Phantom Assassin, who just takes down 3. Big damage coming out from that BKB PA.
They're just making all the right moves on Moneymakers, where to farm, where to split the map up, how to just...
Goodness.
You're kind of treating NAVI Junior like a puppet. You're fully controlling them. They're not making their own moves. They're just falling victim to whatever Moneymakers tell them to do. Oh, look, they're kind of top. Let's go top. Let's go push bomb. But in this Treant Protector, 4 points living armor, a TA by herself isn't enough to do it. And yeah, Tree's just keeping all these towers, tippity top shape.
I mean, the game just feels so hard now from the side of NAVI Junior. Like, that was your timing. You were supposed to be the bosses, the kings. To come back now, well, I mean, it's only 1k gold advantage for sure, but it's just a pacing issue. This PA is now just going to get her Desolator easily, and then probably one more item again until they're forced into another fight. Yeah, the game state is much worse than its net worth deficit is making out.
Also, like, how does Invoker get to free cast his spells from the fight? As soon as he shows, he's going to have some PA dagger out of nowhere, some Ember will jump him. Ember's about to complete BKB as well. Like, this is such a spooky window of the game. I feel like every hero in NAVI Junior is kind of playing for themselves as well. There's only one real defensive item, which is the Glimmer on the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah. How do you think that fight would have gone if Invoker had had a BKB?
They'd have lost a lot quicker.
Damn it.
No. They would have, you know what? I take it back. They'd have lost a little bit slower. How about that?
Okay. Sounds like a win to me.
TA is such a funky hero as well, because I'm pretty sure some like TA purists out there are like, oh, TA is amazing, it's PA. You can buy MKB, you buy Deso, you one-shot her and whatnot, but it's like, you always need like an item advantage on top of her and a better vision game. So it's always hard to get that into the mix. And I feel like if you're relying on TA to be the sole hero versus PA, it's so easy for PA to hide and blur and that TA to get impatient. As soon as she uses that blink once in the fight, she's locked into that location of the engagement, and then that's where PA can kind of dance around the edge of it, phantom striking that she needs. So it is so difficult for Na'Vi.
In addition to that, you've got this Treant, who's the big X Factor, but we will wait as they oh, Jesus, Daze is just absolutely cut down. Riddies might be in similar trouble as well. They've got the vision. The Hawk comes flying in, and Lucas to follow as he picks up yet another kill. They just get caught out on a little warding mission. The two supports holding hands, skipping through the forest, and then suddenly have their heads rolling across the forest floor. Moneymakers on the offensive. They're going on this high ground. I mean, got the juices ready for them, though. He's trying to stand and fight and take down BB. Meanwhile, Lucas focusing on the Timber Sword, but can't quite do the damage to the Timber. And now, actually, the call from Moneymakers is to get himself back, but there is still his BKB on Ego, so he is kind of happy to stand his ground for a little bit, but that physical damage from TA ain't no joke. They do respect it, and Moneymakers, they get themselves away without losing anybody.
Daze is going in. Look at the minimap, there's no one else behind him, but he's trying to start the fight.
I mean, he views Moneymakers as being out of steam, and Moneymakers are kind of showing that as well. They're not helping beat them out at all here. They're saying, hey, it's just a Rubik. It's just a Rubik. We don't want to fight without our BKB on the PA.
He just keeps going.
Here is silly.
Oh, he got another one.
That'd actually be really good. Daze might be single-handedly saving this game right now. Sure, the Hawks are jumping around trying to do their thing, but BB is just running into a brick wall. There's nowhere else to run, and he gets killed off. TA takes him out.
you're the redemption. You know, after the laning phase from days where you looked a little bit lost, like, you need to make some big plays to get back in this one, and yeah, they do it.
Yeah, the cross-map chase is always going to be huge. Slayer trying to just cut the waves here, try and make things a little bit awkward for NAVI Junior, but he's not committing to taking down the waves. He just watched his teammates get chased halfway across the map by an Spirit. He doesn't want to be another longer map fire.
Ah, it's so awkward though. Look at him. They can barely kill the tower. It's like living armor plus a fortify. What are you really getting from this? And that is the inevitable undoing for NAVI Junior, is that constant nuisance of Treant Protector. Like, they needed maybe one more source of tower damage and they'd probably be in a much better position, but every time they get to a tier 2, there's a glyph, there's a living armor, there's something skipping a wave. It's most unfortunate, but Roshan, it is back available. They kind of need to do it.
He's
vibing
so well. Yeah, he's just delaying them so much. He's being so annoying in that one fight where there's like the big turnaround fight. It was him. He was in the backlands with the overgrowth. And I think that's such a good spell versus this TA hero.
It is. TA is always one of those fun heroes because she's so dependent on her blink dagger, and if she uses it incorrectly, there's no way for her to reposition, right? It's not like these other heroes that have that extra spell. She sure acts to some degree, but yeah. Roshan is falling.
Yeah, the double melds making this very quick. They need to get over here now. MoneyMakers moving across. They're in the pit. Roche is low. In comes the slide. They're going to know how low it is, but the ace is already picked up. Full got the juice, and now they're going to commit to the fight regardless, as Crystal Main just trying to let it go in the middle of the fight, but she gets caught down. Got the juice. Going to follow as well. Going to respawn in a second, but there's nobody here to help her out. This is just going to be another death for the TA, possibly. BKB, but Roar is there. The damage is in, and down she goes. Sure, okay, you got your Aegis. Well done, but... oh, just an absolute slaughter immediately afterwards. 3 heroes down on the side of NAVI Junior. And MoneyMakers are just so in control of this right now.
Oh, it's a filthy fight. I mean, PA just free casting her spells the entire time. Jumps in, Earth Spirit, has to escape on nearly no HP, then instantly looks at the Invoker, forces him to Ghost Walk as well. And NAVI Junior... yes, the net worth is relatively even, but Lucas, he just does everything by himself. Like PMA, look at his positioning. He's the tanky frontliner with the gem, with the Lotus Orb, but he just can't stand up front, and you blink and the heroes are gone. It's they can't fight. Like, they can fight when they chase, but when it's a perfect 5-on-5, equal vision, MoneyMakers are always out in the lead. And we come back from the replay, and Slayer, who is vying for MVP, locates the Invoker with his invisibility and gives his team just free access to get another pick off. PA, one of those heroes, if you don't shut her down, she's going to 1v9 the game, and look at it, it's the Lucas show right now.
It is, yeah, he's managed to find his way. I mean, it's never really out of it. He had great timing on that Battle Fury, died immediately afterwards, and then just has been farming and killing ever since. Exemplary Phantom Assassin performance. And
oh, there's no lift.
No, not quite. And the TA hasn't looked like an assassin at all, really. I'm not sure what the A stands for in TA, but...
arse. Bad. It's,
not getting
James's favorite hero.
Sadly. Yeah. And they're just continuing to kind of chase around the map now. MoneyMakers looking for this high ground. I mean, is this a bit forced? It's definitely not forced if you can take down PMA, but they actually can't. Slayer's going to be the first one to die. PMA actually gets the Timber Chain away, but he's got the Vessel upon him. Toshi, meanwhile, just dead straight off the bat. No Invoker. Got the juice to try to fight up here, but can't do so. BKB, it's doing nothing. And now it runs out. The chains are there, and the damage is in. Down goes got the juice. They'll move over towards Toshibi as well, who's just on a dieback here. The BKB is out from the Beastmaster, and they can finish off this Invoker. It's going to be so bad for them, and they can. MoneyMakers getting another kill after kill after kill. It doesn't stop for them. PMA doing his best to try and ward them back, throws out chakrams or anything, but the barracks are going down. There is no contest.
That's why PA is such a bonkers hero. The TA, she blinks on top of this Phantom Assassin, but because of the vanish buffer of her blur, she doesn't see him. And then, oh wait, she's there. She blinks again. It's like, yeah, this PA just dancing around the fights. Did get relatively low, but it's just too much. NAVI Junior, it's what, TA versus the world at this point. We're not really seeing the impact of Invoker in these fights. He's got a Vessel, a Force, and a Midas. These aren't the items, the big ticket items you want to be talking about at that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, and no MKB on the Templar Assassin as well, which I think is crazy. Going instead for the Chrysalis. And
yeah, I think
the Silver Edge. I don't know
She
about
just
that.
didn't have the game. I think she had MKB in her quick buy, but with the state of the game, the pacing that was set, I don't think she could think that she could get that much gold. And then if you go for the Chrysalis, it's a cheaper item, and then you can look for Silver Edge many fights after, and PA. Yeah, we just seen it as well with the Defiant Shell. Like, you jump her with the TA on top, it's like you're just always going to get right-clicked back. And
holy shit.
Yeah. This is
Defiant Shell to dodge one shot. There's nothing to pierce blur, so gonna dodge a bunch of shit as well. She's got the evasion time, and look at this, just walks up to heroes with the blur. There's nothing they can do about it. Okay, there's a little bit they can do about it. Missing a tip.
Until they die
about it. And now PA's PMA might be falling as well. It's another. Oh, never mind. Timber chain up to the high ground. All right, potential here, but no, the TA just gets killed. Lucas on him like a flash and completely takes him apart. Oh my goodness. Bottom side now, really, he's just trying to make it back to the fountain. It's a desperate state of affairs right now. Basher picked up as she jumps back in. No way, surely you don't get away with this. Sunstrike coming on down as well, and Lucas finally gets punished for the overextension. A breath can be taken by NAVI Junior as Lucas gets a little bit too spicy for his own good, and they're still trying to fight under this tier 3 tower, by the way, which they haven't taken the tier 2 for. They've got the two of them locked down. No way that is kill them here. They are. Who needs a carry? They're just running in regardless. PMA a bit to all of them right now, jumping through 4 heroes. He takes down one. The Lotus off 2. Holy moly, look at that. Going to work the Lotus, doing even more so. It's turning into just a 1v1 now as the Ember pieces out.
The fuck am I watching?
I don't. There's birds. There's stuff. But finally, MoneyMakers will back themselves away. My God, what a fight!
I'm all here for it, and Lucas, a little bit of an overextension, giving NAVI Junior just a glimpse of hope, but was it really enough? That Lotus Orb from Timbersaw really just did a lot of work. That was really very nice.
8k damage dealt by the Timber throughout those entire engagements.
And the tier 2 bottom's still alive. They're just diving behind a tier 3 because they have all the confidence in the world. Like,
too much, has to be said. Maybe too much. There was no reason for that to take place, other than just to hammer NAVI Junior into the ground and make them feel terrible about themselves. And yeah,
they're not feeling good after that one for sure. It's like we killed them, but we have no confidence anymore. Like, I think the fact that the fact that TA did go for this Chrysalis Silver Edge play rather than going for the MKB, it does give her defensive capabilities, of course. When PA jumps, she can then Silver Edge, disengage, wait for the opportunity, but will Lucas dive again? Will MoneyMakers dive deeper this time? Can NAVI Junior got the juice in the position to right-click? I don't know. It's going to be one of those games. It's MoneyMakers' game to lose. That's the short of it.
Taking heavy hits, changed up as well, and he's just gone. The crit is there from Lucas. He's out for the count. No buyback available. Wasn't expecting the entire team to just be waiting, but then again, only 2 heroes dealt with him anyway. The rest of them just smoked them behind, waiting for somebody else to show. This isn't how it ends, right? They're just going for the middle barracks.
TA sold her Dragon Lance just to get the Silver Edge.
All right, well, let's see what she can do with it. BKB comes out, Lucas and TA fighting up in the middle, and TA doesn't stand a goddamn chance. She's just gone, and the GGs are called. Game number 2, it goes to the MoneyMakers so convincingly at that as well. Triple kill for Lucas to finish things up. My God, Phantom Assassin just turning this game inside out. And more importantly, turn the TA inside out.
Oh yeah, I think Lucas is really proving to be one of those 1v9 style carry players. Of course, Slayer had an exceptional game on the String Protector. I think if you're a 5 player trying to understand positioning and what to do in a game, if you have a reliable carry, this game is the game to watch from Slayer's perspective. How he just bodied a lot of the smokes, gave PA the confidence to farm that extra little bit in areas where maybe she could get ganked, to then just break the game with her timing. It's going for the BKB, then the Deso after. It's, an exceptional game from Slayer and Lucas, and very much deserved to progress into the next round of the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, super sick. Like for Lucas as well, he had 2 deaths, which were, I mean, one was just farming the Ancients. You know, they didn't have vision on him, so it was just a read, but maybe you don't be so predictable there. Maybe you notice that people are missing. And then 1 death going for the overextension as well. You're a little bit clowny, maybe. If you take those 2 out of the equations, it was easily a tier 1 carry performance from him, I would say. Very, very nice stuff. And yeah, Lucas continuing to kind of excite, regardless of the one misstep. Still a very exciting player, honestly.
Feels like Aegis was the undoing of NAVI Junior, though. Like, the first Aegis, we just saw the highlight, the tier 2 engagement. They kind of throw it away. They feel like they have to get towers on during this window, but Treant Protector stops them. And then at 26-minute mark, they go again for Aegis, but this time, Timber doesn't have any HP. They also don't really have teamfight built into their draft. So if they are jumped with the full 5 of Moneymakers, they are probably going to lose the fight. And it just felt a little bit desperate. Like, they drafted themselves a lineup that had to go from the laning phase to the end of the game. They dictate absolutely everything, and if they ever take their foot off the gas, if they ever make a mistake, PA will just, you know, get through that aggression and completely destroy it. But I know probably people will dislike this, but I feel like I have to give MVP to Slayer. Like, do you agree, disagree? What's the vibe? Like, Lucas, he popped off 100%, but Slayer made so many cool plays subtly in this game. Up to you. You can decide. You can decide.
All right, well, I'm going Slayer because I think Slayer got them through the hardest part of the game. He played the best when the entire team needed him to. Lucas delivered on what he was kind of like. Not what he delivered more than what he was meant to, but he still delivered on what he was meant to do. But both of them performed their roles like super well, and like honestly, they're both super deserving of it, like a complete 50-50. But Slayer overperformed when they really needed him to, when the game was hardest, and then Lucas made that turnaround happen. The 2 of them made the turnaround happen, and then Lucas was the kind of ender of the game. So yeah, I mean this very exciting safe lane from the 2 of them, but definitely good job, Slayer.
Yeah, I think this is one of those games as well where you give the MVP to literally anyone, but the whole team needs to subscribe to the idea of how to deal with the aggression of a team that is chasing that 15-minute Aegis, that is looking to hit your tier 2 towers. And I think it all boils down to, from the point in the draft where you identify that, you pick the Treant Protector, you then play around it beautifully where you offer up 3 heroes at the tier 2s whilst the tree protects PA. Like, I think this is a very high skill way of playing the game out where you need everyone to understand it. And yeah, they execute on it, they punish NAVI Junior, and now their reward is to play against NAVI in the next phase of the bracket. So congratulations, Moneymakers. You've gone and beat
through to the final boss.
The final boss of NAVI. If you beat both NAVIs, what happens then? Do you get like an extra buff?
NAVI Senior comes out of nowhere.
Wow, look at that. We also had a live update. Oh, that's value. But no, I think Moneymakers maybe get some drafting time bonuses if they knock out both NAVIs. It's like a slight pay to win feature. I don't know if that's actually allowed.
NAVI just both their rosters and take Moneymakers instead.
It's a very Eastern European thing to do. I think out of all the teams left, Moneymakers are the only unsponsored team. So technically, you know, if there's a Mouse Sports out there in Eastern Europe that wants to claim a TI team, you're vying for them to win the qualifier for sure.
Yeah, pretty cool run from them at the moment. Definitely turning a couple of heads here and there. And yeah, they will be going on to face up versus Navi, and HYDRA versus Tom is, of course, the other match here in the lower bracket. And that'll be the first match coming up tomorrow, followed by Navi versus Moneymakers. And then we'll have the upper bracket match of Virtus.pro versus One Move, and then the lower bracket match to follow on from that as well. So winners versus winners on that one. So lots of exciting matches coming up tomorrow, of course. One last thing about this series, though, I do want to shout out Igor as well, because he made some really cool plays. He was also making like tons of plays when they were behind. That great little play at bottom where he dodged the roll and TP'd out. That was sick. Great heads up move. Only dying once in this entire game was ridiculous as well. So I would have felt bad if we just gone through this entire post match without mentioning the Ember Spirit.
Nah, I think we can do that. Little filthy Ember player.
Mid players, there he goes, a 2 anyway. Knock him down a peg. Yeah.
I mean, he literally has ego in his name. Just remind us the R, and his name's Ego, so you have to be careful. Can't be too nice to him, otherwise it might go to his head. They haven't qualified yet.
They have not. They have not. It's still a very long way to go. Honestly, I wouldn't expect them to make it all the way to TI, but they're running a really cool road at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to follow their journey and see just how far they can go in these qualifiers. And I imagine they're drawing quite a lot of support out. The combination of new and old on this team seems to be meshing very, very well when it matters. So yeah, we'll see you guys all tomorrow for more EEU action. But from today, we are all done, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more.